Chapter 1. What purpose does earning $1 daily serve in the apocalypse? Sign in successful. You have obtained 1 yuan. Balance. 1 yuan. As the notification drifted past his peripheral vision, Luo Fan's expression darkened. $1 this is what his sign-in system has to offer. While other systems reward their users with extraordinary elixirs, formidable weapons, or even mythical artifacts, his merely grants a trivial sum of money. For heaven's sake, dear system, this is an apocalypse. Even before the world fell apart, one would be hard-pressed to find someone who wouldn't pick up a dollar lying on the ground. In this dire era, currency has become even more worthless. Indeed, the apocalypse has arrived. Several months ago, it was as if Blue Star Online had played an elaborate prank, transforming what was once a technologically advanced society into a realm teeming with bizarre phenomena and ferocious beasts. The tangible beasts were somewhat manageable firearms still held some utility. However, those peculiar entities, which defied the very laws of physics, could not be countered by conventional weaponry. Thus, Blue Star swiftly descended into chaos. Both beasts and anomalies could sense the presence of the living, making it increasingly perilous to linger in one place, as the likelihood of attack escalated with each passing moment. Unlike many post-apocalyptic novels and films that feature survivor bases, Blue Star had none of these sanctuaries. The existence of such bases, with numerous living souls congregating in one location, would be akin to a beacon in the night, drawing countless beasts and anomalies eager to attack. Consequently, within a mere few months, the majority of the population perished, leaving only a handful of survivors who adopted a nomadic lifestyle, forming small teams to evade the relentless assaults of beasts and anomalies. Although the journey was fraught with peril, teetering on the brink of death, remaining stationary was an even graver risk. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Luo Fan joined a survivor team, embarking on a migration devoid of any clear objective. Initially, Luo Fan was elated upon awakening his so-called sign-in system, a golden finger that seemed to promise great fortune, for such systems were typically reserved for protagonists in countless narratives. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would be so woefully inadequate? A mere dollar for sign-in? In this day and age, even receiving $1 million wouldn't afford him a place to make a purchase. What use is this pitiful sign-in system? The mall is now open. Just as Luo Fan's grievances were beginning to subside, a new notification flickered in his peripheral vision. Ah, there's a mall? The realization struck him, and he suddenly comprehended. Indeed, earning $1 did not imply possessing a tangible bill. It indicated a virtual balance of 1 yuan. Given that this was virtual currency, the existence of a corresponding mall seemed quite reasonable. As the mall activated, a wave of enlightenment washed over Luo Fan, revealing to him the mechanics of this newfound opportunity. It is akin to a person who has never possessed the organ of sight suddenly acquiring eyes, allowing them to perceive images effortlessly. Similarly, an individual devoid of ears, upon gaining this sense, would naturally hear sounds. This is precisely the sensation that enveloped Luo Fan. As the marketplace unfolded before him, he instinctively knew how to access it. With a mere thought, a shopping interface materialized in Luo Fan's mind, and as he concentrated, several items emerged before his gaze. Rice priced at 2 yuan for 500 grams. Purified water at 1 yuan per bottle. Pork at 10 yuan for 500 grams. Bok choy at 5 yuan for 500 grams. Pure milk at 3 yuan per box. Except for the button for purified water, which was vibrant in color, the others appeared in grayscale, indicating they were unavailable for purchase. Is this it? Only 5 items in the marketplace? Even the local convenience store offers a greater variety. How can this be called a marketplace? As he opened the marketplace, gazing upon the limited selection, Luo Fan couldn't help but silently critique. Loading, however, beneath these 4 items, the words loading lingered. Yet, after a prolonged wait, nothing materialized. Could this system be a half-finished product? Observing the scant selection and the perpetual loading, such thoughts began to take root in his mind. Luo Fan withdrew his consciousness from the marketplace system. With merely 1 yuan to his name, he could only afford a bottle of purified water, which he had no intention of purchasing. He unburdened his backpack and assessed his supplies. A bag of monkey head mushroom biscuits contained merely 3 pieces. A half-full bottle of water, which was not purified but rather somewhat murky. Additionally, there was half a fist-sized piece of bread, speckled with visible mold. After inventorying his provisions, Luo Fan turned his gaze to the surroundings. The Hope Convoy, the name of the group to which Luo Fan belonged, was ironically comprised of only 3 vehicles, alongside 2 motorcycles and a few bicycles, with the majority being foot travelers like himself. Tonight, we shall rest here. At dawn, we shall resume our journey. Moreover, if all goes well, we will pass through a small town tomorrow morning. Those wishing to gather supplies should prepare themselves. As the Hope Convoy settled, a middle-aged man addressed the group, announcing, "We will pass through town tomorrow. I must venture in to gather supplies. However, towns are rife with ferocious beasts and other dangers. It is perilous. After all, how many have perished during supply runs? In just a week, our convoy has dwindled from over 130 to barely half. Yet, we are on the verge of running out of food and water. If we do not go, we shall starve." As the middle-aged man spoke, Luo Fan could overhear the murmurs of the surrounding survivors. "Sigh, we can only sign in for 1 yuan each day. Such a meager sum, even if it allows for the procurement of supplies, cannot ensure my survival. However, tomorrow I shall venture forth to see if I can acquire a bicycle. Of course, it would be splendid if I could gather some essential survival items." Ignoring the chatter of those around him, Luo Fan contemplated deeply within his mind. Even with the existence of a marketplace system, 3 days had yielded merely a pound of rice and a bottle of purified water, while he had to traverse an average of dozens of miles on foot each day. Clearly, these scant provisions were inadequate for sustaining his life. Therefore, gathering resources was imperative. "Never mind. I shall eat in the morning. I should be able to purchase a pound of rice then." Glancing at his monkey head, mushroom biscuits, and somewhat moldy bread, Luo Fan pondered before deciding to stow them away. Having resolved to explore the town, it was only prudent to save his provisions for the morning to maintain his strength. As for enduring hunger tonight, well, since there was no work to be done in the evening, he could tolerate the hunger. Chapter 2. The Sequencer. Perhaps it was due to hunger, or perhaps the anticipation of his second sign-in, but Luo Fan found himself unable to rest well that night, his slumber shallow. When he finally opened his eyes, though still drowsy, sleep eluded him. Tightening his clothing around him, Luo Fan sat up, surrounded by darkness, with no indication of the time, save for the occasional sound of coughing. With a slight stir of his mind, he immersed himself in his marketplace, and indeed, his balance had increased to 2 yuan. It seemed that while he slept, a sign-in at midnight had automatically credited him with 1 yuan. Initially, the marketplace offered only purified water as a purchasable item, but now, the option to buy rice had been unlocked. Without further ado, Luo Fan promptly selected to purchase. Rice purchase successful. Warehouse space unlocked. Automatically stored in your warehouse for personal use. His balance reduced to 0. The corresponding notification appeared. With a flicker of thought, Luo Fan immediately accessed his warehouse space. The capacity of the warehouse was roughly equivalent to that of 2 or 3 travel trunks. Although not vast, who could complain about having access to a free storage space? So, does this mean I no longer need to carry a backpack? Elated by the unlocking of the warehouse space, Luo Fan felt a surge of joy. Initially, when the system's sign-in only yielded 1 yuan, he had deemed it a worthless system. However, now that it was linked to a marketplace allowing him to purchase supplies with his sign-in earnings, he found it rather satisfactory. Though 1 yuan was not a considerable amount, even the smallest of gains were worthwhile. Now, having procured resources and unlocked a warehouse space comparable to a wooden chest, Luo Fan was even more delighted. Not only would he save effort during his migrations without the burden of a backpack, but collecting resources would also be more convenient with such a storage space. Within the warehouse, a solitary pound of rice lay, and Luo Fan carefully stowed all the contents of his backpack inside, finding it to be no trouble at all. Apart from the prohibition on storing living beings, this storage space is at one's complete disposal. Moreover, the restriction on living organisms implies that no bacteria could infiltrate the area, ensuring that food would remain unspoiled, wouldn't it? Contemplating spoilage, Luo Fan found himself curious about the half-moldy bread he possessed. He wondered whether the mold would perish upon being placed in the storage. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and picked up his stainless steel helmet. This helmet was ingeniously crafted from two pots, threaded together with a rope, serving as both headgear and cookware in critical moments and impeccable duality. In the dimness, he groped around for some dry leaves and twigs to serve as fuel. Luo Fan moved to a spot about several dozen meters away from the resting convoy, ignited the makeshift fire, and poured in rice along with murky drinking water. As they would pass through a small town in the morning, he was determined to gather supplies, and thus sought to fill his belly as much as possible. One could hardly deny the quality of goods produced by the marketplace. After approximately 20 minutes of boiling, a fragrant aroma of rice wafted through the air, causing Luo Fan to swallow hard. It had been ages since he had savored fresh rice since the onset of the apocalypse, or perhaps it was the superior quality of market rice. Regardless, the enticing scent made him inhale deeply, and his stomach grumbled in agreement. After waiting another 10 minutes, Luo Fan used a stick to lift a bit of rice for a taste. It was quite delightful, soft and tender. The fragrant essence lingered in his mouth. "Hey there, are you cooking rice?" At that moment, a shadow approached Luo Fan. The dim light obscured the stranger's features, but their gaze was sharp, fixated intently on the rice in Luo Fan's pot. Without uttering a word, Luo Fan gripped his short knife tightly, fixing his gaze upon the intruder. I just came to take a look." No ill intentions seeing Luo Fan's silence and the grip on his knife. The brightness in the stranger's eyes gradually dimmed, prompting them to retreat. Only when the figure had departed did Luo Fan feel a sense of relief. The short knife posed little threat to ferocious beasts, let alone the bizarre entities of this new world. Yet, at times, it could instill a sense of caution in fellow humans. After several months of apocalypse, those who lacked survival instincts had long been eliminated. Though it was merely about 200 grams, the cooked rice was plentiful. Despite his hunger, Luo Fan savored each grain with utmost care, treating every morsel as a treasure, until the pot was nearly licked clean. Feeling warmth settle in his belly, Luo Fan let out a contented sigh. This was indeed the essence of life. Soon, after about half an hour, the sky began to brighten, and the remaining survivors swiftly rose to their feet. With the leading bus sounding its horn, the convoy set in motion. Following closely was a modified off-road vehicle, a van, and then two motorcycles accompanied by several bicycles, as other survivors on foot trail behind. The group of over 60 survivors, under the guidance of the front bus, continued their flight, washing one's face or brushing teeth. Such luxuries were far from the realm of possibility for those who joined the ranks. Food supplies were quietly retrieved. Biscuits, bread, and even handfuls of roasted flour were consumed on the go. After approximately 2 hours of travel, a voice suddenly rang out. "There's a town ahead." This exclamation invigorated the previously despondent survivor team, as hope flickered in many eyes upon seeing the town. The presence of a town signified the availability of resources. Though peril lurked within, the choice was stark: to risk the treacherous search for supplies or face certain death from hunger and thirst. After about 20 minutes, the convoy reached the outskirts of the town. From the exterior, it appeared desolate despite the sun having risen. A chilling sensation permeated the air. The eerie were typically averse to sunlight, which provided some comfort against their presence during the day. However, the absence of even a single beast left an unsettling feeling. As the doors of the off-road vehicle swung open, a man in his 30s, sporting a stubbly beard, emerged from the passenger seat. All eyes turned to him in anticipation. Was Zhao Chunfeng, the soul of the convoy. Zhao Chunfeng retrieved 3 coins from his pocket, clinked them together in his hands, and then let them fall onto the engine hood of the vehicle. "The divination foretells danger. I advise everyone to proceed with caution. We must retreat within an hour at most," he declared after scrutinizing the coins. "Is this the ability of a seer? Each time I witness it, I find it utterly fascinating," murmured Luo Fan, observing the actions of Zhao Chunfeng from amidst the crowd. Chapter 3. The eerie doll. The seers emerged alongside the apocalypse, a group of individuals endowed with extraordinary powers. However, given that the apocalypse had only unfolded a few months prior, Luo Fan was merely aware of their existence. Each seer possessed distinct supernatural abilities, yet the intricacies of their powers remained elusive to him. His knowledge stemmed primarily from the fact that the Hope Caravan boasted 2 seers among its ranks. For instance, the leader of the Hope Caravan, Zhao Chunfeng, possessed the gift of divination. It was through his extraordinary abilities that the caravan had navigated perilously without encountering formidable beasts or anomalies, as most of the survivors perished while scavenging for supplies. Is it ominous? If the leader's divination foretells danger, then perhaps we should refrain from entering, right? Isn't that stating the obvious? Scavenging in a town can never be devoid of peril. Indeed, in this apocalypse, merely surviving is a harbinger of doom. When will we ever see a sign of fortune? It's akin to winning the lottery. Since the leader has given the go-ahead, we must proceed. He mentioned we have at most an hour, so let us make haste. As Zhao Chunfeng's voice faded, an air of trepidation mixed with determination enveloped the surrounding survivors. While some remained too fearful to venture forth, the majority cautiously entered the town. They arrived by motorcycle, bicycle, or on foot. Luo Fan, steadying his nerves, followed suit into the town. With heightened vigilance, he scanned his surroundings. By day, one must be wary of beasts. By night, of peculiarities. This had become an unspoken rule in the months since the world had changed. Yet, this rule faltered when it came to scavenging. Why? Because, in the months of the apocalypse, power had nearly ceased to function, and scavenging necessitated forays into darkened interiors. Thus, even during daylight, the ominous shadows within could conceal strange occurrences. As dozens of individuals dispersed throughout the town, some, like Luo Fan, ventured alone, while others formed small groups. He walked along the sunlit road, focused, yet had no intention of heading toward the town center. After all, if one could find supplies on the outskirts, why venture into the heart? Unfortunately, after searching several homes and uncovering little of utility, Luo Fan managed only to collect a single blanket, which he stowed in his storage space. A blanket would provide some comfort when night fell. Regrettably, his storage capacity was limited to the equivalent of 2 or 3 travel bags. Otherwise, he would have certainly crammed in a quilt. At present, the most critical supplies remained food and water. Having scoured several residences without success, it seemed the town had already been pillaged by other caravans. If he wished to find resources, it appeared the only option was to delve deeper into the town center. After a brief hesitation, estimating that about 20 minutes had elapsed, Luo Fan gritted his teeth and abandoned any further thoughts of searching the periphery. He walked along the sun-drenched street, continuing his journey towards the center. Along the way, he spotted 2 or 3 survivors, each carrying items in cloth bags as they returned. Indeed, the heart of the city held the most supplies. Delicious boiled delicacies. After a short while, Luo Fan noticed a small shop not far ahead, its door shattered. Peering into the shop, he found nothing but darkness, as if the sunlight had been entirely barred from entry. This must have been a boiled food shop before the apocalypse. The likelihood of finding various food items inside was high. Time had nearly slipped away for half an hour, and Luo Fan could not afford to ponder too deeply. He tightened his grip on the short knife in his hand and stepped inside. A chill enveloped him the moment he entered the shop, raising the hairs on his arms. It felt akin to emerging from the sweltering summer sun into the cool embrace of an air-conditioned mall. He retrieved his lighter, igniting a small flame that weakly dispelled the darkness within. The shop was modest in size, perhaps 50 to 60 square meters, furnished with a few tables and chairs. Luo Fan first approached the nearby freezer. Well, it was likely that this place once housed a plethora of skewered delicacies, but after months of power loss, all the ingredients had rotted away. He silently lamented this loss before moving to the glass-fronted refrigerator. Through the glass door, he discerned a variety of beverages, purified water, fruit juices, cola, and beer. A wave of joy surged within him at the sight of these items. He opened the glass door and hastily filled his storage space with all of them. These were essential survival supplies, particularly the cola, which could quench thirst and provide much-needed sugar. After stowing away around 50 to 60 bottles of various drinks, his storage space was now approximately 70% full. Luo Fan contemplated continuing deeper into the shop to see if he could unearth any additional food. Not only was his storage space not yet full, but even if it were, he could carry items in his hands. Suddenly, a series of loud rumbles echoed from outside. Was there a battle occurring? Were there ferocious beasts involved? The sound tightened his chest. Zhao Chunfeng had warned that he would have at most an hour to scavenge for supplies. And now over half an hour had already passed. Holding the lighter aloft, Luo Fan hurried deeper into the shop. At the back, he discovered a small door, presumably a storage area for supplies. Indeed, though the storage room was disheveled, Luo Fan quickly uncovered half a bag of vermicelli. With boiled staples like vermicelli, instant noodles, and sweet potato noodles available, this clearly remained from before the world fell apart. Delighted, he tucked the half bag of vermicelli into his storage space, bringing it to full capacity. Nevertheless, Luo Fan did not abandon his quest and continued to search. If he could find it, he would either hold it in his hands or simply extract the blanket within. Indeed, after a brief search, Luo Fan stumbled upon a package of instant noodles. Although it contained merely half a box, with approximately a dozen noodle cakes, this was a considerable find for him. Just as Luo Fan bent down to lift the half box of noodle cakes, he suddenly felt a chill on his head, as if a drop of cold water had fallen upon him. This sensation caused his heart to tremble, rendering him momentarily frozen in place, as if under a spell. Raising the lighter in his hand, Luo Fan glanced upward. A doll-like face appeared startlingly close before him. The doll was perched upon Luo Fan's shoulders, gazing down with eyes as dark as ink, seemingly devoid of whites, with only pupils visible. Its mouth was agape, revealing teeth sharp as saw blades, with drool dripping down. This made Luo Fan acutely aware of what had fallen upon his head. Yet, how had this eerie doll come to rest upon his neck without him feeling a thing? When had it taken its place there? Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Sequence. Regardless of what may be perched upon one's neck, now is certainly not the time for contemplation. In a state of sheer terror, Luo Fan's body stiffened, rendering his fingers almost immobile. Once the uncanny doll realized it had been discovered, it opened its jagged maw and lunged fiercely at Luo Fan. In a life-or-death moment, instinct triumphed over thought. Luo Fan immediately executed a roll on the ground. With a crack, although the lighter extinguished, he could hear the eerie doll's bite striking the floor, chipping away at the tiles beneath. Had that bite landed on his head, it would have surely exploded like a watermelon. Without a moment's hesitation, adrenaline surged through him, fueled by fear and the will to survive. Luo Fan sprang to his feet with an unprecedented speed and dashed towards the shop's exit. A piercing scream shattered the air, akin to steel scraping against iron, sending chills down one's spine. Yet, the more terrifying the sound, the faster Luo Fan ran. The small shop, merely 60 or 70 square meters, had an exit just 10 meters away, but those 10 meters felt like an eternity. As he approached the entrance, Luo Fan suddenly felt a tightening around his neck. The strange doll had pounced on his back, its tiny arms gripping him like iron bands, pulling him forcefully backward. Despite its appearance as a mere 3-year-old child, its strength was formidable, and Luo Fan felt himself being inexorably drawn back. Standing at the threshold, the sunlight seemed tantalizingly close, yet impossibly distant. From the doorway, Luo Fan could see survivors fleeing beyond the town, while dense fog surged from the depths of the settlement, rapidly enveloping everything and obscuring the light. In the streets, where the fog thickened, he could see eerie dolls scuttling on all fours, resembling hunting hounds. A woman, lagging behind, was overtaken by the shadows of the fog, and a doll lunged at her. Soon after, a second and third doll joined the fray. It was over. Watching the shadows spread quickly, Luo Fan's heart sank as he realized these uncanny dolls could hunt humans within the shadows. He wished to cry out for help, but at that moment, everyone was consumed by their own plight. Even if he shouted, no one would be able to rescue him. Boom! Under the sunlight, a bus within the convoy roared forward, its engine growling thunderously. Suddenly, Luo Fan was blinded by a piercing glare, rendering everything invisible. The bus's glass had reflected the light directly onto him. Ah! The eerie doll emitted a cry, distinct from its earlier sharp screams. This one resonated with a sense of anguish. Simultaneously, the arm that had been tightly gripping Luo Fan's head began to loosen. Luo Fan's reaction was remarkably swift. Instead of attempting to break free from the sinister hand around his neck, he resolutely grasped it tighter, preventing the eerie doll hanging behind him from escaping. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leaped toward the door. The sunlight had never felt so warm. As Luo Fan burst through the threshold, the rays cascaded over him, while the ominous doll emitted a brief, chilling cry, vanishing into thin air like cream meeting a searing iron. Fortune smiled upon him. Had it not been for the blaring bus reflecting the sunlight, he might have perished. Yet, this was not the moment for relaxation. The mist in the air swiftly enveloped him, and the sunlight on the street was rapidly constricting, now less than 10 meters away. Luo Fan quickened his pace, fleeing in a frenzy akin to that of the bus. Thud, thud, thud. At this critical juncture, he felt his heart pounding robustly as he approached the edge of the town. Ultimately, no unforeseen events transpired, and Luo Fan charged beyond the town's confines. Glancing back, he saw 6 or 7 eerie dolls, their faces twisted in grimace, watching the townsfolk from the shadows with palpable disdain, observing the mist hovering over the town, which showed no intent of spreading outward. Luo Fan felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. As his tense spirit relaxed, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, he caught sight of a robust man emerging from the shadows, brandishing a thick iron rod, bloodied and wild, resembling a rampaging bull. The rod swept through the air, dispatching the eerie dolls blocking the path with ease. Luo Fan recognized him as Niu Dagong, another member of the Hope Brigade, aside from their leader, Zhao Chunfeng. The diminutive dolls, seemingly no more than 3 years old, possessed remarkable strength. Yet before Niu Dagong, they were no different from actual children of that age. Once Niu Dagong broke through, he boarded the bus without needing Zhao Chunfeng as command. And as the off-road vehicle roared to life, the Hope Brigade departed the town. After hastily covering an additional 4 or 5 kilometers, the convoy finally came to a halt. The weary survivors slumped onto the ground, drained of energy, and after a brief respite, a medley of discussions, cries, and laughter filled the air. Originally, the Hope Brigade boasted around 60 to 70 members, but now it seemed there were merely over 40 remaining. The recent expedition for supplies had cost approximately 20 lives. Nonetheless, those who had escaped managed to gather some provisions, with Niu Dagong's bus likely carrying the most, as he had lagged behind to buy time for the vehicle's escape. Simultaneously, Luo Fan learned from the surrounding survivors about the situation. Within the town's supermarket lurked a monstrous mother, responsible for birthing countless eerie dolls. Just moments ago, Niu Dagong had nearly fallen victim to the creature's grasp. This left Luo Fan in a state of bewilderment. It occurred to him that the presence of those peculiar dolls must have led to the demise of the ferocious beasts that once inhabited the town. Alas, it was a pity that he had failed to retrieve the dozen or so packets of instant noodles. With a soft sigh, he meticulously organized his spoils and reflected on his circumstances. While collecting the noodle packets, he had stumbled upon the eerie dolls, leaving no time to gather the noodles. Nevertheless, escaping was a stroke of good fortune. The absence of the noodles was a minor loss in light of his other acquisitions. After all, he had managed to secure dozens of bottles of various beverages and half a bag of vermicelli. If he were frugal, he could sustain himself for several days. Just as Luo Fan was quietly contemplating the specifics of his bounty, a sudden sensation engulfed his mind, akin to being struck forcefully by a hammer. Countless arcane runes swiftly coursed through his consciousness. Sequence Awakening. Chapter 5. Is Zhao Chunfeng the saint of the apocalypse? In a state of semi-consciousness, Luo Fan perceived luminous orbs drifting before his eyes. Suddenly, one of these orbs descended upon him. Without flinching or evading, he allowed it to envelop him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. He was oblivious as to whether he had dozed for 2 minutes or 10. Upon awakening, an overwhelming joy surged within Luo Fan. His sequence had awakened. It was a mystical sensation, and as his awareness returned, he instinctively grasped his circumstances. Assassination Sequence Level 1. With this awakening, he had also acquired a unique skill, the Silent Strike. Its effect was rather straightforward. Striking the opponent's head would induce a state of dizziness. The duration of this dizziness, of course, depended on various factors, including the disparity in strength between the two parties. Moreover, the awakening of his sequence did not merely bestow a skill upon him. More significantly, he discerned a profound transformation in his physical condition. His previously lean physique had become markedly robust, though not in a brutish manner akin to Niu Dagong, but rather in a balanced and explosive manner, reminiscent of a lithe and agile leopard. "Everyone, we shall rest for an hour, and then we will set off again," announced a middle-aged man as he approached the survivors. "Understood, Uncle Li," some of the survivors responded. Uncle Li was the driver of Zhao Chuanfeng's off-road vehicle and also served as a spokesperson. "Wait, Uncle Li." At that moment, Luo Fan interjected, halting the man. "What is it?" Uncle Li paused, turning to inquire of Luo Fan. "I wish to meet Brother Zhao." "My sequence has awakened," Luo Fan candidly declared. "An awakened sequence? That's splendid news. Nothing to conceal," Uncle Li replied, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "Really? We have gained another sequencer in our convoy? How wonderful! The survival rate of our group will surely increase." Luo Fan's announcement sparked astonishment among the survivors, who began to murmur among themselves, casting him glances filled with envy and joy. "Awakened? Excellent, follow me," Uncle Li responded, momentarily taken aback before a smile spread across his face. He then led Luo Fan directly to Niu Dagong's bus. This bus belonged to Niu Dagong and was a compact vehicle. However, it was peculiar that Zhao Chunfeng was not in his off-road vehicle, but rather in this bus. Soon, Luo Fan understood the situation. The bus was laden with supplies, and Niu Dagong had taken some of these provisions to offer to Zhao Chunfeng. Evidently, there was some form of exchange taking place. "Chunfeng, this is Luo Fan. His sequence has awakened. Bring Luo Fan over," Uncle Li instructed Zhao Chunfeng. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagong turned their attention to Luo Fan. "Awakening of the sequence? What sequence have you awakened?" A smile appeared on Zhao Chunfeng's face, clearly delighted as he inquired of Luo Fan. "I have awakened the assassination sequence," Luo Fan candidly replied. "The assassination sequence, you say?" "If I recall correctly, the initial skill of the assassination sequence is the stun baton, isn't it? Quite impressive. That skill will synergize well with Dagong." Zhao Chunfeng nodded in agreement to Luo Fan's response. "By the way, do you, the leader, know everything about the sequence awakening?" Luo Fan, surprised, asked, since Zhao Chunfeng instantly knew what his skill was upon him stating he had awakened the assassination sequence. "Ha ha ha! Truly, you are a newly awakened sequencer." Zhao Chunfeng chuckled heartily at Luo Fan's question. Niu Dagong beside him grinned as well, but the movement caused him to grimace in pain due to his shoulder injury. Luo Fan looked at the two with some confusion, wondering if he had posed a rather foolish question. "All right, since you have awakened your sequence, let me enlighten you on some fundamental knowledge. Though the specialized roles after level 10 are diverse and nearly unique, prior to level 10, there are only 8 sequences. Your assassination sequence has the stun baton as its initial skill, and at level 6, you can awaken another skill, the ethereal step. This information is almost common knowledge." Zhao Chunfeng elucidated. "I see," Luo Fan exclaimed, finally enlightened. He had only known that sequencers possessed extraordinary powers with bizarre abilities, not realizing that their origins stemmed from 8 initial sequences. Would they embark on their unique, specialized sequences after reaching level 10? "Leader, what are the 8 sequences and their respective skills?" Luo Fan continued to inquire with curiosity. "Now that you are a sequencer, you needn't call me leader. Given that you are younger than I, just refer to me as Zhao Ge. After awakening, we shall consider ourselves partners." Zhao Chunfeng corrected Luo Fan's form of address and proceeded to explain the initial 8 sequences. First is the melee sequence, with its initial skills being heavy strike and the level 6 skill, unyielding body. Hearing this, Luo Fan discreetly glanced at Niu Dagong beside him, realizing he was a melee sequence awakener. Zhao Chunfeng continued. "Next is the spell sequence, with skills being missile and fire ring. Then there is the support sequence, with skills of healing and shield. The agriculture sequence, with skills of cultivation and harvest. The artisan sequence, with skills of repair and inlay. The alchemist sequence, with skills of restoration potion creation and golem crafting. Lastly, mine is the prophecy sequence, with skills of divination and stargazing." Listening to Zhao Chuanfeng's explanation, Luo Fan silently committed to memory these 8 sequences and their skills: melee, spell, support, agriculture, artisan, alchemist, prophecy, and his own assassination. Upon reflection, it appears that Niu Dagong wields a heavy strike, while I possess a more subtle means of incapacitation. During Niu Dagong's combat, the notion of me delivering a stunning blow is rather commendable. It is no wonder that Zhao Chunfeng remarked on the remarkable synergy between my abilities and those of Niu Dagong. Furthermore, there is an important matter I must convey. After providing an overview of the situation regarding the awakening sequence, Zhao Chunfeng continued, "Since you have awakened in the sequence, you shall be required to share a portion of the resources you gather with me, as a form of payment for my prophetic insights. After all, as a prophet, I lack combat capabilities. It would be unreasonable for me to risk myself in the pursuit of resources." Listening to Zhao Chunfeng's reasoning, Luo Fan found it quite justifiable. The survivors endeavor to escape the clutches of ferocious beasts and strange predators, and the abilities of the prophetic sequence significantly enhance their chances of survival, thereby averting encounters with dreadful creatures. Thus, it seems only fair that those who gather resources within the sequence should contribute a portion to Zhao Chunfeng. However, ordinary survivors are not subjected to such obligations, while we, the awakened in the sequence, are. Is there a deeper implication behind this? Without dismissing the notion, Luo Fan inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, those survivors who collect resources have not been seen to offer anything to Zhao Chunfeng. Logically, they too benefit from his guidance. In this apocalyptic world, it is a given that ordinary people often face inequities, yet the awakened in the sequence encounter such injustices? Could it be that Zhao Chunfeng is a martyr in this desolate era? Chapter 6. The Surge of Sign-In Amounts, 10 Yuan. It is no wonder that Luo Fan would think this way. As the leader of the Hope Team and a being of the prophetic sequence, it is not an exaggeration to say that Zhao Chunfeng is the soul of the Hope Team. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for others to surrender a portion of the supplies they collect to Zhao Chunfeng. However, Zhao Chunfeng only accepts offerings from those of the sequence, refusing ordinary individuals. Is this not the epitome of altruism? Even in a post-apocalyptic world, can one find such selflessness? Luo Fan mused internally, contemplating that if Zhao Chunfeng were indeed such a saint, he would need to distance himself from the Hope Team. Although he was grateful for the care the team had provided and respected the saintly figure, he did not wish to be encumbered by such ideals. It is akin to someone risking their life to save him. While he would be immensely thankful, he believed he could not reciprocate by sacrificing himself to save a stranger. Luo Fan, have you ever heard the saying, "While my neighbor hoards grain, I hoard arms. My neighbor is my granary"? Zhao Chunfeng remarked, gazing at Luo Fan with a leisurely demeanor. Luo Fan's eyebrows raised in surprise upon hearing this, and he regarded Zhao Chunfeng thoughtfully, beginning to grasp the implications of his words. Furthermore, while my abilities allow me to identify the optimal escape route for our team, we will inevitably encounter ferocious beasts and anomalies that we must confront. When that time comes, it would be ideal to overcome them. However, if we cannot, sometimes it matters not whether the prey on the grassland can outrun the lion, but rather if it can outpace its companions. Zhao Chunfeng continued, "Well then, if that is the case, it is clear that the Hope Team indeed requires some ordinary survivors to accompany us. Although reality may be harsh, this is the apocalypse. Moreover, those who do not join us will perish even faster." Brother Niu, standing nearby, displayed a sympathetic expression but also spoke up. It was unclear whether his words were directed at Luo Fan or himself. "All right, I understand. I will rely on both of you in the future." With the realization of the truth behind the Hope Team as a sequence bearer, Luo Fan nodded in agreement to stay. "Indeed, I hope we see an increasing number of sequence bearers, ideally of all varieties." Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagong extended their hands in welcome to Luo Fan's decision. "By the way, Dagong, I have a restorative potion here. I will trade it for 50 pounds of rice and 20 liters of pure water. What do you think?" After discussing Luo Fan's situation, Zhao Chunfeng glanced at the injury on Niu Dagong's shoulder and inquired, "No need for that. This minor injury will heal in 2 to 3 days. Niu Dagong replied, shaking his head in refusal. Very well then. Noting Niu Dagong's rejection, Zhao Chunfeng merely shook his head in disappointment, choosing not to press further. With the supplies bestowed by Niu Dagong, Luo Fan, accompanied by Uncle Li, proceeded to load them onto his off-road vehicle. He did not depart immediately, but instead cast a glance at Niu Dagong's bus. The bus had undergone some modifications, featuring a driver's seat and a co-pilot's area transformed into a sleeping space, filled with various supplies and materials. In addition to Niu Dagong, a youth of around 16 or 17 was also present in the bus. This young man, Xiao Wang, served as the driver and mechanic for Luo Fan's vehicle. Prior to the apocalypse, he had worked in an auto repair shop. As Luo Fan's gaze swept over the youth, Niu Dagong introduced him. Hello, Luo, Ge. Xiao Wang greeted Luo Fan with a smile. Hello. Luo Fan nodded in response. Brother Niu, is there room for one more person in your vehicle? Luo Fan then inquired, looking at Niu Dagong. Yes, Luo Fan. Are you thinking of hitching a ride with Brother Niu? Given that he currently lacked any means of transportation, staying aboard the bus would spare him the need to travel on foot. Among the piled supplies, he could find a place to rest at night. Having a shelter from the elements was undoubtedly preferable to sleeping outdoors. Upon hearing Luo Fan's request, Niu Dagong hesitated as he assessed the space within the bus. Rest assured, we can gather supplies together, and I'll offer you an extra 10% as rent, Luo Fan quickly added, noticing Niu Dagong's uncertainty. Were it not for Niu Dagong's vehicle reflecting the sunlight, Luo Fan might have met an untimely end in that eerie establishment. Moreover, the synergy of two combat-oriented individuals working together would indeed enhance their efficiency. Luo Fan believed that teaming up with Niu Dagong would yield greater benefits, even if it meant relinquishing a portion of their bounty. It's not merely about the supplies. When it comes time to rest, I will have a bed, while Xiao Wang can recline the driver's seat to rest. However, finding a space to rest in the cabin can be quite challenging, Niu Dagong explained. Regardless, it's certainly better than sleeping outdoors, Luo Fan replied nonchalantly. There is merit in what you say, Niu Dagong acknowledged, seemingly accepting Luo Fan's proposal. Subsequently, he called out to Xiao Wang, today we shall cook 3 packets of instant noodles. I'll treat Luo Fan to dinner. Sure thing, Xiao Wang responded promptly, boiling some water and retrieving 3 packets of noodles. Soon, the rich aroma of the noodles wafted through the air. Although instant noodles are often disparaged as junk food in modern times, they are merely nutritionally simplistic. In this post-apocalyptic world, high-oil, high-salt food is exceptionally precious. Luo Fan, don't be shy. This meal is on me, Niu Dagong said, pushing one bowl of noodles towards Luo Fan with a broad smile, displaying a generous spirit. All right, then I shall not hold back, Luo Fan replied, nodding in agreement. As they conversed, Luo Fan opened his storage space and retrieved 3 bottles of cola, handing one to Xiao Wang and another to Niu Dagong. Instant noodles do not merit cola. They are utterly devoid of soul. In the spirit of reciprocity, since Niu Dagong had treated him to noodles, Luo Fan had no intention of taking advantage and offered the 3 cans of cola instead. Huh? Luo Fan, do you actually possess a storage artifact? Niu Dagong asked in astonishment as he witnessed Luo Fan seemingly conjure the 3 cans of cola from thin air. Though he had never seen a storage artifact, he had heard of their existence, particularly among craftsmen. Clearly, Niu Dagong had mistaken Luo Fan's storage space for an artifact. With a slight smile, Luo Fan chose not to clarify, opting instead to focus on his noodles. Though intrigued by the fact that Luo Fan, who had only recently awakened, seemed to already possess a storage artifact, Niu Dagong refrained from further inquiries. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, it was quite normal for individuals to harbor their own secrets, especially after becoming a professional with a unique sequence, where each person's abilities became even more enigmatic. Months had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and many adept sequencers had already surpassed level 10, achieving their professional status. Having finished a bowl of noodles without wasting a single drop of broth, Luo Fan felt a profound sense of satisfaction after sipping a few gulps of cola. Engaging in light conversation with Niu Dagong, Luo Fan discerned that Niu Dagong was a level 8 melee sequencer, meaning he had awakened not only the heavy strike skill, but also the body-dominant skill. As for Luo Fan, he was merely a newly awakened level 1 assassin sequencer. After resting for an hour, Zhao Chunfeng's off-road vehicle roared to life, followed closely by Xiao Wang starting the bus, hoping the convoy would gradually regroup. Under Zhao Chunfeng's leadership, the vehicles moved in a stop-and-go manner, veering east and west, occasionally circling back to places they had passed 2 hours prior. However, with no set destination during their escape, as long as they avoided encounters with ferocious beasts and anomalies, there were no complaints among the group. After 3 hours of travel through the night, the convoy halted at the edge of a grove, where Zhao Chunfeng announced a 6-hour rest. Additionally, after observing the stars, he warned that rain was expected the following day, advising everyone to prepare accordingly. Upon hearing of the impending rain, several survivors stirred uneasily. Meanwhile, after a long day of jostling and narrowly escaping danger, Luo Fan felt both mentally and physically drained. Once the convoy came to a standstill, he closed his eyes to rest. However, in a state of drowsiness, he was unsure how long he had been asleep when suddenly he saw a prompt flicker at the corner of his closed eyes. Marketplace loaded. Sign in, 10 yuan. Balance, 10 yuan. Chapter 7. Mall update. New merchandise. In an instant, Luo Fan's eyes flew open, gleaming with astonishment. Has the sign-in reward reached 10 yuan? The sign-in bonus has surged tenfold? Just think about it. What can one acquire with 10 yuan? If one were willing, a pound of rice could be procured for nearly 2 yuan a day. For beverages, along with the necessary water for cooking, approximately 4 bottles should suffice. This implies that apart from sustenance, one could potentially save around 4 yuan daily. In just 2 or 3 days, one could afford a pound of pork. Previously, earning 1 yuan daily through sign-ins was barely enough to stave off hunger, but now, with 10 yuan a day, one could live quite comfortably. However, why has the sign-in reward suddenly escalated from 1 yuan to 10 yuan? Is it due to time? Does it automatically increase after 2 sign-ins? Or perhaps it is a consequence of awakening a sequence? Or was there some other reason? Luo Fan did not dwell on these thoughts for too long and promptly opened his mall page to investigate. Firstly, it was evident that the increase in sign-in rewards was indeed linked to his awakening of the sequence, as upon opening the mall page, a banner effect erupted like fireworks. Congratulations, host! You have successfully awakened sequence LV1. Your daily sign-in bonus has increased to 10 yuan. Transitioning from an ordinary person to sequence LV1. My sign-in reward has risen from 1 yuan to 10 yuan. Thus, could it be that as my sequence level ascends, so too will my sign-in rewards? Luo Fan mused internally, his anticipation growing. Next, Luo Fan scrutinized the mall page closely. Indeed, the mall had undergone an update. Previously, it offered only 4 items: rice, purified water, pork, and vegetables. Now, it had meticulously categorized sections for food, beverages, daily necessities, clothing, and bedding, among others. He first clicked on the food section. Rice, pork, and vegetables were all categorized under food, and 3 additional items have been introduced: eggs, grass carp, and flour. However, aside from flour, which was priced the same as rice at 2 yuan, both grass carp and eggs were rather pricey. Grass carp was 10 yuan per pound, comparable to pork. Given that pork contains fat while fish lacks it, grass carp does not match pork in terms of nutritional value. As for the eggs, they were priced at 18 yuan per tray, containing 30 pieces. Alas, with only 10 yuan remaining, he could not afford them at present. Following this, Luo Fan proceeded to the beverages section. The previously available purified water had now been classified under beverages. Additionally, beyond mineral water, 2 new items had appeared: cola at 2 yuan per can and pure milk at 3 yuan per box. However, he had just explored a whole icebox of various drinks at the water-boiled shop yesterday, so he had no immediate need to purchase anything from this section. Subsequently, Luo Fan clicked on the adjacent classification for daily necessities. The daily necessities section also featured 3 items, so priced at 5 yuan per bar, tissues at 15 yuan per pack, and toothpaste at 8 yuan per tube. These daily necessities are rather expensive. With a lingering gaze at the tissue paper, Luo Fan reluctantly diverted his attention. The soap serves multiple purposes, suitable for bathing, washing the face, and even shampooing, yet the question of a clean water source remains unanswered. Having failed to locate an appropriate source of pure water, the soap remains futile. As for using bottled, purified water priced at 1 yuan for bathing, that notion never crossed Luo Fan's mind. However, the necessity of toilet paper at 15 yuan per pack is far beyond his current means. Shoving aside the chaotic thoughts, Luo Fan turned his gaze to the section designated for clothing and bedding. Familiar scenes unfolded before him, an endlessly loading page announcing that it was still processing. Undeterred, he clicked on other sections, only to be met with the same loading message. Clearly, the shopping system had undergone some updates, albeit minimal. Initially, he felt a spark of joy when he discovered his daily sign-in reward had increased to 10 yuan, leading him to believe that his future days might be more comfortable. Yet upon witnessing the newly updated goods, the fleeting joy evaporated instantly. Earning merely 10 yuan a day, indeed, translates to a life of financial strain. Not to mention, even brushing his teeth had become a luxury. Reclining in the bus cabin, Luo Fan glanced outside at the still dark sky, tightened the blanket around him, and drifted back to sleep. To be able to rest here, sheltered from the elements, brought him considerable satisfaction, far better than his previous nights spent outdoors. In this slumber, he enjoyed a deep and peaceful sleep, even indulging in a delightful dream. In this dream, his daily sign-in reward amounted to 1,000 yuan, allowing him to indulge in whatever he desired. Awakened by the commotion of Niu Dagong and Xiao Wang, Luo Fan peered outside to find the dawn breaking. Niu Dagong announced that it was time to depart. Luo Fan nodded in understanding. Since Zhao Chunfeng had indicated a 6-hour rest period, it was only natural to leave when the time came. No one could predict what circumstances might arise from leaving half an hour later. Yet, the thought of his dream, earning 1,000 yuan daily and 30,000 monthly, motivated Luo Fan silently. The day when he could sign in for 1,000 yuan was inevitably on the horizon. As he continued to elevate his rank, he believed that his sign-in rewards would increase correspondingly, and a growing array of goods would be unlocked in the marketplace. Perhaps it would not be long before he could thrive solely on purchases from a mall, without the need to risk gathering supplies. As Zhao Chunfeng's off-road vehicle roared to life, the bus followed suit, trailed by a van. Other survivors quickly rose to join the convoy. After approximately 3 hours of travel, the caravan finally halted for a break. After hours on the road, the survivors began to prepare breakfast. Despite the loss of many the previous day, several had managed to gather supplies. After walking for 3 hours in the early morning, hunger struck. "Nyogo, let's share a meal. I managed to collect half a bag of vermicelli yesterday," Luo Fan remarked, retrieving 3 bundles of vermicelli, ample for 3 people, and offered them to Niu Dagong. As Xiao Wang prepared breakfast, he glanced at Niu Dagong. "Xiao Wang, take this and make enough for 3, Niu Dagong replied with a nod. Xiao Wang accepted the vermicelli and departed. He filled a small pot with water, utilizing the car battery to boil it, and subsequently added all the vermicelli given by Luo Fan. He then seasoned the mixture with a touch of oil, salt, and chicken essence, meticulously slicing a sausage to include. In no time, 3 generous bowls of sausage vermicelli were ready. "Ah, you all have started eating. I should have come earlier to snag a bowl," he remarked, holding the bowl of vermicelli. Just as he had consumed about half, Zhao Chunfeng approached with a smile. Noticing Luo Fan and Niu Dagong dining together, deducing that Luo Fan had indeed joined Niu Dagong's vehicle. "Brother Zhao, shall I prepare a bowl for you?" Xiao Wang inquired, setting down his bowl and rising. "Enough of that. I was merely jesting. Having just eaten," Zhao Chunfeng waved his hand dismissively. He then turned his attention to Luo Fan and Niu Dagong. "Gongzi, Xiao Fan, you two should get ready. Your assistance will be needed today," Zhao Chunfeng said, his demeanor growing somewhat serious as he regarded them. Chapter 8. The Beast Fang. Upon hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan felt a slight tightening in his heart. Having awakened a sequence, specifically the assassination sequence, he understood that he would inevitably confront killers and engage in strange battles. But could it be so soon? After all, he was merely at level 1 of the sequence. Was it truly that perilous? Brother Niu's expression turned serious, yet his eyes reflected no signs of worry or fear. Instead, they sparkled with an exhilarating fervor. My divination foretells that there will be rain this afternoon, during which we shall encounter troubles. The route I have selected is the optimal one, as the omens indicate a blend of misfortune and fortune. Additionally, this rain is expected to last for approximately 2 hours. As he spoke, Zhao Chunfeng glanced at the sky. Though daylight had broken, the day remained shrouded in a dull gray, suggesting that rain could fall at any moment. All right, I understand. Brother Nyo nodded solemnly and grasped a stout iron rod, nearly as tall as himself, rubbing it thoughtfully. He seemed eager to encounter a ferocious beast at any moment. By the way, Luo Fan, do you have a weapon? Zhao Chunfeng turned his gaze towards Luo Fan. Zhao Ge, I possess a short knife, which I've always carried for self-defense and cutting items, Luo Fan replied, retrieving the short knife he had with him. With the awakening of the close combat sequence, the enhancement in his physical attributes primarily involved strength and bodily resilience. Conversely, the awakening of the assassination sequence balanced both power and agility. Thus, it was preferable for weapons in the assassination sequence to be compact and lightweight. While this short knife was suitable, its quality was rather poor, reminiscent of cheap goods from a market stall before the apocalypse. After examining the knife that Luo Fan handed over, Zhao Chunfeng, concerned that Luo Fan might not fully grasp the characteristics of sequencers, explained briefly before shaking his head, indicating that Luo Fan's short knife was inadequate. As he spoke, Zhao Chunfeng turned to leave, only to return moments later, holding a white short blade in his hand. What is this? A fong? Luo Fan inquired in astonishment as he accepted the white short blade from Zhao Chunfeng. Indeed, this white short blade measures approximately 20 centimeters in length, and it is not crafted from metal. Rather, it is a fong, simply affixed with a metal handle. This fong was fashioned from a ferocious beast, and it is certainly of better quality than your ordinary short knife. Consider it a gift, Zhao Chunfeng remarked with a nod, exuding a generous demeanor. Very well, thank you, Zhao Ge. Though Luo Fan surmised that the gift might not hold significant value, he could hardly complain about receiving something for free. The texture of the beast's fong felt markedly superior to his fruit knife. After a brief conversation, Zhao Chunfeng departed. Before long, the convoy resumed its journey, and indeed, by afternoon, a light drizzle began to fall, intensifying as time passed. Those inside the vehicle fared better, while the survivors outside had no choice but to don rain gear and continue their pursuit, with conditional attire of raincoats. Those without options may simply drape themselves in a piece of plastic. If one finds themselves entirely devoid of resources, they must rely solely on their own resilience. In a world ravaged by calamity, one should not expect assistance from others. Equitable exchange is the essence of all interactions. As the rain began to fall, Neo Dagong cradled a long iron rod in his arms, while Luo Fan grasped a short blade fashioned from beast fangs. According to Zhao Chunfeng's divination, trouble was imminent during the rainfall, and it should arrive shortly. Are you feeling anxious, Luo Fan? Neo Dagong inquired, perceiving Luo Fan's tense demeanor. Well, it is my first encounter facing a ferocious beast, Luo Fan replied, nodding without pretense. In truth, there was little to fear. Ferocious beasts were generally more manageable than the bizarre entities. Moreover, should fortune favor them and they happen upon a non-venomous beast, the meat would prove to be a valuable resource. You have already slain bizarre creatures. What is there to fear from a mere beast? Neo Dagong offered words of encouragement. Nyogo, how do you know I've killed a bizarre creature? Luo Fan asked, bewildered by Neo Dagong's insight. The awakening of one's sequence is conditional. Firstly, one must experience a life or death moment. Secondly, they must slay a bizarre entity. Although the reasons behind these prerequisites remain elusive, they are indeed essential for the awakening process. All right, I see. Luo Fan acknowledged Neo Dagong's explanation, realizing it was merely a matter of common knowledge regarding sequence awakening. He had indeed faced a perilous situation at that establishment, ultimately charging into the sunlight with that bizarre doll and vanquishing it. Initially, he had believed his sequence awakened spontaneously, unaware there were such prerequisites involved. Nyogo, if what you say is true, could a powerful sequencer assist others in awakening? Luo Fan pondered aloud. One could place a feeble bizarre creature alongside an ordinary person and, he trailed off, comprehending the futility of his musings. It was implausible. Even the weakest bizarre entity could not be easily vanquished by an ordinary individual. Furthermore, if the bizarre entity were weak, facing it would hardly constitute a life-or-death experience. Conversely, how could one hope to defeat a formidable bizarre creature? The conditions for awakening necessitate that an ordinary person must personally deliver the fatal blow. I have heard Zhao Chunfeng discuss this. Some individuals who utilize bizarre artifacts to kill bizarre entities cannot awaken, Niu Dagong remarked, shaking his head. In essence, these two prerequisites are quite metaphysical. At that moment, the bus suddenly braked to a halt. Xiao Wang, what is the matter? Niu Dagong queried. Niu Gu. It seems a vehicle has stopped ahead. Xiao Wang, the driver, responded. Indeed, Niu Dagong and Luo Fan peered forward, noticing that the lead off-road vehicle had come to a standstill. Niu Gu, look over there. Luo Fan pointed towards the left front, indicating to Niu Dagong. The torrential rain severely impeded visibility, yet faintly, about a kilometer ahead, flickering flames could be discerned intermittently. Indeed, a fearsome beast has emerged, shrouded in the veil of rain. Its true form remains elusive, revealing only a faint silhouette. Niu Dagong swiftly rose, grasping his iron rod as he alighted from the vehicle and sprinted towards the creature. The sound of his footsteps echoed, thud, thud, thud. With a physique as robust as an ox, Niu Dagong's vigorous strides sent splashes of muddy water into the air, leaving deep imprints that were soon obscured by the relentless downpour. Luo Fan inhaled deeply, clutching his beast-toothed dagger, and followed suit. Although he belonged to the assassination sequence, he was merely at level 1 and could not match Niu Dagong's speed. After about a kilometer, he found himself nearing the beast's location. To Luo Fan's astonishment, he discovered that others were already engaged in battle with the creature. The beast was an ugly and bizarre avian, approximately the size of a red-crowned crane, capable of unleashing a torrent of flames from its beak. However, amidst the torrential rain, the avian's fiery breath proved largely ineffective. The figure battling the monster moved with agility and grace, yet was evidently being severely suppressed, bearing numerous wounds that suggested they were nearing their limit. I come to your aid, Niu Dagong shouted, raising his iron rod as he charged towards the fearsome beast. Chapter 9, Profession Stealth. With a heavy iron rod raised high, Niu Dagong charged towards the grotesque bird. Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from the rod as he struck down upon the monstrous creature, executing a heavy melee skill. The bird's wings flapped like a scythe, striking first. With a resounding crash, Niu Dagong's momentum propelled him forward, only to be violently hurled back, landing several meters away. Splattering mud-high into the air, Luo Fan, originally clutching a beast-toothed dagger, had intended to follow Niu Dagong into battle. However, witnessing Niu Dagong's dire predicament, he hesitated momentarily. Goodness, how could a level 8 melee warrior like Niu Dagong be overpowered by that avian beast? What immense strength must this creature possess? Wait, what happened to the person who was just battling the bird? A swift glance revealed that the figure who had been engaged with the creature had vanished without a trace. The grotesque bird, now fixated on Niu Dagong, emitted a harsh caw as it flapped its wings and lunged forward. Yet, the torrential rain had soaked its wings, weighing them down, rendering it incapable of flight, forcing it to flap its wings desperately to gain speed. Realizing Niu Dagong was in peril, Luo Fan's instincts propelled him towards the creature, gripping his dagger tightly. Come forth, beast! Although lacking the strength to match the avian monstrosity, Niu Dagong was undeterred, shouting defiantly. As the bird's talons descended upon him, he positioned the iron rod horizontally across his chest. Under the immense force of the bird, Niu Dagong found himself overpowered, his grip on the rod bending under pressure. The sharp talons drew nearer to his chest, and soon they pierced his flesh. At that moment, Luo Fan reached the side of the monstrous bird, thrusting his beast-toothed dagger fiercely towards its elongated neck. Yet, as the blade descended, it felt as though it struck a thick hide, barely penetrating, failing to breach even the skin. Could it be? This creature's flesh is extraordinarily resilient? Luo Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, sensing that Luo Fan's attack posed no threat. The grotesque bird merely cast a fleeting glance at him before redirecting its full attention to Niu Dagong. Clearly, it recognized that Niu Dagong was the true threat. Am I being dismissed by this ferocious beast? The mere glance was enough to leave Luo Fan feeling somewhat vexed. As the bird's grip tightened, its claws sank deeper into Niu Dagong's chest. With no other recourse, Luo Fan resolved to employ his sole remaining skill. He swung the beast-toothed dagger once more, not aiming to pierce, but instead, he struck the creature's head with the hilt of his dagger. The skill of the stun baton was activated, and visibly, the monstrous bird seemed to be ensnared as if under a binding spell, its gaze turning vacant and bewildered. Seizing this opportunity while the creature was dazed, Niu Dagong felt the force transmitted through the iron rod suddenly dissipate. With a vigorous thrust from both hands, he propelled the creature away. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a figure materialized beside Luo Fan like a phantom. This apparition appeared to emerge from thin air, resembling a wisp of ethereal smoke, transitioning from the intangible to the tangible. Following this, two weapons, reminiscent of knitting needles, pierced the creature's eyes, one on the left and one on the right. After penetrating the eyes, they twisted forcefully. A piercing scream erupted as the monstrous bird went completely berserk. Observing this, Luo Fan swiftly retreated. Concurrently, Niu Dagong and the mysterious figure also distanced themselves, watching from afar as the creature thrashed wildly beneath the rain. After several minutes, the creature's struggles gradually waned until it lay motionless on the ground. Dead? Luo Fan exhaled deeply and inquired. The shadowy figure picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it at the creature, which landed with a thud. Noting the bird's complete lack of movement, the figure relaxed, approached, and withdrew the two weapons embedded in the creature's eyes. At last, Luo Fan had the opportunity to scrutinize this enigmatic figure. The person appeared slender, clad in tight-fitting attire, with a large hood obscuring their face, reminiscent of a character from an Assassin's Creed. However, from the figure's silhouette, Luo Fan discerned that this was likely a woman. His gaze lingered on her needle-like weapons for a moment. Her combat style seemed to parallel his own assassination sequence, yet her recent ability to appear and vanish was beyond his own capabilities. Lian Ziqiong, the woman remarked, lowering her hood, her tone laced with a hint of coldness. "Oh, I am Luo Fan," he responded after a brief pause, realizing she was introducing herself. "Niu Dagong," he added, wincing as he approached, pressing his hand against his chest, from which blood continued to seep, the monstrous bird having left several gaping wounds there. "Luo Fan, I owe you my life. Had it not been for your assistance, I would not have survived that encounter." He expressed his gratitude, recalling the creature's immense strength that nearly pierced his chest. Luo Fan shook his head in response. Now was not the time for such discussions. He regarded the woman before him with vigilance. In this apocalyptic world, danger often stemmed not only from ferocious beasts and the bizarre, but also from the hearts of men. Although they had just united to vanquish the creature, no one could predict whether this woman might turn against him. After all, her earlier display of skill was unfathomable. "The carcass of this fire-corrupted bird shall be considered your spoils," the woman stated after a moment's silence, her demeanor reflecting a surprising generosity, clearly perceptive of Luo Fan's wariness. Leaving behind such a remark, I gradually retreated in the presence of Luo Fan and Niu Dagong, covering a distance of approximately 100 to 180 meters. I then observed as the other party retrieved the lifeless body of a fire-corruption bird from the ground, hoisting it upon their shoulder before departing. Beneath the curtain of rain, the silhouette of the woman gradually faded until she ultimately vanished from sight. She was remarkably formidable. It turned out that she had already slain a fire-corruption bird prior to this encounter. Glancing down at the corpse beneath my feet and then at the one the woman had shouldered, Niu Dagong remarked with a sense of contemplation. "She must belong to the assassination sequence, no doubt, for what I gathered through Zhao Chunfeng. The foundational skills of the assassination sequence comprised merely two, the blunt instrument and the ethereal step. Yet, while the woman's combat style unmistakably indicated her affiliation with the assassination sequence, She possessed abilities akin to invisibility, clearly signifying her as a specialized assassin. This evoked a sense of envy within Luo Fan. Possessing the ability to become invisible undoubtedly enhances one's survival capabilities in this apocalyptic world. He pondered when he might attain specialization himself, and whether, upon achieving it, he would also gain a means of self-preservation through invisibility. Chapter 10. The Sequence Ascend. The Fire Corruption Bird? How did the two of you manage to slay this formidable beast? The Hope Caravan's Zhao Chunfeng gasped in astonishment upon seeing the carcass of the strange bird brought back by Luo Fan. Ascend? Luo Fan inquired with a questioning gaze directed at Zhao Chunfeng. Luo Fan, you must understand that the awakened entities within the sequence have a hierarchy. For instance, your recent awakening is classified as LV1, whereas I am at LV10. Any rank exceeding 10 pertains to specialized sequences. Similarly, the strength of ferocious beasts is also categorized accordingly. The smaller beasts we commonly encounter could be slain even by an ordinary person, and a combat-oriented sequencer would possess an even greater advantage. However, beasts that have ascended are an entirely different matter. Akin to specialized sequences, these ascended beasts wield extraordinary abilities. To describe it more aptly, they resemble the mythical creatures of ancient lore, such as demon beasts or monsters. The Fire Corruption Bird, for instance, possesses a resilient physique that even an LV10 melee sequencer might struggle against. Moreover, it has the ability to spew flames. Typically, one would require a specialized sequencer to contend with such a creature. Aware that Luo Fan had just awakened and was unacquainted with these nuances, Zhao Chunfeng took the initiative to elucidate. In essence, these beasts are comparable to specialized sequences, correct? Luo Fan summarized Zhao Chunfeng's explanation. Precisely. Ascended beasts and ordinary ones represent entirely distinct concepts, even with the tempest hindering its flight and fiery prowess. It should not have been within your combined capabilities to vanquish it. Zhao Chunfeng nodded, his expression revealing a sense of curiosity, clearly intrigued by how Luo Fan and Niu Dagong had managed to overcome this ascended beast. In truth, we did not slay the Fire Corruption Bird. We merely contributed a modicum of effort. Niu Dagong, reclining as Xiao Wang attended to his chest wound, scratched his neck and admitted somewhat sheepishly. What transpired exactly? Zhao Chunfeng inquired with an inquisitive look directed at Luo Fan. Luo Fan did not withhold information and recounted the incident involving the sequencer named Lin Ziqiang to Zhao Chunfeng. So, we were indeed fortunate to have encountered her without peril. A specialized sequencer? Thankfully, she bore no ill intentions. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. Upon learning that Luo Fan and his companions had encountered a specialized sequencer, Zhao Chunfeng felt a sense of trepidation. In this post-apocalyptic world, where resources are scarce, it is quite common for caravans to engage in the plundering of supplies from one another. After all, it is far more reassuring to seize resources from weaker foes than to confront unknown perils. In fact, considering that Lin Ziqiang managed to slay the first Fire Corruption Bird but lacked the strength to defeat a second, it stands to reason that she too had reached her limits and may have sustained injuries. Luo Fan offered his conjecture. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. Otherwise, she would not have so generously gifted us the carcass of a Fire Corruption Bird. Zhao Chunfeng nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. What purpose does the corpse of this Fire Corruption Bird serve? Is it edible? Inquired Luo Fan, intrigued by Zhao Chunfeng's words. Typically, most ferocious beasts, aside from select few anomalies, are inedible. Their bodies harbor peculiar substances that, if absorbed by an ordinary person, could induce uncontrollable mutations. However, ferocious beasts that have attained a certain tier are different. Perhaps due to their formidable strength, they have expelled their toxic elements. Moreover, the flesh of tiered ferocious beasts contains their inherent energy, which can enhance the capabilities of those who consume it, Zhao Chunfeng elucidated. Understanding dawned on Luo Fan. Thus, the Fire Corruption Bird left behind by the one called Lin Ziqiang indeed presented a valuable opportunity. After a brief discussion, they processed the bird's carcass, yielding approximately 15 pounds of meat and bones. They allocated 3 pounds to Zhao Chunfeng, leaving 12 pounds for Luo Fan and Niu Dagong to split equally. As the caravan resumed its journey, the rain gradually subsided after about an hour. Approximately 3 hours later, the caravan halted at the base of an unnamed mountain. According to Zhao Chuanfeng's divination, they could rest here comfortably until noon the following day. This rare, extended respite brought immense joy to the entire Hope caravan, especially after enduring such relentless rain, which had left everyone utterly exhausted. Some ordinary survivors even felt unwell, fearing they might fall ill. Yet, the torrential rain was not without its advantages. The seasoned members of the Hope caravan skillfully collected a considerable amount of rainwater, a precious resource for survivors. With several hours of downpour, many would not need to worry about water scarcity for the next 5 or 6 days. As Xiao Wang prepared dinner, he generously utilized 2 pounds of the fire corruption bird's bones to simmer a pot of hearty soup. Naturally, Luo Fan and Niu Dagong teamed up for their meal, each roasting 2 pounds of meat over the fire. Additionally, Luo Fan produced a pound of rice, which Xiao Wang cooked into a fragrant pot of rice. Once the meal was ready, Xiao Wang served himself a bowl of rice and a bowl of meat soup, relishing every bite. Although not a sequence user, the soup made from the bones of tiered ferocious beasts was highly beneficial for ordinary individuals. In an act of generosity, Niu Dagong also offered 2 bowls of soup to the survivors in exchange for supplies. The few survivors who had been struggling through the rain and felt unwell understood that illness could lead to dire consequences, prompting them to exchange some of their provisions. While this appeared to be a transaction, Luo Fan recognized that Niu Dagong genuinely aimed to assist others, demonstrating a benevolent spirit within reasonable bounds, which Luo Fan appreciated. After all, this was also a reason to trust in partnering with Niu Dagong, wasn't it? As the roasted meat was ready, Luo Fan and Niu Dagong each took a substantial bowl of rice along with 2 pounds of the grilled meat. The rice was fragrant, while the flavor of the roasted meat could only be deemed average. In the words of Zhao Chunfeng, the term fire speaks volumes, with the character indicating its essence. This ferocious beast, akin to a vulture, revels in carrion. One must question the quality of its flesh. Were it not for the potential enhancement of his abilities, Luo Fan would have been quite reluctant to partake. In this apocalyptic world, survival and strength reign supreme, dictating all actions. Gritting his teeth, Luo Fan consumed 2 pounds of roasted meat, with a generous bowl of rice serving to temper the taste of the beastly fare. With his belly full, he reclined within the confines of the carriage. As the meat digested, a warm sensation began to emanate from his abdomen, spreading through his limbs and bones, akin to the soothing embrace of a hot spring, truly delightful. The successful check-in yielded a reward of 10 yuan, bringing his balance to 20 yuan. At the stroke of midnight, the check-in notification arrived as expected, prompting Luo Fan to open his eyes, having refrained from spending the previous day's earnings. He found himself with a total of 20 yuan. Perhaps it was time to purchase something? Suddenly, an intangible wave radiated from Luo Fan. As if a certain threshold had been crossed, he felt a flicker of realization within, understanding that his strength had ascended to the level of assassination sequence. LV2. Chapter 11. Each harboring ulterior motives, an unexpected encounter with another group of survivors. Alas, what a pity. As he sensed his sequence had upgraded, Luo Fan could not help but let out a silent sigh within himself. Indeed, he had just completed his check-in, and almost immediately afterward his sequence had ascended, leaving him with a feeling of loss. After all, under normal circumstances, one would expect that with the upgrade of his sequence, the rewards obtained from the check-in would also rise accordingly. Upon glancing at the shop, he noticed no changes in the merchandise. It was to be expected, as there were no notifications regarding shop updates. Shaking his head, Luo Fan settled his mind and continued to rest. They could afford to sleep until noon the following day, allowing everyone, including Luo Fan, to enjoy a rare deep slumber. Luo Fan. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when a sudden shout jolted him awake. What is it? He opened his eyes to see that it was Niu Dagong calling him. Checking the clock hanging inside the vehicle, he noted it was approximately 10 o'clock in the morning. Get up. There's a situation, Niu Dagong said with a serious expression. At this, Luo Fan quickly sprang to his feet. Didn't Brother Zhao say we could rest until noon? Is there another beast? Sitting up, he peered out the window, where sunlight was streaming in, lending no credence to the notion of anything amiss. No, we've encountered another group of survivors. Niu Dagong pointed in a particular direction. Following his gesture, Luo Fan looked over and indeed saw a group of survivors approaching, numbering around 20 or 30 individuals. They were driving a single box truck, trailed by 2 ox carts. Realization dawned upon Luo Fan. Zhao Chunfeng's divination technique could effectively ascertain the presence of nearby beasts and anomalies, allowing him to select a suitable route for evasion. However, it seemed that other survivor groups were not within the scope of his divinations. The other group had evidently noticed the Hope Convoy's presence as well, halting approximately 100 to 180 meters away. As the other team drew near, the survivors of the Hope Convoy, who had been resting, swiftly rose to their feet, eyes alert. A slender man of around 50 with a receding hairline emerged from the passenger seat of the truck. Zhao Chunfeng also jumped out of the off-road vehicle. "Shall we go over?" Luo Fan inquired upon seeing Zhao Chunfeng disembark. "Let us go, follow me." Although Zhao Chunfeng was the leader of the Hope Convoy, he lacked combat abilities. Niu Dagong nodded in agreement and followed alongside Luo Fan. Similarly, as the balding, thin, elderly man stepped down, a young man in his 20s emerged, leading a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old. Clearly, both the young man and the child had awakened their sequences. "Hope Convoy, Zhao Chunfeng. This is Niu Dagong, and this is Luo Fan." Zhao Chunfeng introduced their group as they drew closer. "Luo Family Town Team, I am Luo Dahai. This is my son Luo Xiaohai, and this isn't Xiaoran." The balding man introduced himself in turn. Luo Dahai wore a broad smile, resembling a simple-hearted farmer. In contrast, his son, Luo Xiaohai, slightly tilted his head, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside them, the young girl in Xiaoran, merely 7 or 8 years old, did not even lift her eyelids, presenting an image akin to a serene doll, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Zhao Chunfeng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, appeared amiable, while Luo Dahai continued to beam with delight. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they agreed to contribute ingredients for a hot pot meal later, facilitating a chance for dialogue. Thus, having reached a preliminary understanding, both parties returned to their respective convoys. "Father, the opponents do not seem particularly formidable, and that fellow named Niu Dagong is even injured. If I were to intervene, I could easily annihilate them." Luo Xiaohai remarked with a glint of greed in his eyes as he glanced at the vehicles of the Hope Convoy, clearly contemplating nefarious intentions. "Will you ever start using your brain? Just by looking, can you truly ascertain their strength? What if you encounter an iron wall?" Luo Dahai shot a disapproving glare at his son and scolded him. "What are we to do then? If we do not take action, will they divulge their awakening ranks and levels?" Luo Xiaohai retorted dismissively. Thus, sharing ingredients for the hot pot serves as a crucial means to gauge the opponent's strength. The materials they present can provide insight into their living conditions, indirectly reflecting their capabilities, Luo Dahai elucidated. "Very well then." After pondering his father's words, Luo Xiaohai acknowledged their validity with a nod. The quiet girl, and Xiaoran, maintained her silence throughout, her expression forever tranquil. It appears the opposing party harbors ill intentions. Niu Dagong cautioned Zhao Chunfeng regarding the Hope Convoy. In an encounter between survivor teams, powerful factions often contemplate devouring the weaker ones. Such behavior is not unusual. Zhao Chunfeng found no surprise in this, adding, "Therefore, we need only to demonstrate our strength to instill caution in them." In the apocalypse, human hearts can often be more perilous than the most insidious schemes. Thus, when two survivor teams meet, most interactions are merely tests of one another's resolve. Only when their strengths are closely matched is there an opportunity for genuine dialogue. Indeed, would it not be safer to ignore each other and maintain distance? Luo Fan expressed his doubts to Zhao Chunfeng. "Precisely. If both sides harbor ulterior motives, there is no need to congregate intentionally." "Is this hot pot with the Luo family truly indispensable?" Luo Fan queried. "Consider this, Luo Fan. The apocalypse has only unfolded for a few months. For the majority of survivors, fleeing for their lives leaves little time or resources to comprehend the current landscape. Therefore, when survivors encounter each other, exchanging information becomes vital. Perhaps a seemingly inconsequential piece of intelligence could prove to be life-saving in a critical moment. Otherwise, what do you think gives me the advantage of possessing more information than you? Zhao Chunfeng elucidated. This statement prompted Luo Fan to nod in understanding, a sense of clarity dawning upon him. Viewed in this light, while encounters between survivor teams may pose inherent dangers, the exchange of intelligence is indeed of paramount importance. Thus, we must present certain ingredients that instill a sense of caution in our counterparts, compelling them to regard us with respect, thereby facilitating a calm and fruitful dialogue. Luo Fan continued, ingredients that can invoke such caution? How fortuitous! We currently possess fresh meat from the fire corruption bird. The flesh of such a formidable beast, now within our grasp, should be sufficient to dispel any of their ulterior motives. Chapter 12. The Luo family's caravan of slavery. Two caravans maintained a distance of approximately 100 to 80 meters apart, and in the space between them, a small table had been set up. The Luo caravan unveiled a gas canister along with a matching stove, as well as an assortment of prepped ingredients, such as ear mushrooms, dried tofu, and instant noodles, amounting to 6 or 7 items in total, all in substantial quantities. However, the most eye-catching item was a filleted fish, expertly deboned. Luo Fan, Niodagong, and Zhao Chunfeng approached. The father and son of the Luo family scrutinized the ingredients held by Niodagong, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. The array of beverages, including cola and beer, was within the realm of normalcy, as was the presence of ham. What truly prompted them to rise in surprise was the sight of a generous portion of tender leafy greens. These vegetables appeared as if they had just been harvested. Upon seeing the verdant greens, the father and son exchanged glances towards the Hope caravan. Could it be that they managed to cultivate vegetables amidst their escape? For these survivors navigating their way to safety, producing bread and ham was a commonplace feat. However, presenting fresh meat was a rarity, given the universal knowledge that consuming beasts would lead to mutation. The most elusive of all, of course, were fresh vegetables and fruits. Captain Zhao, how is it that your Hope caravan possesses fresh greens? Luo Dezai inquired. Did you happen upon a vegetable garden during your travels? Considering the lush patch of greens before him, Luo Dezai could not help but voice his astonishment. In these times, even if a garden existed, it had likely been ravaged by the beasts. Zhao Chunfeng shook his head in response to Luo Dezai's incredulity. He provided a terse reply, yet there was an unspoken depth to his silence. Indeed, Zhao Chunfeng himself was at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated the surprise he felt upon seeing the pound of greens that Luo Fan had produced? In this apocalyptic world, the $3 spent on a pound of vegetables from the marketplace had become a rarity. Naturally, when it came to preparing hot pot, fresh vegetables were indispensable, prompting Luo Fan to procure a pound of greens for $3. Not only did this astonish Niodagong and Zhao Chunfeng, but also left the Luo father and son visibly shaken. What kind of meat is this? All present were awakened to the realization that they were all sequence holders. Initially, the attention of the Luo family had been captured by the heap of greens, but as they settled down, their gazes shifted towards the meat. The sensitivity of sequence holders allowed them to discern that this was no ordinary meat. It exuded a captivating energy. This is the flesh of an evolved beast, the fire corrupt bird. Although its taste may not be exceptional, in these times, securing a morsel of fresh meat is no small feat, Zhao Chunfeng elucidated. Evolved beasts. The revelation in Zhao Chunfeng's words rendered the Luo family exchanging alarmed glances, their faces betraying their shock. Is it possible that the people of the Hope caravan have slain an evolved beast? Does your caravan employ dedicated sequence holders? Luo Dahai scrutinized Zhao Chunfeng and the two others, evidently assessing who among them was the designated sequence hunter. After all, it had become almost a law that only a professional sequence hunter could hunt ferocious beasts that had ascended in rank. In this apocalyptic world, Encountering other living beings was indeed a rare occurrence. Without further ado, he placed a hot pot base down. Zhao Chunfeng first dropped in a leaf of fresh greens, briefly blanching it before savoring its taste. The freshness of the vegetables was a delightful novelty, one he and T enjoyed in quite some time. Observing Zhao Chunfeng's expression, the Luo family did not pursue further inquiries and similarly reached for the greens with their chopsticks. By the way, that little girl, does she have a surname? Why is she so silent? Luo Fan inquired, glancing at the quiet girl of about 7 years old beside him. His curiosity piqued. It was quite peculiar for a girl of her age to be so reticent, especially as she seemed to have had no interaction with the Luo family at all. Alas, this child must be a tragic soul. Upon hearing Luo Fan's question, Luo Dahai sighed and replied, Little One and her mother were once inseparable, but last month, her mother fell victim to a mysterious fate. Being a compassionate man, I could not bear to let such a vulnerable girl fend for herself, so I took her under my wing. Speaking of which, eating in silence is rather dull. Let us put on a show, shall we? My team has a few members with a background in dance, he suggested, calling out to his group. Soon, 3 young women with striking beauty approached. Luo Dahai tossed some vegetables from the hot pot towards them, and the girls quickly dropped to the ground to eat. Once they finished, they stood up, their smiles stiff, making an effort to sway their bodies in a dance. The survivors in the convoy watched in astonishment as they observed the Luo family's display, bewildered by the apparent servitude of the other survivors, reduced to mere playthings for the Luo father and son. The performance, however, was not yet complete. After a while, Luo Xiaohai abruptly waved his hand dismissively, interrupting the dance with disdain, declaring it unworthy of attention. The 3 girls huddled together, fear evident in their eyes as they gazed at Luo Xiaohai, clearly intimidated by him. Scram back, he ordered brusquely, gesturing them away. The girls visibly relaxed and promptly began to crawl back towards the Luo family's group. Subsequently, Luo Xiaohai summoned 2 adult men and tossed down 2 small loaves of bread onto the ground. Whoever can eliminate the other will claim these loaves as their prize. He grinned, his expression gleeful. After a brief glance at the bread, the 2 men exchanged a look before lunging at each other like beasts. Now, this is what real men should witness, Luo Xiaohai exclaimed, reveling in the spectacle akin to a gladiatorial contest. Meanwhile, Niu Dagong watched with a furrowed brow, while Zhao Chunfeng maintained his calm demeanor, engaging in light-hearted banter with Luo Dahai. Brother Luo, what experiences have you encountered on this journey? Zhao Chunfeng inquired, initiating a dialogue to exchange information. The 2 leaned in together, each sharing their own observations. Hello, do you not enjoy drinking cola? Luo Fan asked curiously, gazing at Xiaoran. Beer, of course, is out of the question, but what about cola? He noticed she showed no inclination to respond, merely holding her chopsticks and quietly savoring the ingredients in a hot pot. After a moment's thought, Luo Fan opened a shopping app and spent 3 yuan to purchase a box of pure milk. Here, give this a try, he said, inserting a straw into the milk and offering it to her. Although the young girl was a member of the Luo family S-team, Luo Fan perceived a certain discord between her and the Luo father and son. Thus, he was not hesitant to offer her the milk, hoping it might serve as a means to bridge the gap in their relationship. Upon receiving the box of pure milk, the young girl paused momentarily. She leaned closer, gently sniffing the straw before taking a sip, and thereafter she clutched the milk tightly in her hand. After drinking nearly half the box, she set it down and looked at Luo Fan, her sweet, youthful voice breaking the silence. Thank you. Chapter 13. Upholding justice and righteousness is our duty. Xiaoran, you've spoken. Come, call me Xiaohai. The young girl finally uttered a word, causing Luo Xiaohai, who had been fervently engrossed in the fierce struggle of the 2 survivors, to turn his head, revealing a somewhat ingratiating smile as he addressed her. Yet, the young girl clutched a carton of pure milk and did not respond, nor did she even glance in Luo Xiaohai's direction. Xiaoran, do you enjoy milk? Allow me to fetch you a few cartons. No, I shall bring you an entire case, so you can indulge to your heart's content. Observing her indifference, Luo Xiaohai continued to speak. Nevertheless, the young girl remained focused on her own affairs, ignoring his words entirely. It seems that young brother Luo Fan and Shaoran share quite a bond, remarked Luo Dahai, casting a curious glance at the girl before turning to Luo Fan. Luo Fan remained silent, discreetly casting a glance at Luo Xiaohai. The Luo father and son were known for their ruthlessness. Yet, this little girl, named and Shaoran, managed to garner their attention, even prompting the arrogant Luo Xiaohai to adopt a somewhat accommodating demeanor. This sparked a quiet intrigue within Luo Fan. There was something remarkable about this girl. This is mine. It's mine. While the thoughts of the several sequence holders by the hot pot were unknown on the other side, the two survivors had finally determined a victor over 2 pieces of bread, along with the grim outcome of life and death. The deceased lay motionless on ground, while the survivor, battered and bloodied, with a gash on his head from a stone, jubilantly clutched the 2 pieces of bread. And Shaoran, who had remained silent until now, set down her empty milk carton, seemingly satisfied after consuming it. She then rose and walked towards the survivor, grasping the bread. And, missing the survivor, upon seeing and Shaoran approach, made an effort to soften his expression. All survivors harbored fear towards the Luo father and son, yet they were evidently inclined to approach the young girl and Shaoran. Without a word, and Shaoran raised her hand towards the survivor. Suddenly, a shimmering green light, reminiscent of starlight, enveloped him. Within mere moments, the survivor's injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace. "Thank you, missin. Thank you," the survivor exclaimed in delight as he felt his wounds mending. However, and Shaoran remained silent, turning and retreating to the back of the small truck to rest, her demeanor serene and composed. Support sequence? Eating technique? Witnessing in Shaoran's actions, Luo Fan recalled the 8 foundational sequence awakenings that Zhao Chunfeng had previously described to him. Clearly, the young girl and Shaoran had just demonstrated the fundamental skill of the healing technique from the support sequence awakening. Brother Luo, it is astonishing that the young girl is actually a support sequence. You are truly fortunate to have such a sequence member within your ranks. Should anyone suffer from minor ailments or even sustain injuries while battling ferocious beasts, she can facilitate a swift recovery. Inquiring about the awakening of the opposing sequences may evoke some aversion and caution. However, since Shaoran has voluntarily revealed her healing abilities, she has openly acknowledged her identity. Zhao Chunfeng expressed his admiration tinged with envy as he spoke to Luo Dahai. Indeed, while combat sequences can provide formidable strength in encounters with fearsome beasts and bizarre situations, other sequences possess their own unique advantages. The contributions of a support sequence can be immensely beneficial for a convoy. Your words hold merit, yet you have witnessed Shaoran's disposition. She is reluctant to engage in conversation with others. Thus, the possibility of receiving her healing depends largely on her own willingness. Upon hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Dahai shook his head with a wry smile. After a satisfying meal of hot pot, Zhao Chunfeng and Luo Dahai exchanged information before parting ways. "Father, where have you been? Shouldn't we be setting off soon?" In the convoy from Luo family town, Luo Xiaohai inquired as he observed his father's return. "I just visited the Hope convoy to gather some information," Luo Dahai replied with a smile. "Gather information?" Luo Xiaohai looked at his father in confusion. Initially, he had considered taking action against the Hope convoy, yet his father had scolded him for being too impulsive. Now, after a hearty hot pot meal, the others had even presented tiered beast meat. Shouldn't they have hurried away instead? Why was he actively seeking information? As long as they are willing to part with a few supplies, those commoners are quite willing to exchange a few words with me. The beast meat from the Hope convoy is merely a paper tiger, a tactic to intimidate us. Zhao Chunfeng is of the prophetic sequence. He dictates the routes we take and how long we stop. The individual named Luo Fan has only recently awakened his sequence. Only the injured Niu Dagong possesses combat capability. Truly, fortune is smiling upon me, Luo Dahai concluded, a glint of greed evident in his eyes. So, Zhao Chunfeng belongs to the prophetic sequence, and that Luo Fan must be of the agricultural sequence, allowing him to produce fresh vegetables. And only Niu Dagong is injured? Upon hearing his father's words, Luo Xiaohai immediately sat up straight. Indeed, precisely so, Luo Dahai affirmed with a nod and a smile. With but a single injured combat sequence member, ISNT the Hope Team, just ripe for the taking? Brother Zhao, a support sequence is indeed significant, especially considering that the young girl evidently does not share a good relationship with the Luo father and son back in the bus of Niodagong. The three sequence members gathered together, and Luo Fan spoke up. Luo Fan, during these apocalyptic times, encountering survivors is rare. If we can avoid confrontation, it is best to do so, Niodagong cautioned, clearly sensing Luo Fan's inclination to act against the Luo family town team. Brother Nio, Luo Fan began. If there were to be a support sequence, you would have someone to heal you during battles. He paused briefly before adding, I recall that the second skill of the support sequence is a shield, correct? Brother Zhao, is this shield only applicable to oneself, or can it be bestowed upon others? The shield can be granted to anyone, Zhao Chunfeng replied. Hearing Luo Fan mention the advantages of the support sequence, Niodagong hesitated, clearly intrigued. Our hope for the convoy is to uphold the principle of equality. Even we, the sequencers, would never seize resources from ordinary survivors. However, the team from Lijia Town treats other survivors as mere slaves. Such villains must not be allowed to go unchecked. It is our duty to eradicate evil and promote goodness. Zhao Chunfeng, suddenly embodying a saintly persona, unequivocally expressed his stance. Were it not for my awareness of the true intentions behind your leadership of those ordinary survivors, I might have actually believed your virtuous words. Luo Fan silently scoffed at Zhao Chunfeng's statement. Nevertheless, regardless of his thoughts, Zhao Chunfeng's willingness to take action meant that Luo Fan could not oppose him. Chapter 14. The owner of the van, an unparalleled beauty. Very well, 2-1. The minority must yield to the majority. We must endeavor to liberate the survivors of the Luo family team in Luo Jia Town, Luo Fan stated, casting his gaze upon Niodagong. It is worth noting that although we intend to act against the Luo family team, the implications of such a statement differ significantly when uttered by Zhao Chunfeng. In essence, it grants our actions a sense of legitimacy. Thus, the next consideration is how we might achieve victory in this endeavor. It is known that Miss and Shaoran belongs to the support sequence. Yet the sequence of Father Luo and his son remains uncertain. If we were to engage in combat, how can we ensure our chances of success? Luo Fan inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhao Chunfeng. Do you recall how long we can remain here? Zhao Chunfeng replied to Luo Fan. We can stay until around noon. Are you suggesting we use a proxy to strike? Luo Fan connected the dots. Last night, Zhao Chunfeng mentioned that we could rest until noon today. This implies that if we do not depart by noon, we are likely to encounter danger. Indeed, we are aware, but the Luo father and son are not. Zhao Chunfeng nodded in affirmation. Then how can we ensure that as we leave, the Luo father and son will remain in place? Luo Fan continued to inquire. Indeed, if our convoy departs, the Luo Jia Town team may not necessarily stay behind. If they also choose to leave, our efforts would be in vain. Fear not. I possess a method to ensure that the Luo father and son remain. Zhao Chunfeng smiled mysteriously and then addressed the nearby Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, go summon Rose and inform her that I require her assistance. Understood, Brother Zhao. Xiao Wang nodded and departed. Rose? Who is this person? Upon hearing this, Luo Fan appeared perplexed. Given that our convoy has been together for some time, I have not heard of anyone named Rose. More importantly, this matter surely requires the involvement of a sequence holder, does it not? Yet, aside from the three of us, does this convoy conceal a fourth sequence holder? Do not ponder too much. You shall soon find out, Zhao Chunfeng teased, sensing Luo Fan as curiosity. Before long, a figure shrouded in a black cloak, exuding an air of mystery, arrived at the bus, effortlessly closing the door behind them. So it is this person. As Luo Fan beheld the cloaked figure, realization dawned upon him. Our convoy consists of 3 vehicles. The first is Zhao Chunfeng's off-road vehicle, the second is Niodagong's bus, and the final one is the van. However, it seems the owner of this van is not an awakened sequence holder and is shrouded in mystery, typically cloaked in black, rendering her features indistinct. It can only be said that within the convoy, she is a profoundly enigmatic individual with a rather subtle presence. Rose? This name appears to belong to a woman. Ah, Brother Zhao, it has been quite some time. You have finally remembered me. I thought you might have forgotten me by now. Upon entering the vehicle, the black robe was swiftly discarded, revealing a woman whose maturity resembled that of a luscious peach. Her voice, soft and enchanting, could induce a delightful shiver merely through sound alone. Observing her attire, she wore a form-fitting black pencil skirt, complemented by a snug, purple lace long-sleeve top, and delicate leather shoes. Most strikingly, she adorned her legs with suspender stockings, and her cascading waves of hair added to her allure. Had one encountered such a figure before the apocalypse, she would undoubtedly be deemed a city belle, a siren of irresistible charm. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, how could one still behold someone so exquisitely adorned? Even more astonishing was her choice of attire amidst the chaos of this new reality. Brother Zhao, is this Miss Rose also a sequencer? Luo Fan forced his gaze away and inquired of Zhao Chunfeng. Brother Luo, do not jest. I lack the fortune you possess to have successfully awakened my sequence. In response to Luo Fan's question, Rose extended her hand, attempting to caress Luo Fan's cheek. However, Luo Fan instinctively recoiled, evading her fair hand. Not a sequencer? Yet, so elegantly dressed? What does this resemble? It is akin to spotting a vividly alluring mushroom in a perilous jungle. The chances are 99. 99 that it is highly toxic. Thus, despite Miss Rose's breathtaking beauty, Luo Fan felt it prudent to maintain a respectful distance. Little brother, still shy? Rose giggled, concealing her mouth with a delicate hand upon witnessing Luo Fan's retreat. Enough now, Rose. You may release that little mouse today for the Luo family duo to collect, Zhao Chunfeng instructed her. Brother Zhao, my little treasure is exceedingly delicate. I have observed the Luo father and son from afar. They appear quite fierce. Should anything happen to my little treasure, my heart would ache dreadfully. Rose placed her hand over her chest, feigning deep sorrow, her pale fingers sinking dramatically into her flesh, an image that rendered onlookers parched with desire. Very well. How about 30 gene of grain and 20 liters of gasoline? Zhao Chunfeng comprehended Rose's implications and promptly stated his offer. Deal. Brother Zhao, you truly are magnanimous at hearing Zhao Chunfeng's proposal. Rose nodded in agreement immediately. Hurry, we must depart in no more than half an hour. Zhao Chunfeng reminded her after their arrangement was finalized. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, when have I ever disappointed you? With a captivating smile, Rose donned her black robe again, swiftly enveloping her stunning figure before alighting from the bus. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall depart in 20 minutes. Once Rose had exited, Zhao Chunfeng instructed Uncle Li to notify the survivors of the impending departure. Brother Zhao, what is the situation with that Rose and her little mouse? Luo Fan curiously inquired of Zhao Chunfeng. Luo Fan, most ferocious beasts are indeed ruthless. There is still some time, and Zhao Chunfeng did not mind enlightening Luo Fan further. However, there exists a minuscule fraction that does not actively seek to harm humanity, even those devoid of any life force for combat. The money mouse is one such creature. It is said that the money mouse appears only in the presence of treasures. As for Rose, fortune smiled upon her as she encountered a newly born money mouse, which noted her scent and regarded her as its mother. While scavenging for supplies, she finds it significantly easier to discover valuable items than others. One might wonder, if the Luo family were to learn of the money mouse's presence here, would they choose to depart? Zhao Chunfeng conveyed Rose's circumstances along with his plans to Luo Fan. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan experienced a moment of clarity. One can only hope that the convoy still harbors such exceptional talent. Chapter 15. The deceptive devices of the Luo father and son dad. Should we make our move now that the Hope team is packing up and preparing to leave? Luo Shaohai inquired, his attention fixed on the situation with the Hope team. No, we should depart alongside them. Since Zhao Chunfeng belongs to the prophetic sequence, their departure likely indicates the potential for ferocious beasts to pass through this area, Luo Dahai replied, shaking his head. After all, in this apocalyptic scenario, there is no definitive destination. As long as safety is assured, one can linger for as long as necessary. Observing the Hope team's retreat, Luo Dahai surmised that ferocious beasts were likely being attracted to the vicinity. Then let us depart as well and seek an opportunity to act later. Luo Xiaohai nodded in agreement. However, just as Luo Dahai prepared to gather his belongings and take action, a sudden flash of golden light caught his attention. Squinting to get a better view, he discerned that the source of the golden hue was none other than a mouse, roughly the size of a fist, curiously searching for something. Most astonishingly, the mouse's body was adorned with numerous patterns resembling ancient coins. Is that the legendary golden mouse? A surge of exhilaration coursed through Luo Dahai's heart at the sight of the golden rodent. He had heard tales of the golden mouse, which was said to appear only in places rich with treasures. Could there be treasure nearby? Dad, let us go. Luo Xiaohai called from the driver's seat of their sole boxy truck. The Hope team had already set out, and it was time for them to follow suit. Xiaohai! Wait! Luo Dahai's gaze remained fixated on the golden mouse, his reluctance palpable, despite the looming threat of ferocious beasts. The sight of the golden mouse made it impossible for him to leave just yet. Let us wait a moment longer. Given the mouse's demeanor, we might soon discover a treasure. Dad, what is that creature? Following his father's gaze, Luo Xiaohai also spotted the golden mouse and asked in astonishment. It certainly did not resemble an ordinary mouse, and he had never encountered such a creature in their village before the apocalypse. Was it a ferocious beast? Yet, it appeared far too small for that. Indeed, the members of the Luo family team remained still. With the Hope team having departed, Luo Fan and the others naturally kept a close watch on their movements. After the Hope team had traveled approximately 4 to 5 kilometers, Niu Dagong and Luo Fan boarded Zhao Chunfeng's SUV, and the three turned back. Zhao, as a member of the prophetic sequence, don't you lack combat capabilities? Luo Fan couldn't help but inquire as he observed Zhao Chunfeng at the wheel. Indeed, for the task of attacking the Luo father and son, it suffices for just Niu Dagong and me to handle it. What purpose does Zhao serve in this? Though the prophetic sequence may lack combat strength, it doesn't preclude the possibility of harnessing external forces. Zhao Chunfeng glanced at Luo Fan. Harnessing external forces? Luo Fan looked at Zhao Chunfeng, perplexed. It has only been a few months since the apocalypse. Surely you haven't forgotten that our world is one driven by technology? Zhao Chunfeng lifted his garment, revealing a pistol tucked at his waist. Brother Zhao, you actually possess a firearm? Where did you acquire it? Isn't the regulation of firearms in our country exceedingly stringent? Luo Fan inquired, astonished yet realizing the gravity of the situation upon seeing Zhao Chunfeng's weapon. Indeed, while those who have awakened their sequences possess supernatural abilities, they are still merely stronger than ordinary individuals. A direct hit from a firearm would still be unbearable. In this apocalypse, does anyone still enforce gun control? Shoo! Zhao Chunfeng retorted to Luo Fan's remarks, gesturing for silence. The vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, and the three of them disembarked, continuing onward. After traversing several hundred meters, they spotted the Luo family's team ahead. From a distance, they could see the Luo father and son engaged in combat. The beast attacking the Luo family was a colossal black bear, its physique as robust as that of a bull. More significantly, this black bear was not adorned with a thick coat of fur, but rather encased in a layer of black armor, reminiscent of a beetle's shell. Luo Dahai wielded a large bow, drawing it with remarkable precision. Unfortunately, the arrows, upon striking the beast, inflicted only minimal damage, barely piercing the bear's armor and merely provoking its fury further. In contrast, Luo Xiaohai continuously propelled energy, spheres the size of fists, towards the black bear. Remarkably, both father and son specialized in ranged attacks, employing a kite tactic to elude the bear. As the black bear charged at Luo Dahai, he sprinted desperately, while Luo Xiaohai unleashed a barrage of energy spheres in rapid succession. When the bear turned to pursue Luo Xiaohai, the roles reversed. Now, it was Luo Xiaohai fleeing, while Luo Dahai frantically released arrows from behind. Is that a spell sequence? A skill missile, perhaps? Watching Luo Xiaohai launch the energy spheres, Luo Fan quickly identified the corresponding sequence, awakening an ability. However, when his gaze shifted to Luo Dahai, a frown creased his brow. Brother Zhao, among the 8 major sequences, I have not heard of anyone wielding a bow, an arrow. Luo Fan questioned Zhao Chunfeng, puzzled. That bow appears to be a peculiar artifact, Zhao Chunfeng remarked, observing Luo Dahai intently. A peculiar artifact? Luo Fan echoed, fixating on the bow in Luo Dahai's grasp. Just as Zhao Chunfeng suggested that the prophetic sequence lacked combat power, yet could still provide firepower through firearms. It seemed that Luo Dahai's prowess was primarily manifested through the bow he wielded. Thus, it raised a question. Was Luo Dahai also not a combat sequence awakening? Did they possess only Luo Shaohai as a combat sequence? Observing Luo Dahai engage solely through the physical capabilities granted by the sequence without employing any combat skills, Luo Fan remarked, "When shall we make our move?" Witnessing the black bear being toyed with by the Luo father and son, Neo Dagong could no longer contain his impatience. Eager to join the fray. "Patience, let us wait a moment longer. The results of my divination are exceedingly ominous, hence our imperative to depart before the stroke of midnight. However, considering the formidable prowess of this black bear, it seems unnecessary for us to avoid it. Both the gang and Luo Fan are capable of vanquishing it. Therefore, there may yet be unforeseen developments ahead." Observing the gang's restless demeanor, eager to charge forth, Zhao Chunfeng restrained him. In simple terms, there is no need for the Hope Convoy to steer clear of this black bear. The gang, placing his trust in Zhao Chunfeng's words, nodded in agreement and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, upon hearing Zhao's remarks, Luo Fan too felt invigorated, recognizing the validity in Zhao's insight. Indeed, the black bear, reminiscent of a dog being walked by the Luo father and son, remained utterly unapproachable, its body marred by numerous wounds, seething with rage. Suddenly, a spine-chilling roar erupted, and the black bear's form, as if inflated like a balloon, expanded once more. Its carapace gleamed a deep, obsidian hue, resembling solid steel. Has this black bear ascended to a new tier? Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Chunfeng gasped in astonishment. Chapter 16. The Smiling Tiger and the Little Fox. The once fearsome black bear towered over 2 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Now, having ascended in rank, its stature had swelled even further, approaching 3 meters in height. One must understand that at this altitude, the bear's head would nearly touch the ceiling in an ordinary household. In the presence of this colossal creature, Luo and his son appeared diminutive, akin to mere children. "Oh no, Shaohai, run." The weight of the bear's newly acquired aura was palpable, prompting Luo Dahai to exclaim in alarm. With its ascension, the bear not only gained strength, but also seemed to exhibit heightened intelligence. Faced with the two men, it scooped up a handful of earth from the ground, compressing it with its massive paw before hurling it towards Luo Dahai. This compacted soil struck with the force of stone, remarkably remaining intact. "Must we engage?" Neo Dagong hesitated, observing the bear's ascended form. The strength of the previously ascended fire corruption bird had been formidable, and now this black bear's power was evidently even more terrifying. Wow, just think of the mass of meat from such a large bear. It could sustain countless lives, Luo Fan remarked, gazing in awe at the nearly 3-meter-tall creature, its weight undoubtedly exceeding a ton. This thought ignited a spark in Neo Dagong's mind. "Luo Fan, this battle now rests upon your shoulders," Zhao Chunfeng said, directing his gaze towards Luo Fan. "Me? I've only just reached level 2. I'm feeling quite anxious," Luo Fan responded, understanding Zhao Chunfeng's implication. Against such a mighty beast, heavy in defense yet clumsy in speed, the precision of his stealth would be crucial. However, Luo Fan felt that placing such immense pressure on himself as a mere level 2 was inappropriate. "If you manage to slay the bear, I'll ensure you receive an additional 100 pounds of meat." Feeling less anxious now, Zhao Chunfeng proposed. "Brother Zhao, I find that Luo Dahai's bow seems quite impressive. I'm rather fearful of death and believe that engaging in close combat as a lower-level fighter is ill-suited for me. I'm far too fragile." Luo Fan expressed his request. "Agreed," Zhao Chunfeng replied after a brief moment of contemplation. With 3 individuals in their ranks and him armed with a firearm, it was indeed most fitting to entrust the bow to Luo Fan, given that Niu Dagong had no use for it. "Fear not, we are here." After receiving Zhao Chunfeng's nod of approval, Luo Fan shouted loudly, swiftly making his way towards the battlefield. "Is that the sequence fighters from the convoy?" The Luo father and son, initially retreating in fear for their lives, felt a flicker of hope upon noticing that the three had arrived. Although the ascended beast was formidable, it had only recently achieved its new status. With so many sequence fighters joining forces, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope after all. More importantly, the meat from an ascended creature could be consumed, potentially enhancing the strength of the sequence fighters rapidly. Hud, hud, hud. Grasping his iron rod, Niu Dagong charged towards the black bear, his demeanor radiating formidable confidence. The forceful strike landed with a resounding impact upon the formidable black bear. Although the beast was immensely robust and possessed thick hide and sinewy flesh, the blow from Niu Dagong caused it to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Shaohai reacted swiftly, launching a projectile aimed directly at the bear's visage. From a distance, the survivors of the Luo family's convoy had retreated upon the sighting of the fearsome creature. While inside the vehicle, and Xiaoran also cast her gaze towards the unfolding scene. Observing Luo Fan and his companions rush to assist, she hesitated momentarily before leaping from the small truck and making her way toward the battlefield. An emerald glow emanated from Niu Dagong, and he felt the wounds inflicted by the fire-corrupt bird's talon heal rapidly. Is this the efficacy of the support sequence? The swift recovery was astonishing, and as he marveled at the rapid healing, he stole a glance at Xiaoran. With a powerful strike, Niu Dagong instilled in the black bear a sense of imminent danger, prompting it to raise its colossal paw and bring it crashing down upon him. "Niu, at such a critical moment, how can you afford to be distracted?" As the bear's paw descended, Luo Fan felt a surge of urgency and grasped his beast-toothed dagger, charging toward the creature. However, in this tense instant, he found himself unable to exert control over the situation. Just then, a gray, egg-shaped energy shield erupted from Niu Dagong, enveloping him within its protective embrace. With a crack, the shield shattered under the force of the bear's assault, resembling a fragile glass dome. The bear's paw, momentarily impeded, continued its fierce descent upon Niu Dagong. He raised his hands in defense, but was nonetheless struck with a force akin to being hit by a freight truck, sent hurtling several meters away. Such terrifying power. Even with the shield mitigating some of the impact, the sheer strength of the blow overwhelmed him. His arms tingled with numbness, as though he had lost sensation. Niu Dagong marveled inwardly. Had he not activated his body dominance effect, this blow would have surely shattered his bones. As Luo Fan and Niu Dagong engaged in close combat, the father and son duo from the Luo family, positioned at a distance, unleashed their ranged attacks with confidence. Luo Dahai's arrows sped toward the black bear like lightning, while Luo Xiaohai's projectile surged toward its face. The spell sequence boasted the highest damage potential. In terms of destructive capability, the projectile's power even surpassed Niu Dagong's heavy strike. With a mighty leap, Luo Fan elevated himself, striking the bear's head with the hilt of his beast-toothed dagger while vocally announcing the name of his skill with an exuberance befitting a youthful adventurer. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, he had to leap high to reach the bear's head. The stunning effect of his skill momentarily disoriented the bear, its gaze becoming vacant. Though the daze was fleeting, the timing of Luo Fan's assault was impeccable. By the time the bear regained its senses, a sharp arrow had already found its way into its eye socket. Simultaneously, a missile struck the bear squarely on its face. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Although the bear's shell was formidable, reminiscent of a tortoise's carapace, its eyes remained unprotected. The arrow penetrated its eye socket, shattering one of its eyeballs. "What remarkable archery!" Luo Fan exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. "What a splendid strike!" Luo Dahai echoed, commending Luo Fan's impeccable timing. Indeed, it was a matter of a mere instant, for any delay would have yielded a different outcome. The two shared a mutual appreciation. Observing their exchange of accolades, Zhao Chunfeng, who was flanking them, inwardly scoffed. In his eyes, one was a smiling tiger and the other a cunning fox. Such camaraderie, he surmised, would likely dissolve once the ferocious beast was vanquished. Chapter 17. Luo Fan's combat style. In a startling turn of events, the black bear, having lost one eye to a piercing arrow, was stirred into a ferocious rage. With a powerful grip, it seized the arrow and forcefully extracted it, taking the eyeball along with it. Now left with a single eye, the bear glared menacingly at Luo Dahai and charged at him on all fours. Despite its seemingly rotund and amiable appearance, the bear's speed surpassed that of a human, resembling a tank hurtling forward at high velocity. Aware that ranged attacks could not withstand close combat, Neo Dagong let out a thunderous roar, positioning himself before the black bear while activating his defensive skills to significantly enhance his resilience. Is he truly so single-minded? Luo Fan mused inwardly, observing how Neo Dagong appeared to risk his life to shield Luo Dahai from the monstrous assault. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how to bring down the Luo father and son. Could it be that he genuinely regarded them as allies in this battle? Simultaneously, a gray shield enveloped Neo Dagong, a testament to Shaoran's protective skill. Well done. Luo Fan silently commended as he witnessed Shaoran swiftly bestow a shield upon Neo Dagong. With a resounding crash, the rampaging black bear collided violently with Neo Dagong, sending him hurtling through the air like a rubber ball, the shield shattering as if it were mere paper. Missiles. In a moment of desperation to save his father, Luo Shaohai raised his hand and launched explosive projectiles towards the bear. The fist-sized energy missile detonated upon impact with the bear's face, yet it remained undeterred. Its singular eye fixated solely on Luo Dahai, its fury entirely consumed by him. Approximately 10 meters away, Zhao Chuanfeng's complexion turned pale as he let several coins fall to the ground, neglecting to retrieve them. He raised his handgun, aiming it at the black bear while silently counting 1, 2, 3, bang. Without hesitation, Zhao Chunfeng pulled the trigger, the bullet erupting from the barrel. As the shot rang out, he felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground. At that precise moment, Luo Fan approached the bear's head once more, shouting loudly as he struck with his short-bladed knife against its skull. Although the bear was extraordinarily swift, Luo Fan, being a level 2 assassin, also surpassed human limits in speed, allowing him to keep pace with the beast. Struck by Luo Fan's blow, the bear's head momentarily swayed, albeit just for an instant. However, during that fleeting lapse, the black bear stumbled and crashed to the ground, its massive form leaving a long, heavy mark upon impact. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Chunfeng's bullet found its mark, piercing the bear's remaining eye. A more anguished roar erupted. The now blind black bear thrashed wildly in a frenzy of desperation. The bullet not only shattered the black bear's eye, but also penetrated directly into its skull. Witnessing the dying, frenzied creature, Luo Fan swiftly retreated, creating distance until he stood beside Zhao Chunfeng. Brother Zhao, what a remarkable shot. A true marksman. Luo Fan exclaimed in awe, glancing at Zhao Chunfeng. Neither Luo Dahai nor Zhao Chunfeng belonged to the combat sequence, wielding rather peculiar weapons, a bow and arrow and a handgun respectively. Yet, how could their ranged attacks be so astoundingly precise? Brother Zhao, are you all right? Luo Fan inquired with concern as he gazed at the fallen figure. Don't mind me. Just act. Zhao Chunfeng, pale and seemingly drained of strength, insisted to Luo Fan. Act. What should we do? Luo Fan quickly grasped the situation upon hearing Zhao Chuanfeng's words. Uncle Luo, that arrow was nothing short of miraculous. Truly impressive. Luo Fan approached Luo Dahai grinning. Your club was quite timely as well. By the way, how is Brother Zhao faring? Luo Dahai greeted Luo Fan with a smile. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Luo Fan waved his hand dismissively. After this joint battle, our two teams are like brothers now. Once this black bear is slain, we shall share its bounty equally. Luo Dahai added. Indeed, from this day forth, we are brothers. Luo Fan nodded in agreement with Luo Dahai's words. Luo Fan, be careful. At that moment, from a distance, Neo Dagong struggled to rise, shouting loudly. Luo Fan immediately sprang into action, darting towards Luo Dahai with the swiftness of a startled rabbit. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a fist-sized projectile whizzed past Luo Fan, crashing to the ground and creating a large crater. Club! Luo Fan shouted, thrusting his short blade towards Luo Dahai. Raising his bow, Luo Dahai intercepted Luo Fan's blade, gritting his teeth as he faced the sharp beast's tooth. Aren't you supposed to be using the club? This doesn't seem right. Indeed, the skill of the club was meant to be executed by striking the head with the hilt, yet Luo Fan had lunged at him with the blade itself. Was this truly the club? It was evident that at level 2, his sequence was still too low. This old fellow, though not from the combat sequence, had a higher level and physical prowess than Luo Fan, who belonged to the combat sequence. As his attack was thwarted, Luo Fan silently grumbled. Regarding his earlier shout of club during the battle with the black bear, Luo Fan was not so juvenile. It was a deliberate ploy, even meant to be heard by the Luo family. As he raised his short blade, calling out the name of the skill, did he truly believe he was executing a skill or not? Regardless of whether it was executed or not, one must treat it as if it had been activated with utmost seriousness. Just like in demigods and semi-devils, where Yuan Yu's six-pole sword was formless and intangible. Thus, whenever he merely pointed his finger, whether he had genuinely activated the six-pole sword or not, one must assume the opponent had done so and act accordingly to evade or defend. The grievances harbored within the heart are but fleeting moments. Merely moments ago, they had united against a ferocious beast, proclaiming brotherhood. Yet in the blink of an eye, they turned upon one another with treachery. Within Luo Fan, there was not a ripple of emotion. Indeed, he had anticipated this outcome. He advanced once more towards Luo Dahai, the hilt of his weapon aimed menacingly at the latter's head. Exclaiming loudly, "Bludgeon, are you coming again?" Luo Dahai managed to block Luo Fan's impending assault, his gaze fixed on the glinting edge of the blade before him, unable to contain his curse. Have you lost your mind? Originally, the hilt was descending towards him, but mid-flight, it transformed into a thrust of the blade. Bludgeon, bludgeon, bludgeon. With a series of swift strikes, he pressed his advantage. Luo Dahai found himself bereft of the opportunity to draw his bow, relentlessly pressed back by Luo Fan's onslaught, his bow serving as a meager defense against the relentless attacks. Despite his higher rank, Luo Dahai was not a combat specialist, relying solely on the physical prowess of a mere sequence practitioner to hold his ground. With a sudden twist of his wrist, Luo Fan's blade descended upon Luo Dahai once more, his speed dramatically accelerating as the bludgeon skill activated. The bow that Luo Dahai wielded struck Luo Fan's left shoulder, causing his complexion to pale as he felt a sudden loss of sensation in his shoulder. However, the hilt landed squarely upon Luo Dahai's head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Fan plunged the beast-toothed dagger directly into his opponent's throat, exploiting the fleeting moment of confusion. Chapter 18, at last. A car of my own, and Shaoran, healing swiftly. As Luo Fan's blade pierced through his father's throat, Luo Shaohai, his eyes wide with horror, shouted at Shaoran. However, once the conflict erupted between Luo Fan and Luo Dahai, and Shaoran refrained from intervening, standing in silence. Quickly, heal my father. Hurry, or I swear I'll kill you. Luo Shaohai raised his hand, a missile poised ominously within, glaring menacingly at Shaoran. This autistic girl had been nearly mute during their journey. Had it not been for her healing abilities and protective shields, he would not have tolerated her presence. Yet now, at this critical juncture, should she continue to defy him, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. In the face of Luo Shaohai's threats and the missile in his grasp, and Shaoran remained silent, her expression betraying no fear of death, offering no response. Damn it, I loathe that look in your eyes. Luo Shaohai spat, anger rising as her calm demeanor seemed to mock his threats. He had previously employed various methods to ensure her obedience, beatings, confinement, even submerging her head in water. Yet, each torment met with her stoic acceptance. As if nothing could truly inflict pain upon her, she faced death with an unsettling serenity. Frustrated by the futility of tormenting someone indifferent to suffering and even her own mortality, Luo Shaohai found himself at an impasse, compelled to keep her around. After all, with just a morsel of food, she would occasionally indulge in her healing and shielding abilities, proving somewhat useful. Now, facing a threat to her life. Her unwavering gaze only fueled his rage. If you truly fear not death, then embrace it. With that, gritting his teeth, Luo Shaohai launched the missile directly in Xiaoran. Yet, she remained unperturbed, even neglecting to activate her shield. Boom! The missile struck her small frame, sending her flying to the ground. Witnessing her unflinching acceptance of his attack, Luo Shaohai felt no surprise. He readied another missile. Uncertain whether he had defeated her with his first strike, he prepared to follow up. However, just as Luo Shaohai was about to unleash his second missile, an excruciating pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he saw an arrow had penetrated him. Not far off, Luo Fan was drawing another arrow. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forth, this one piercing through Luo Shaohai's head. Only then did Luo Fan finally relax, lowering his bow. What a splendid weapon, he mused, admiring the bow and arrows in his grasp with unabashed delight. The bow and arrow measured approximately 1.5 meters in length. Their entire form an eerie shade of pale white. Yet what truly captured attention were the eyes, one affixed at each end of the bow, both capable of movement, exuding an unnerving and sinister aura. It was precisely because of these eyes that the bow possessed an uncanny characteristic of achieving a perfect hit. Initially, Luo Fan believed that the legendary archer, Luo Dahai, excelled solely due to his remarkable skills. However, it now seemed that the primary factor was the peculiar attributes of this bewitched weapon. Nearby, a fearsome beast resembling a black bear lay on the ground. Having succumbed to its injuries, yet still alive, struggling weakly, Luo Fan paid it no mind as he approached Luo Shaohai, withdrawing the arrows embedded in his chest and head before moving on to Xiaoran. Sigh. Observing the young girl lying on the ground, Luo Fan silently sighed. He recognized her autism, which appeared to be in a severely advanced stage. The ability to wield healing and shields indicated her rank was at least above LV6. Yet, in the face of Luo Shaohai's lethal projectiles, she neither summoned a shield nor attempted to evade, calmly accepting her fate. This left one utterly speechless. In such a ruthless world where humanity devours its own, perhaps death could indeed serve as a form of relief. Watching the 7- or 8-year-old girl, Luo Fan let out a resigned sigh. Excuse me, you're not dead. As he uttered these words, he noticed in Xiao Ran's eyes flutter open, creating an awkward moment. Struggling to sit up, she glanced at the lifeless body of Luo Shaohai, then turned to Luo Fan, her voice soft and youthful as she murmured, "Thank you." "Not at all. It was not for you that I took his life. After all, he had attempted to kill me," Luo Fan replied, waving his hand dismissively in response to her gratitude. As he spoke, he turned to collect the remaining arrows scattered on the ground. When Luo Dahai shot at the black bear, some arrows had been obstructed by its armor and had fallen, and Xiao Ran rose to her feet, casting a healing spell upon herself, restoring a significant portion of her injuries, and then quietly followed Luo Fan. Moments later, the black bear lay still, no longer stirring. Luo Fan cautiously picked up 2 large stones and hurled them at the creature, only feeling a slight sense of relief once it remained motionless. After retrieving the arrows, he found himself with 26, which was quite satisfactory. With the enchanted bow and its inherent perfect accuracy, he now possessed commendable combat prowess. "Brother Zhao, what shall we do next?" According to their prior agreement, the bow was now his, and Luo Fan slung it over his shoulder, addressing Zhao Chunfeng. Zhao Chunfeng glanced at Xiao Ran, who had been silently trailing behind Luo Fan, then surveyed the distant survivors of Luo's family before rising to speak. "We are part of the Hope Caravan, as you are all aware. The Luo family has been slain, and you are now free. If you wish to accompany us, you are welcome to join. If you are unwilling, you may depart. We wish the convoy to embody freedom and fairness." Freedom? Fairness? For those survivors treated as slaves, these terms seem utterly distant. In this apocalyptic world, to leave? After a brief commotion, only 7 or 8 individuals expressed their desire to depart, and Zhao Chunfeng did not hinder them. Around 30 others chose to remain. With this, Zhao Chunfeng nodded and accepted the remaining members of the Luojia town team. "Brother Zhao, Brother Niu, This small truck is now mine, isn't it? Luo Fan exclaimed as he directly climbed into the box truck belonging to the Luojia town team, addressing Zhao Chunfeng and Yo Dagong. Chapter 19. Harvest. Luo Fan, doesn't this seem rather unsuitable for you? I have no objections to bequeathing you the bow, but even a vehicle? Do you truly believe this distribution is fair? Upon hearing Luo Fan's words, Zhao Chunfeng cast a disdainful glance at him. While speaking, he extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb, index, and middle fingers together. This gesture was clear to anyone from Huaxia. In simpler terms, if you wish to claim that vehicle, you must be prepared to make some sacrifice. The skirmishes among survivor teams, culminating in you receiving both the vehicle and the cunning tools. While it is understandable that you desire your own vehicle, we cannot exert ourselves in vain without any recompense. Even Yo Dagong, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Brother Zhao, Brother Nyo, what if I declare that I will not take any of the supplies from the Luo family team? Luo Fan interjected, sensing the unfairness of receiving such gifts without merit. Besides the small truck, the Luo family team possessed 2 ox carts, laden with various supplies. After all, 2 oxen hold considerable value. These resources rightfully belong to the Luo father and son, thus qualifying as shared spoils of war. That is not sufficient, unless you are prepared to relinquish some of the beast's meat as well. Zhao Chunfeng responded with a shake of his head. Brother Zhao, if that is the case, then I must have a serious discussion with you. Luo Fan nearly erupted upon realizing Zhao Chunfeng intended to claim a portion of his beast meat. You know well what kind of person Brother Zhao is, as long as your reasoning is sound. Zhao Chunfeng nodded, adopting an expression that suggested he was ready for Luo Fan's performance. That girl, and Xiaoran, is a sequence bearer, isn't she? Luo Fan, pointing at the young lady who had been accompanying him. Indeed, Zhao Chunfeng affirmed with a nod. Then it stands to reason that this small truck, which Xiaoran originally occupied, now that she has joined our convoy, should rightfully belong to her as personal property, correct? If it appears that she wishes to remain with me, then it is only logical for us to share this small truck. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Zhao? Luo Fan posed a question, seeking Zhao Chunfeng's validation. Well, all right, I can see that your argument holds merit, Zhao Chunfeng replied after a prolonged silence, his expression somewhat resigned. Indeed, as in Xiaoran is an auxiliary sequence bearer, her inclusion in the convoy is most welcome. Furthermore, the small truck being her personal property is certainly justifiable. There is no precedent for claiming the personal belongings of a sequence bearer as spoils of war, after all. As for whether and Xiaoran desires to accompany Luo Fan, merely observing her steadfastness in following him dispels any doubts. By the way, our team now boasts 4 sequence bearers. Shouldn't Xiaoran and I split the beast's meat? After securing ownership of the small truck, Luo Fan happily inquired further. Luo Fan, you seem a bit avaricious, Zhao Chunfeng remarked, his expression darkening. The value of the tiered beast meat is self-evident. Should Luo Fan truly claim half for himself? Brother Nyo, do you not see reason? Did Xiaoran not contribute in the recent battle against that ferocious beast? Does she not deserve her share? Luo Fan turned to Yo Dagong, seeking his judgment. I believe Luo Fan's words hold merit. Indeed, the young lady made her effort. As a beneficiary of Xiaoran's healing and shielding, coupled with Yo Dagong's inherent nature, he could hardly utter anything insincere. Very well, very well. Seeing that Luo Fan's argument had swayed Yo Dagong, Zhao Chunfeng reluctantly waved his hand. In summary, during the confrontation with the team from Luo Family Town, as the victors, everyone reaped significant rewards. First and foremost, Luo Fan acquired a small truck and half a portion of the beast meat. The black bear, weighing nearly a ton, along with a peculiar dual-eye bow, proved to be a substantial gain for him. As for Zhao Chunfeng and Yo Dagong, each received a wagon full of supplies and a quarter of the beast meat, which was equally considerable. Besides the goods in the wagon, the ox that pulled the cart held immense value on its own. Thus, it is no wonder that the saying goes, killing and arson come with gold belts. Indeed, ancient wisdom does not deceive. After the black bear was dismembered, Luo Fan likely received around 300 kilograms of meat. Although the bear was incredibly heavy, much of its weight stemmed from the seemingly steel-plated shell it bore. Once that was removed, he was left with only 300 kilograms of meat. Nevertheless, Luo Fan was quite satisfied. Following the amalgamation of the two teams, the convoy had grown significantly larger. With the black bear slain, there should be no immediate danger, so the two teams opted to remain stationary rather than depart. And Shaoran performed several more healing spells, restoring both her and Niu Dagong's injuries. However, Zhao Chunfeng, who had previously collapsed, did so due to forcibly exerting maximum effort to perform a divination, accurately calculating the direction and timing of his shot, which resulted in the bullet striking the bear's eye and bringing it down. The backlash from the overexertion of his abilities could not be remedied by healing. Moreover, Rose had regained her money rat, receiving all the benefits that were rightfully hers as per their agreement. Taking advantage of the group's rest, Luo Fan ventured into the cargo area of the small truck. The box truck undoubtedly contained a variety of supplies, and since Niu Dagong and Zhao Chunfeng regarded it as in Shaoran's private property, they made no mention of the goods within. To his delight, this small truck, belonging to the Luo father and son, was filled with treasures. There were rice, flour, assorted packaged biscuits, and bottled water among the survival supplies. Additionally, 10 barrels of gasoline, an induction cooker, and a small refrigerator were included. The exterior of the truck was equipped with monocrystalline silicon solar panels, providing ample power. Originally, his storage space would not have sufficed for the 300 kilograms of bear meat, but this refrigerator perfectly resolved that pressing issue. In summary, this compact box truck, though small, was remarkably well equipped. Luo Fan inquired among the members of the original Luo family team whether any of these survivors possessed formidable mentors. After all, the Luo father and son did not seem like individuals adept at modifying automobiles. An ordinary person, even if equipped with a set of monocrystalline silicon solar charging panels, would likely be at a loss as to how to utilize them. However, the outcome of Luo Fan's inquiry revealed that no such talents existed. Luo Dahai was a member of the craftsman sequence. It was then that Shaoran, who stood nearby, unexpectedly offered an explanation. So that was it. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan experienced a moment of enlightenment. The craftsman sequence? This clarification made perfect sense. Yet, the thought of the craftsman sequence filled Luo Fan with a tinge of regret. It was unfortunate that the Luo father and son harbored ulterior motives. Otherwise, had the two teams truly united, they could have augmented their ranks with both a spell sequence and a craftsman sequence, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness and survivability of the convoy. After resting for half a day and organizing their respective gains, Luo Fan gathered supplies and joined Niu Dagong and the others for a meal. Under Zhao Chunfeng's guidance, the convoy resumed its journey, traversing several dozen miles before halting at the foot of a mountain. Zhao Chunfeng indicated that they could rest for 4 hours here. Seizing the opportunity to recuperate, Luo Fan drifted into a light slumber. In the midst of the night, he was vaguely aware of a notification appearing at the corner of his vision. Check-in successful. Rewards received. Chapter 20. Limitations on the use of deceptive devices. Upon successful sign-in, I received 20 yuan, bringing my balance to 34 yuan. The corresponding notification prompted Luo Fan to open his eyes in surprise. What? 20 yuan? When at level 1, the sign-in reward was merely 10 yuan, but now at level 2, it has doubled. With this daily bonus of 20 yuan, I could sustain myself without scouring for supplies. Couldn't I? Moreover, as I continued to level up, would the sign-in rewards only increase? Glancing at my personal store, I confirmed that my balance indeed stood at 34 yuan. However, despite this increase, the items within my store had not refreshed, which caused Luo Fan to shake his head in disappointment. He wondered when a next refresh would occur. Before long, Uncle Li's voice rang out, urging everyone to set off once more. Zhao Chunfeng had previously mentioned that they could only rest for 4 hours, so it was time to resume their journey. Everyone arose and began to mobilize. The first vehicle was Zhao Chunfeng's off-road vehicle, followed by Niu Dagong's bus, Luo Fan's small truck, and then Rose's van. The convoy embarked, trailed by 60 or 70 ordinary survivors. Thus, under the guidance of the off-road vehicle, they meandered through the night. And when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the eastern horizon, the convoy halted in a desolate area. Due to the recent rainfall, their water source remained plentiful. Additionally, since several sequence holders had banded together to hunt a tiered beast the previous day, they had shared the meat, prompting those with some supplies to seek out the sequence holders to exchange for bare bones to make soup. Understanding that consuming the meat would enhance the strength of the sequence holders, they did not dare to covet the flesh, but merely hoped for some bones. For ordinary people, the meat of the ferocious beast was still a great tonic, capable of rapidly alleviating ailments such as colds and fevers. As the one who received the largest share of the black bear meat, Luo Fan was naturally approached by many seeking exchanges. He generously offered food, drink, clothing, and other useful items in return. Having walked since midnight, many were now famished, so the convoy began preparations for breakfast. It is worth noting that the survivors from the Luo family town, having no supplies of their own, were graciously lent approximately 3 days' worth of provisions by Zhao Chunfeng, who stipulated that these individuals must participate in the next supply search to repay the loan. Naturally, the starving survivors readily agreed, prioritizing survival over all else. On Luo Fan's end, he retrieved a considerable amount of bear meat, igniting a large bonfire and skewering the meat to roast. As the flames danced, he sprinkled salt, pepper, and cumin over the meat. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of the roasting bear meat wafted through the air. This black bear not only boasted substantial meat, but, more importantly, its flavor far surpassed that of the fire-corrupted bird. It can only be said that although they are all formidable beasts of the same rank, the disparities among them are still quite significant. Oh, where's the barbecue? I'd like to join in as well. Sensing the aroma, Zhao Chunfeng brought over 2 pounds of meat, hanging it over Luo Fan's campfire, and unceremoniously sprinkled his own meat with Luo Fan seasonings. Over by the bus, witnessing the gathering of Luo Fan and Xiaoran and Zhao Chunfeng around the barbecue, it was evident that 3 out of the 4 sequencers had congregated there. Naturally, Niu Dagong had no intention of isolating himself and brought over several pounds of meat as well. Luo Fan, that bow of yours, is it comfortable to use? Zhao Chunfeng inquired casually, poking at the burning firewood. He had witnessed Luo Fan utilizing Luo Dahai's bow to shoot down Luo Xiaohai. Yes, although it has a rather sinister appearance with those eerie eyes, perhaps it is precisely due to those eyes that it possesses an innate ability to lock onto its target, making it quite easy to handle. Luo Fan nodded in agreement. The assassin's sequence is melee-oriented. It does not boast the robust physique and high physical defense characteristic of close combat sequences. Thus, during the early stages of one's level, one is indeed vulnerable and precarious. Now, with this bow providing a means of medium to long-range attack, it is undeniably significant for Luo Fan. You should be aware of the characteristics of peculiar artifacts, right? Zhao Chunfeng suddenly reminded Luo Fan, having seemingly recalled something. Characteristics? What characteristics? Luo Fan looked at Zhao Chunfeng with a hint of confusion. Well, it's understandable that you wouldn't know, given that you've only recently awakened your sequence. Zhao Chunfeng continued. Peculiar artifacts are crafted from materials derived from the bizarre. Therefore, every peculiar artifact typically possesses supernatural abilities. However, they are not so easily wielded. All peculiar artifacts adhere to a principle of equivalent exchange. This means that utilizing a peculiar artifact requires some form of sacrifice or comes with certain side effects. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The use of peculiar artifacts comes with such limitations? Had it not been for Zhao Chunfeng's explanation, he would have remained entirely oblivious. Then how can one discern the side effects or the costs associated with a peculiar artifact? Luo Fan pondered, recalling that he had used it a few times without noticing anything particularly unusual. It seemed Luo Dahai should have known, but unfortunately, he had already been slain by Luo Fan. Some peculiar artifacts reveal their side effects immediately upon use, while others are more insidious, only revealing their true nature upon actual encounter. Particularly in the latter case, should the side effects prove to be dire, akin to a slow-acting poison. It might be too late once one becomes aware of them. Your bow, I suspect, belongs to this latter category. Therefore, until you ascertain its side effects, it would be wise to use it sparingly, Zhao Chunfeng advised. Understood, Luo Fan replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, there exists a general principle regarding the nature of extraordinary artifacts. The more potent the artifact, the greater the accompanying side effects. While this is not an absolute rule, it typically holds true in most cases. Subsequently, Zhao Chunfeng seemed to recall something, prompting him to interject. As they engaged in conversation, the grilled meat was soon ready. Luo Fan removed his portion and skillfully sliced it into small pieces, akin to cutting a steak. Following this, he produced 4 bottles of beverages, each designated for one of them. However, upon gazing at her drink, and Xiaoran chose to silently savor her grilled meat, showing no inclination to partake in the beverages. Luo Fan inquired, "Do you not enjoy cola?" And Xiaoran merely shook her head slightly. He then switched to a bottle of juice, but she still declined. Next, he offered a bottle of nutritional supplement. Yet again, she shook her head. This child certainly exhibited a discerning palate. Observing in Xiaoran's finicky demeanor, Luo Fan's lips twitched in exasperation. Recalling that he had previously given her a box of pure milk, he reluctantly accessed the store and spent 3 yuan to procure another box of pure milk for her. Unfortunately, his own beverages were sourced from a water-boiling establishment that offered a variety of drinks, yet lacked pure milk. Once they had finished their meal, Luo Fan felt a warm sensation coursing through his abdomen, a testament to the energy contained within the beast's flesh being swiftly digested and absorbed. This energy permeated his limbs and core, gradually enhancing his strength. Just as Luo Fan reclined in the vehicle, relishing the sensation of his growing power, a sudden knock echoed on the car door. "Luo Fan, come out for a moment. I wish to discuss something with you." Zhao Chunfeng's voice was deliberately subdued, as if he sought to keep their conversation concealed from others. Chapter 21. Is full-time a bottleneck? "Brother Zhao, what's the matter?" Luo Fan inquired, rolling down the car window to observe the furtive Zhao Chunfeng lingering beside his vehicle. At that moment, Zhao appeared to be laden with a sense of secrecy. "Luo Fan, shall we converse briefly over there?" Zhao Chunfeng suggested. Nodding in agreement, Luo Fan followed him to a secluded spot. "Brother Zhao, is there something that cannot be disclosed to others?" Luo Fan asked. "There are 2 matters," Zhao Chunfeng began. "Firstly, in my endeavor to vanquish that black bear, I have overextended my strength, and, consequently, the accuracy of my divination will not be as high as before for a short while." Luo Fan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Zhao's words. He hoped that the reason the convoy had encountered so few ferocious beasts and anomalies thus far was largely due to Zhao Chunfeng's divination abilities. Now, with diminished accuracy, did this imply that the convoy would face threats akin to those encountered by ordinary survivor teams? "Brother Zhao, how long will it take for your abilities to recover?" Luo Fan asked earnestly. "About 2 days," Zhao Chunfeng estimated. "Fortunately, it's merely 2 days. We should not be that unfortunate," Luo Fan replied with a slight nod. "Brother Zhao, why did you choose to confide in me alone?" Luo Fan continued, puzzled. "Those ordinary survivors must not be informed. Otherwise, it may incite panic. Moreover, the gang's straightforward nature renders it futile to inform him. Unlike you, who is cunning and shrewd, I advise you to remain vigilant in the coming days," Zhao Chunfeng elucidated. Luo Fan nodded slightly at this explanation, yet soon realized, "Wait a minute, Brother Zhao, are you complimenting me or criticizing me?" "Certainly a compliment," Zhao Chunfeng affirmed gravely. "Are you sure that being cunning and shrewd are praiseworthy traits?" Luo Fan queried, his expression bemused. "What does praise mean? Is there a misunderstanding between you and me?" "Come now, Luo Fan, in this post-apocalyptic world, your craftiness is precisely the quality we need for our convoy survival," Zhao Chunfeng replied. "All right, enough of that. What's the second matter?" Without further dwelling on the nature of his character, Luo Fan pressed on. "The second matter is that I need you to deal with someone," Zhao Chunfeng added. Luo Fan, he remained silent, merely regarding Zhao Chunfeng with a questioning gaze. "Deal with whom? Has someone in the convoy offended you?" "As far as I know, during our encounter with the Luo family team, Luo Dahai gleaned some information from our group, which emboldened him to harbor intentions against us after witnessing the ferocious beast's meat. It would be prudent to eliminate individuals who may jeopardize our unity," Zhao Chunfeng explained. "As the leader of the convoy, you present such reasoning to resolve the matter. Who could dare to oppose?" Luo Fan inquired, perplexed. Indeed, since the justification is sound, why not take matters into your own hands? Why must I be the one to act? In the days to come, you may need to remain vigilant thus. It is essential for you to establish a certain level of authority, so that when the time is crucial, others will heed your command, Zhao Chunfeng elucidated. Well, that is indeed a reasonable point. Luo Fan nodded in agreement. After uncovering the identity of the informant, the two parted ways. Brother Zhao, this individual is rather peculiar. Luo Fan mused silently while reclining in his vehicle, feigning sleep. As the leader of the Hope Convoy, Zhao Chunfeng should, in theory, ensure his absolute authority. Yet, he seems willing to allow me to build my own prestige. Is he not concerned that my eventual growth may pose a threat to his position? Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of rivalry. Even in the apocalypse, this remains true. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo Fan realized that Zhao Chunfeng's divination abilities might not be of much use in the coming days, and he felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. Even while resting in the vehicle, he could not afford to relax completely. Thus, the convoy took a brief respite before continuing their journey, frequently changing locations. As evening fell, the convoy halted in a secluded meadow to rest. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed as the convoy came to a stop. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound. It turned out that several hundred meters away, a green train was traversing the railway, with visible passengers in its carriages. A train? Are there truly people escaping by train? As he watched the train speed away, Luo Fan was left in a state of bewilderment. The survivors of the Hope Convoy murmured amongst themselves, their eyes reflecting envy at the sight of the departing train. In their attempts to evade fierce beasts and the strange, everyone was constantly on the move, altering their positions. However, how could walking compare to riding a train? There is nothing unusual about it. To my knowledge, there are survivors flying in the skies as well. Yet, regardless of the mode of transportation, one could encounter dangers at night. To enhance survival capability, there exists but one path, the continual elevation of one's sequence level. Observing Luo Fan's astonishment, Zhao Chunfeng spoke up. Brother Zhao, it seems you possess much knowledge. Luo Fan expressed his sincere admiration upon hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words. After all, I awakened my sequence before you, and thus it is only natural that I would know a bit more, Zhao Chunfeng replied, rolling his eyes. Brother Zhao, may I inquire how long it has been since your sequence awakened? Luo Fan asked curiously about this topic. I believe I was among the first to awaken a sequence, having done so at the onset of the apocalypse, Zhao Chunfeng explained. Brother Zhao, have you not yet surpassed level 10 or taken on a specialized role? Luo Fan inquired, astonished. Given that you are among the first awakened in this sequence, surely many specialists must have emerged by now. And you ought to have specialized as well, right? You do not understand, Zhao Chunfeng replied, shaking his head. Upon reaching level 10, transitioning to a specialized role is not merely a matter of increasing one's strength. To put it simply, the leap from level 10 to specialization presents a significant bottleneck. Out of 100 sequencers, perhaps only 10 possess the potential to become specialized sequencers. When you reach level 10, you will comprehend this. Luo Fan nodded silently, committing these insights to memory. Indeed, among the awakened individuals he had encountered, aside from Zhao Chunfeng, including the Luo family father and son, none had yet attained the status of specialized sequencer. As Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng engaged in their leisurely conversation, an imperceptible rhythm began to emanate from Luo Fan. A flicker of realization sparked within him, and his expression brightened. Had he leveled up once more? Assassination Sequence, Level 3. Chapter 22. The Sinister Attack. Zhao Chunfeng naturally sensed the pulsation emanating from Luo Fan, realizing that it had achieved a significant elevation in rank. Is that you at LV3? Zhao Chunfeng exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Luo Fan. How about that? Quite the prodigy, right? In just a few short days, I awakened my sequence and even ascended to LV3, Luo Fan replied, tilting his head slightly with a smug expression. Indeed, it had only been 4 or 5 days since he awakened his sequence, and to attain a LV3 rank felt like a testament to his innate talent. With a roll of his eyes at Luo Fan's self-satisfied demeanor, Zhao Chunfeng retorted, "Is that so? You've been at Sequence Awakening for nearly half a year and are only at LV10. Meanwhile, I've reached LV3 in just 4 or 5 days. Surely you can't call that anything but genius? Are you perhaps harboring jealousy?" Luo Fan widened his eyes in disbelief at Zhao Chunfeng's remarks. "Forgive me, but I have indeed been at LV10 for half a year. However, it only took me half a month to reach that point," Zhao Chunfeng clarified. "What? You reached LV10 in just half a month? And then got stuck for so long?" Though Luo Fan had just learned from Zhao Chunfeng that the transition from LV10 to a specialized sequence was a bottleneck, he had not anticipated how formidable that bottleneck truly was. Without delving further into the issue of specialized sequences, Zhao Chunfeng continued, "Thus, the speed of leveling up after awakening a foundational sequence bears no relation to genius. It's akin to playing an online game. If you happen to luck into defeating a few monsters in the novice village, your leveling will naturally accelerate. There is no question of genius there. The principle is the same for foundational sequences. Their rank advancement is relatively straightforward, especially when coupled with combat and the consumption of fierce beast flesh, which can significantly expedite the leveling process. Although you have only recently awakened, you've already participated in 2 battles against advancing fierce beasts and fought alongside sequence users. Given the additional nourishment from fierce beast meat, reaching LV3 is hardly surprising." Initially believing himself to be a genius for achieving LV3, Luo Fan now understood, thanks to Zhao Chunfeng's cold splash of reality, that perhaps he had overestimated his own prowess. After dinner, Luo Fan sought out Zhao Chunfeng to address a matter at hand. In front of the surviving members of the Hope team, he executed his decision, thereby instilling a sense of trepidation among the survivors. Learning that the individual had secretly relayed information to other teams, the survivors bore no resentment towards Luo Fan's actions. After all, they had witnessed firsthand how the original Luo family team treated them during their ordeal. None wished to be subservient to the Luo family team when they could instead be part of the Hope team. With this task completed, Luo Fan's standing within the Hope team significantly improved. He then returned to his truck, closing his eyes to rest. Aware of Zhao Chunfeng's recent inaccuracies in divination, Luo Fan was unable to sleep soundly, dozing fitfully. As the clock struck midnight, the expected notifications arrived punctually. The successful check-in has yielded a reward of 30 yuan, bringing the balance to 61 yuan. A fleeting notification caught Luo Fan's attention, prompting him to open his eyes. Has the check-in reward now reached 30 yuan per day? This implies that a level 3 corresponds to a reward of 30 yuan. With each advancement in rank, does one gain an additional 10 yuan in the check-in amount? If it is indeed 30 yuan daily, that should suffice for a comfortable living, wouldn't it? The increase in the check-in reward is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Originally, Shaoran had a rather selective palate, favoring pure milk, and Luo Fan thought the 3 yuan per bottle was somewhat excessive. However, now he felt that providing her with a bottle of pure milk each day was no burden at all. After all, children are in a crucial phase of growth, and consuming milk is beneficial for their health. Just as Luo Fan was contemplating his newfound fortune of 61 yuan, a piercing scream echoed through the survivor base, startlingly clear in the stillness of the night. Reacting to the sound, Luo Fan flung open the car door and leapt out. The scream had evidently alarmed many. The previously restful team members quickly roused from their slumber. Upon exiting the vehicle, Luo Fan noticed that Niu Dagong and Zhao Chunfeng had also descended. The 3 of them proceeded together to investigate. In the area where survivors had been camping, a group of over a dozen individuals had gathered, their anxious murmurs filling the air, creating an atmosphere thick with dread. "How will I survive? What will I do?" cried a woman in her 30s, collapsing to the ground in tears. Beside her, on the carpet, lay a painting depicting a man's likeness. "What has happened? What is going on?" Zhao Chunfeng inquired. Stepping closer, "Leader, something strange has occurred. The convoy has been attacked by an eerie force," a nearby individual responded, visibly shaken. It turned out that this was a young couple who had been fleeing on foot. They had spread a blanket to rest on during the night. Initially, the couple had been sleeping side by side, But when the wife awoke in the middle of the night to use the restroom, she discovered that her husband had inexplicably transformed into a painting imprinted upon the carpet. This horrifying scene elicited a scream from the woman. Strange. Witnessing the transformation of the woman's husband into a mere painting instilled a profound terror within the entire survivor team. In the darkness, it felt as though countless eyes were watching them. More frightening than ferocious beasts, it is the inexplicable that evokes the deepest fear, especially entities that lack a physical form and whose abilities defy the laws of science. Encountering such a terrifying anomaly could easily lead to the total annihilation of the survivor team. The ability to transform a living person into a two-dimensional image clearly surpassed the realm of their understanding. Luo Fan exchanged a glance with Zhao Chunfeng, each reflecting the gravity of the situation in their eyes. Undoubtedly, this was a terrifying anomaly, and what made it even more alarming was the utter lack of understanding regarding its nature and how it could convert a living being into a mere image. Anomaly! Help! Suddenly, a cry rang out, piercing the tense atmosphere. Several individuals rushed toward the source of the sound. Beneath the dim moonlight, they beheld a man, his face etched with terror as he gazed ahead. Beside him lay a painting on the ground, clearly marking yet another victim. What is this eerie phenomenon? What does it entail? Niu Dagong urgently inquired of the man. Help! The horror is right before my eyes. The man pleaded in desperation, turning to flee toward Luo Fan and the others. It was evident that encountering the malevolent entity and running toward the sequence holders offered his only chance of survival. Right before him, yet there is nothing visible. Hearing the man's words, Luo Fan and his companions felt a chill of apprehension. Could it be a phenomenon endowed with the ability to become invisible? More precisely, an entity unseen by others? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Luo Fan. Initially, they had been positioned sideways to the man, but now, as he approached, they faced one another directly. Luo Fan then witnessed a sinister entity materialize out of thin air. This apparition resembled a plane far thinner than paper, grotesque and terrifying, only discernible when viewed head-on. From a side perspective, it appeared as if it had vanished. Clearly fixated on the man, the entity swiftly drifted toward him, colliding with his body and inexplicably passing through him. Instantly, the man, who had been fleeing for his life, collapsed to the ground, transformed into a flat depiction. A sharp intake of breath escaped Luo Fan and his companions as they witnessed this horrifying spectacle. Meanwhile, the remaining survivors scattered in sheer terror, desperately seeking safety. Chapter 23. Despair, a puzzling inability. Luo Fan, did you comprehend that bizarre method of attack? Zhao Chunfeng inquired gravely. His expression taut. I could only perceive that strange, seemingly ethereal shadow passing through a person, subsequently transforming them into a mere painting. Luo Fan replied, his countenance equally grim. The inability to discern the opponent's means of assault rendered any defense impossible. Moreover, this peculiar manner of killing was instantaneous. Such a perilous entity was one that Luo Fan would not dare approach, fearing that if he drew near, he too might be transformed into a two-dimensional depiction. Bizarrely, there are times when abilities defy logic. What on earth is this? Watch as I shatter you. Aside from Luo Fan's assassination sequence, only Niu Dagong's close combat sequence possessed any combat prowess within the convoy, as the paper-thin anomaly effortlessly eliminated a survivor in an instant. Niu Dagong raised his iron rod and charged towards it. Impressive, Brother Niu, Luo Fan thought to himself in awe. Niu Dagong lifted his hand, channeling immense power into the iron rod, and struck down towards the anomaly. This was a direct activation of his heavy strike skill. However, the anomaly floated in midair like a sheet of paper, evading the blow with a hair-raising grace as it glided past the iron rod. The missed strike crashed into the ground, sending dirt flying and creating a sizable crater. Quick to react, Niu Dagong kicked the iron rod, propelling it upward and striking again at the anomaly. Yet, the entity remained suspended in the air, impervious to any force exerted against it. This sensation was reminiscent of attempting to extract a fragment of eggshell that had inadvertently fallen into an egg. No matter how one tried to pinch it out, it always slipped through the fingers. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Zhao Chunfeng drew his pistol and fired at the anomaly. Despite its seemingly fragile appearance, it appeared vulnerable to any assault. Yet, both Niu Dagong's iron rod and Zhao Chunfeng's firearm failed to make contact. The anomaly adeptly evaded every attack. If the strike was slow, it dodged slowly. If quick, it evaded swiftly. Ultimately, it was nearly impossible to touch it. Recognizing the futility of their assaults, the anomaly suddenly lunged towards Niu Dagong without flinching. "Brother Niu, be careful," Luo Fan shouted urgently. The previous survivor had met a similar fate when the anomaly had lunged at them, passing through their body and transforming them into a two-dimensional image. Niu Dagong, fully aware of the danger posed by the anomaly, instinctively hurled his iron rod as it approached. Simultaneously, he rolled to the side in a lazy tumble. This time, the attacking anomaly did not evade the iron rod strike, yet the rod passed entirely through the anomaly's form. Then, that iron rod instantly transformed into a two-dimensional image, casting its projection upon the ground. Astonishingly, it was not only living beings, but even inanimate objects that could be reduced to a lower dimension. Witnessing the iron rod of Niu Dagong morph into a two-dimensional figure, Zhao Chunfeng gasped in disbelief. "Brother Zhao, it appears that this strange entity's attack has a temporal limitation," Luo Fan remarked, addressing Zhao Chunfeng. "If it can render everything two-dimensional upon contact, why did it evade the earlier attacks from Brother Niu and yourself?" "Oh, that makes sense." Zhao Chunfeng's eyes lit up upon hearing Luo Fan's analysis. Indeed, if this entity possessed the ability to reduce anything to two dimensions without restriction, why would it have chosen to dodge? It could have charged forward, allowing any attack to be rendered two-dimensional upon impact. However, even with such reasoning, what could be done? When it refrains from attacking, it remains impervious to our strikes. Are we to passively evade its assaults? There's still at least 6 hours until dawn. While Zhao Chunfeng found merit in Luo Fan's words, he pondered that even this realization would not significantly change their predicament. Prolonged defense would inevitably lead to failure. Continual evasion was not a viable strategy. 6 hours, if the survivor team did not face total annihilation, it was certain that at least half would perish tonight. It was established that when the entity attacks, anything that traverses its form becomes two-dimensional. It was also known that while it refrains from attacking, it dodges incoming strikes. Thus, the conclusion could be drawn: it is only vulnerable when it does not engage offensively. The pressing question remained: how could they successfully strike it during its moments of inaction? It seemed that all physical attacks were effortlessly evaded. Luo Fan's mind raced, fervently contemplating a strategy. What should they do next? Even the reckless Niu Dagong, now bereft of weaponry, dared not approach the entity, retreating with a visibly frustrated expression. From a capability standpoint, this strange being seemed to counter him entirely. Other anomalies could be fought when they were conquerable, and if they were not, it merely reflected one's own inadequacy. Yet this particular entity, appearing as fragile as a sheet of paper, rendered Niu Dagong's immense strength utterly futile. Having previously utilized its ability to render the iron rod two-dimensional, the entity hovered midair. Observing that Niu Dagong and his companions had lost the will to attack, it too remained motionless, suspended in the air, evidently awaiting the opportunity to unleash its power once more. "Let us hold on to something. When it attacks, we can throw it," Zhao Chunfeng suggested, picking up a stone from the ground. Indeed, after it had transformed Niu Dagong's iron rod into a two-dimensional form, it seemed that the entity's ability entered a cool-down phase. Thus, it appeared that if they were to throw an object as it approached, they might be able to momentarily fend it off. Many survivors who had fled far away quickly grasped their belongings upon hearing the words. With a swift breath, this enigmatic ability activated. Its cooldown remarkably brief, merely a matter of seconds, before it lunged once more towards Niu Dagong. Observing this, Niu Dagong immediately hurled the stone he held. However, just as the peculiar entity seemed poised to pierce through the thrown rock, it abruptly twisted its paper-like form with agility, effortlessly evading the incoming projectile while continuing its relentless advance towards Niu Dagong. It was over. With nothing left to cast, Niu Dagong gazed at the approaching anomaly, his pupils constricting, a glimmer of despair dawning in his eyes. Chapter 24. a deluge of arrows. As the ominous entity was about to penetrate through Nyo Dagong, an arrow suddenly soared through the air, piercing the strange being and transforming into a mere two-dimensional image. Phew, Luo Fan. Thank you. Nyo Dagong exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to express his gratitude to Luo Fan. The creature's abilities had once again been thwarted, its gaze now fixated upon Luo Fan, indicating that its wrath had shifted towards him. What are you staring at? Luo Fan retorted defiantly, refusing to cower under the creature's gaze. He then readied his bow. Wait, Luo Fan, you're wasting arrows, Zhao Chunfeng interjected, attempting to halt Luo Fan's actions. Indeed, even bullets from our firearms are evaded. What use will your arrows have? Even if you shoot accurately, it seems as if this entity has been granted a form of invincibility. Brother Zhao, do you know the nature of this bow? It is a peculiar artifact, Luo Fan replied, locking his eyes on the entity while the eyes on the bow began to focus intently on it. The nature? It presumably enhances accuracy, Zhao Chunfeng surmised. No, to be more precise, this bow guarantees a 100% hit rate, Luo Fan clarified, when Zhao Chunfeng reminded him that utilizing such artifacts incurs a cost. Luo Fan resolved to use it sparingly. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared that the bow was his only recourse. 100% hit rate? Zhao Chunfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. If this artifact ensures 100% accuracy, yet this being can evade every attack, then what will happen if you shoot at it with this bow? I cannot say for certain. It is akin to the strongest spear facing the most formidable shield. How can we know without attempting? Luo Fan replied. With that, he released his grip on the bowstring. With a resounding twang, the arrow was propelled forth with lightning speed. However, the creature adeptly twisted in midair, evading the shot. Is it futile? Both Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng sighed inwardly at the evasion of the arrow. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The evaded arrow abruptly reversed course midair, hurtling back towards the creature's rear. At that moment, the entity sensed the shift in wind pressure behind it and swiftly dodged once more. However, this was not the end. The second arrow, having been evaded, also altered its trajectory and resumed its pursuit of the creature. What followed was a frantic display of the entity's evasive maneuvers, while the arrows pursued it with relentless precision, akin to guided missiles. It chased. It fled. Was there truly no escape? Observing this, Luo Fan did not hesitate, drawing his bow once more. The sound of the bowstring snapping echoed as he released a second arrow. The first arrow had already compelled the entity to flee. The second would surely exhaust its efforts even further. With relentless determination, Luo Fan continuously knocked arrow after arrow, launching a barrage of lethal projectiles towards the enigmatic entity. In the blink of an eye, over 10 arrows were unleashed, cornering the strange being with no apparent escape. At last, one of the arrows struck true. However, the entity remained unscathed, as the arrow merely passed through its form and was subsequently rendered into a two-dimensional image. This was the manifestation of the entity's ability. Now on cooldown, I cannot afford to falter. My arrows are limited. If I cannot vanquish it in this single surge, one by one my arrows will be transformed, leaving me utterly powerless. With a steely resolve, Luo Fan glanced at the remaining 10 arrows in his quiver, gritted his teeth, and seized the opportunity while the entity's ability was still in cooldown, unleashing arrow after arrow. Luo Fan, observing Luo Fan's relentless use of his bow and arrows, Zhao Chunfeng opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed in resignation. The use of such arcane abilities bore consequences. Yet in the face of this dire situation, Luo Fan had recklessly employed them dozens of times. The lives of everyone in the Hope Convoy seemed to hang precariously in the balance, resting solely upon Luo Fan's actions, leaving Zhao Chunfeng with little room for objection. Originally possessing 26 arrows, 2 had been rendered ineffective, leaving him with all remaining arrows now fired. In the air, it appeared as if a multitude of arrows were converging, with a total of 24 arrows in a frenzied pursuit. The paper-like entity writhed in midair as if afflicted by a seizure, its escape routes increasingly constricted by the relentless onslaught. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. As the entity's evasion space dwindled, Luo Fan silently calculated his next move. He had already noted the interval of the entity's ability activation, approximately a 30-second cooldown. With this knowledge, he discerned that the entity was now under attack from several arrows each second. Thus, if he could time it correctly, the entity's powers would pose no threat. With a swift motion, he summoned his beast-toothed dagger into his hand and surged forward like a panther. One arrow flew past, causing the entity to twist to the right in evasion. Just then, another arrow approached from the right, prompting the entity to dart back to the left. Luo Fan's mental focus sharpened, his gaze locked onto the entity and the surrounding arrows. In that moment, he thrust the beast-toothed dagger forward. The blunt strike. This was the only skill Luo Fan had mastered, and its activation speed far surpassed that of his mere attacks. Seizing the opportunity provided by the arrows to displace the entity, the hilt of his dagger successfully impacted the entity's head, even if it could evade with perfect accuracy. How could it escape when its movement was entirely constrained, devoid of any space for evasion? Every ability has its limits, just as with his bow. Even if he could achieve a 100% hit rate, if the target possessed sufficient speed and agility, pursuing it for 1,000 years would yield naught but futility. Indeed, when the ability was activated, this enigmatic body resembled an ethereal shadow, capable of penetrating through any object. Yet now, during the cooldown period, this peculiar form had fully materialized, and the hilt of Luo Fan's blade felt as though it had struck something solid. As the power of the bludgeon successfully engaged, the uncanny body instantly froze. Akin to experiencing a momentary lag in a crucial team fight during an esports match. Though merely a fleeting instant, such a moment could determine the outcome of many events. With a flurry of arrows, swift as returning swallows, they rained down upon this strange figure. In the blink of an eye, 24 arrows were embedded throughout its entire form. Chapter 25. LV6, the update of them all, is complete. 24 arrows struck the peculiar entity, which resembled a mere piece of paper, and then, as if it had encountered flames, its form swiftly disintegrated into ashes. Simultaneously, a powerful force surged from within Luo Fan. As his heart stirred, Luo Fan immediately sensed his own condition. His sequence had advanced to LV5. It was accomplished. Few watching the bizarre creature fall to his relentless barrage. Nyoda let out a long sigh of relief. Luo Fan, we owe this victory to you. It is unfortunate, however, that this entity left no materials behind upon its demise. Zhao Chunfeng approached and patted Luo Fan on the shoulder. Meanwhile, the distant survivors erupted in joyous cheers upon witnessing the creature's defeat at Luo Fan's hands. Brother Zhao, does killing such a creature really enhance one's power this much? I'm now at LV5. Luo Fan, feeling the elevation of his sequence, inquired curiously. That is quite normal. Engaging in combat and consuming items imbued with energy naturally enhances a sequence holder's power. Moreover, slaying an entity yields even greater rewards. After all, do not forget that the prerequisite for awakening a sequence is to eliminate such a being. Had it not been for your fortunate possession of an anomaly tool, we would have all been annihilated. This creature can be considered an elite among its kind, and advancing 2 levels from LV3 is quite reasonable, Zhao Chunfeng explained. I see. Luo Fan nodded in understanding. It appears that for sequence holders, confronting these entities serves not only as a means of self-preservation, but also as a pathway to personal empowerment. After all, the desire to grow stronger is an innate need for all beings, devoid of any necessity for justification. Young man, strive diligently. Upon reaching LV6, you will awaken the second skill of the assassination sequence, elevating your prowess to a new echelon, Zhao Chunfeng encouraged, adopting the tone of a seasoned mentor as he clapped Luo Fan's shoulder. Indeed, all foundational sequences acquire a skill upon awakening, and at level 6, they gain a second skill. The second skill of the assassination sequence is the ethereal step, a technique for swift movement. This skill proves invaluable for both combat agility and escape. After all, the essence of the assassination sequence lies in high sensitivity and explosive power, does it not? As Luo Fan contemplated the ethereal step, he was reminded of the encounter with a woman named Lian Ziqian, a dedicated assassin sequence holder, whose ability to become invisible truly evoked a sense of envy in him. With the anomaly resolved, and only a few ordinary survivors having perished, it could be said that the resolution of this incident was remarkably timely. The remaining survivors felt considerably more at ease and continued to rest. However, whether they could truly find sleep after the harrowing attack remained uncertain. Luo Fan gathered his 24 arrows and returned to the small truck. Glancing at the front passenger seat wherein Xiaoran had reclined her seat back to rest, one could only remark on the remarkable nature of a girl of her tender age, merely 7 or 8 years old. At such a youthful stage, an inclination towards slumber is quite natural. Yet the commotion just moments ago had not stirred her from her deep slumber. Even amidst an apocalypse, her ability to sleep soundly was, in some respects, a source of envy for Luo Fan. Retracting his gaze from Xiaoran, Luo Fan redirected his attention to his bow. This evening, his dual-eyed bow had proven its worth. However, despite its frequent use, he had yet to discern the price of employing this arcane artifact, which left him with an unsettling feeling. It was akin to a stranger offering you food. Initially, one would feel elated, but with daily offerings, doubts would surely arise regarding the giver's true intentions. Similarly, all supernatural implements come with a cost, yet having wielded the dual-eyed bow for such a duration without uncovering its price was disconcerting. Though it appeared as if he were reaping the benefits of this instrument without consequence, the very absence of discernible repercussions was, paradoxically, a source of unease. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Luo Fan chose to set aside the matter for now and stored the dual-eyed bow away. Overall, the elevation in his sequence rank could be categorized as a high-risk, high-reward scenario. Henceforth, he could anticipate daily earnings of 50 currency units, an amount that would afford him a comfortable living. However, the limited selection of goods in the marketplace raised questions. He wondered when it would be updated. Surely, he mused, it could not be the case that he had to wait until he became a full-fledged member of the sequence for new items to appear. The night passed without incident, and upon awakening the next day, Luo Fan procured some flour and purchased several bottles of purified water. After kneading the mixture into a doughy consistency, he also acquired a pound of fresh greens and proceeded to boil a large pot of dumplings. He then called upon Zhao, Chunfeng, and Niu Dagong to join him for the meal. "Wow, Luo Fan, you even have fresh vegetables," exclaimed Niu Dagong. "If I weren't aware of your role in the assassination sequence, I might suspect you belong to the agricultural sequence instead." The dumplings, rich with greens, were a rare treat, prompting Niu Dagong to fill his bowl extravagantly. Even for the agricultural sequence, cultivation is essential. It seems you must have gathered quite a bit of fresh produce beforehand. Does your storage artifact possess a preservation function? Zhao Chunfeng speculated as he filled his own bowl of dumplings. Luo Fan had not concealed the existence of his storage space from Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagong, as they were teammates who would inevitably cross paths again. Rather than attempt to hide it, he chose to openly demonstrate his storage capabilities. Misunderstood as possessing a storage-type artifact, Luo Fan saw no need to clarify. Xiaoran, here, he noticed that Xiaoran had also taken a bowl of dumplings, gently blowing on them as if they were too hot. Luo Fan then handed her a carton of pure milk. "Thank you," she replied, accepting the milk with both hands. From this day forth, he too would be among those able to earn 50 currency units daily, which reflected positively on his purchasing habits in the marketplace. Even the water for the dumplings was sourced from purified supplies. The collected rainwater serves as a source of hydration. If one can indulge in pure water, why would one settle for unclean alternatives? I purchased 10 bottles of purified water, a pound of fresh greens, and a bottle of whole milk, totaling a mere 16 yuan. Luo Fan expressed his satisfaction with this expenditure. After enjoying a hearty meal, the convoy resumed its aimless journey. Indeed, Zhao Chunfeng's divination skills had waned, as they encountered 3 ferocious beasts along the way, an unusual occurrence, considering that it typically took several days to encounter even one. Fortunately, these beasts had not yet ascended in rank, allowing for an effortless resolution of the encounters. As 2 days passed, Zhao Chunfeng's abilities were fully restored. and it was hoped that the team could return to their previous tranquility. Indeed, upon reaching the 5th level of their sequence, Luo Fan's daily earnings from signing in had increased to 50 yuan. Over the past few days, he had feasted on the meat of ferocious beasts and savored clean, purified water. Moreover, he generously purchased a tray of eggs to add some variety to his diet. He also bought a pack of toilet paper and a tube of toothpaste for his oral hygiene. With 50 yuan, Luo Fan could now comfortably afford these daily necessities alongside his survival supplies. For days later, even at the stroke of midnight, the convoy continued its escape. A notification flashing at the corner of Luo Fan's eye. Successful sign-in. Earned 50 yuan, current balance, 112 yuan. Delight filled Luo Fan's heart as he received the latest deposit. However, shortly thereafter, a familiar sensation surged within him. The joy on Luo Fan's face was unmistakable as he drove. After 4 days of consuming copious amounts of black bear meat, his sequence level had indeed risen to LV6. Almost simultaneously, a moment of clarity dawned upon him. The skill of Spirit Void Step had awakened within him. Additionally, a corresponding notification appeared at the edge of his vision, indicating that the shop had been updated. Chapter 26, Ethereal Steps. The marketplace has been updated, signifying that one's finances can now procure a greater array of goods. Is it not? The significance of survival supplies in this apocalyptic world holds equal weight to that of strength. With his level risen to 6 and the awakening of a new skill, coupled with the marketplace update, Luo Fan found sleep to be a distant luxury. Firstly, his attention was captivated by the marketplace interface, and indeed, the offerings had expanded. In the food section, 3 new items had emerged. The first was apples, priced at 10 yuan per gene. Next was chocolate, at a steep 50 yuan per gene. Lastly, there was salt, available for a mere 2 yuan per bag. Each of these items bore considerable importance to Luo Fan. The value of apples is self-evident. Fresh fruit, akin to fresh vegetables, is rarer than meat in these dire times. Moreover, salt is indispensable for humanity. Yet who can assure the discovery of salt in every scavenging endeavor? And at just 2 yuan per bag, this practically grants him freedom in acquiring salt. As for chocolate, a hefty 50 yuan per gene, well, that price is indeed rather extravagant. Perhaps if he accumulates more wealth in the future, he might consider purchasing a gene as a reserve. Next, he perused the beverage section, which had also seen an increase in offerings. First, there was canned beer, 500 milliliters for 5 yuan. Coffee was priced at 20 yuan per cup, followed by an inexpensive soy milk at 2 yuan per cup. In the future, he could indulge in soy milk in the morning, enjoy beer with meals, and occasionally sip on a cup of coffee for show. Luo Fan mused quietly. Yet, regarding the coffee, perhaps it is best left aside. 20 yuan per cup is indeed rather steep. If only instant coffee were 20 yuan per box, he could prepare a cup for leisure. However, now, 20 yuan could buy him 20 bottles of purified water, hardly justifying the purchase of a cup of coffee. Continuing his exploration of other goods, he discovered the daily necessities section had also expanded with 2 new items. Shampoo at 50 yuan per bottle, which made Luo Fan shake his head. 50 yuan? Why not just steal it? A bar of soap costs only 5 yuan. Can't one wash their hair with that? In this apocalypse, having a bar of soap to wash one's hair should be a cause for celebration. In light of his daily earnings of 60 yuan from signing in, practicality must guide his purchases. Additionally, there was an item of interest, an umbrella, priced at 30 yuan per unit. Ahem, that could be discussed another time. After glancing past the umbrella, Luo Fan shifted his gaze to another area. In the clothing and bedding section, a new item had appeared, a silk quilt, yet its price was exorbitantly high at 500 yuan per quilt. With winter yet to arrive, there is no rush to purchase. Moreover, should he later find the opportunity to collect materials, acquiring a silk quilt would save him 500 yuan. After all, it's wise to save where one can and spend where necessary. Wait, what is this? As Luo Fan continued to browse the marketplace, he suddenly stumbled upon a new offering in the energy section. Number 92 gasoline, priced at 200 yuan per barrel, with a capacity of 30 liters. Although the price of gasoline is indeed exorbitant, the ability to procure it is of utmost significance for survival. Yesterday, Neo Dagong mentioned that his vehicle's fuel supply was dwindling, and he was conversing with Zhao Chunfeng about potential locations to replenish it. Without a supply of gasoline, the vehicle would be rendered completely inoperable. Fortunately, the Luo family had a reserve of fuel in their small truck, alleviating any immediate concerns for Luo Fan regarding gasoline. Additionally, the pharmaceutical section has introduced two new items: cold medicine priced at 15 yuan per box and anti-inflammatory medication at 20 yuan per box. Upon further inspection, Luo Fan observed a familiar notification indicating ongoing updates within the marketplace. A thorough review of the marketplace revealed significant updates, including the addition of apples, chocolate, salt, beer, coffee, soy milk, shampoo, umbrellas, silk quilts, gasoline, cold medicine, and anti-inflammatory medication, totaling 12 new items. Initially, with a daily sign-in reward of 60 yuan, Luo Fan had anticipated a comfortable existence. Yet upon viewing these offerings, he felt that the sign-in amount was somewhat insufficient. Among these, gasoline was particularly essential. It would take him 3 to 4 days to afford a single barrel. It appears that he must strive to elevate his sequence level. For others, advancing their sequence level simply means becoming stronger, but for him, it signifies the ability to acquire more resources, which amplifies his joy. Furthermore, at level 10, his daily sign-in reward would only amount to 100 yuan. Luo Fan felt a surge of anticipation. If he were to become a full-time sequence member, how much would his sign-in reward increase? Shaking his head, he momentarily suppressed these chaotic thoughts. While the marketplace updates were indeed exhilarating, mastering his newly awakened spirit void step was equally crucial. For an assassin sequence, heightened agility is indispensable. Now, with the spirit void step, his survival and combat capabilities have been significantly enhanced. Glimpsing at the side, wherein Xiaoran lay soundly asleep, Luo Fan couldn't help but smile. This young girl, suffering from severe autism, remained unfazed even in the face of death. Perhaps her lack of fear allowed her to sleep so peacefully. Gently, Luo Fan pushed open the driver's door. Given that their team had merged with the Luo family team, their numbers had grown considerably, and everyone was seizing this rare opportunity to rest and savor a moment of tranquility. Luo Fan had no intention of disturbing them as he activated the spirit void step. Instantly, he felt a substantial decrease in the gravitational pull of the earth, akin to the sensation of being submerged in water, enabling him to feel as light as a feather. In the stillness of the night, footsteps were typically audible, but now, with the spirit void step in effect, his movements were nearly soundless. With a graceful leap, Luo Fan ascended 4 to 5 meters high, executing several somersaults in midair before landing silently back on the ground. With a delightful sense of exhilaration, Luo Fan marveled at his newfound leaping prowess, contemplating the ease with which he could bound from the first floor to the second. The height of his jumps felt akin to the graceful agility depicted in martial arts films. It is worth noting that possessing such exceptional leaping ability while scavenging for resources in the town would allow him to navigate the constructed settlements with remarkable efficiency. Engaging in resource collection inevitably led him to venture into urban areas. Should he continue to grow in strength, might his ethereal steps not enable him to emulate Spider-Man, leaping between buildings with ease? Shaking his head, Luo Fan quelled these fanciful thoughts. Having grasped the extent of his jumping capability, he pondered the next crucial aspect, his speed. Taking a deep breath, he activated his ethereal steps, swiftly dashing forth to assess his current running velocity. Chapter 27, Apologies, I have already reached level 6. In a flash, the term wind and thunder reverberated through Luo Fan's mind as he executed the spirit void step. As he sprinted forth, he sensed an exhilarating velocity coursing through him. Although the enhancement from level 5 to level 6 in physical prowess was not particularly monumental, under the influence of the spirit void step, his speed had more than doubled compared to his previous self. Moreover, as he ran, it felt as if his feet barely grazed the ground, producing almost no sound. Being part of the assassination sequence, his agility surpassed that of Neo Dagong, who belonged to the melee sequence. To illustrate, the average person's sprinting speed over 100 meters is roughly equivalent to a car traveling at 30 miles per hour. In contrast, Luo Fan, due to his classification as an assassin, could reach a full sprint of approximately 60 miles per hour. This velocity was indeed astounding. In the realm of competitive gaming, a 50 speed reduction would starkly highlight the difference. Thus, even at level 5, Luo Fan's running speed surpassed that of Niu. Now at level 9, by a slight margin. Indeed, after days of consuming beast flesh and engaging in fierce battles, Niu had ascended from level 8 to level 9. Returning to the matter at hand, with the Spirit Void step activated, Luo Fan's speed surged again. He estimated that in a full sprint, he could now exceed 100 miles per hour. Although this state of maximum exertion would only last for a mere 2 minutes before fatigue set in, it could prove invaluable in critical moments. Furthermore, under the buff from the Spirit Void step, there was no need for him to exert himself to the fullest. Maintaining a speed of 60 to 70 miles per hour would likely be sustainable for a considerable duration. Having thoroughly tested the variations in speed between a full sprint and a regular run, Luo Fan felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the Spirit Void step. With a clearer understanding of his capabilities, he turned to return to his vehicle for a moment of respite. As he ambled back, Luo Fan was drawn by a peculiar sound emanating from the periphery of the camp. Utilizing the keen eyesight of a sequence practitioner and aided by the moonlight, he discerned the source, a group of wild mandarin ducks frolicking joyfully. Among them stood a man he recognized as a motorcycle rider from the team. The woman accompanying him appeared somewhat familiar as well. Upon closer inspection, she was none other than the one whose husband had recently transformed into a two-dimensional image. Luo Fan recalled the profound sorrow she had exhibited upon losing her spouse. It was perplexing to see her so quickly entwined with another man. Shaking his head, he felt a mixture of melancholy and understanding. In this apocalyptic world, one could either succumb to despair or seek refuge in the companionship of another. Survival as a solitary woman was a formidable challenge. Furthermore, such matters often arise from mutual consent, leaving little room for judgment. Upon returning to the truck, Luo Fan glanced around, noticing that Xiao Ran was still peacefully asleep. He chose not to disturb her and reclined in the seat, feigning a light slumber. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Luo Fan prepared a pot of congee, sought Ed a small portion of greens, and fried 2 hefty pieces of bear meat, thus presenting a rather modest breakfast. The congee and greens were simple yet remarkable. As for the bear meat, Luo Fan confessed to himself that he had no desire to indulge in such greasy fare so early in the day. However, given that this beastly meat was integral to his rank elevation, he compelled himself to partake. "Here you go," he said, presenting a carton of pure milk to Xiao Ran, as was his custom. "Thank you," she replied, accepting the milk with a noticeably smoother tone of gratitude. Luo Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head in silence before checking his marketplace page. His balance stood at 81 yuan. Nevertheless, he had made some purchases early in the morning, including tissues, eggs, and the freshly sought Ed greens, along with a pound of apples for a taste of novelty. A pound wasn't too much, merely 3 or 4 apples, which he intended to savor during their journey. After months in the apocalypse, he had scarcely tasted fruit. "Luo Fan, you hardly seem like you're escaping. It's as if you're embarking on a road trip," remarked Zhao Chunfeng as he approached the two at breakfast. "Look at you with your congee, sought Ed greens, and pure milk. What must a survivor who can only gnaw on expired bread think? Are you here to express your envy?" Luo Fan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Chunfeng. "Do you have any of that green vegetable left? I could trade you something for it later," Zhao Chunfeng asked, having noticed that Luo Fan's greens had been consistently available over the past few days. "Sure," Luo Fan nodded, showing no reluctance. Yet, despite agreeing, Zhao Chunfeng showed no intention of leaving and instead sat down. "Zhao Gu, is there anything else on your mind?" Luo Fan inquired. "Patience. We'll wait for the gang to join us," Zhao Chunfeng replied. Sure enough, not long after, Niu gang, who had also finished breakfast, arrived and eyed Luo Fan's plate of sought Ed greens, swallowing hard. "What is there to discuss?" Luo Fan indicated he could spare some greens for Niu gang as well. Yet, according to the customary practices of the Hope Convoy, exchanges of supplies were expected. In truth, today's primary focus was the matter of fuel. "Niu gang," Zhao Chunfeng began, Our gasoline supply is dwindling. I have only an off-road vehicle, which inherently has limited storage. Although the gang's bus offers more space, it consumes fuel at a higher rate. Between the two of us, we estimate we have enough fuel for merely 2 more days. How about you, Luo Fan? How much do you have left? Having acquired the vehicle from the Luo family, it was evident that the supplies within the small truck now belonged to Luo Fan and in Ran. Therefore, it was likely that he still had a bit of gasoline stored in his vehicle. The fuel in the vehicle is quite limited, with only 8 barrels, each holding 30 liters, Luo Fan replied. If it were merely for the sustenance of a small truck, 8 barrels could certainly last several days. However, if it were to support Zhao, Chunfeng, and Yodagong, it would not endure for long. After all, they are part of a small team, having mutually supported each other through challenges. Thus there exists a bond of camaraderie. It would be unthinkable to allow their vehicles to become incapacitated. With the addition of Luo Fan's fuel, it is estimated that they could last approximately a week. Consequently, within this week, it is imperative to locate a source for refueling. In fact, I have devised a plan regarding the fuel supply, Zhao Chunfeng stated, pulling out a map from his pocket and unfurling it before everyone, while indicating a specific location. This place, known as Jiangxin Town, can provide fuel and is roughly 130 kilometers away from us. It should take about 3 days to reach. However, the optimal route I have chosen may present certain challenges, so it would be prudent to wait until Luo Fan's rank ascends to level 6, when he acquires the ability of Lingshu Step, thereby increasing our chances of success. Ahem. Upon hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan cleared his throat, brushed aside the bangs from his forehead, and inquired, Zhao Ge, I apologize, but is it possible that I've already reached level 6? Chapter 28, Brother Luo. I shall heed your every command. What? You have already reached level 6? Upon hearing Luo Fan's words, Niu Dagong gazed at him in astonishment. Good heavens! It has barely been 10 days, yet you have awakened to level 6? Indeed, I had a sound sleep last night, and suddenly I was at level 6. Luo Fan nodded, quite pleased with Niu Dagong's reaction. I have been awake for nearly 2 months, and have only just reached level 9. Your rate of progression is astonishing. You are truly a prodigy, Niu Dagong exclaimed, staring at Luo Fan in disbelief. There is no talk of prodigies here. After my awakening, I battled ferocious beasts and vanquished the uncanny, not to mention consuming a considerable amount of beast meat. It is only reasonable that my growth would be accelerated. Luo Fan waved his hand dismissively. Yet, even so, your pace of advancement remains remarkable. It seems I shall soon find myself at the bottom of the team. Niu Dagong shook his head bemused. Indeed, although Zhao Chunfeng lacks combat prowess, he is a level 10 in the prophecy sequence. Do not underestimate in Sharon's youth. She too is a level 10 in the support sequence. Presently, Luo Fan's growth is nothing short of meteoric, and Niu Dagong truly felt a sense of urgency. Would he soon be relegated to the lowest rank? Very well, let us discuss the matter of collecting gasoline. Without allowing Niu Dagong to dwell on his thoughts for too long, Zhao Chunfeng interjected, steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, both Luo Fan and Niu Dagong composed themselves, nodding in acknowledgement of Zhao Chunfeng's words. First, while Jiangxin Town is not far, only 130 kilometers away, this distance is not a straight line. We must navigate dangers, which means we will take detours and may even retrace our steps. Thus, we estimate we will cover around 300 kilometers. For those survivors traveling on foot, this is quite a substantial distance, averaging 100 kilometers per day. Secondly, in this post-apocalyptic world, ferocious beasts and the uncanny roam freely. Although Zhao Chunfeng's divination abilities can help us avoid danger to the greatest extent, they cannot eliminate it entirely. We can only choose the lesser of 2 evils. When confronted with 2 or 3 beasts, we must select the safest route. Therefore, we should prepare ourselves for challenges over the next 3 days. After a general discussion regarding the plans for the next 3 days, the group of awakened individuals hoped the convoy could commence their journey. Indeed, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Luo Fan consistently earned 60 yuan daily and aside from expenses for items like pure milk, he saved the remainder. Consequently, his balance had swelled to 220 yuan. Everyone, ahead lies Jiangxin Town. This expedition to search for supplies will entail dangers, so please consider your decisions carefully. In addition to gathering their own supplies, everyone can follow the sequencer to search for gasoline to bring back, which can then be exchanged for survival resources. Ultimately, this search has a time limit of 1 hour. After that, if anyone has not returned, the convoy will not wait. After a 20-minute rest, they will set off to enter the town. Uncle Li, still acting as Zhao Chunfeng's mouthpiece, announced this to everyone in the Hope convoy. This statement caused many within the convoy to privately reconsider their decisions. The warning about danger? It suggested that entering Jiangxin Town was indeed perilous. However, the survivors from Luo Town had no choice. They had borrowed numerous supplies from Zhao Chunfeng and were now obligated to enter the town to gather resources for repayment. I want to go. My food and water should last me over half a month if I ration them. Given how dangerous this is, I'll wait for the next opportunity. I'm going. Are you mad? Uncle Li specifically warned about the dangers. But didn't Uncle Li also mention that if we only need to gather gasoline, we can exchange it with the sequencer? This means we can enter alongside the sequencer and collect gasoline, even if it's dangerous. Having the sequencer with us should ensure a level of safety, right? That does seem somewhat reasonable. As Uncle Li finished his announcement, many survivors in the convoy began to murmur among themselves. Some, emboldened, desired to enter the town to search for supplies, while a significant portion dared not venture in. After all, each supply run felt like a gamble with their lives. Success had come many times, but a single failure could cost them dearly. Luo Fan, will you three take the gang's bus into the town? With a bus's capacity, it should suffice. Moreover, the three of you together have formed a preliminary team coordination. Having spent some supplies, they hired a few survivors who willingly helped the gang unload all the supplies from the bus. An empty bus would naturally allow for a greater haul. Yes, that sounds right, Luo Fan nodded. While a small truck could suffice. He understood that both he and Xiaoran would need to fight, yet no one could drive. At least a Gang S bus had Xiao Wang as a driver. Following that, they established a distribution plan for gathering resources, settling on a ratio of 3-2. This meant that Luo Fan and a gang, as the primary combatants, would each receive 30 of the resources gathered, while Zhao Chunfeng and Xiaoran, as support members, would each receive 20. Meanwhile, after donning his gear, Luo Fan found a Gang S equipment somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the carapace of the black bear they had previously exterminated. Large, fist-sized segments of armor had been drilled and strung together, forming a rudimentary suit of armor worn on his body. Although Luo Fan had obtained half of the corpse and possessed an abundance of armor, he had no intention of donning it. After all, for the assassination sequence, speed and agility were paramount for self-preservation. Encumbering himself with such heavy armor would significantly hinder his swiftness. The bus had been entirely vacated, and the four of them engaged in deliberations regarding the distribution of the collected resources. Everything had been settled, and the time was nearly at hand when Zhao Chunfeng opened the bus door, preparing to disembark. As a member of the prophetic sequence, he was not required to venture into danger. However, just as the door swung open, a figure cloaked in a robe squeezed onto the bus. Lowering the voluminous hood revealed a stunningly enchanting visage. It was Rose. Dear friends, I wish to accompany you into Jiangxin Town. Might you allow me? Her voice, as melodious as ever, evoked a sense of weakness in the bones. This, Niu Dagong's expression flickered with hesitation. Absolutely not. Luo Fan interjected, his refusal direct and unequivocal. Come on, Luo Fan, just agree to let me join. If you grant me this favor, I will heed your every word. Rose turned, entwining her arms around Luo Fan's, pressing him deeply into her softness, her plea laden with an irresistible charm. The implications of her words were unmistakably clear. Chapter 29. Half a face? Luo Fan silently withdrew his arm, casting a cold glance at Rose. If your sole intention is to accompany us, you could simply follow behind our vehicle like those on foot. Yet, you insist on riding with us. What is your true purpose? His words prompted Niu Dagong to ponder as well. Indeed, if her desire was merely for safety, she could just as easily trail their vehicle, especially since she possessed a van of her own. However, her insistence on joining them raised suspicions. Luo, with a heart of stone, appeared unyielding. Observing Luo Fan's frosty demeanor, Rose shook her head in resignation. Very well, I shall be forthright. My purpose for entering Jiangxin town is not to gather supplies, but rather to seek treasure. Treasure? At her mention, Luo Fan's interest was piqued, recalling the golden mouse that belonged to Rose. This creature was known for leading its owner to undiscovered riches. What kind of treasure? He inquired. I cannot specify what it is, but my little Jean has reacted very strongly, indicating it must be of significant value. Rose revealed the golden mouse concealed beneath her cloak, which appeared exuberantly animated. What do you suggest? Observing the mouse's lively response, Luo Fan began to trust Rose's words, then turned to Zhao Chunfeng and the others. This matter is for you to decide. I can offer no assistance, and thus, any treasure discovered shall not be divided amongst us. Zhao Chunfeng waved his hand dismissively. Then, Brother Zhao, could you perhaps divine the omens regarding our treasure hunt? Luo Fan inquired further. This is worth a try. Zhao Chunfeng nodded, retrieving 3 coins. He shook them within his palm before casting them onto the floor of the bus. To Luo Fan and the others, these were merely coins. However, Zhao Chunfeng was able to interpret a wealth of information from their positions and orientations. What did you discern, Brother Zhao? Luo Fan asked. From the omens, there is a hint of misfortune intertwined with a glimmer of fortune. To extract more detailed insights, I would require at least an hour or 2 for thorough contemplation. After careful deliberation, Zhao Chunfeng responded. Indeed, every act of divination necessitates time. The longer one contemplates, the more intricate the interpretation becomes. Consequently, Zhao Chunfeng had spent considerable time analyzing the omens regarding the route the convoy should take and the duration of their supply gathering. However, given their limited hour to collect supplies, time was not on their side, and darkness would soon fall. Luo Fan shook his head. We only have an hour to gather supplies. There is no time for extensive divination. Furthermore, we will be enveloped in darkness in 2 hours. Thus, the question lingered, should they embark on the treasure hunt? All eyes turned to Luo Fan, awaiting his response. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Fan had gained considerable influence within this small faction of sequences. After all, among the 4 sequences, and Shaoran needed no introduction. And Niu Dagong was rather a straightforward brute. Only Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng possessed sharper intellects. As they embarked on their treasure-hunting expedition in the town, Zhao Chunfeng opted not to enter, leaving Luo Fan as the clear leader when action was required. You can stay in the vehicle. We'll assess the situation when the time comes, he declared. There were treasures to be found, but dangers lurked as well. Luo Fan found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of how to proceed, thus deciding to take things one step at a time. Our primary objective is to gather gasoline. We can address everything else later, he continued. Niu Dagong nodded in agreement, showing his support for Luo Fan's words. Although Luo Fan had not given a definitive answer, a glimmer of hope was enough for Mei Gui to accept the situation, and she chose not to voice any further concerns. Time was of the essence. Once all necessary discussions were concluded, Xiao Wang started the bus and drove directly into Jiangxin town. Observing the bus's departure, the resolute survivors followed suit. Jiangxin town appeared quite expansive on the map. In fact, there was a gas station located along the outskirts of the town. However, after months of apocalypse, most roadside gas stations have been stripped bare by escapees. Thus, if they desired fuel, they had no choice but to brave the dangers deeper into the town to locate gasoline. Xiao Wang affixed the map to the bus's dashboard, marking the designated locations and routes before steering towards the area indicated by Zhao Chunfeng's divination. Among the followers, only a few ventured off to search for supplies upon entering Jiangxin town, while the majority carried their own containers or scavenged suitable vessels along the way, trailing behind the bus to assist in collecting gasoline. Indeed, as Zhao Chunfeng had warned, peril awaited them. No sooner had they entered Jiangxin town than they were beset by ferocious beasts. Niu Dagong leaped from the vehicle, wielding a fire axe, striking down foes with singular precision. For a level 9 melee sequence, unless faced with a formidable beast, few could withstand his blows. If they did, it would take but another strike. The deeper they ventured, the more beasts they encountered. But fortunately, this was merely a town. Even though Xiao Wang's bus traveled at a modest pace of 20 miles per hour, it reached their destination in just a few minutes. However, this did not resemble a gas station. As the vehicle halted, Luo Fan shook the beast-toothed dagger in his hand, gazing at a dilapidated factory with its massive iron gates shut, expressing his confusion. A glance around revealed no gas station within 100 meters. Regardless, let us investigate. Since this is the map provided by old Zhao, it should be reliable, Niu Dagong asserted. Luo Fan nodded in agreement, placing his trust in Zhao Chuanfeng's divination skills. After all, they had come this far. Suddenly, a startled cry echoed from behind them. What are you shouting about? Luo Fan furrowed his brow and spoke curtly to the person who had called out. Just moments ago, I glimpsed a woman's face. The terrified individual pointed toward a window on the second floor of the factory. That can't be true. Surely, you must be mistaken. Are there really other survivors living in this town? Another survivor, glancing at the securely locked iron gate of the factory, expressed skepticism. The doubter's reasoning was quite sound, leaving the frightened witness at a loss for words. Actually, I too saw it just now. A woman's face peering at us from behind the half-open window before quickly retreating. Chimed in a short man from the survivor group. If one person could have misperceived, the presence of two witnesses seemed implausible. After all, the straight-line distance to the second-floor window was only about 20 meters. Yet, the dilapidated factory, its iron gate locked from the outside, could hardly harbor any living souls within. A palpable unease settled over the group. Brother Niu, break the lock. We've come this far, we cannot simply turn back. Luo Fan finally declared after a moment of silence, addressing Niu Dagong. Niu Dagong, known for his decisive action, swung the fire axe with a resounding crash, shattering the lock. He then slowly pushed open the rusted iron doors of the factory. Chapter 30. In the Apocalypse, slay the Holy Mother first, with a decisive strike from Luo Fan. As the massive iron door of the factory swung open, a spacious courtyard came into view. The ground was composed of earth and wild grass, lacking any concrete hardening. It appeared to be an old factory, perhaps 60 or 70 years old, with several two-story buildings within. Even prior to the apocalypse, such a factory would likely have gone unnoticed, and now it garnered even less attention. Wait, is that a fuel truck? A fleeting glance at the factory's layout suddenly captivated Luo Fan's gaze towards a fuel tanker. No wonder this wasn't a gas station. Yet Chunfeng had instructed us to gather gasoline here. It turns out there was a fuel truck, which made things significantly more convenient. Xiao Wang, go check if that fuel truck is operational, Luo Fan commanded. Niu Dagong also spotted the fuel truck, his expression filled with delight. If the truck could indeed be driven, there would be no need to fill containers. They could simply drive the truck away. As for why such a dilapidated factory housed a fuel truck, that was of no consequence. All right, Brother Niu. Xiao Wang from the bus nodded, and instead of rushing into the factory, he jumped down and headed towards the fuel truck. Let us go in and take a look, Luo Fan suggested, exchanging a glance with Niu Dagong before they both stepped into the ancient factory. Naturally, the silent and Xiaoran followed closely behind Luo Fan. Here, the storage of gasoline was merely a fuel truck? What purpose did our visit serve? Indeed, if a few sequence members drove the fuel truck away, wouldn't our trip be entirely in vain? I even brought several containers for gasoline. While Luo Fan and Niu Dagong were overjoyed at the discovery of the fuel truck, the expressions of the accompanying survivors darkened. Initially, they had followed the bus with the intent of collecting as much gasoline as possible, hoping to trade various resources with the sequence members once they ventured out. Especially the beasts that had ascended. Even their bones would be a great boon for ordinary people. But now, if a fuel truck drove away, wouldn't their efforts be utterly fruitless? Despite their discontent, the few sequence members had entered the factory, leaving the survivors with no choice but to follow suit. Luo Fan and Niu Dagong approached the fuel truck for a closer inspection. Comparatively, the truck appeared rather small, with the fuel tank clearly marked, indicating a capacity of 2. 16 cubic meters. In other words, this fuel truck had a mere 2-ton capacity, approximately 2,000 liters. Observing the tank's capacity, Luo Fan silently shook his head. This was undoubtedly the smallest fuel truck imaginable. If a large oil tanker with a capacity of 10 tons could be found here, it would be nothing short of splendid. However, Luo Fan was acutely aware that his desires were bordering on greed. The fuel barrels on the bus, even when filled to the brim, contained only a few hundred liters. Thus, being able to transport 2,000 liters would undoubtedly exceed his expectations. Nyo Dagong approached the tanker, leaped onto it, and lifted the lid to peer inside. Luo Fan, it seems there is only about half a tank of oil here, Nyo Dagong remarked. Well, half a tank. That would only be around 600 or 700 liters then. Luo Fan's expression darkened further. At that moment, a young woman among the survivors called out to Luo Fan and Nyo Dagong. Hey, we all came together to gather gasoline. You can't just take it all. Luo Fan turned his head to glance at the woman, his demeanor composed. So what do you suggest we do? Everyone should have a share. This oil does not belong solely to you, the woman insisted. Chuckling in response to her words, Luo Fan's smile was laced with irritation. Sister, while we hope for fairness within the convoy, this vehicle was discovered under the guidance of our leader, Zhao Chunfeng. Once found, we must allocate a portion to him. As for you, you merely followed us for safety. Now you wish to claim a share of the oil we discovered? Have you presumed too much? Our containers cannot hold much oil either. We are all here to gather supplies. Everyone should have a share. Besides, this road does not belong to you. If you could traverse it, why shouldn't we? What harm is there in us receiving a portion? The woman, evidently incensed by Luo Fan's mocking address, raised her voice in heated argument. Suddenly, the woman, who had been fervently debating with Luo Fan, clutched her throat in disbelief, blood flowing swiftly through her fingers as she collapsed to the ground, struggling for breath. With her throat severed, air escaped uncontrollably, and her desperate writhing gradually diminished until she lay still. The other survivors recoiled in shock, hastily retreating and casting terrified glances at Luo Fan. Thus, it seemed that in this apocalyptic world, the benevolent should be the first to perish. With a flick of his short blade, Luo Fan mused inwardly. He then addressed the remaining survivors. What about you? Who else desires a share of the gasoline? Speak up. Upon hearing Luo Fan's words, those survivors who had initially found some merit in the woman's argument instinctively took several steps back, fear evident in their expressions as they fervently shook their heads. And so, the issue was promptly resolved. As the survivors stood in shock, Luo Fan felt a sense of satisfaction within. The debate over the survivors' fate was a matter of perspective, with each side holding its own rationale. Coupled with self-interest, the survivors subtly aligned themselves behind the woman from earlier. Luo Fan understood that further argument would merely escalate into a war of words, unlikely to persuade anyone. In fact, engaging in such disputes would only reinforce the survivors' perception of their own vulnerability. Now, with one decisive blow, he had severed their delusions. Meanwhile, Nyo Dagong, who was relatively kind-hearted, was taken aback by Luo Fan's audacity to act so brazenly in public. Although he opened his mouth to speak, no words came forth. Having a conscience was one thing, but he was well aware of the prevailing stance. Everyone, come and take a look. There is still plenty of oil here. It seems this small factory is a clandestine refinery, called out Rose, shrouded in a black cloak from the doorway of a factory. Chapter 31. A headless corpse. Yet the head calls for help upstairs. Upon hearing Rose's words, a wave of joy surged through the hearts of everyone present, prompting them to rush into the adjacent factory. Indeed, the interior was smeared with oil, yet there were numerous barrels of refined gasoline. Splendid. There was an abundance of gasoline here. The once despondent survivors now wore beaming smiles. It appeared that their efforts were not in vain after all. With this plentiful supply of fuel, they would surely be able to fill the oil tanker to the brim. As Luo Fan surveyed the many barrels of refined oil and the accompanying refining equipment, a sudden realization dawned upon him. This was an illicit oil refinery, cleverly concealed within this unremarkable, dilapidated factory, thus avoiding undue attention. It was no wonder there was an oil tanker present. It was likely used for transporting gasoline. The modest capacity of the tanker, only 2 tons, made sense given the scale of the operation. Everything became clear. Quickly, let us fill the tanks. The survivors shouted excitedly as they gazed at the barrels of refined gasoline. Wait, everyone hold on. Luo Fan called out loudly. At his shout, the expressions of the survivors shifted dramatically. Was he intending to hoard half of the oil in the tanker for himself? Did he plan to monopolize all the refined gasoline? Everyone, I will offer 5 pounds of food to each of you as payment for helping to fill the oil tanker. Once the tanker is full, we shall wait for 10 minutes to allow you to fill your own containers. Who is willing? Luo Fan proposed to the survivors. Having discovered such a wealth of oil, Luo Fan was eager to fill the tanker entirely. However, rather than relying solely on his fellow sequence members, he deemed it more efficient to enlist the help of the survivors to expedite the process. As for the offer of 5 pounds of food as compensation, he was confident it would entice them. The notion of being hired to assist with filling the oil was a relief to the survivors, as long as it meant Luo Fan would not obstruct their efforts. I think that sounds reasonable. After all, even if we fill our containers, we must wait for the tanker to be filled before we can leave. There is no need to waste time standing around, one survivor remarked. Indeed, with so many of us working together, we can fill the tanker, which has just over a ton of space left, in no time. And let us not forget the 5 pounds of food that could sustain us for several days. Another chimed in. Without much deliberation, the survivors quickly agreed to Luo Fan's terms. They sprang into action, each grabbing their containers to fill with gasoline. Luo Fan instructed Niu Dagong to guard the area while he stepped out of the factory. Xiao Wang, have you not started the engine yet? As Luo Fan stepped outside, he discovered that Xiao Wang had already crawled beneath the oil truck, seemingly engaged in some electrical work, with only his lower body visible. Xiao Wang, he called out, but received no response. After another attempt to summon him, silence continued to reign, which struck Luo Fan as profoundly unsettling. The first time he called, perhaps Xiao Wang simply hadn't heard, but now, standing right beside the truck, how could he not respond? This was impossible. Everyone stay back. At that moment, several survivors carrying containers emerged, making their way towards the oil truck. Luo Fan immediately raised his voice, admonishing them sharply. Hearing his stern reprimand, the survivors hesitated, clutching their gasoline, fearful to approach. Luo Fan kicked Xiao Wang's foot, but there was still no reaction. He then grasped Xiao Wang's leg and yanked him out from beneath the vehicle. As Xiao Wang's body was pulled free, the nearby survivors erupted into terrified screams. To their horror, it became apparent that Xiao Wang's head was entirely missing, leaving behind a headless corpse. Was this bizarre? No. Under the blazing sun, the courtyard lay bathed in light. It could not be strange. Was it the work of a beast? As he gazed upon the gruesome sight of Xiao Wang's dismemberment, Luo Fan felt a tightening in his chest. The dual-eyed bow, long residing in his storage space, materialized in his hand. He extended his arm, gesturing for Xiaoran to retreat behind him. Clearly alerted by the commotion outside, Niu Dagong rushed out from the factory, his expression shifting dramatically at the sight of Xiao Wang's lifeless form. Having been Xiao Wang's driver and sharing countless days together, Niu Dagong and Xiao Wang had formed a close bond. Now, without any warning, Xiao Wang had met his untimely demise. Niu Dagong's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched a fire axe, shouting into the surrounding darkness, "What kind of foul creature are you? Show yourself." Niu Ge, stay calm. Observing Niu Dagong's escalating fury, Luo Fan quickly intervened. Having spent several days in Niu Dagong's vehicle alongside Xiao Wang, Luo Fan had grown familiar with him, and the sudden loss stirred a deep anger within him. Yet, Luo Fan understood all too well that the enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained in the light. Thus, maintaining composure was imperative. It was one thing to be attacked by a beast, but the absence of any warning or sound was indeed chilling. No wonder Zhao Chunfeng's divination had specifically cautioned about the dangers of this expedition. Previously, everything had seemed clear sailing, but now it appeared they were being awaited. Had it not been for the fuel, Zhao Chunfeng would likely have advised the convoy to steer clear of Jiangxin town. Wait, what had happened to Yilong? Where was he? And what of Xiao Jiang? No, he recalled that they had set out with 36 survivors on foot, Yet now only 28 remained. Why had so many disappeared? There was something amiss. But how could there be anything strange in broad daylight? What on earth was happening? At that moment, the survivors began to emerge one by one. Perhaps it was the sight of Xiao Wang's headless corpse, an occurrence so bizarre that it prompted these individuals to realize the inexplicable disappearance of those familiar to them. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan scrutinized the survivors closely. Initially, he had not taken notice, but upon further inspection, he observed a stark decline in numbers. What had once been over 30 survivors had dwindled to barely 20, a palpable reduction that was evident to the naked eye. What on earth was happening? It was not the fear of encountering formidable beasts that troubled them, but the dread of grappling with the incomprehensible. Now this situation felt utterly perplexing. "Brother Nyo, Luo Gu, help me suddenly." A feeble voice pierced the air. It was Xiao Wang. Luo Fan and Nyo quickly turned their gaze in the direction of sound. There, by the window on the second floor of the factory, they beheld Xiao Wang, his pleading eyes directed toward them. The window obstructed their view. They could only see the upper half of his face, with the lower part concealed beneath the sill. A chilling realization struck everyone. Xiao Wang's headless body lay before them, yet his head was somehow alive and perched on the windowsill above. This revelation caused a collective gasp, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over them, leaving them utterly chilled to the bone. Chapter 32. The monster actually blocks the door. The scene before them was utterly bizarre. A headless corpse lay there, which should have been a certain death. Yet, astonishingly, the head appeared at the second-floor window, desperately seeking assistance. Little Wang, witnessing his pleas for help, Nyo Dagong anxiously shouted and prepared to rush upstairs to save him. "Brother Nyo, wait." However, Luo Fan seized Nyo Dagong's arm to halt him. At that moment, the window shifted slightly, revealing a creature resembling a slug, slowly crawling up the windowsill. As this creature fully revealed its true form, all the survivors were struck dumb with terror. It was not merely a slug. It was in fact a snail. This was a snail nearly as thick as a human arm, and astonishingly, its shell was none other than Little Wang's head. The snail's body extended from Little Wang's mouth, inching forward along the windowsill, dragging his head along with it. Remarkably, Little Wang's head retained its own consciousness, mouth agape, as the snail carried him across the edge of the window, unable to utter a word, yet his eyes were fixated on Luo Fan and the others, revealing a profound sense of pleading. Silence engulfed the scene. Though over 30 individuals were present, an eerie stillness prevailed. All were incredulous as they beheld Little Wang's head, crawling under the snail's guidance until it vanished behind the wall. What on earth was that ghastly thing? Was Little Wang alive or dead? What kind of monstrous creature lurked here? Run, we must flee. After the head snail had crawled away for a considerable time, the terrified survivors gradually regained their mobility, murmuring amongst themselves. Clearly, the recent spectacle had been too horrifying, instilling a sense of retreat in everyone. "Brother Nyo, let us go," Luo Fan urged Nyo Daga. Faced with such a bizarre entity, Luo Fan's instinct was to escape. Unlike the protagonists often depicted in horror films, who, driven by insatiable curiosity, approach the unknown only to face near annihilation, Luo Fan found such behavior utterly foolish. Why risk one's life out of mere curiosity when danger was evident? It could only be said that the writers had artificially dulled the wits of the protagonists. The sensible reaction would surely be to flee. Yet, Little Wang had just called for help. Hearing Luo Fan's suggestion to run, Nyo Dagong was clearly reluctant. "Brother Nyo, you must be rational. Little Wang cannot be saved. Do you wish to endanger more lives for someone who is already lost?" Luo Fan locked eyes with Nyo Dagong, his voice raised. This statement rendered Nyo Dagong silent. Indeed, Little Wang was not one of the sequence, merely an ordinary person, and with his head gone, his fate was sealed. In a desperate bid to rescue him, would it be worth sacrificing more lives? "Everyone, retreat immediately. Leave the gasoline," Luo Fan shouted to all the survivors. As he spoke, the crowd turned and fled toward the factory's exit. As for the fuel truck, Luo Fan had no intention of attempting to start it. Heeding his words, the survivors clutched the gasoline they had filled, following suit in their retreat. Those who had not prepared their fuel dared not attempt to do so now. The eerie disappearance of so many had instilled a profound fear. No one wished to linger a moment longer in this dread-filled oil refinery. However, just as Luo Fan and the others turned to flee, they were met with an unexpected sight at the factory's entrance. Countless grotesque slugs, inexplicably materializing, obstructed their escape. Their sheer number was enough to provoke a sense of claustrophobia. Each slug was as thick as an arm. We must break through. Observing the slug's movements, Luo Fan realized that the terrifying creatures within the factory sought to prevent their escape, treating them as prey. Thus, without hesitation, they needed to fight back against this obstruction. The more the creatures resisted their departure, the more determined they became to break free. Niu Dagong, already seething with rage, was ready for confrontation. With a fierce roar, he swung his massive fire axe down with tremendous force. The impact not only severed several slugs, but also created a large crater in the ground. Luo Fan, wielding his small beast tooth blade, moved with far greater agility. His blade danced swiftly, slicing through several slugs with ease, akin to cutting through gelatin. Yet, regardless of whether it was Niu Dagong's strikes or Luo Fan's swift cuts, every slug that fell to the ground writhed momentarily before reforming into new slugs, continuing their relentless assault on the group. For every slug severed, two smaller ones emerged, increasing their numbers exponentially. The mass of slugs surged forth like a relentless tide. While Luo Fan and Niu Dagong managed to protect themselves, two unfortunate survivors became ensnared by the slugs and fell to the ground, screaming in terror. Soon, more slugs overwhelmed them, devouring their bodies until only heads remained, which were then dragged away, resembling a grotesque snail, towards the factory's second floor. Help me! The head, still alive, pleaded with a garbled voice as slugs pried open its mouth. This scene mirrored the earlier sight of Xiao Wang's head crawling along the second-floor windowsill. Once the slugs had pushed the group back, they showed no inclination to pursue further, effectively forming a barrier at the factory's entrance, akin to an insurmountable chasm, preventing the survivors from escaping. All individuals were compelled to retreat, their expressions fraught with trepidation. Their gazes converged upon Luo Fan. Although Luo Fan's recent altercation with that woman had instilled a profound fear in the survivors due to his swift and decisive act of violence. In this moment of collective despair, their hopes of escape were evidently resting entirely upon him. Luo Fan remained silent, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. Firstly, judging by the actions of these slime creatures, they regarded everyone as mere fish in a barrel. It was akin to humans raising a herd of pigs. They would not slaughter them all at once, nor would they allow the pigs to escape entirely, but would instead corral them and consume them gradually. Secondly, it became apparent that the lurking monstrosities possessed a certain degree of intelligence. Lastly, the head must be of particular significance, as the slime creatures were transporting human heads to the second floor, perhaps ensuring their vitality in the process. Brother Niu, how long have we been in Jiangxin town? Luo Fan asked after a moment of contemplation. Niu Dagong, equipped with a mechanical wristwatch, something Luo Fan had always been aware of, was invaluable for tracking time, especially since Zhao Chunfeng always provided a specific time frame for scavenging resources. Niu Dagong glanced at his watch and replied, "We have been in the town for half an hour." This revelation weighed heavily on Luo Fan's heart. Zhao Chunfeng had mentioned a deadline of 1 hour, and had half an hour already elapsed? If night fell, it was likely that even more terrifying entities would emerge, leaving them with even fewer options for survival. Then there is no choice. We must ascend to the second floor and eliminate that creature, Luo Fan declared through gritted teeth. While he would naturally prefer to escape, if possible, he understood that if there was no path to safety, he must not shy away from a fight when the moment demanded it. Chapter 33. The eerie tree and the enormous slug with a dagger secured at his waist and a dual-eyed bow in hand. Luo Fan ascended to the second floor of the factory alongside Niu Dagong, while Shaoran closely trailed behind him. Although he preferred to avoid employing the bow, a peculiar weapon, if possible, the uncertainty of what awaited them above compelled him to retain a means of ranged attack for safety. By the way, have you seen Rose? Neodagong inquired suddenly as they climbed the stairs. Luo Fan paused to reflect. Indeed, he had encountered her when he discovered the stored gasoline. She had called out, alerting him to the presence of ample fuel, revealing that the factory was a clandestine oil refinery. Since that moment, however, she had seemingly vanished. Logically, his objective in entering the town was to seek treasure, and she ought to have accompanied the other sequence holders. A sense of unease crept in. Had she perished? Yet, Luo Fan shook his head, dismissing the thought. Although Rose's demise would be unfortunate, they shared no profound bond. Moreover, they were uncertain whether they would even escape the factory, let alone embark on a treasure hunt together. After all, dusk was rapidly approaching, less than an hour away. Below, the remaining 20 or so survivors huddled together, shivering like a flock of sheep encircled by ravenous wolves, their eyes wide with terror as they scanned their surroundings, fearing that monstrous horrors might emerge from the shadows at any moment. All their hopes for survival rested upon the shoulders of the sequence holders. If they could vanquish the creatures, there was hope. If they failed, the fate of the gathered souls would be grim. Luo Fan and his companions quickly reached the second floor, where a chilling sight awaited them. The floor was ensconced in a dense layer of dark red vines, grotesque and sanguinary. At the heart of these vines stood a small tree, approximately 2 meters in height, its lush foliage thriving on the nutrients absorbed from the surrounding tendrils. Atop the tree blossomed a magnificent flower, while at its base coiled an enormous slug, its girth comparable to that of a bucket, enveloping the trunk. This slug was the very creature that had barred everyone from exiting moments prior. Transforming into a snail-like form, it drew its head closer to the tree, and as it reached the base, another slug emerged from its mouth, merging seamlessly into the colossal slug's body. This revelation clarified that the factory was not infested with numerous slugs. Rather, there had only ever been one, with the others merely being offshoots of this singular entity. As the creature departed from its mouth, several vines appeared to come to life, inserting themselves into the openings of its head, mouth, eyes, and nostrils, seeking to intertwine with the grotesque form. The head deflated instantly, akin to a punctured balloon, rapidly shrinking in size. Meanwhile, the resplendent flowers adorning the tree radiated an enchanting light, and soon, one of the petals detached and gracefully descended. As the petal fell, the enormous slug eagerly extended its tentacles, enveloping and consuming it. What on earth is this abomination? Observing the scene from the second floor, Neodagong remarked with a grim expression. Perhaps it is a symbiotic relationship, or perhaps one of domestication. In any case, we must find a way to eliminate this giant slug. Luo Fan's countenance mirrored his distress as he fixated on the colossal creature. That tree is indeed bizarre, but the slug represents the greatest threat. Yet every time we strike this slug, it splits into two. 2 becomes 4, Neodagong added. Indeed, in terms of its abilities, this slug effectively counters Neodagong's strength. More accurately, it seems to be immune to nearly all physical damage. Hearing Neodagong's words, Luo Fan sighed inwardly. In truth, his assassination sequence is quite similar to Neodagong's melee sequence, both being forms of physical damage. Since Neodagong's abilities are countered, his own are similarly affected. Let's give it a try. The peculiar paper entity we encountered before also negated all physical output, which I managed to overcome with my dual eyes bow. Luo Fan thought as he drew the bowstring once more. The eyes on the bow unfurled, emanating an eerie aura, locking their gaze upon the immense slug. Then, he released the bowstring, and a sharp arrow shot forth towards the gigantic slug. With a soft thud, the sluggish creature, moving at a lethargic pace, was unable to evade and was struck by the arrow. However, the impact site showed no sign of blood. Not even a drop of bodily fluid escaped. After writhing a few times, the arrow lodged in the slug was expelled, clattering to the ground. When struck, the slug would split apart. And while the arrow had successfully hit its target, it had failed to inflict any damage. Despite having harbored suspicions, witnessing this scene firsthand caused Luo Fan to quietly lament. This slug is indeed a formidable adversary. What shall we do next? Both of us rely on physical output, and our attacks are in vain. Neodagong said helplessly as he observed Luo Fan's mystical devices having no effect. Since physical output proves ineffective, let's explore alternative methods of attack, Luo Fan suggested. The most disconcerting aspect was that after being struck by an arrow, the slug exhibited no reaction, seemingly aware that Luo Fan's assault posed no threat, thus remaining indifferent to their efforts. This demeanor left both Luo Fan and Niu Dagong feeling exasperated. Alternative methods? With both of their sequences being physical output types, how could they employ different forms of attack? Luo Fan raised his hand and produced a bottle of purified water, then hurled it towards the slug, drawing the bowstring taut. As the pristine bottle of water soared above the slug, Luo Fan unleashed an arrow that shattered the vessel. The contents of the ruptured bottle cascaded downwards in a crystalline shower. Luo Fan, with a slight twitch of his nose, discerned a familiar and acrid scent. Indeed, it was gasoline. The prospect of employing fire as a weapon seemed promising. Luo Fan nodded, affirming Niu Dagong's hypothesis. When hindered by the slugs blocking their exit, Luo Fan had retreated and contemplated the potential of igniting a fiery assault, especially since the factory was replete with gasoline. Thus, he procured several pristine bottles, filling them with gasoline and stowing them in the storage space. As anticipated, with the spillage of a single bottle of gasoline, the colossal slug began to stir, its previously coiled form unfurling as its upper body rose to confront Luo Fan and his companions. Subsequently, its flesh split apart, dividing into hundreds of smaller slugs, which surged rapidly toward Luo Fan and Niu Dagong. Despite being struck by arrows without a hint of reaction, the application of gasoline elicited a definitive response from slugs. Chapter 34. Flames of Destruction, Brother Niu. Hurry, ignite it, Luo Fan exclaimed, gazing at the multitude of slugs advancing towards them. What leads you to believe that I possess fire? Niu Dagong replied, looking at Luo Fan with a hint of incredulity. Brother Niu, are you truly that lethargic? A simple lighter hardly occupies any space. Luo Fan remarked with a wry smile, expressing his frustration. You carry a storage-type artifact. Why don't you bring your own? Niu Dagong retorted, bemused. Even the smallest lighter seemed unnecessary, especially when he was not a habitual smoker like Zhao Chunfeng. Why would he carry a lighter at all? Gasoline was prepared, yet at the critical moment, Luo Fan had forgotten the lighter. Shaking his head, Niu Dagong raised his fire axe, ready to confront the swiftly approaching slugs. Although his attacks would inflict no substantial damage on these peculiar creatures, he could not simply stand idly by. Actually, I do have a lighter, Luo Fan suddenly interjected, as the hundreds of slugs rapidly advanced towards them. He then produced a lighter, igniting a flame and hurling it at the slugs. As Luo Fan ignited the flame, the movement of the slugs paused, visibly stunned. However, it was too late for slugs to retreat as the lighter had already been thrown. Boom! The lighter landed, and immediately, the gasoline-soaked slugs erupted into fierce flames, writhing and twisting in agony. Effective. Witnessing the fire's efficacy against the slugs, both Luo Fan and Niu Dagong felt a surge of joy. Luo Fan, how did you deduce that fire would be effective against these slugs? Niu Dagong inquired, observing one slug contorting painfully in the flames, its body rapidly shriveling under the heat. Brother Niu, there is an abundance of gasoline downstairs. Yet these slugs are hiding on the second floor. Not to mention, they possess some level of intelligence, Luo Fan cautioned. This revelation struck Niu Dagong. Indeed, the slugs seemed aware of the gasoline-s nature, which explained their reluctance to approach, opting instead to hide on the second floor. To think you had a lighter all along and yet frightened me, Niu Dagong complained, acknowledging Luo Fan's logic despite his irritation. Indeed, during battle, you still have the presence of mind to jest. I genuinely believed you had faltered at a crucial moment, he continued. Brother Niu, this creature was emboldened by our lack of a lighter. If you cannot deceive me, how could you hope to deceive it? Luo Fan replied. Niu Dagong nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on their earlier battle with the Luo family, where he had deliberately exaggerated his skills to deceive Luo Dahai. He couldn't help but remark, Luo Fan, you truly are quite cunning. Thank you for the compliment. In the face of Niu Dagong's assessment, Luo Fan exhibited a demeanor of pride rather than shame. Wait, what do you mean I can't even fool myself? How could I deceive it? He pondered, feeling a tinge of offense. Soon after, Niu Dagong, realizing the gravity of the situation, inquired of Luo Fan, "Brother Nyo, be cautious. Something is amiss with this creature." Luo Fan immediately straightened his expression and replied to Nyo Dagong. Upon hearing this, Nyo Dagong turned to observe the enormous slug, which, despite having lost a portion of its appendages, was now displaying new movements. The colossal slug undulated, subsequently splitting off a new smaller slug, which, although fewer in number, was glistening with moisture. The giant slug lunged directly toward Luo Fan and Nyo Dagong. Indeed, this creature possesses intelligence. It has managed to separate the petrol-soaked part into an independent entity, Luo Fan deduced, instantly grasping the situation. Without any further ado, Luo Fan retrieved 3 bottles of purified water from his storage space, each filled with gasoline. After uncapping them, he poured the contents onto the ground before him. A raging inferno erupted, forming a wall of fire that deterred the large slug from advancing. "Brother Nyo, head downstairs," Luo Fan called out, temporarily halting the encroaching giant slug. Upon hearing this, Nyo Dagong urgently protested, "Luo Fan, I won't abandon you. I shall fight alongside you." Luo Fan couldn't help but smirk slightly at Nyo Dagong's earnestness, thinking that an outsider might mistake this for a dramatic farewell in dire straits. "Brother Nyo, I meant to say, go fetch more gasoline," Luo Fan clarified, unable to contain his exasperation. "Oh, is that what you meant? I'll go right away," Nyo Dagong replied, feeling a bit embarrassed for misunderstanding, and swiftly made his way downstairs. The slug, seemingly comprehending Luo Fan's words and aware of Nyo Dagong's intentions, disregarded the fiery barrier and charged toward Luo Fan. Lingshu step. Luo Fan activated his agility, feeling as light as a feather. With a nimble leap, he evaded the slug's collision. The slug crashed violently into the ground, bursting apart and transforming into dozens of smaller slugs that rapidly spread toward Luo Fan. Armed with a beast-toothed dagger, Luo Fan swiftly slashed through the approaching slugs. Although he could not eliminate them completely, he could ensure his safety for the time being. In the state of Lingshu step, Luo Fan's movements were both agile and swift, allowing him to evade the onslaught of numerous slugs. Suddenly, a layer of gray shielding materialized around him without warning, protecting him from 2 slugs that had charged at him. Turning to glance back, he realized it wasn't Shaoran who had cast a shield for him. "Shaoran, you should head downstairs," he advised. Although the slug was entirely focused on itself, Luo Fan could not guarantee that a portion of its attention would not shift to attacking Shaoran. The existence of an auxiliary sequence truly lacked any self-defense capabilities. "Luo Fan, I am here." At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor. It was Nyo Dagong, each hand gripping a 30-liter standard gasoline barrel. The total of 60 liters of gasoline seemed weightless in his hands, yet it did not hinder his swift strides. "Throw them both away," Luo Fan commanded. In response, Nyo Dagong hurled one gasoline barrel towards the slug and the other towards the peculiar little tree. With a resounding crash, the barrels struck the ground from afar, shattering upon impact, and gasoline gushed forth rapidly. "Everyone retreat downstairs," Luo Fan shouted loudly. He then drew his bowstring and aimed at the gasoline barrels below, releasing the arrow. With a sharp clang, the arrow struck the metal barrel, igniting a spark. Subsequently, flames erupted fiercely, immediately engulfing the entire 2nd floor of the factory, with the scorching blaze even spewing from the windows above. Chapter 35. The crimson fruit beneath the factory. All the survivors gazed upward towards the 2nd floor, where flames roared fiercely, even spewing out from the windows. The survivors turned pale with dread, instinctively retreating further from the building. After all, the 1st floor was saturated with gasoline. Should the inferno spread below, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. Luo Fan and his companions hastily descended from the 2nd floor. Observing the raging fire above, contemplating that with such a ferocious blaze, the enormous slug-like creature must have perished. This creature possessed a terrifying ability to evade physical attacks, yet was notably vulnerable to fire, a formidable strength overshadowed by a glaring weakness, indicative of a severe specialization. Nyo Dagong remained silent, walking solemnly to the oil truck beside him. He then wielded his fire axe to dig a sizable grave in the ground, gently laying the headless corpse of Xiao Wang to rest within. In Chinese tradition, interment signifies peace. Having failed to save him, it was imperative not to let him lie exposed to the wilderness. Observing Niu Dagong's actions, Luo Fan approached this makeshift grave and offered a moment of silence. Overall, their shared days on the bus had been quite pleasant. After a brief pause, Luo Fan placed a comforting hand on Niu Dagong's shoulder. Brother Niu, death may not be a misfortune. In this wretched apocalypse, everyone is struggling to survive, uncertain of what the future holds. Those of us who remain must continue to find ways to live. Our time is running short. Luo Fan's words rekindled Niu Dagong's spirit, and he climbed into the oil truck, swiftly starting the engine. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Luo Fan's eyes. Although Xiao Wang had met a tragic end, he had indeed managed to prepare the oil truck just before his demise. Luo Fan, go and drive the bus, Niu Dagong instructed after igniting the oil truck. Thus, it seemed the convoy had gained another vehicle, a fuel truck. Wait, Brother Niu, how much time do we have left? Luo Fan inquired, not rushing to depart. Hearing this, Niu Dagong glanced at his watch and replied, we have 14 minutes remaining. We must leave Jiangxin town within that time. Given that Zhao Chunfeng had provided a 1-hour window, it was likely that failing to depart after that period would expose them to even more horrifying dangers. Both Luo Fan and Niu Dagong held a profound trust in Zhao Chunfeng's divination abilities. I'll go upstairs for a moment, Luo Fan declared upon realizing only 14 minutes remained. He was particularly concerned about that peculiar little tree. The enormous slug seemed to have a symbiotic or perhaps a parasitic relationship with the strange tree. The creature consumed only corpses, deliberately leaving the heads for the ancient tree, while the flowers from the bizarre tree would drop their petals, which the slug would then devour. Luo Fan instinctively felt that the peculiar tree was not an ordinary entity. If time permitted, Luo Fan would naturally wait for the flames on the second floor to extinguish completely before venturing forth. However, the urgency of the moment left no room for such considerations. Moreover, during the time spent digging a grave for Xiao Wang and paying respects, the fire on the second floor had significantly diminished. All right, then make haste, he urged. Comprehending Luo Fan's intent, Niu Dagong nodded in agreement, evidently recalling the peculiar tree. Time was of the essence. Luo Fan, without the slightest intention of using the staircase, took a deep breath, activated his ethereal step, and leapt directly from the ground to the window of the second floor. The flames still raged within the factory on that floor. Yet, when Luo Fan's gaze fell upon the strange tree, he was momentarily taken aback. The enormous slug had indeed perished, but it appeared not from the flames. Rather, it had been slain by the tree itself. Several tentacles had pierced into the slug's body, causing it to wither away. Turning his attention back to the ancient tree, he observed the tendrils retracting, clearly indicating the tree's fear of fire. A figure approached the tree, brandishing a torch made of burning materials, more specifically, drawing near to the tree's blossoms. Rose? Luo Fan exclaimed in surprise. Ever since he had reminded everyone that this was a black oil factory, neither he nor Niu Dagong had seen Rose again, leaving them unaware of her whereabouts. Initially, Luo Fan had feared she might have met a grim fate, yet here she was, unexpectedly appearing at such a critical moment. More astonishing was her audacity to confront the strange tree alone. Luo, go, come quickly. This flower is about to bear fruit. Rose called out urgently, holding the torch for her own protection. Upon closer inspection, Luo Fan noticed that the flower at the top of the tree emanated an enchanting glow, and petals began to fall, revealing a blood-red, translucent fruit at its core. This fruit appeared to be the size of a fist, resembling a ruby. Rose, wielding the torch in one hand, gathered the fallen petals with the other. These petals were indeed precious, yet it was clear that the true treasure lay in that fruit. Observing the scene, Luo Fan swiftly scanned his surroundings and hurled some burning materials toward the strange tree, causing its tendrils to recoil in fear. Subsequently, the tentacles, akin to frenzied snakes, lunged toward Luo Fan. Armed with a short blade made from beast fangs and relying on the agility of his ethereal step, Luo Fan deftly maneuvered amidst the flailing tendrils, slashing them one after another with precision. The severed tendrils oozed a crimson liquid reminiscent of blood, presenting a horrifying sight. As a level 6 assassin, Luo Fan's short blade proved exceedingly sharp. The strange tree offered little resistance, and in mere moments, he had severed 7 or 8 of its tendrils, creating a bit of space around him. Before the basin-sized flower, Luo Fan observed that most of its petals had naturally fallen away, leaving only the fist-sized blood-red fruit gleaming brilliantly. Wait, Luo Xiaoga. Wait until all the petals have fallen. Only then can the fruit be considered fully ripe. As she collected several petals, Rose watched as Luo Fan raised a short knife towards the fruit and hurriedly called out. However, Luo Fan paid no heed to Rose's plea. With a swift swing, he severed the stem of the flower and quickly stored it in his spatial repository. We have 10 minutes to escape. There is no time to wait for it to fully mature. After securing the fruit, Luo Fan cast a glance at Rose and leapt out of the window. Realizing the validity of Luo Fan's words, Rose inwardly sighed, swiftly gathered her precious petals, and raced down the stairs in a frenzy. Chapter 36. Escape from the factory, the woman resurrected from death. As they descended the stairs, the crowd waiting below surged eagerly towards the factory's exit, while Niu Dagong, who had already revved the engine, promptly engaged the vehicle. Everyone was acutely aware that only 10 minutes remained before the deadline. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, escaping Jiangxin town should pose no issue. Yet, it was precisely the fear of unexpected events that loomed large. Rose, racing down the stairs, noticed everyone rushing out and immediately followed suit. For the bus awaited at the factory entrance. The oil truck speed was far from swift, especially considering the factory's earthen floor, devoid of any concrete reinforcement. Luo Fan swiftly embraced Xiaoran, who was beside him, and leapt atop the oil tank of the truck. He settled in Xiaoran beside him and cast a glance at the survivors. Many were clutching containers of gasoline. It seemed that during his brief absence upstairs, numerous survivors had taken the opportunity to fill their vessels. In this survival game, where resourcefulness was paramount, gathering supplies was the fundamental principle for ordinary individuals. Initially, the oil truck had not been fully loaded, leaving Luo Fan somewhat disheartened, yet witnessing the survivors' efforts to gather fuel provided him with a semblance of solace. Once we leave the factory, you can place your fuel on the bus. With the additional oil, you will be able to flee more swiftly. Do not worry. I shall assist you without charge. Luo Fan called out to the survivors with a robust voice. The bus currently stood vacant, and it was impossible for all survivors to board simultaneously. After all, who would choose to embark? Luo Fan understood the principle of fairness over scarcity. However, storing the fuel was certainly feasible. Naturally, while he claimed that depositing their oil would facilitate a quicker escape, he refrained from voicing his concerns about the potential loss should they perish and abandon their fuel. Moreover, if those who relinquished their oil met their demise during the escape, they could hardly blame anyone else. Thus, the fuel left on the bus would become ownerless, wouldn't it? A shiver ran down his spine as Luo Fan sat atop the oil tank, his mind swirling with thoughts. A sudden chill engulfed him, sending a jolt through his body. Instinctively, he looked up. There, on the roof of the adjacent factory, a figure lay in a grotesque posture, their eyes filled with venomous hatred fixed upon him. That figure, Luo Fan's expression shifted subtly. He recognized the woman who had confronted him previously, demanding a share of the gasoline when he discovered it in the truck. Hadn't he slit her throat, ending her life? Yet, here she was alive before him. The hatred emanating from her gaze was akin to that of a venomous serpent. Clearly, her contorted position on the rooftop suggested she was no longer a normal human being. So what did this imply? Could it be that there were other entities lurking within the factory? After all, neither the slug nor the bizarre tree should have enabled this slain woman to resurrect in such a manner. Her body arched slightly, as though preparing to pounce. Just as Luo Fan drew his dagger, ready to confront this threat, the woman suddenly turned her gaze towards the rear of the escape team, as if sensing something. As Luo Fan followed her gaze, he discovered that Rose had also dashed down from the second floor, now fleeing at the rear of the group. The woman's attention was evidently captivated by Rose, and without hesitation, she leaped from the second floor, equivalent to the height of a typical third floor, launching herself directly toward Rose with astonishing speed. Watching this agile maneuver, Luo Fan felt a tightening in his chest. To be candid, even with his ethereal steps, He would never dare to leap from such a height, especially not at an angle that sent him soaring several dozen meters away. His ethereal steps, though advantageous, could not achieve such a distance. What on earth had transpired with this woman? How had she transformed into this ghastly figure, gaining such formidable strength? Despite his diligent awakening of his sequence and the elevation of its rank, this woman had inexplicably grown so powerful in a mere half-hour. Although she had become a creature neither human nor ghost, the magnitude of her transformation was nothing short of staggering. It was no wonder that throughout history, those who tread the path of evil often sought shortcuts. Leaving aside Luo Fan's thoughts, Rose had evidently sensed the impending attack. However, the speed was far too swift for her to react. All she could muster was a terrified scream. At that critical moment, a gray shield suddenly materialized, the work of Shaoran, enveloping Rose completely. With a resounding crash, Rose was propelled several meters away upon impact. Nevertheless, the shield encasing her did not dissipate, and Shaoran, at level 10, had crafted a remarkably resilient shield, one that would not easily shatter unless confronted by a formidable beast of rank. What was happening? Had this creature chosen to target the isolated? Observing this ghastly woman abandon her vendetta against him in favor of attacking Rose, Luo Fan inwardly pondered. Yet, his reaction was swift. Witnessing the monstrous assault, he could not remain a passive observer. He immediately drew his bow and nocked an arrow, vowing, "I will slay you." The monstrous woman, neither human nor ghost, emitted a spiteful roar, extending her elongated claws once more to viciously strike at Rose. With a thunderous impact, the first assault was thwarted by the shield, but under the force of the second strike, the shield evidently reached its breaking point and shattered. Although the initial attack was obstructed, the residual momentum of the claws still struck Rose, leaving deep gashes that exposed bone, blood spurting forth profusely. Clearly dissatisfied with failing to eliminate Rose with her first blow, the monstrous woman raised her claws again, this time aiming directly for Rose's throat. If this attack connected, it would surely tear her throat to shreds. Was this the end? Rose's eyes, filled with despair, widened as she beheld the claws poised to strike. Just then, at that critical juncture, a sharp arrow pierced through the monster's skull, delivering a fatal blow. Had she been saved? As the head of the female monster was pierced, her form crumpled and fell to the ground. Rose slumped down, her body rigid, feeling as though her thoughts had come to a standstill. However, at that moment, a verdant light enveloped her, emanating from Shaoran's healing touch. The wounds on Rose's body twitched slightly. Though not fully healed, the bleeding ceased, and a warm sensation enveloped her entire being, bringing her back to her senses. "If you do not leave now, you shall remain here to await your demise." Luo Fan shouted towards Rose, glancing back at her, who appeared paralyzed with fear. Without any intention of turning back to save her, he continued on. Subsequently, Luo Fan leaped down from the oil tank, carrying Shaoran, and they swiftly boarded the bus. Once seated in the driver's position, Luo Fan immediately started the bus, steering it toward the outskirts of the town. The bus doors remained ajar as the survivors hurriedly gathered their prepared fuel, sprinting to place it onto the vehicle. Regaining her composure, Rose rose to her feet, suppressing the excruciating pain of her wounds, and hastily pursued Luo Fan's bus. Chapter 37. Rose, the Awakening of the Sequence. Despite her injuries, Rose exerted herself to catch up with the bus and leaped through the unlatched door. Ignoring the gasoline containers piled beside her, she collapsed onto the bus, her taut nerves finally relaxing somewhat, and Shaoran, on the bus, glanced at her and raised her hand, casting a healing spell upon her. Earlier, when Rose was attacked, the force of the blow had been significantly mitigated by the shield, so with 2 healing spells from Shaoran, her injuries had mostly healed, and the wounds had begun to scab over. "Thank you, Shaoran." Rose expressed her gratitude, her gaze warm. Her thanks encompassed not only the 2 healing spells, but primarily the protective shield that had saved her life. She knew well that had it not been for Shaoran's timely intervention, she would have surely perished. Even if Luo Fan had attempted to shoot an arrow to rescue her, it would have been too late. In response to Rose's gratitude, and Shaoran remained silent. Luo Fan, driving the bus, kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Although he and Yodagong were both awakened, They had assumed the role of drivers, aiming to evade any potential beasts during their escape. Fortunately, upon entering Jiangxin town, they had dispatched numerous beasts along the way, allowing for a relatively unobstructed exit. For 10 minutes, Luo Fan pressed the accelerator, while the survivors behind gritted their teeth, striving to keep pace with the bus and the fuel truck. At last, they successfully fled Jiangxin town. "Let us move, do not linger," Zhao Chunfeng urged, observing the relieved expressions of Niu Dagong and Luo Fan upon their return. "I need to retrieve the supplies I unloaded from my vehicle," Niu Dagong began, but Zhao Chunfeng interrupted, glancing at the exhausted survivors. 5 minutes. Everyone rests for 5 minutes, then we depart immediately." After a brief pause, Zhao Chunfeng announced loudly, 5 minutes? We've just run out and have no strength left. Can't we rest a little longer? The weary survivors lamented. Those unwilling to leave may remain behind. The convoy will wait only 5 minutes. Zhao Chunfeng had no intention of negotiating. At that moment, Luo Fan and Niu Dagong quickly began to load the previously unloaded supplies back onto the bus, enlisting the help of a few survivors who had not entered Jiangxin town. "Brother Niu, I am willing to offer 2 pounds of food. May I ride?" "Brother Niu, I could provide 2 liters of gasoline." "Oh, the vehicle is full? I'll offer 1 liter of gasoline. I'll just stay on the roof." "Luo Fan, can your small truck carry passengers?" "I'll give 2 liters of gasoline." "Uncle Liang, you're driving the fuel truck? May I sit on the tank?" Following the elder of the Hope convoy, everyone was well aware of Zhao Chunfeng's divination abilities. Thus, upon observing his demeanor, they understood that peril still loomed ahead. Many individuals had already begun to exchange supplies for the privilege of boarding the vehicles. Initially, the Hope convoy comprised only Zhao Chunfeng's off-road vehicle, Niu Dagong's bus, and Rose's van. Now, however, it had also acquired Luo Fan's small truck and a freshly deployed fuel tanker. Consequently, these individuals contemplated offering some fare to secure a ride to safety. Luo Fan and his companions showed no signs of refusal. Among the remaining 50 or so survivors, some were inside the vehicles, while others clung to the rooftops or the fuel tank of the tanker, with approximately 30 having boarded. About 20 survivors remained behind, some perhaps lacking supplies, while others hesitated to part with their belongings, convinced they could keep pace on foot. 5 minutes swiftly passed. The convoy, led by Zhao Chunfeng's off-road vehicle, set all 5 vehicles in motion. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Chunfeng's vehicle maintained a leisurely pace to allow the survivors to keep up. However, today, once started, the off-road vehicle surged to a speed of 40 to 50 miles per hour. Naturally, Luo Fan and his companions accelerated to match Zhao Chunfeng's pace. All vehicles sped forward, with the trailing motorcycles following suit. Those on bicycles stood up to pedal faster. The remaining few survivors, witnessing the rapid pace of the convoy, were filled with panic. "Wait, hold on, don't drive so fast. We'll catch up. I am willing to offer 3 pounds of food to get on the vehicle." Despite the frantic calls from behind, Zhao Chunfeng's off-road vehicle showed no intention of halting, and Luo Fan and the others had no choice but to continue. Thus, at a speed of 40 to 50 miles per hour, the convoy traveled for about half an hour until darkness descended. After nightfall, within the black oil refinery, several shadows emerged like phantoms. One shadow licked the blood left on the ground by the wounded Rose and quickly pursued the direction of the Hope convoy, racing out of Jiangxin town. After driving for another hour in the dark, some survivors clinging to the rooftops lost their grip and fell. Yet the convoy showed no sign of stopping. It was around 8 in the evening when Zhao Chunfeng's off-road vehicle finally came to a halt. As the convoy ceased moving, all survivors breathed a silent sigh of relief. They took a moment to recuperate. The group of ordinary survivors, which once numbered over 60, now dwindled to around 30. Among them, several had perished in Jiangxin town, while more than 20 had fallen behind during the frantic escape. Most of those who lagged behind were either reluctant to board or were the cyclists. The fate of those left behind was something everyone could easily surmise. "Everyone, you may rest for a day and a night," announced Li Shu, serving as Zhao Chunfeng's spokesperson, addressing all present. Upon hearing the prospect of an extended respite, all the survivors collectively exhaled in relief. Typically, their breaks lasted only a few hours, making such a prolonged pause a rare occurrence. In the van, Rose let out a long sigh, feeling the tension in her nerves dissipate significantly. After resting for a moment within the confines of the vehicle, she retrieved a bottle of water and drank half of it in one go. Suddenly, an enigmatic aura began to emanate from her. The previously languid Rose sat up abruptly, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Uncharacteristically, she chose not to don her loose-fitting cloak, but instead opened the van door and stepped out. As she emerged, her voluptuous figure drew the gaze of countless onlookers, the sound of swallowed breaths resonating around her. Ignoring the attention, Rose strode forward on her long legs, adorned in lace stockings, making her way towards the bus. Inside the bus, several sequence members, including Luo Fan, had congregated, engaged in discussions regarding the distribution of the fuel from the tanker. "Everyone, I have awakened to my sequence," Rose announced with a bright expression. Chapter 38. Rose. Depart from the convoy. Has the sequence awakened? What sequence have you awakened? Hearing Rose's words, both Niu Dagong and Zhao Chunfeng expressed delight. For the convoy, the greater the number of individuals with awakened sequences, the more robust its survival capabilities. Thus, the awakening of a new sequence is indeed a fortuitous event for the entire Hope convoy. Whether it is a life-related or combat-related sequence awakening, both bear equal significance. "I have awakened a spell sequence," Rose declared, lifting her palm. Mysterious energy coalesced into a missile the size of an egg within her hand. Although this missile was considerably smaller than the one produced by the Luo family, it was understandable given that it was a newly awakened level 1 sequence. A spell sequence? Excellent. This means our convoy now possesses a genuine, ranged output capability, Zhao Chunfeng exclaimed with joy. With melee, assassination, support, and spells, our team's combat configuration is perfectly balanced. This completes the final piece of the puzzle. Observing the missile in Rose's hand, Zhao Chunfeng was genuinely pleased. Indeed, while the awakening of a sequence granted extraordinary power, each profession possessed unique attributes, and solitary endeavors could never rival the synergy of teamwork. From now on, we mainly need to draw the attention of ferocious beasts and anomalies. While Luo Fan and Rose provide the output, Niu Dagong nodded in agreement, clearly elated. "Brother Zhao, what do you mean by genuine ranged output? Surely my bow and arrow don't count as ranged output?" Luo Fan interjected, unable to restrain his sarcasm in response to Zhao Chunfeng's remarks. "Are you feeling jealous, Luo Fan?" Zhao Chunfeng teased, raising an eyebrow playfully. Rolling his eyes at Zhao Chunfeng, Luo Fan remained silent, directing his gaze toward Rose as he said, "First and foremost, congratulations on successfully awakening your sequence and becoming a spell sequence practitioner." "Thank you. In truth, I owe my sequence awakening to you, Luo Xiaoga. Had you not saved my life, I would never have been able to awaken a sequence. Henceforth, we shall be comrades in arms," Rose replied, offering Luo Fan a sweet smile. Having exchanged pleasantries, Luo Fan's demeanor turned serious as he continued, "Now, don't take my words harshly, but I believe it would be best for you to leave the Hope convoy." Upon hearing Luo Fan's words, the others in the bus looked at him in astonishment. "Luo Fan, you," Niu Dagong began, a hint of urgency in his voice. However, Zhao Chunfeng pulled Niu Dagong back, gesturing for him to remain silent, and then turned to Luo Fan, asking, "What is your reasoning? Do you have more to say?" "Indeed." Luo Fan nodded, turning his attention back to Rose. "Do you wish to know why I am advising you to leave the Hope convoy?" "Luo Xiaoga, please enlighten me." Rose responded earnestly, her curiosity piqued. Though she had awakened her sequence, she was still merely at level 1, possessing only marginal advantages over ordinary individuals. If she remained alone, Rose understood the inherent dangers she would face. Why did Luo Fan insist on her departure from the Hope convoy? Naturally, Rose yearned to uncover the rationale behind his decision. "Very well, allow me to elucidate," Luo Fan began. "Before we entered Jiangxin town, you mentioned seeking our assistance in treasure hunting. Do you recall this?" "Of course, I remember. However, did we not encounter peril at the black oil refinery? Was there not a lack of time for treasure hunting? Do you hold a grudge against me for this?" Rose nodded and explained. This statement caused Luo Fan's brow to furrow slightly as he continued. "When we entered the refinery, everyone's focus was on the oil transport vehicles. Yet, curiously, you discovered that the plant housed many refined oil products. Why did you search the premises while others were preoccupied with the oil trucks? Was it because the place you intended to search for treasure was indeed within that refinery? Rose shook her head, responding, "Seizing every opportunity to scavenge for supplies is a task that all survivors should undertake. Your suspicion seems rather forced. I would prefer to believe I am overthinking this." Yet, when the second floor was engulfed in flames, you enter before me to collect petals from that peculiar tree. How do you account for that? To claim it was mere curiosity is untenable. If I am not mistaken, the treasure your money rat urged you to seek must be the blossoms of that strange tree. Or more accurately, its condensed fruits, Luo Fan remarked. Indeed, during the time Rose went missing, she had arrived on the second floor ahead of him to gather petals. Luo Fan understood that Rose must have been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to act. After all, how could an ordinary person, not possessing a sequence, risk their life to venture onto the second floor at the first opportunity? It simply did not make sense. Silence enveloped them as Rose pondered Luo Fan's reasoning. His deductions left her without grounds for rebuttal. Even if I concealed the location of the treasure, which was indeed the black oil refinery, was it necessary to expel me? Surely, this is not a grave matter. Rose finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, even if that refinery was originally your treasure-hunting site, it hardly constitutes a serious deception, merely a trivial concealment, Luo Fan conceded. Precisely. If it were solely this, I would not object. It is human nature. However, do you recall that eerie being neither human nor ghost? Initially, she lurked atop the building, filled with vengeful intent towards me for having slain her. This was reasonable. Yet, upon discovering you, she inexplicably abandoned her vendetta against me and turned to attack you instead. At first, I thought she might have perceived you as an easy target due to your isolation. However, when she assailed you, she did so with a voice brimming with hatred, vowing to end your life. What enmity exists between her and you? This animosity seems to surpass even my role as her executioner. Allow me to venture a bold hypothesis. An ordinary survivor dares to engage in a debate with me, a sequence holder demanding a share of my gasoline. Such behavior is inherently illogical. Could it be that someone is instigating her from behind the scenes? Furthermore, upon discovering the gasoline in the vehicle, we were prepared to depart. It was your assertion that there was an abundance of gasoline within that prompted the entire team to remain. Additionally, considering your original intent to seek treasure at the refinery, how could you remain to pursue that treasure if we all left? Thus, I boldly speculate that your revelation of the gasoline's presence and your incitement of that woman to contest were mere tactics to buy time, and you possess entirely justifiable motives. Luo Fan articulated this intricate reasoning, causing Neo Dagong's expression to darken as he fixed his gaze upon Rose. It must be said that although he himself was a first-hand witness to the events in Jiangxin town, he had failed to notice so many details. Yet, Luo Fan exhibited such attentiveness. Therefore, if it were not for your deliberate delay that compelled everyone to stay, many lives would have been spared, including that of Xiao Wang. Would they not? Neo Dagong's eyes, locked on Rose, betrayed a burgeoning fury. Chapter 39. Conditions for promotion in the professional sequence. As Luo Fan mentioned, the oil refinery was originally a place where Rose sought treasure. After discovering it, she chose to conceal her find, desiring to monopolize the riches, a sentiment that everyone can understand. After all, it is her fortune, what more can be said? However, deliberately inciting conflict among others to delay their time crosses a line that cannot be overlooked. Neo Dagong was initially quite pleased about Rose awakening her sequence, welcoming the addition of another member to their ranks. Yet now, upon learning that Xiao Wang's demise was due to Rose's intentional procrastination and recalling how many survivors lost their lives because of her actions, Neo Dagong felt an overwhelming fury. Rose, it is not that I, Zhao Gu, do not welcome you. It is simply that your actions render you intolerable. Zhao Chunfeng also spoke up, addressing Rose. At that moment, Rose's countenance was extremely grim. Originally overjoyed by her awakening, she now felt as if she had plummeted from the clouds into an abyss. Luo Fan commanded her to leave, and Neo Dagong glared at her with seething anger, while Zhao Chunfeng declared his allegiance to Luo Fan. As for Xiaoran, her loyalty to Luo Fan was absolute. This meant that all 4 sequence holders from the Hope Convoy now rejected her. Just after awakening her sequence, her strength was still feeble. If she truly left the convoy, Encountering a fierce beast on the road could spell her doom. Not to mention the unpredictable horrors that lurked in the night. Without the protection of the Hope Convoy, she lacked the means to evade both beasts and anomalies. Zhao Ge, Luo Xiaoge, I apologize for my previous actions. I assure you, I will never commit such a mistake again. Rose implored as she knelt before Luo Fan and the others. In the face of dignity and survival, Rose knew well what choice to make. Trust that is not absolute translates to absolute distrust. How can we ensure that your repentance is genuine? In this apocalyptic world, betrayal and deception are all too common. Are they not? Luo Fan shook his head. Merely kneeling to admit a fault would not suffice for leniency. I am willing to demonstrate my sincerity, Rose declared, gritting her teeth. I have collected 12 mysterious petals, and I am willing to offer them all as compensation. What do the mysterious petals signify, Luo Fan? Zhao Chunfeng inquired, as he remained unaware of their significance due to not entering the oil refinery. Luo Fan had just mentioned that Rose's so-called treasure hunt was aimed at acquiring these petals. This Luo Fan had no intention of withholding information. From his storage space, he retrieved the remnants of a small flower. Rose had gathered 12 petals, while Luo Fan still possessed 8, in addition to a fruit the size of a fist. What is this? The demon Luo fruit? How could there be demon Luo fruit in Jiang Xian town? Zhao Chuanfeng's face displayed astonishment as he gazed at the item in Luo Fan's hand. Demon Luo fruit? Zhao Ge, enlighten me. Observing Zhao Chuanfeng's demeanor, it was evident that the so-called Morowa must indeed be an exceptional item. Luo Fan inquired, Morowa? I have encountered it once before. As you know, the fundamental 8 sequences reach a bottleneck at level 10. All sequence practitioners find themselves stalled upon reaching this level. To advance to a professional sequence, one must meet specific criteria which vary greatly for each individual. If we were to liken it to a game, it would be akin to each person having their own unique, class-changing quest. Some may involve collecting certain materials, while others may require slaying a particular beast or anomaly. Each quest differs. Upon hearing Zhao Chuanfeng's words, Luo Fan experienced a moment of clarity. He realized that the unlocking of a professional sequence required the fulfillment of distinct conditions. The Morowa, however, possessed a straightforward effect. It directly bestows an individual with a professional sequence, bypassing the limitations of level 10. Zhao Chuanfeng added, indeed, this is truly a remarkable item. Possessing it would be tantamount to securing a ticket to the realm of professional sequences. Luo Fan, enlightened by Zhao Chuanfeng's elucidation, grasped the immense value of the Morowa. Brother Zhao, is this Morowa not precisely what you require? He asked with a grin. Certainly. As one of the first to awaken their sequence, and having attained level 10 early on, being stalled for so long, the Morowa seems to be just what you need. However, Zhao Chuanfeng shook his head. No, I do not particularly desire the Morowa. This response left Luo Fan perplexed. Shouldn't someone who had been stalled for so long be desperate to find any means to attain a professional sequence? Yet, Zhao Chuanfeng expressed little need for the Morowa. I once witnessed a Morowa consumed by an individual awakened to a spell sequence. After partaking of the Morowa, her professional sequence was mechanical augmentation, which is evidently a derivative of the craftsman sequence, Zhao Chuanfeng explained. This revelation led Luo Fan to understand that while the Morowa could indeed grant immediate access to a professional sequence, the nature of that sequence was entirely random and could potentially be incompatible with one's foundational sequence. Brother Zhao, perhaps it is best you refrain from consuming it. Without your divination abilities, our caravan's chances of survival would significantly diminish. Luo Fan remarked, shaking his head. By the way, what about the petals? What purpose do they serve? After gaining insight into the effects of the Morowa, Luo Fan proceeded to inquire further. The petals of the Morowa flower are equally simple in their effect. They enhance sequence levels. The more one consumes, the greater the enhancement, surpassing even the benefits derived from beast meat. Zhao Chuanfeng elucidated. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan treasured his Morowa flower and Morowa fruit even more. Rose, you have heard that the Morowa flower can directly elevate sequence levels. For someone like you, who has just awakened their sequence, the potential for enhancement is significant. Are you certain you wish to compensate us with all those petals? Zhao Chunfeng spoke. gazing intently at Rose. Rose, having meticulously calculated every move, had orchestrated her efforts solely to obtain the petals of the Magro flower. Now that she had relinquished them all, was it not akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket? I am willing, Rose replied with unwavering resolve, fully aware of her desires. Luo Fan de Gang, shall we grant her another opportunity? Zhao Chunfeng inquired, casting a glance at Luo Fan and Niu de Gang. In response, Niu de Gang remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Very well. For the sake of Brother Zhao, this shall be the final chance. I hope you remember this. After a prolonged silence, Luo Fan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhao Chunfeng accepted the 12 petals presented by Rose, distributing them equally among himself, Luo Fan, and Xiaoran and Niu de Gang, each receiving 3. Upon receiving her share, and Xiaoran promptly offered all 3 petals to Luo Fan. Xiaoran, these are precious items. Luo Fan cautioned her, recalling the significance of the Magro flower. I am level 10 and have no use for them. I bestow them upon you, and Xiaoran replied, shaking her head, articulating her thoughts in an unusually lengthy manner. After a brief moment of hesitation, Luo Fan declined to refuse and accepted the Magro petals from her hand. Following this, Luo Fan, after a moment of contemplation, curiously inquired, Xiaoran, may I ask you, what are the conditions for professional sequence advancement? Chapter 40. The cost of utilizing the double-eyed bow. Upon hearing Luo Fan inquire about the promotion criteria for her designated sequence, and Xiao Ran responded. Love? She said, looking at Xiao Ran with surprise, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words. Love? How does that qualify as a promotion criterion? And how is one supposed to achieve it? However, faced with Luo Fan's questioning gaze, and Xiao Ran seemed disinclined to elaborate further. Seeing Xiao Ran retreat into her withdrawn demeanor once more, Luo Fan chose not to press the matter. Rose returned to her van. While Luo Fan and the others adhered to their previously agreed distribution ratio, each claiming a portion of the fuel from the oil truck. Moreover, with a rare opportunity for over 30 hours of respite, after Luo Fan and the others returned to their respective vehicles, the survivors began trading the fuel they had brought out with Niu de Gang and Zhao Chunfeng for essential supplies. Although it was Luo Fan who had led the group to safety from Jiang Xian town, it seemed that the team's members harbored a degree of apprehension towards him, perhaps due to his violent actions at the oil refinery. In contrast, Niu de Gang and Zhao Chunfeng appeared more approachable. Thus the survivors primarily sought them out for their exchanges. Luo Fan, however, was indifferent to this dynamic and welcomed the tranquility. Back in his truck, he took out a petal of the magical Molo flower and savored it, slowly chewing it into pieces. As he swallowed the petal, he felt an extraordinary surge of power rising from within, rapidly spreading through his limbs and body. Soon after, Luo Fan's aura intensified, and he realized that his sequence level had ascended to LV7. Could a single petal of the Molo flower truly elevate his rank? This was indeed a remarkable find. He eagerly opened his mouth and consumed a second petal. While he felt a slight increase in strength, he did not achieve another upgrade. He proceeded to eat a third, then a fourth petal, until he had consumed all 6 petals he had received from Rose. His sequence level finally broke through, elevating to LV8. It appeared that the effect was not solely due to the Molo petals, but also a consequence of the arduous battles he had endured in Jiang Xian town. He had likely been on the verge of breaking through LV7. He mused to himself that the first breakthrough required just 1 petal, while the second demanded 5. He still possessed the last 8 petals wrapped around the Molo fruit. Perhaps they could elevate him to LV9? After a moment's contemplation, Luo Fan decided against hastily consuming them. Perhaps the effects would diminish if taken in quick succession. He resolved to wait a couple of days before trying again. Having successfully checked in, he received 80 Yuan, bringing his current balance to 300 Yuan. After resting comfortably in his truck for several hours, the system notification arrived as expected in the early morning. Seeing his balance reach 300, Luo Fan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He was drawing ever closer to the monumental threshold of LV10. Turning over, Luo Fan sank into a deep slumber. It was uncertain how long he had slept, but upon awakening, he felt invigorated, only to find himself surrounded by utter darkness. Oh, is it still not dawn? He mused. How many hours have I truly slept for my spirits to be so high? Suddenly, A disconcerting thought crossed his mind, and he swiftly sat up. As a level 8 sequencer, his senses were significantly heightened compared to an ordinary person, even if it were indeed night. It was implausible that he could see nothing at all. "Xiaoran, are you there?" he inquired. "Yes," came in Xiaoran's voice from the side. "Is it still dark outside?" He continued. "It is already bright," and Xiaoran's response caused his heart to plummet. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he reopened them, yet was met with the same oppressive darkness, as if a shroud had been cast over his vision. "Is it possible? Have I gone blind?" The thought struck him with disbelief. Just last night, everything had been fine. How could he awaken to find himself sightless? Taking a deep breath, Luo Fan pondered the cause of this affliction. Could it be the result of consuming too many moro petals the previous evening? Yet, Zhao Chunfeng had not warned him against it. Or perhaps, had he inadvertently fallen victim to an unknown curse while at the oil refinery? A cascade of hypotheses flooded his mind until he recalled his dual eye bow. As a cursed artifact, its use inevitably exacted a toll, and though he had employed it multiple times recently, he had never discerned what that cost entailed. Could it be that this toll was his newfound blindness? Was it temporary or permanent? "Luo Fan, why did you get up so late? Do you still have some greens left?" At that moment, Niodagong's voice broke through his thoughts. "Luo Fan, your eyes." As Luo Fan turned towards Niodagong's voice, the latter gasped at the sight of Luo Fan's eyes. "Brother Nio, I slept soundly, but now I find myself blind." There was no intention to conceal the truth. His condition was evident. "Wait here, I'll call old Zhao," Niodagong said hastily before rushing off. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Chunfeng arrived, scrutinizing Luo Fan's eyes closely. The once dark pupils now appeared a pale gray, resembling a severe case of cataracts. After inquiring about Luo Fan's condition, Zhao Chunfeng was informed that everything had been fine before sleeping, yet he awoke blind. "Well, if all is as it seems, it is likely the cost of using your dual eye bow," Zhao Chunfeng concluded after considering Luo Fan's various conjectures. "Old Zhao, what if Luo Fan remains blind?" Niodagong asked anxiously. "What can we do? Are you suggesting we cast Luo Fan aside simply because he appears to have lost his value?" To his astonishment, the robust and imposing Niodagong appeared unexpectedly fierce. Zhao Chunfeng, with a hint of disbelief, remarked, "Old Zhao, what nonsense are you uttering?" Niodagong, incensed by Zhao Chunfeng's words, hastily sought to clarify. "So, my blindness should only be temporary, correct?" At that moment, Luo Fan interjected. "Oh, what makes you say that?" Zhao Chunfeng inquired, perplexed by Luo Fan's assertion. "If it were indeed permanent blindness, you wouldn't jest so lightly," Luo Fan replied with a composed demeanor. "How dull." Zhao Chunfeng sighed, finding no amusement in Luo Fan's unwavering calmness despite his blindness. The utilization of supernatural artifacts indeed incurs a cost, one that generally adheres to a principle of equivalence. In simpler terms, the more potent the artifact, the greater the price of its use. Your eye bow, while boasting a remarkable accuracy of 100%, does not enhance your overall capabilities significantly. This ability cannot be deemed exceptionally powerful. If mere days of usage have led to your blindness, the cost is evidently exorbitant. Thus, it is highly probable that this state of blindness is but temporary. However, the duration remains uncertain, Zhao Chunfeng elucidated to Luo Fan. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan internally exhaled in relief and nodded in silence. Subsequently, he patiently remained in the cargo truck, feeling a tinge of anxiety regarding the duration of his blindness. After approximately half an hour, Luo Fan finally sensed a restoration of his vision, as though the dark veil that had shrouded his eyes had been lifted. Chapter 41. A Reunion with Lien Ziqiang. The smoke from cooking wafted gently, bathed in the radiant sunlight. The atmosphere among the caravan today was exceptionally pleasant. A rare respite of over 30 hours had been a true luxury. Yesterday, they successfully gathered petrol and exchanged it for survival supplies from the sequencers, allowing these survivors a rare indulgence. Many had prepared bone soup, made from the bones of the formidable black bear, a beast of considerable renown. For these survivors, the soup was a precious delicacy. Today, Luo Fan and several sequencers gathered for a sumptuous meal, each contributing food to create a delightful hot pot. Rose presented some packaged dried eggs, instant noodles, and a few beverages. Niodagong brought along some sliced black bear meat. Zhao Chunfeng contributed seaweed, lotus root, and potato slices. Luo Fan, accompanied by Shaoran, offered 2 pounds of fresh greens, 2 pounds of pork, and arranged 2 pounds of apple slices beautifully. Fresh greens, and even apples? The ingredients Luo Fan produced dazzled Niu Dagong's eyes. These vegetables are so fresh. They look as if they were just picked. It seems your storage artifact possesses a preservation function, Zhao Chunfeng remarked, observing the greens. So, if we come across vegetables and fruits in the future, can we store them with Luo Fan? Rose's eyes lit up at the thought of Luo Fan's artifact. Unfortunately, my storage artifact has limited capacity akin to a wooden box. Otherwise, I wouldn't have traded a batch of black bear bones or even meat, Luo Fan replied, shaking his head. Indeed, his marketplace system had undergone 2 updates, upon awakening to sequence LV1 and upgrading to sequence LV6, with an increase in available goods. Nonetheless, his storage capacity had only expanded to the extent of its LV1 awakening. What a pity. Rose sighed in mild disappointment at Luo Fan's words. However, it's not that lamentable. Nowadays, finding fresh vegetables and fruits is quite a challenge, unless one stumbles upon a pre-apocalypse garden or orchard that has remained untended for months. Flourishing in its neglect, Zhao Chunfeng remarked nonchalantly, eliciting a nod of agreement from Rose. Indeed, even with a preservation function, locating fresh produce in this era was akin to climbing a mountain. Last night, some reluctant survivors had pursued the caravan, hesitant to leave. Yet, as the caravan traveled along the road and rested the entire night, none of those survivors had caught up. Everyone was acutely aware of the dangers those individuals had faced, yet an unspoken understanding kept them from mentioning it. After all, in this apocalypse, the realities of life and death had become a somber part of their existence, one they had grown accustomed to, as the tranquility, a rare and almost luxurious respite, enveloped Luo Fan and his companions. An unexpected sound suddenly pierced the air. Everyone sensed an approaching presence. Beside the road lay a small grove, and Luo Fan immediately drew his bow, fixating intently on the source of the noise. Niu Dagong exuded a robust aura, positioning himself at the forefront to shield the group. Even Rose raised her hand, conjuring a projectile the size of an egg in her palm, poised but unlaunched. How peculiar! The disturbance was notably loud. Zhao Chunfeng, standing nearby, wore a perplexed expression. His divination had indicated that they could rest peacefully for 2 days and nights here. What could possibly be causing such a ruckus? It seemed evident that a formidable beast was approaching. Could his divination be so wildly inaccurate? Just as everyone braced for action, a massive python, as thick as a human thigh and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, burst forth from the grove. A foul wind accompanied its emergence. Strangely, however, this serpentine beast did not attack Luo Fan and the others. Instead, it swiftly twisted its body and retreated into the distance, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Upon closer inspection, they noticed numerous wounds adorning the serpent's body, blood gushing forth. Suddenly, an injured beast dashed past them, leaving Luo Fan and his companions in stunned silence. What on earth had transpired? As they pondered whether to intervene, a figure materialized out of thin air, wielding weapons resembling knitting needles, and struck the python on the head. Luo Fan recognized that this was the assassination sequence's stunning strike skill. After successfully incapacitating the python, the figure's weapons danced through the air, swiftly inflicting multiple gashes. Ultimately, the needle-like weapons pierced the creature's eyes with brutal precision. Despite being a python, the beast emitted a roar as powerful as that of a lion or tiger, its form writhing in agony as its thick tail lashed out towards the assailant. With a deft leap, the figure performed a backflip, landing gracefully 10 meters away. Ignoring the python's final thrashes, the figure turned to face Luo Fan and his companions. What a coincidence! We meet again, Luo Fan greeted with a smile. Recognizing the woman before him, she was the same individual he had encountered on that rainy night, who had slain the fire-corrupt bird. She was also part of the assassination sequence, but, judging by her demeanor, it was clear she had attained a professional level of expertise. I remember you. Your name is. Niu Dagong began, though he struggled to articulate her full name. Ren Ziqiong, the woman interjected, seemingly unable to endure his stammering. Yes, that's the name. Upon hearing this, Niu nodded. Lien Ziqiang glanced at the hot pot enjoyed by Luo Fan and his companions, her gaze lingering momentarily on the apple, before shifting to the distant survivors, who were also busy preparing their broth. After a brief silence, Lien Ziqiang quietly swallowed and said, "Would it be possible for me to share a meal with you? Rest assured, I shall not partake without offering something in return. I can exchange goods." "You are most welcome. Our meeting is indeed fortuitous," Luo Fan replied with a smile, appearing quite hospitable. After all, she was the first and only professional sequence he had encountered, and any opportunity for further interaction would be beneficial. In this wretched apocalypse, while strength is undeniably crucial, the value of information and intelligence cannot be overlooked. Chapter 42. The Python Muscle. The atmosphere within your convoy is rather pleasant. With a deft motion, Lien Ziqiang tossed a slice of apple into the air, tilting her head back to allow the fruit to fall into her mouth, and spoke. "Indeed, our team is known as the Hope Convoy, and our primary tenet is grounded in fairness and justice. Although we are a group of sequencers, any resources possessed by the survivors can only be exchanged on the principle of voluntary cooperation." Luo Fan nodded earnestly in agreement. The others, including Zhao Chunfeng, remained silent. After all, Luo Fan's cunning, rather, his wisdom, was universally acknowledged within the team. Therefore, entrusting such a dedicated sequencer to negotiate with others inspired confidence among the members. Such matters ought to be entrusted to the most astute individual in the group. "I have traversed this apocalyptic world for quite some time and encountered numerous convoys. Yet one like yours is indeed rare," Lien Ziqiang remarked, observing the survivors' conditions and expressing her genuine astonishment. "By the way, are you traveling alone, Miss Lien? No convoy?" Luo Fan inquired curiously, recalling their two chance encounters, both of which involve her solitary presence. Indeed, convoys have their advantages, yet there are merits to solitary endeavors as well. Moving alone allows for the hunting of ferocious beasts and the uncanny. Each beast slain contributes to the safety of the world, so I exert myself to the utmost." Lien Ziqiang replied in a calm tone, her words imbued with a sense of reverence. After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, I dislike being addressed as Miss Lien. If you prefer, you may call me Brother Lien." "Brother Lien?" Luo Fan's lips quirked slightly, clearly taken aback by this designation. "You are male?" Niu nearby could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "If your eyes are of no use, you may donate them to someone in need." Lien Ziqiang retorted with a roll of her eyes, her tone laced with sarcasm. She then explained to Luo Fan, "Oh, I am female. I have long despised the traditionally feminine demeanor, which is why my former close friends used to call me Brother Lien. Very well, Brother Lien is impressive and formidable. I, for one, rarely indulge in alcohol, but today, I must raise a glass in your honor. This damned apocalypse may be a wreck, yet it is fortunate to have you stitching it together," Luo Fan declared as he procured 2 cans of beer from his inventory. Pulling the tabs, he handed one to Lien Ziqiang. With a clink of the 2 500 milliliters cans, Luo Fan tilted his head back to take a sip, gulping down her drink with gusto. Lien Ziqiang showcased her boldness. Witnessing such a spirited display from a woman, Luo Fan found himself compelled to match her enthusiasm, finishing his can in one go. "Impressive spirit. How shall I address you?" Lien Ziqiang smiled, pleased by Luo Fan as camaraderie. "You may call me Luo Fan, a sequencer of level 8, he replied. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am part of the Shadow Assassin sequence, level 12. As Luo Fan revealed not only his name, but also his sequence and level. Lien Ziqiang was equally forthcoming. "Shadow Assassin? Level 12? Indeed, it appears to be a specialized assassination sequence." Luo Fan mused silently in acknowledgement of the introduction. "By the way, what is your mobile number? Let us add each other as friends to keep in touch," Lien Ziqiang inquired further. Luo Fan felt a wave of gratitude. It was the first time in his many years that a girl had taken the initiative to request his contact information. "Mobile number? But hasn't the signal collapsed entirely in this apocalypse?" Luo Fan questioned, perplexed. "Did you not purchase the latest model of communication device?" Lien Ziqiang replied, astonished. Luo Fan glanced at Zhao Chunfeng and the others nearby, who all shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance of such a device. "It was crafted last month by the finest artisans within the specialized sequence. It functions like a phone, so we simply refer to it as a phone. Many sequence practitioners have acquired one, she explained. I noticed you possess a mustard seed pouch. I assumed you had acquired a phone as well. All right then. When you eventually procure one, do reach out, Luo Fan responded, still bewildered. Lian Ziqiang, equally perplexed, relayed a string of numbers for him to remember. The mustard seed pouch, as its name implies, is likely a storage-type item. Does she mistakenly believe that my warehouse space is some sort of mustard seed pouch? As Luo Fan continued the conversation, he indeed gleaned valuable intelligence from Lian Ziqiang. Firstly, he learned that among sequence practitioners, the meat of fierce beasts serves as a hard currency, fulfilling both nutritional needs and enhancing strength. Secondly, with the gradual proliferation of mobile devices, a platform for communication among sequence practitioners has emerged. Lastly, thanks to the existence of these devices, various escape teams occasionally convene within certain areas to exchange information and trade materials. While enjoying hot pot and engaging in conversation, Lian Ziqiang exhibited none of the typical shyness associated with young women. She was poised and openly shared numerous insights unknown to Luo Fan and his companions. For instance, it appeared that someone had recently been experimenting with mass awakening of sequences, reportedly achieving some success. This news could be the most promising development amid the current apocalypse. Well, this hot pot has been delightful. Until we meet again, do add me when you acquire a phone, Lian Ziqiang remarked as she prepared to leave, bidding farewell to Luo Fan and the others. Wait, Lian, Luo Fan called out as she stood to depart. He then purchased 5 pounds of apples from his marketplace. Please accept these apples as a token of gratitude for your valuable information, he said, handing over the fruit. 5 pounds of apples, each the size of fist, appeared remarkably fresh, causing Lian Ziqiang to swallow involuntarily. No, I just shared a meal with you. The information I provided is already payment for that. How could I possibly profit from both? Though tempted, Lian Ziqiang shook her head in refusal. Brother Lian, did you not say that you despise the petty antics of women? We are already calling each other brothers. If you turn me down now, it would only create distance between us, Luo Fan prodded, employing a strategy of reverse psychology. Very well, I shall not be polite then. Indeed, this tactic proved effective, as Lian Ziqiang nodded, showing no further inclination to refuse. Approaching the lifeless python, she drew a short knife and swiftly sliced open its belly, extracting a python tendon. Your bow seems quite commendable. Replacing it with this python tendon should enhance its strength. Here, take it, and do not refuse, lest it appear awkward between us. She presented the tendon to Luo Fan. All right, I shall accept graciously. Thank you, Brother Lian. Luo Fan responded with a generous demeanor as he accepted the python tendon. Only then did Lian Ziqiang gather the python's carcass and vanish, her form dissolving as she became invisible. Such an ability to cloak oneself is indeed invaluable, Luo Fan thought enviously of Lian Ziqiang's stealth. With her ability to combine the ethereal steps with invisibility, she truly could appear and disappear like a wisp of wind. No wonder she could traverse this apocalyptic world alone. She is truly a woman like the wind, Zhao Chunfeng remarked with a sigh. Chapter 43. The upgrade of the dual eye bow. Luo Fan, do you have that apple? Hurry and bring out 10 or 8 pounds for me. I'm craving it. Zhao Chunfeng suddenly turned to Luo Fan with a beaming smile. 10 or 8 pounds. Are you trying to rob me? I don't have any. I only earn about $80 a day, and those apples cost a whopping $10 a pound. Luo Fan rolled his eyes at Zhao Chunfeng. None? Yet you were quite generous with others, but stingy with me? Truly, a new generation surpasses the old. Upon hearing Luo Fan's refusal, Zhao Chunfeng wore a disdainful expression. How can it be the same? I gave them a few pounds of apples, and they handed me a tiered python sinew in return, Luo Fan pouted. Wasn't your apple a gift? This isn't a transaction, interjected Niu Dagong, unable to contain himself. When I introduced myself earlier, I not only stated my name, but also my rank and sequence. Furthermore, Lian Ziqiang did not shy away from revealing her sequence and rank either. What does this imply? It suggests that this person possesses a sense of shame. Taking advantage of others would be unbecoming. For instance, when we assisted with the fire-wrought bird, they graciously gifted us one. Therefore, when I offered 5 pounds of apples, how could she shamelessly take from me without reciprocation? Luo Fan explained, glancing at Niu Dagong. TSK, TSK, TSK. I must say, among our team, you are the most cunning. Even more so than a fox. That dashing woman will eventually find herself completely outwitted by you. Zhao Chunfeng scoffed at Luo Fan's explanation. Isn't it clever? Without me, could you have easily gathered so much information or even have her proactively ask for my phone number? Luo Fan brushed his bangs aside, slightly lifting his proud head. So what? Should we thank you for being tricked? Zhao Chunfeng continued to critique him unabashedly. One can only wonder why human interactions are fraught with such convolutions. It's quite dizzying, Niu Dagong remarked, shaking his head in a reflective manner. All right. What we need to do now is find a way to purchase the latest model of Apocalypse phone. At the very least, our team should have one, Rose interjected, taking on the role of peacemaker as she spoke. Indeed, I never expected that in this apocalypse, someone would actually produce usable phones. We certainly need to find a way to acquire one, Zhao Chunfeng said, adopting a more serious demeanor. According to Lin Ziqiang, the creator of these phones is a top-tier craftsman in the sequence, and his phones have been distributed to many teams. If we wish to purchase one, it will be purely a matter of luck, Luo Fan stated, shaking his head. Yes, with a phone, we could communicate online and coordinate with other teams more conveniently. Without one, our chances of acquiring a phone rely solely on luck. It truly is a deadlock. Zhao Chunfeng nodded in agreement. By the way, Luo Fan, shouldn't you try replacing the python sinew with your dual-eye bow? Suddenly, Niu Dagong spoke up, inquiring of Luo Fan. Well, we can give it a try, Luo Fan responded, nodding as he retrieved his dual-eye bow. The bowstring, composed of an unknown yet remarkably resilient and elastic material, was carefully detached. After measuring the length of the python sinew, he cut an appropriate segment and securely fastened it to both ends of the bow. As he plucked the newly fashioned bowstring, he could distinctly feel its tautness increase significantly. Drawing an arrow, Luo Fan sensed that the force required to pull the bowstring had amplified considerably compared to before. However, with a pair of enigmatic eyes atop the dual-eyed bow now opened, he locked his gaze onto a distant tree, approximately 120 meters away. Had the shooting range truly doubled? The python sinew was indeed a remarkable material. What do you think? Niu Dagong curiously asked, noticing that Luo Fan merely aimed and then lowered his bow. With a python sinew, drawing the bow requires more strength, which certainly indicates that the arrows can fly further, and their destructive power has correspondingly increased, Luo Fan replied, a smile gracing his face. What is the exact enhancement? Zhao Chunfeng subsequently inquired. The previous effective shooting range was about 50 to 60 meters. Now, it should have increased to around 80 to 90 meters. Luo Fan provided a slightly conservative estimate in response to Zhao Chunfeng's question. Indeed, that is an approximate increase of 50%. Quite a significant improvement. Zhao Chunfeng and the others nodded in agreement. After spending time together, the bond among the various had grown, and thus, Luo Fan's enhanced abilities translated to an increase in the group's overall strength, bringing joy to everyone. After the meal, they each returned to rest. Luo Fan contemplated the exchanges mentioned by Lin Ziqiang regarding the inter-team communication meeting. The meeting was not solely for the exchange of information, but primarily for trade. If trade was involved, he needed to present something valuable. What could he offer at the exchange? Beast meat? Indeed, he had some, though limited due to the constraints of his storage space. The Morwa fruit? It was far too precious for him to part with. What else? Perhaps the shell left behind by the black bear? That might hold some value. Or maybe the vegetables and fruits from his market. However, considering that the agricultural could cultivate these, their worth at the exchange might not be as high as he imagined. Shaking his head, uncertain of when the next exchange meeting would occur, Luo Fan pushed aside his chaotic thoughts. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, he retrieved his Morwa fruit and plucked all 8 petals from it. After waiting 24 hours, he presumed that any resistance would have diminished. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. He consumed all 8 petals, and a tremendous surge of power erupted from within, quickly disseminating throughout his limbs. Luo Fan could sense his power had ascended, reaching a new pinnacle. His sequence level had risen to LV9. Indeed, this magical Morwa fruit proved to be an extraordinary boon, propelling him directly from LV6 to LV9. Just one final step remained before he could successfully ascend to LV-10. At that point, the conditions for his specialized sequence advancement would likely commence. Though he pondered what those requirements might entail, Luo Fan secretly harbored anticipation within him. According to his conversations with Lin Ziqiang, only upon becoming a specialized sequence could one truly embark on the path of extraordinary sequences, thus becoming a genuine sequence practitioner. The foundational sequence, in contemporary parlance, could be likened to an apprentice in sequence studies. Having successfully signed in, he garnered 90 yuan, bringing his current balance to 282 yuan. As midnight approached, the system notification arrived as expected. Luo Fan peacefully closed his eyes to rest. After 2 nights of sleeplessness, this was the final night. Tomorrow morning, upon awakening, he would embark on a new journey of escape. Just as he was about to succumb to a deep slumber, a gentle knock sounded on the car door from the outside. Chapter 44. Gathering Materials for Professional Advancement. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Luo Fan glanced out the car window to see Niu Dagong. Rolling down the window, he was taken aback. "Brother Niu, what brings you here at this late hour?" "Niu go. With the assistance of 3 petals from the demon flower, coupled with our recent skirmishes, I have ascended in rank," Niu Dagong replied. "Oh, congratulations. You are now the 3rd member of our convoy to reach level 10, Luo Fan responded with a smile, pleased to hear of Niu Dagong's progress. The enhancement of Niu Dagong's strength naturally signified an increase in the overall prowess of their team, which filled Luo Fan with joy. "However, I require your assistance with a matter," Niu Dagong continued. He paused slightly before adding, "It pertains to my professional rank advancement." "Oh, please, do not hesitate to share what you need. I shall not refuse any help I can provide," Luo Fan assured him readily. "My advancement necessitates the collection of 5 specific materials: feathers, shells, scales, hides, and crystals. Firstly, I need the feathers of an advanced beast. Fortunately, I still possess some feathers from the fire-corrupt bird that I had not discarded. The second material required is the shell of an advanced beast, and I happen to have crafted a crude armor from the shell of a black bear, which can be utilized as well. However, I am still in need of the scales and hides from advanced beasts, as well as the enigmatic crystal birth from the peculiar beings. Therefore, I wonder if you could assist me in gathering these materials?" Niu Dagong implored. "Rest assured, I shall not ask for your help without offering appropriate compensation," he added after a brief pause. "The feathers, shells, scales, and hides must all be procured from advanced beasts, and it would be exceedingly challenging for a mere level 10 melee specialist to gather them alone, not to mention the final enigmatic crystal, which can only be obtained after vanquishing formidable entities. Hence, the task of gathering these materials is no small feat nevertheless, despite the difficulties." Niu Dagong was determined to seek Luo Fan's aid. By agreeing to assist, Luo Fan also tacitly accepted a commitment to help in Shaoran in the future, should the need arise. "No problem," he replied, nodding decisively. Although actively seeking advanced beasts, or even the peculiar entities, posed a great risk, the potential success would yield a melee powerhouse with a professional rank for the convoy, significantly benefiting the entire team. Moreover, considering that Niu Dagong required assistance today, it was likely that he too would need help when it was his turn to advance. Refusing now could mean a lack of support when he himself required it. Furthermore, should Niu Dagong successfully advance, he would become a strong ally for Luo Fan as future endeavors. "Excellent. Thank you," Niu Dagong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement upon hearing Luo Fan's resolute agreement. "There's no need for thanks," Luo Fan replied. With a gentle smile, regardless of the circumstances, Luo Fan held a considerable respect for Niu Dagong. After all, had it not been for the fortunate reflection of sunlight off his bus, Luo Fan might have met his demise at the hands of the peculiar doll long ago. This gratitude, perhaps unbeknownst to Niu Dagong, was forever etched in Luo Fan's heart. Furthermore, Niu Dagong exhibited kindness and unwavering principles, instilling a sense of trust in Luo Fan. Moreover, in the heat of battle, as an assassin, Luo Fan would be the one striking from the shadows while Niu Dagong acted as the resilient shield drawing fire. Such a person deserved earnest assistance. Thus, Luo Fan decided to meet with old Zhao the following morning to discuss matters further, including compensation. Once Luo Fan agreed, the endeavor was already halfway to success, prompting Niu Dagong to depart joyfully. Luo Fan chuckled softly, glancing in at Xiaoran still peacefully asleep, and gently adjusted the blanket draped over her. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, Luo Fan freshened up and encountered Niu Dagong and the others. Once it was confirmed that Luo Fan had consented to assist, Zhao Chunfeng readily offered his support. In that case, over the next couple of days, while we gather materials, I shall perform some divination. Should I come across anything suitable, I will inform you, Zhao Chunfeng explained, noting that divination and interpretation required time. He emphasized the necessity of caution when proactively hunting formidable beasts, ensuring the safety of the convoy. I can also lend a hand in combat, Rose interjected, eager to contribute. Although merely at level 1, being a spellcaster, her projectiles might not inflict significant damage on the beasts, yet they could serve as a means of distraction, much like an ordinary person throwing stones at rhinoceroses or bison. While it might not cause substantial harm, it could effectively divert their attention. After reaching an agreement, they hoped the convoy would soon resume its journey. It was noteworthy that Uncle Li was driving the fuel truck, prompting Zhao Chunfeng to recruit a seemingly honest young man to operate the off-road vehicle. Additionally, Niu Dagong enlisted a middle-aged man to drive the bus. Having drivers who were also seekers ensured both safety and alleviated the burden of traveling on foot, making the positions highly coveted among the survivors. Regrettably, Luo Fan's small truck only accommodated himself and Xiaoran, as it had only a driver's seat and a passenger seat. He mused how advantageous it would be to have a driver as well, observing Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagong each with their drivers. Engaging a driver merely required offering some food and water, a trivial expense for Luo Fan, who could easily earn 90 units daily. Thus, the convoy journeyed in a seemingly aimless fashion, sometimes meandering in circles, and at other times traveling for an entire day only to return to the starting point the next. Nevertheless, the journey remained remarkably tranquil, with the occasional encounters with non-evolved beasts being effortlessly resolved by the convoy's strength. Consequently, by the evening of the second day, the convoy came to a halt. Zhao Chunfeng indicated that the team could rest for 6 hours, but would need to depart in the early hours of the morning. Subsequently, he instructed Luo Fan and others to gather at Niu Dagong's bus. The feathers and shells were already procured. What remained elusive for Dagong were scales, furs, and enigmatic crystals. Proceeding in this direction, approximately 8 to 10 kilometers away, they would encounter their target. Are you all ready to set off? Without indulging in unnecessary chatter, Zhao Chunfeng pointed out a direction to Luo Fan and provided the distance. What shall we encounter? Rose inquired, her expression tinged with apprehension. After all, this was to be her first direct engagement in combat. I can only assure you that it is something you require, though I cannot specify what it is. It may even be peculiar, Zhao Chunfeng responded with a shake of his head. What do the omens indicate? Luo Fan then asked. They are ominous, but fortunately not dire. Exercise caution, and all should be well, Zhao Chunfeng replied, giving an answer that Luo Fan had anticipated. Chapter 45. The Proactive Hunt for Tiered Beasts. It is hoped that the convoy will pause for a 6-hour respite, which is a generous amount of time. However, the route towards the target lacks a traversable road, prompting Luo Fan and his companions to ponder briefly before procuring 2 motorcycles from the convoy. Niu Dagong ferried Rose while Luo Fan carried in Xiaoran, and the 4 of them set forth in the direction indicated by Zhao Chunfeng. After advancing approximately 6 or 7 kilometers, they halted the motorcycles and opted to proceed on foot. In the dead of night, none could predict whether the sound of the motorcycles would alert any lurking dangers. After all, the divination provided by Zhao Chunfeng foretold misfortune, and caution was warranted. I will scout ahead, Luo Fan announced to Niu Dagong and the others. As a member of the assassination sequence, endowed with the ability of Spirit Void Step, he was indeed the most suitable choice for the role of the Vanguard Scout. Be careful, Niu Dagong nodded, offering a word of caution. Activating the Spirit Void Step, Luo Fan's form became almost ethereal, allowing him to glide forward with the grace of a shadow, leaving no trace behind. As he sprinted swiftly, he sensed the surrounding scenery rapidly receding. With his sequence level having ascended to LV9, his speed under the Spirit Void Step had markedly increased. Swift and silent, Luo Fan moved like a specter through the darkness, meticulously observing all that lay around him. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes of running, he emerged from the thicket into a clearing. Before him lay a shimmering lake, glistening under the moonlight. At the edge of this lake, upon a massive boulder, rested a deer, its coat a striking bluish hue. This creature was colossal, towering over 2 meters in height. Nearby, the mangled remains of a feline beast lay strewn across the stone. The deer was hunched over, feasting upon the carcass. In the pre-apocalyptic world, lions and tigers hunted deer, yet now, the roles had reversed in this new reality. This deer had evidently evolved into a tiered beast. While ordinary survivors could not consume regular beasts without risking mutation, could they partake of a tiered beast? Observing the deer devouring a typical beast, Luo Fan pondered silently. After a brief observation, he stealthily retreated and returned to Niu Dagong and the others to relay his findings. Luo Fan, how do you propose we proceed? Do you have a strategy in mind? Niu Dagong inquired, recognizing that tonight's hunt could yield the coveted fur, scales, and enigmatic crystals they sought. Though they had previously slain tiered beasts, it was their first independent endeavor in such a hunt. The first fire-corroded bird had been aided by the assistance of Liao Qiong, and the second black bear had benefited from the support of the Luo family. Hence, everyone was advised to exercise utmost caution. Niu Gu, you'll engage in close combat. Focus not on the damage dealt, but on ensnaring the beast. Rose, you will provide long-range missile interference. Xiao Ran, feel free to unleash your abilities. Whether it be healing or shielding, you have always been prompt in your support, so I have no concerns. As for myself, I shall provide assistance as circumstances dictate. Luo Fan began to outline the general battle strategy. The 4 distinct roles were clearly defined: melee, assassination, magic, and support, making the division of labor exceedingly straightforward. With everyone understanding their respective duties, Luo Fan and his companions advanced towards a small lake nestled within the forest. Luo Fan and Rose emerged, flanking the beast on either side. Meanwhile, Niu Dagong approached head-on, wielding his fire axe. Sensing their movements, the deer, which had been leisurely enjoying its meal, stood up abruptly. With a series of cracking sounds, frost rapidly spread across the ground beneath its hooves, and the temperature in the air plummeted significantly. Clad in the formidable armor of a black bear and entering a state of invincibility, Niu Dagong charged towards the ferocious creature with unstoppable momentum. At level 10, he resembled a raging bull. With a piercing cry, the deer charged back at Niu Dagong. The fire axe came crashing down, yet the deer lowered its head, its robust antlers colliding with Niu Dagong in a thunderous clash reminiscent of 2 speeding vehicles colliding. Subsequently, Niu Dagong began to stagger backward as the deer pressed forward, its antlers pushing against him. From a purely physical standpoint, it was evident that Niu Dagong was slightly inferior in strength. Not bad at all. Although he lacked the brute strength of the beast, he had not been sent flying, despite being forced to retreat step by step. Witnessing Niu Dagong's ability to hold his ground without collapsing in a single blow caused Luo Fan to raise an eyebrow in surprise, finding the situation more favorable than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a projectile the size of a quail egg struck the deer. Given Rose's sequence level, even with her output-focused magic, the impact inflicted no substantial harm. Observing this, Luo Fan, armed with a short blade fashioned from beast teeth, stealthily approached the distracted beast, swiftly aiming to strike its head with the hilt of his knife. Using a blunt weapon not only expedited his attack speed, but also aimed to disorient the creature for subsequent maneuvers. However, despite Luo Fan's rapid movements, a chilling gust erupted from the deer. The penetrating cold seemed to freeze him from the outside in, rendering his action sluggish and almost in slow motion. Not only did Luo Fan feel this effect, but Niu Dagong was also soon enveloped in a vast expanse of ice crystals. Then, the deer violently shook its head, flinging Niu Dagong away, while its formidable antlers swung towards Luo Fan. Buzz! And Xiao Ran's response was, as always, exceptionally swift, as she immediately cast a shield around Luo Fan. However, in the face of the formidable beast that had ascended in rank, and Xiaoran's shield proved inadequate, it merely delayed the inevitable before shattering with a resounding crack. The relentless momentum of the antlers surged forth, heading straight for Luo Fan. In a moment of dire urgency, Luo Fan could only raise his beast-toothed dagger defensively before him. Soon after, he felt the disorienting sensation of weightlessness as the antlers unceremoniously tossed him aside, propelling him a distance of 7 or 8 meters. The dagger slipped from his grasp, spinning through the air before plummeting to the ground. As his body was launched into the air, he managed to execute a backflip, barely regaining his footing. Luo Fan felt a tingling numbness in his arm, as if it were no longer his own. The strength of this ascended beast was indeed terrifying. Recognizing the vulnerability of its prey, the deer, aware that Luo Fan was no match for the might of Niodagong, turned its gaze towards him after tossing aside the two. It then lunged forward, leaping with powerful hooves. As the deer's jaws opened wide, a gruesome array of jagged teeth was revealed, glistening with blood, fragments of flesh, and shattered bone. Chapter 46. The rules of the bazaar. As the deer charged swiftly toward him, Luo Fan disregarded the fatigue in his arms and immediately retreated with a ghostly step, moving nimbly away. In the moonlight, his form appeared as a spectral shadow, vanishing in the blink of an eye to a distance of over 100 meters. At level 6, Luo Fan's ghostly step allowed him to sprint beyond 100 yards. Now at level 9, his speed had only intensified. Although the deer was a formidable beast of the next tier, matching Luo Fan's full-speed sprint and ghostly step was no simple task. After leading the deer in a circle by the lakeside, Luo Fan found himself beside Niodagong. Understanding the significance of Luo Fan's presence, Niodagong took a deep breath and positioned himself defiantly in front of Luo Fan, bracing for impact. After being forced back several dozen meters, he glanced at Rose, who was relentlessly firing projectiles at the beast. Yet, the creature scarcely acknowledged her presence. It seemed that ranged attacks would rely on me after all. With a resigned sigh, Luo Fan concentrated and retrieved his enhanced dual-eyed bow from his storage space. Aware of the price he would pay, temporary blindness of his eyes at intervals, he deemed this cost acceptable. Drawing the bowstring to its fullest, now requiring greater strength due to the replacement of the snake tendon, signified an increase in both lethality and range. The eerie eyes on the bow opened wide, locking onto the beast with unwavering focus. Luo Fan then released the bowstring. Whoosh! Under the moonlight, the arrow flashed through the air, followed by a cry of anguish as it struck the beast, penetrating deeply. Given that the dual-eyed bow had been enhanced, and considering the deer's defenses were inferior to those of the previously armored black bear, the bow's destructive power was indeed formidable. The wounded creature turned its head, its gaze now brimming with hatred directed at Luo Fan. Niodagong, in a frenzy, clung to the beast's neck with all his might, striving to impede its advance and create an opportunity for Luo Fan. Although he lacked the raw strength to match the beast, his desperate efforts resulted in the deer dragging him across the ground, leaving deep furrows in its wake. The deer's speed diminished to that of a tortoise. Luo Fan would not squander the precious time Niodagong fought to secure for him. He drew the bow once more, locked onto his target, and released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The eerie eyes required a moment to lock onto each target, allowing him to unleash several arrows in succession, all striking the beast. The final arrow even pierced through the deer's skull. With a headshot, the deer let out a pitiful cry before collapsing, struggling briefly before succumbing. Phew! The deer lay slain, and an exhausted Niodagong collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Click, click, click. The upgraded dual-eyed bow is indeed formidable. It can even slay beasts of the next tier. Its destructive power rivals that of firearms, does it not? Luo Fan exhaled deeply, admiring the bow in his hands with an almost affectionate gaze. Is this really dead? Rose said, momentarily stunned. For survivors, beasts of the next tier are synonymous with nightmares. How many convoys have faced such creatures and met total annihilation? Yet, here they were, a mere handful of them, effortlessly dispatching the foe. Although it required considerable effort, they emerged from the battle without a single casualty. This could certainly be deemed a resounding victory. We have 2 level 10s and 1 level 9 working together, supplemented by some trickery, so it is only reasonable that we could defeat a next-tier beast. Observing Rose's bewildered expression, it was evident that she had yet to fully transition from survivor to combatant, and Luo Fan spoke up. The Hope Convoy was no longer the same as when they faced the fire-corrupted bird on that rainy night. Back then, the convoy had only Niodagong, a level 8 melee fighter, to rely on. Zhao's divination had foretold disaster, yet here they were, having suffered no losses whatsoever. Rose acknowledged the logic in Luo Fan's words, but still expressed a sense of wistfulness. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through Luo Fan upon hearing Rose's words, and he instinctively exclaimed, "Wait, what is wrong, Luo Fan?" The others, surprised by his sudden reaction, turned to him. While it was indeed a joyful occasion to have dispatched the beast without injury, it did not align with Zhao's ominous foretelling. Luo Fan spoke, gripping the dual-eyed bow tightly. Could it be? The expressions of Lu Dagong and Rose tightened, realizing something unsettling. A peculiar giggle echoed abruptly, unsettling the atmosphere under the moonlight, sending chills down their spines. Following the sound, Luo Fan and the others turned to see a little girl emerge from the woods by the lake. Her complexion was ghostly pale, clad in a pitch-black garment, and her eyes were unnaturally large, devoid of pupils, revealing only vast, empty sockets. In her hands, she clutched a balloon that resembled a bomb. Strange. The sight of the girl sent a shiver through Luo Fan. Her appearance was undeniably eerie. Seizing the initiative, Luo Fan swiftly drew his dual-eyed bow, activating his spectral vision to lock onto the peculiar girl. However, despite his usual ability to lock onto a target in about 2 seconds, this time his efforts proved futile. He. The girl, with her eerie demeanor, gazed at Luo Fan and the others, her lips curling into a sinister and chilling smile. "Come play with me," a peculiar voice uttered, reminiscent of steel needles scratching against metal, sending shivers down one's spine. It was over. A rule-based anomaly? The moment the doll-like figure spoke, Luo Fan felt his heart plunge into despair. Anomalies are manifold, yet when it comes to the most terrifying type, it is undoubtedly the rule-based ones. I recall a previous conversation with Zhao Chunfeng, who mentioned that while most anomalies are indeed fearsome, often possessing abilities that defy the very laws of science, they can still be vanquished if one wields sufficient power. However, rule-based anomalies are an entirely different matter. They adhere to their own set of rules, meaning they can only be defeated within the confines of those rules. The most salient characteristic of these anomalies is their ability to speak, which signifies a level of intelligence. The rules are known solely to the anomaly itself, and with its intelligence, attempting to eliminate it within its own framework is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Who would have thought that today I would encounter such a rule-based anomaly? Chapter 47. The Eerie Game, and in Sharon's smile, let us remain calm. In the realm of bizarre rules, intellect surpasses strength. Although it is said that one can only eliminate an adversary within their own set of rules, the same principle applies to the eerie. It can only claim lives within its own parameters. Therefore, when the nature of the bizarre remains unknown, it is prudent to speak and act sparingly. Luo Fan advised Niu Dagong and Rose, reassured by his confidence in Shaoran, who was never one to speak excessively or act rashly. Swish! Upon hearing Luo Fan's words, both Niu Dagong and Rose turned their gazes toward him. "What do you mean by staring at me?" Luo Fan asked, bewildered by their synchronized attention. "Intellect? Identify the opponent's rules, and then use them to execute a counterattack? I certainly cannot achieve that," Niu Dagong stated plainly. "Brother Luo, among us, you are undoubtedly the most astute," Rose added, addressing Luo Fan. Luo Fan opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, could he rely on Niu Dagong to decipher the bizarre's rules? Or on a Shaoran? While Rose was not devoid of intelligence, her previous actions at the oil refinery had revealed her own missteps. Clearly, in terms of wisdom, he was indeed the team's foremost intellect, although a sense of pride swelled within him. The weight of the situation sank Luo Fan's heart as he considered that this was his first encounter with a rule-based enigma. None were easily subdued. He, come play a game with me. With a balloon in hand, the eerie entity approached Luo Fan and the others, exuding an air of cheerful delight. If the entity were as endearing as in Shaoran, perhaps someone might willingly join in the fun. However, its ghastly appearance lent an unsettling aura to its words. "Play a game with me. Don't you wish to join?" Having called out several times without a response, the little entity's impatience grew, and a chilling presence enveloped them, plunging the atmosphere into icy dread. "How do you propose to play?" Observing that refusal to engage might trigger the entity's lethal rules, Luo Fan urgently inquired. Upon hearing Luo Fan's reluctant agreement, the entity's menacing aura began to subside. "Everyone, form a circle and pass this explosive balloon that I hold. Once the balloon starts circulating, it will continuously expand. Those with ill fortune will find themselves exploded. The unfortunate souls will be devoured by me. Until only one remains, the game concludes. The eerie being lifted the balloon, elucidating the rules of the game. Hiss! At the revelation of this grim proclamation, Luo Fan and the others collectively inhaled sharply. This game evokes a sensation akin to participating in a deadly game of Russian roulette. A single bullet is loaded into a revolver, and players take turns aiming it at their own heads. Should fortune abandon them, a fatal shot ensues. Yet, this peculiar game is even more ruthless, as it stipulates that the game concludes only when there remains a solitary survivor. In other words, it is highly probable that all 4 participants must perish, leaving only the entity itself to emerge victorious. After all, the rules of this game are most familiar to it. One could hardly expect it to engage in such perilous play without certainty of survival. Yet, is this game not merely a matter of chance? How can it ensure its own survival until the end? Now, let us form a circle. With little time afforded for contemplation, the entity outlined the rules and instructed everyone to gather in a circle. The entity clutched a balloon resembling a bomb, positioning Rose to its right, followed by the imposing Yodagong, then in Shaoran, and finally Luo Fan, whose right-hand side was once again occupied by the entity. Thus, the 4 individuals and the entity formed a circle. Luo Fan, do you have any thoughts? Stand firm, yet Luo Fan exhibited no signs of insight. Unable to contain himself, Yodagong inquired. Indeed, Luo, our fates now rest in your hands. Rose's face mirrored a profound sense of trepidation. This feeling of helplessness, where even immense strength is rendered futile, is profoundly unsettling. This game appears to hinge entirely on luck, unless, perhaps, it conceals some hidden information. Luo Fan shook his head, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, frantically seeking clues. However, this game seemed devoid of any hints. Was it his oversight, or had the entity deliberately concealed something? The game commenced. As per usual, no time was granted for further reflection. The entity announced the start and swiftly witnessed the balloon in its grasp swell dramatically. Subsequently, the entity handed the balloon to Rose without hesitation. Upon receiving the balloon, Rose wasted not a moment, promptly passing it to Yodagong beside her. Grasping the balloon, Yodagong observed its continued inflation, then glanced in Shaoran, his expression wavering with uncertainty. With a mischievous grin, the entity noted the balloon's considerable size and licked its lips with an elongated tongue. And Shaoran, taking the initiative, extended her hands toward Yodagong. Momentarily taken aback, he eventually surrendered the balloon to her. As the balloon rested in Shaoran's delicate grasp, it expanded even further, pulsating with a vivid crimson glow that exuded an overwhelming sense of urgency. However, clutching the balloon, Shaoran glanced at Luo Fan, revealing no intention of passing it along. Shaoran, hand it over to me. As Luo Fan observed Shaoran clutching the balloon, he found himself growing increasingly anxious, calling out to her. Yet, in response to Luo Fan's urgency, Shaoran remained motionless, uttering not a single word, her grip firm upon the fully inflated balloon. In the face of life and death, Shaoran maintained her characteristic tranquility, a scene that evoked memories for Luo Fan of the time when she had faced a life-threatening situation at the hands of Luo Xiaohai. Remaining equally composed, Shaoran, please give it to me, Luo Fan implored desperately. However, Shaoran gazed steadily at Luo Fan and, at last, a smile graced her face. This marked the first occasion since he had known her that he witnessed a smile upon her countenance. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the balloon in Shaoran's grasp burst spectacularly. Chapter 48. My name isn't Shaoran. I am in Shaoran. Before the apocalypse, I was the cherished gem of my family, blessed with loving parents and a devoted elder brother. I once believed that our family could live together forever. But then the cataclysm struck, unleashing terrifying beasts and bizarre phenomena, forcing us all to flee for our lives. When we encountered a ferocious creature, my father bravely intervened to buy us time to escape, sacrificing himself in the process. My mother, with tear-stained cheeks, joined a survivor group, yet as a woman. She found it exceedingly difficult to care for 2 children even before the world fell apart. I witnessed her sneaking away at night to visit the vehicles of other survivors, returning only after a long while, and miraculously, we would have something to eat. Alas, such days were fleeting. My mother fell ill and never rose again. Ultimately, only my brother and I remained, wandering until we joined the survivor group in Luojia town. Life there was grim for everyone, yet we were fortunate to still be alive. I shall never forget that day when my brother and I were chatting. He asked what I wished to eat, and without hesitation, I yearned for milk, having been deprived of it for far too long. My brother set off with the survivors of Luo town to search for supplies. Fear enveloped me. With our father, mother, and brother gone, I felt utterly alone and followed him. Upon noticing my pursuit, my brother became furious, urging me to return, fearing for my safety. Little did he know, I was not afraid of the beasts or the bizarre. My true fear was of being alone. Shower and run. You must run. Those words echo in my mind. As I recall the moment my brother doused himself in gasoline, igniting himself in a desperate act of defiance against the icy anomaly, urging me to escape. I could not run. I stood there, helplessly watching him perish alongside the creature. I was now devoid of family, utterly alone. Survival felt devoid of purpose. I awakened my powers, yet joy eluded me. In the Luo town group, I witnessed a man in agony, and without a second thought, I cast a healing spell, restoring his wounds. This act garnered the attention of the father and son from Luo. However, I harbored disdain for them, for my brother had warned me they were malevolent. The son attempted to converse with me, but I rebuffed him. He frightened me, yet I remained silent. He struck me. I did not retaliate, nor did I respond. When he held me underwater, I struggled to breathe, yet I did not fight back. If death were to come, so be it. My family was gone, and living alone held no meaning. Perhaps, sensing my indifference towards death, the father and son ceased their torment, allowing me to remain with the caravan. Occasionally, I would encounter the injured and offer a healing spell. Despite my aversion to the Luo duo, I still extended my aid. For my loathing for the beasts and the bizarre surpassed my disdain for them. Every night, as I lay down to sleep, I find myself restless, often dreaming of my father, mother, and elder brother. I am haunted by the feeling that it was my longing for milk that prompted my brother to search for supplies. Yet ultimately, I never got to taste it. Time becomes irrelevant. It hardly matters how long has passed. Any day could be my last. I wonder, if I were to truly perish, would I be reunited with my family? Eventually, we encountered a small convoy, an assemblage of hope. We sat together with a group of others, sharing a hot pot meal. A can of cola was placed before me, and I yearned to save it, for my brother adored cola above all else. However, as the thought crossed my mind, the harsh truth dawned on me. My brother was long gone. Noticing my hesitation to drink the cola, someone inquired if I disliked it. Moments later, a box of pure milk was handed to me. I took a sip, and the familiar taste washed over me. This was the first time I had milk since the world fell into chaos. The last time I had it, my family was with me. Thank you, I stammered, unsure of how long it had been since I last spoke. Soon after, two factions clashed in battle. Yet I refrained from aiding the villains. If they were to combat the monstrous beasts, I would assist them. However, I would not intervene in a conflict among humans. As the survivors from both sides merged, I noticed the camaraderie within this new group. Their treatment of ordinary people was commendable. I shared a vehicle with my brother, Luo Fan, who generously provided me with a box of pure milk daily, filling me with joy. Occasionally, he would also offer me apples, and I was free to indulge in the provisions aboard the vehicle. In those moments of slumber, I felt a profound sense of peace. How wonderful it was to have a brother once more. Together, we fought side by side, and I took pride in being of assistance. However, everything changed when we encountered a bizarre entity governed by rules. We took turns holding explosive balloons. Those who were unfortunate enough to draw a balloon that detonated would meet their demise. As we positioned ourselves, I cunningly stood in front of Luo Fan, ensuring he remained oblivious to my subtle maneuvering. When the balloon reached Rose, she hastily handed it to Brother Nudigang, revealing her true character. He hesitated to pass it to me, seemingly embarrassed. I reached out to him, knowing in my heart that he was a good person. Upon receiving the balloon, Luo Fan asked for it, but I refused to relinquish it. Once, I had family, but they perished to protect me. Now, having finally found a brother again, it was my turn to safeguard my loved ones. Seeing Luo Fan's anxious request for the balloon brought a smile to my face. All along, I had thought that life or death mattered little. Yet now, I understood that my demise would carry significance. I had ascended, fulfilling the conditions for advancement in the specialized sequence, sacrifice for the sake of love. Luo Fan had previously inquired about the criteria for such advancement, and I had always known it to be love, self-sacrifice for the sake of love. In my perspective, this is a professional sequence from which one can never hope to ascend. After all, when you have sacrificed so much, does promotion still hold any significance? Boom. Indeed, the balloon exploded. Has everything come to an end? However, the explosion of the balloon, which appeared strangely similar to my own size, did not consume me. Rather, it devoured itself, dissipating into a myriad of starlight amidst its own cries. I am not dead. What's happening? Luo Fan watched as the balloon burst in Xiaoran's grasp, and contrary to its ominous promise of consuming her, it perished instead, leaving him utterly bewildered. The rules are bizarre. Could they truly deceive? Xiaoran, you. Caught in a maelstrom of confusion, Luo Fan glared fiercely at Xiaoran, raising his hand as if to strike. Did he truly need a mere child to protect him? Did he require her to risk everything for his sake? Yet, the hand raised high could not descend. Ultimately, it transformed into Luo Fan embracing her tightly in his arms. Brother Luo Fan, I have ascended in the professional sequence. Chapter 49. The Specialist Sequence, Holy Light Angel. The Hope Team. What? An anomaly of the rule type? You encountered a rule type anomaly and managed to return scathed? Upon the return of Luo Fan and his companions, Zhao Chunfeng widened his eyes in astonishment. Anomalies possess varying degrees of strength, and so do the sequencers. However, if there exists an anomaly that disregards strength, it would undoubtedly be the rule-type anomaly. It is a presence that cannot be vanquished through sheer force. No matter how powerful a sequencer may be, facing a rule-type anomaly is akin to courting death. Yet, here we are. Luo Fan and his companions encountered a rule-type anomaly and returned safely. What on earth transpired? Pray, share your tale. Zhao Chunfeng inquired with great curiosity. Then, Luo Fan and the others recounted how they vanquished the deer-like beast, their encounter with the rule-type anomaly, and the inexplicable demise of that anomaly. So, the rule-type anomaly deceived us while articulating its game rules? It was the balloon in Xiaoran's hand that exploded, yet the anomaly perished? Can one truly deceive while explaining their own game rules? Who among us has not faced demise? In the end, Luo Fan expressed his confusion. No, I believe it was not deception. Zhao Chunfeng shook his head and analyzed. Although the rules of rule-type anomalies are bizarre and multifaceted, deception does not exist within them, only concealment at best. Thus, I surmise that the anomaly must have concealed certain pertinent rules. That is, everyone plays the game with the intent to survive, and the game rules are as it's stated. However, if someone enters with the intention of seeking death, the rules may indeed revert. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. No one can ascertain the truth. In any case, encountering a rule-type anomaly and returning unscathed is indeed a stroke of divine fortune. Zhao Chunfeng's words prompted nods of agreement from Luo Fan and the others. The specifics of the truth have become inconsequential. What matters is that they are all alive. No wonder my divination did not reveal a dire omen, merely a foreboding one. You encountered a rule-type anomaly, and I did not expect your luck to be so fortuitous, Zhao Chunfeng remarked with a sense of wonder. Then, Zhao Chunfeng curiously inquired, "What about your spoils?" The harvest was quite satisfactory. That monstrous deer weighed at least over 1,000 pounds, and if we strip the hide, we have over 1,000 pounds of meat to spare, Lu Dagong said with a broad grin, clearly delighted. Indeed, the meat from this elevated beast is accumulating for our team. We are amassing more than we can consume, Zhao Chunfeng remarked with a click of his tongue. Subsequently, they divided the spoils according to proportion. Although Rose was merely a level 1 sequencer and had contributed little, she was still part of the team. So she received 10 of the beast's meat. Zhao Chunfeng, guided by his divination, received 20. The remainder of the meat was allocated entirely to Luo Fan and Xiaoran. As for Lu Dagong, in his own words, the original purpose of this gathering was to assist him in collecting materials for his promotion to a specialized sequence. How could he possibly share the spoils? He relinquished the entire deerskin to him. Furthermore, there was the peculiar crystal left behind after the strange death, which was also essential for his promotion. So that too was bestowed upon him. If one were to tally the distribution, the one who reaped the greatest rewards was undoubtedly Nyo Dagong. Yes, Dagong acquired feathers, shells, furs, and even the rarest of the strange crystals. The only item still lacking was the scales. Not bad at all, Dagong. Once you gather the ferocious beast scales, you will be the first among our convoy to attain a specialized sequence. While receiving ferocious beast meat is indeed a delightful outcome, the primary objective of today's endeavor remains the collection of materials for Neo Dagong's promotion, Zhao Chunfeng remarked with a smile. He chuckled. This time, luck is on my side. Rest assured, once I am promoted, I will never decline any request from you all. Rubbing his head, Neo Dagong vigorously patted his chest in assurance. Zhao Chunfeng nodded. Given Dagong's character, this promise held credibility. Your words suggest that no one else's assurances are trustworthy, Luo Fan interjected, unable to resist the urge to comment. In unison, the gazes of Zhao Chunfeng and the others fell upon Luo Fan, their expressions rather irksome. In truth, our gains extend beyond the furs and strange crystals of these ferocious beasts. Moreover, our team's first promotion to a specialized sequence is not Neo Dagong. Disregarding the disdainful looks from Zhao Chunfeng, Luo Fan continued, geniuses are often misunderstood. I have grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing Luo Fan's words, everyone widened their eyes. Neo Dagong and Rose exchanged glances with Zhao Chunfeng. Don't look at me. I haven't been promoted, Zhao Chunfeng immediately refuted. Then Neo Dagong and Rose turned their eyes towards Luo Fan. And don't look at me. I just reached LV10, Luo Fan countered as well. Indeed, the terror of the rule-based anomalies disregards the disparity in strength. If one were to frame it in gaming terms, ascending in sequence level is akin to leveling up through monster battles. The rule-based anomalies, however, are undoubtedly akin to boss-level entities. Thus, after enduring the ferocious beast skirmishes and battles against rule-based anomalies, Luo Fan's sequence level has risen to LV10. So, does this mean he is finally stepping out of the novice village? While Luo Fan's promotion to LV10 is indeed commendable, what captures greater attention is the specialized sequence. Since it is neither Neo Dagong, Zhao Chunfeng, nor Luo Fan, it certainly cannot be Rose either. Ultimately, all eyes turn to Xiaoran, confronted with the inquiring gazes of her companions, and Xiaoran spoke, Holy Light Angel Sequence, LV11. A collective gasp echoed among Luo Fan and the others, their faces displaying astonishment. What are you all so surprised about? Neo Dagong scratched his head and inquired of Luo Fan and the others. Angels, are they not the fabled messengers of the Western deity? They belong to the realm of myth and legend. This sequence must be extraordinarily powerful, wouldn't you agree? Rose responded. Although it was her first encounter with this sequence, merely hearing about it instilled a sense of formidable strength. Indeed, the promotion of a specialized sequence typically demands increasingly stringent conditions, resulting in an ever more formidable sequence. The Holy Light Angel sequence sounds terrifyingly potent. What are the conditions for Xiaoran's advancement? Zhao Chunfeng interjected, his curiosity piqued. Xiaoran, since you have ascended in your specialized sequence, have you also awakened the skills associated with it? In contrast, Luo Fan placed greater emphasis on practicality and thus inquisitively posed a question to Xiaoran. The others, upon hearing this, turned their eager gazes towards her. The skills of a sequence that sounds so overwhelmingly powerful, what might they entail? Chapter 50. The promotion conditions of Luo Fan's professional sequence. Brother Luo Fan, the first skill awakened from my professional sequence is the descent of Holy Light. This skill possesses two effects. The first effect enhances the strength of allies under its aegis, while simultaneously weakening adversaries. And Xiaoran first responded to Luo Fan's inquiry. Descent of Holy Light? It can bestow beneficial effects upon allies while imposing detrimental effects on enemies? This skill sounds rather impressive. As for the conditions for awakening my professional sequence, they are rooted in love, requiring one to dedicate and sacrifice oneself. Following this, and Xiaoran addressed Zhao Chunfeng's question, isn't that condition rather harsh? To act out of love and then sacrifice oneself? It seems she encountered that bizarre rule by chance. Otherwise, if attempted at another time, even if one were to awaken their professional sequence, wouldn't it lead to their demise? Thus, this presents a nearly insurmountable challenge for professional advancement, Zhao Chunfeng lamented. Moreover, in today's apocalyptic world, how many individuals can truly sacrifice themselves for love? Rose interjected, casting a peculiar glance at Shaoran, her eyes reflecting awe, envy, and a sense of inadequacy. Standing before Shaoran, who resembled a flawless mirror, Rose felt a stark revelation of her own imperfections, love, and sacrifice. Thus, these promotion conditions indeed resonate profoundly with the sequence of the holy light angels. Niu Dagong remarked, Shaoran, why not demonstrate the effect of your descent of holy light? Luo Fan, ever the pragmatist, urged Shaoran. In response, Shaoran nodded and gestured towards Luo Fan. Suddenly, a beam of radiant light, imbued with a sense of sanctity, descended from the void above, enveloping Luo Fan. Instantly, Luo Fan's body radiated with a luminous holy light, and he distinctly sensed an enhancement in his strength, speed, and defensive capabilities across the board. How does it feel? Zhao Chunfeng and the others inquired curiously, observing the holy lights swirling around Luo Fan. Luo Fan remained silent, merely extending his hand towards Niu Dagong, then exerting a powerful push. Caught off guard by Luo Fan's actions, Niu Dagong quickly reacted, channeling his strength to resist. Luo Fan's force intensified, and Niu Dagong continuously augmented his own power. Niu Dagong exclaimed as he reached his limits. Luo Fan, too, displayed visible strain, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly exerting all his might. The contest of strength between the two ended in a stalemate. After a brief trial, they each withdrew their power. A member of the assassination sequence can actually match my strength in close combat, Niu Dagong exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Luo Fan. Both individuals are at level 10. However, can the circumstances of the assassination sequence and the melee sequence truly be comparable? It appears that under the augmented state of the Holy Light's descent, Luo Fan's strength has indeed increased significantly. Witnessing Luo Fan's ability to compete with Niu Dagong in terms of power, Zhao Chunfeng interjected, his expression one of astonishment. This augmentation from the Holy Light's descent enhances not only strength, but also speed and defense, signifying a substantial elevation across all attributes. Truly, one cannot underestimate a specialized sequence. The degree of enhancement is indeed formidable. My overall capabilities have risen considerably, Luo Fan remarked. Nevertheless, a thought lingered unspoken in Luo Fan's mind. Although the Holy Light's descent is powerful, the radiant glow it bestows is quite incompatible with his role in the assassination sequence. Particularly at night, it effectively draws unwanted attention to oneself. Well then, let us all take a moment to rest. All things considered, today has been more thrilling than perilous. We still have over 4 hours to recuperate. Zhao Chunfeng clapped his hands and addressed Luo Fan and the others, gesturing towards the distance. Indeed, the recent descent of the Holy Light had made quite a spectacle in the darkness, the sacred luminescence cascading from the void, capturing the attention of many within the Hope Caravan. Let us rest well. Luo Fan and the others nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words. After hunting down the formidable beasts and narrowly escaping the grasp of the peculiar rules, everyone was thoroughly exhausted. With only 6 hours allotted for rest before departing at dawn, they were determined to make the most of it. Luo Fan and Shaoran climbed into their cargo truck, reclining the seats of the driver and passenger sides. Shaoran, you must refrain from such actions in the future. Do you understand? After a prolonged silence, Luo Fan solemnly warned Shaoran. Snore, snore. And Shaoran remained silent, but had already begun to snore softly. Upon hearing her snoring, Luo Fan's expression darkened, and he remarked with a twitch of his mouth, Stop pretending to sleep. Your snores reveal that you are still awake. And Shaoran's snoring abruptly ceased. Did you hear what I said? It was evident that she had indeed not fallen asleep. I heard you. In the darkness, and Shaoran's voice emerged. Hearing is not the main concern. Remembering is essential. You must promise me not to engage in such behavior again. Luo Fan shifted from a reclined position to sit upright, fixing his gaze on Shaoran. Sensing Luo Fan's movement, Shaoran also sat up, extending a finger. A glimmer of holy light coalesced at her fingertip, illuminating the interior of the vehicle like a small bulb. Well, now that she has awakened the holy light angel sequence, Shaoran can serve as a human lamp, rendering the need for traditional lighting obsolete. Brother Luo Fan. In response to Luo Fan's request for assurance, Shaoran did not answer directly. Instead, she suddenly inquired with curiosity, Have you already reached level 10? Indeed. After defeating that enigmatic entity of the rule system, I attained level 10, Luo Fan affirmed with a nod. And what are the criteria for your professional advancement? Is it not the case that upon reaching level 10, one instinctively comprehends the prerequisites for their professional ascension? Why have you not shared this information with us? With her finger raised, emanating a radiant light, and Xiaoran blinked her large eyes, inquiring curiously of Luo Fan. Chapter 51. Invitation to the Exchange Meeting. Xiaoran, you were never this talkative before. Perhaps it is due to the brush with life and death. Or perhaps it is because Xiaoran has come to understand her own heart, or maybe there are other reasons altogether. In any case, the former Xiaoran was remarkably quiet, often not uttering a single word throughout the day. Today, however, her words were plentiful, surpassing the sum of all she had spoken previously. Of course, the former Xiaoran was a child in the late stages of autism, and now, her ability to articulate even a few more sentences signifies a slight opening in her previously closed-off heart, much to Luo Fan's delight. Brother Luo Fan, do you not like it when I talk? And Xiaoran tilted her head slightly, gazing at Luo Fan. Of course not, Luo Fan replied decisively, shaking his head. Then, what are the conditions for your advancement in the professional sequence? And Xiaoran smiled broadly, pressing for answers. Honestly, it doesn't matter whether I speak or not. You cannot assist me with my advancement requirements. No one can. Luo Fan sighed with a hint of resignation. His earnest attempts to aid Niu Dagong were partly motivated by the hope that once Niu Dagong ascended the professional sequence, he would return the favor. Now, however, Xiaoran had advanced before Niu Dagong, and he had gained a formidable ally. Unfortunately, the conditions for his own advancement were not only exceedingly stringent, but also beyond the help of others. And Xiaoran remained silent, her inquiring gaze fixed on Luo Fan, patiently awaiting his response. My conditions for advancement are to hunt anomalies. However, there are two stipulations. First, I can only hunt anomalies that are of a higher level than mine. Second, I must do so alone, without any assistance. Luo Fan elucidated the conditions for his advancement to Xiaoran. Upon hearing this, Xiaoran's brow furrowed slightly. She could easily comprehend that Luo Fan's advancement requirements were exceptionally harsh. As a level 10, he needed to hunt anomalies that were equivalent to those of the professional sequence. And to do so alone? This was perilously dangerous. If anything were to happen to him during such hunts, brother Luo Fan, you and Xiaoran opened her mouth, wishing to express her hope that Luo Fan would never undertake such hunts. However, the words lingered unspoken on her lips. The feeling of being unable to assist her brother in his time of difficulty weighed heavily on her heart. All right, just rest easy. In a few hours, we must rise, Luo Fan said, sensing what Xiaoran wanted to convey. He waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation, and lay back down. Notification. Sign-in successful. Received 100 yuan, balance 452 yuan. Not knowing how long he had slept, Luo Fan awoke to find a notification flashing at the corner of his vision. A smile spread across his face. Earning 100 yuan daily? If one truly disregards the menacing threats of bizarre creatures and fearsome beasts, then with this money, one could procure ample supplies in the marketplace and lead a rather comfortable existence. Thanks to the provisions originally loaded onto this small truck. Along with the meat harvested from the slain beasts, Luo Fan found himself with little to spend on anything beyond the occasional purchase of fresh milk, leafy greens, and apples. Consequently, without even realizing it, his balance had swelled to 450 yuan. As dawn approached, the members of the Hope convoy gradually awakened, taking about 20 minutes to refresh themselves before resuming their escape. This journey lasted for 7 to 8 hours, and by the time daylight broke, the convoy halted amidst a secluded agricultural expanse. Regrettably, although a vast field lay before them, it bore no crops. In the distance, one could discern the outlines of around 100 to 80 farmhouse dwellings, remnants of a small village from the pre-apocalyptic era. Logically, one would expect some supplies to remain in the village. However, Zhao Chunfeng did not permit anyone to scavenge, thus instilling a sense of caution among the group. After the convoy came to a stop, Luo Fan prepared a pot of stir-fried meat and vegetable noodles, sharing a generous bowl with Xiaoran, both of them relishing the meal with great satisfaction. Suddenly, Amidst their breakfast, a sharp sound pierced the air. Luo Fan swiftly turned his gaze towards the source. Approximately 200 meters away, two individuals approached on motorcycles. Sensing the potential threat, Luo Fan immediately set down his bowl, eyeing them warily. Similarly, Niu Dagong and Zhao Chunfeng joined him, approaching with caution. "Which convoy do you belong to?" One of the riders called out from a distance, understanding Luo Fan's vigilance. "We are from the Hope Convoy," Zhao Chunfeng replied as he stepped forward. Upon hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, one of the men produced a small notebook and glanced at it before inquiring, "Are you aware of the news about the Daping Mountain exchange meeting?" Luo Fan and the others had heard of exchange meetings from Ling Ziqiang, but the Daping Mountain exchange meeting was entirely unfamiliar to them. "What is this exchange meeting about?" Zhao Chunfeng asked. "Well, this afternoon at 3 o'clock, if you travel approximately 20 kilometers in this direction, you will find a small hill known as Daping Mountain. 7 or 8 convoys have agreed to gather there to exchange information and share resources. If your Hope convoy is interested, you may wish to attend," the motorcycle rider explained, seemingly anticipating their ignorance regarding the meeting. As the two men prepared to leave, twisting the handles of their motorcycles, Luo Fan suddenly called out, "Wait, were the convoys that agreed to meet communicating with new type mobile phones? You know about the new type mobile phones?" The rider nodded, momentarily halting his departure. "Indeed. Will there be mobile phones available for sale at your exchange meeting?" Luo Fan followed up with another question. "At present, the Hope team finds itself in dire need of a mobile phone. Possessing such a device would establish a vital channel for communication with the outside world. Whether one is available for purchase remains uncertain, yet you may wish to investigate." The individuals on the motorcycle did not fully articulate their intentions. In this manner, the two swiftly departed on their bike. "What do you think? Should we go and take a look?" Luo Fan inquired, seemingly seeking the consensus of the group. Yet his gaze was firmly fixed on Zhao Chunfeng. "Allow me to consult the oracle first." Understanding the implication of Luo Fan's words, Zhao Chunfeng produced 3 coins, gently shaking them within his palm before casting them to the ground. After a brief moment of contemplation regarding the orientation and sides of the coins, Zhao Chunfeng declared, "We may proceed. The oracle indicates no danger lies ahead." Chapter 52. The Apocalypse Fair. Are you selling fresh vegetables and fruits? Initially, the escape of the team lacked a specific destination. However, since the fair appeared to pose little danger, the Hope convoy collectively set off towards it. The survivors trailing behind the convoy soon learned of the impending gathering, yet they felt little excitement. For them, the paramount goal was simply to secure sustenance and safety. They understood that they could trade valuable items for food and other necessities at the fair. However, those without anything of worth to offer would find themselves merely wandering through a marketplace, empty-handed and unable to make purchases. In fact, mingling with other survivor groups could inadvertently heighten the risks involved. Consequently, some survivors felt a twinge of anxiety and were reluctant to attend the fair. Nonetheless, the Hope convoy would not be swayed by their sentiments. Their only option was to part ways with the group. The journey of 20 kilometers was no trivial matter, and after over an hour, the Hope convoy finally arrived near Daping Mountain. Upon their arrival, they indeed discovered a large gathering of people and a multitude of vehicles, including numerous motorcycles. Among them, a particularly eye-catching modified trailer stood out, complete with a substantial container at its rear, evoking a sense of envy in Luo Fan. How delightful it would be to possess such a vehicle, allowing for a comfortable night's rest. After all, he and Xiao Ran had to make do with the cramped confines of a truck cabin, struggling to find a comfortable position to sleep. With a trailer and container, he could easily set up a bed, rolling about freely at night without concern. Alas, such aspirations seemed distant, despite indulging in daydreams. Luo Fan soon shook his head in resignation. While the trailer was indeed appealing, its fuel consumption would be alarmingly high, leading to anxiety over fuel scarcity that could rival the stress of a mortgage in the pre-apocalyptic world. Upon reaching the heart of the gathering, it was evident that the core area was designated for the exchanges among the sequencers. The survivors from the Hope convoy settled in a nearby open space to rest, while Luo Fan and several sequencers ventured towards the central area. "Welcome. I am Qian Zhonghua," the initiator of this fair. What is the name of your convoy? A middle-aged man, around 40, greeted Zhao Chunfeng and the others with a warm smile as they approached. We are the Hope Convoy, here at your invitation to observe, Zhao Chunfeng replied, stepping forward to engage in conversation. After a brief exchange, Qian Zhonghua acknowledged Zhao Chunfeng and allowed Luo Fan and his companions the freedom to explore. Earlier, the motorcyclist had mentioned that 7 or 8 teams had confirmed their attendance, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared that at least a dozen teams were present. It seemed that those 7 or 8 teams had mobile phones for communication, while the additional teams, like the Hope Convoy, had arrived spontaneously without prior arrangements. While dubbed a fair, it was more accurately a marketplace for trade. With the advent and gradual proliferation of mobile phones, a plethora of information has been exchanged on the Seekers Forum. Thus, the primary purpose of this gathering remains trade. Luo Fan meandered through the venue, noting that only a handful of caravans had congregated, resulting in a modest turnout and limited supplies. Fortunately, more caravans continued to arrive, and several solitary seekers, having received word of the event, were also making their way here, leading to an increasing number of participants. All exchanges appeared to be measured in the currency of beast meat. In addition to tangible transactions, there were also service-oriented exchanges. For instance, some individuals encountered vehicle issues and required the assistance of skilled craftsmen, agreeing upon a price before the help was rendered. Others, wounded, sought aid from those proficient in healing. After a brief exploration, Zhao Chunfeng and his companions deliberated on what items they could offer for trade. It turned out that, upon reflection, they realized the caravans were indeed rather impoverished, with scant items available for sale. While gasoline was a hard currency, the carefully collected reserves had yet to fill their transport, making it impossible to sell any. Well, I have 3 healing potions. Now that we have Xiao Ran, they're likely unnecessary, Zhao Chunfeng mused, producing the potions. Luo Fan recalled that when he first awakened his sequence, Niu Dagong had sustained injuries in battle against the fire-corroding bird, and Zhao Chunfeng had inquired if he needed any potions, which Niu Dagong had hesitated to use. With the arrival of Xiao Ran, the efficacy of these healing potions had indeed diminished. Wait, Brother Zhao, please keep those 3 potions for me, Luo Fan suddenly interjected, addressing Zhao Chunfeng. You? What do you need that for? Zhao Chunfeng and the others looked at him in surprise, and Xiao Ran was nearly inseparable from him. He seemed the least in need of such potions among the team. Brother Zhao, haven't I reached level 10? My promotion requirement necessitates the solitary hunting of anomalies higher than my level, Luo Fan candidly explained. Given that, you indeed have a need for them. Zhao Chunfeng understood why Luo Fan sought the potions, as he would eventually leave the caravan to venture alone for a time. With little to sell, we might as well purchase. Fortunately, we have abundant meat from the black bear we hunted and the deer-like beast by the lake. Thus, the apparent poverty stemmed from the lack of tradable items. Food, water, and essential goods yielded low prices. However, the supply of beast meat was still considerable. Even Rose had divided nearly 200 pounds of deer meat, providing ample options for selection. Luo Fan, may I borrow some beast meat? Suddenly, as the group dispersed to browse, Niu Dagong approached with a sense of urgency. Brother Niu, how much do you need? Luo Fan responded readily. 200 pounds will suffice, remarked Niu Dagong after a brief conversation with an acquaintance who possessed some formidable serpent scales, precisely what he required at that moment. The prerequisites for Niu Dagong's professional sequence advancement included 5 types of materials, and he was now only lacking the scales. Fortuitously, the exchange event featured this very item, making it an opportune moment for purchase. Indeed, Niu Dagong was quite fortunate. All right, no problem, responded Luo Fan, nodding in agreement. He promptly escorted Niu Dagong back to the small truck and retrieved 200 pounds of meat from the refrigerator within. Brother Niu, this makes you the 2nd member of our team to attain a professional sequence, Luo Fan observed, feeling a twinge of envy as he watched Niu Dagong depart with the substantial load. Shaking his head to dispel his scattered thoughts, Luo Fan returned to the trading area and took a seat. Zhao Chunfeng and his companions had little to offer for trade, but Luo Fan had plenty. From the reaction of the practice partner, Zi Qiong, Luo Fan discerned that fresh vegetables and fruits held significant value in this post-apocalyptic world. He directly purchased 10 pounds of apples and 20 pounds of young greens, displaying them prominently. Balance after transaction, negative 160 yuan, remaining balance, 392. Indeed, as Luo Fan laid out the 20 pounds of young greens and 10 pounds of apples, a multitude of gazes in the trading area were drawn towards his offerings like moths to a flame. Chapter 53. A successful acquisition. End times mobile phone. Brother, how much for this fresh little vegetable? And these apples, so glistening and vibrant, they appear as though they were just plucked from the orchard. In this post-apocalyptic world, it's been several months, and this is the first time I've encountered such fresh fruit. As Luo Fan had just displayed his goods, someone approached him with inquiries. Apples. 20 pounds of ferocious beast meat, Luo Fan stated. 20 pounds of ferocious beast meat? Well, that price is certainly steep, but in these dire times it seems reasonable. You must have around 10 pounds of apples, correct? The first individual nodded in agreement, having heard Luo Fan's words. You misunderstand. I sell the apples individually, Luo Fan interjected. Each pound comprises 3 apples. Thus, these 10 pounds of apples were procured from the marketplace at a total of 30 apples. When calculated, that equates to roughly 60 pounds of ferocious beast meat per pound. Are you serious? You are selling 1 apple for 20 pounds of ferocious beast meat. The individual could not contain his astonishment upon realizing that Luo Fan was indeed selling the apples individually. Do you comprehend how difficult it is to cultivate fresh fruit in this world? I need not elaborate. Were it not for my need to procure supplies, I would be loath to part with these vegetables and apples, Luo Fan clarified. Although there exists a farming sequence among the 8 sequences, this world is one of perpetual survival. Remaining too long in one location inevitably attracts danger, compelling one to remain in a constant state of migration. Thus, even those of the farming sequence can only cultivate a few items while on the move. Without a secure place for planting, the yield of crops becomes exceedingly rare. In that case, I shall take 5, no 10. Recognizing the wisdom in Luo Fan's words, the individual nodded and purchased 10 apples. By the way, what about this little vegetable? He inquired, glancing at the small greens nearby. These are priced at 30 pounds of ferocious beast meat, Luo Fan replied. You are indeed selling them individually, are you? The buyer asked warily. By the pound, of course, Luo Fan quickly responded. Very well, then I shall take 2 pounds. With a total of 260 pounds of ferocious beast meat confirming the sale of 10 apples and 2 pounds of greens, Luo Fan presented the small vegetables and apples, attracting the attention of many. Upon learning of Luo Fan's pricing, several individuals hesitated and ultimately chose to forego the purchase. After all, the prices were indeed quite high. However, having gone so long without fresh vegetables and fruits, the longing for vitamins remained strong. Gradually, more individuals approached to make purchases, and in a brief span, Luo Fan's supply of small greens and apples dwindled. Gentlemen, should you possess any new mobile phones, feel free to bring them forth for exchange. The price is negotiable. After some consideration, Luo Fan replenished his stock of apples and small greens and erected a sign seeking mobile phones, calling out to passers-by. Hey, young brother, do you still have plenty of vegetables and fruits on hand? At that moment, Qian Zhonghua approached and inquired of Luo Fan, Uncle Qian, do you have any thoughts? Luo Fan did not respond directly, instead directing a questioning gaze towards him. As it stands, the price of the mobile phone is currently equivalent to 3,000 pounds of beast meat, and as you are aware, it is a valued commodity that is hard to come by. Our convoy happens to possess 3 units, all intended for internal communication, and we had not considered parting with them. However, I must confess that I find your vegetables rather rare. If you could provide me with 100 pounds of your small greens, I would be willing to trade 1 unit with you, Qian Zhonghua proposed to Luo Fan. He was ready to relinquish 1 device, but instead of beast meat, he sought to barter with small greens. 100 pounds? That is somewhat challenging. I can only offer 50 pounds. As for the remainder, I could supplement it with beast meat and apples. How does that sound? Luo Fan replied. 100 pounds of small greens is valued at 300 coins. I truly do not possess that amount. However, if I were to produce such a quantity, it would inevitably signal to everyone that I have an abundant supply of small greens, which could lead to unnecessary complications. And how many apples do you have? Qian Zhonghua asked, hesitating slightly. 50 pounds of small greens is equivalent to 500 pounds of beast meat. Apples are priced at 20 pounds each. To cover the remaining 500 pounds, I would need approximately 75 apples, equating to 25 pounds. It is evident that substituting apples for small greens would result in a loss for me. Yet it is essential to convey that my supply is limited. After swiftly calculating in his mind, Luo Fan stated, I estimate I have around 10 pounds of apples left, at 3 apples per pound. That amounts to about 600 pounds of beast meat, leaving me still short by 900 pounds. How about I simply give you 1,000 pounds of beast meat, Uncle Qian? Very well, Qian Zhonghua agreed, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, he deemed the exchange for 50 pounds of small greens and 10 pounds of apples to be acceptable. After all, who knew when he might encounter such fresh small greens and fruits again? Moreover, considering the pricing, Luo Fan had fallen short by 900 pounds of beast meat and had rounded it up to 1,000 pounds, which left Qian Zhonghua feeling rather satisfied. Once the deal was struck, Luo Fan asked Qian Zhonghua to wait while he feigned retrieving goods from the small truck. In reality, he purchased 50 pounds of small greens and 10 pounds of apples, spending 250 coins, which left him with approximately 200 coins. Upon presenting these items to Qian Zhonghua, who inspected their quality with evident satisfaction, he indeed handed over a mobile phone to Luo Fan. As for the new phone priced at 3,000 pounds, it seemed absurd that this second-hand device was also valued at 3,000 pounds. After all, this was a seller's market, and Luo Fan had no intention of disputing the matter. Though Zhao Chunfeng often criticized Luo Fan for his cunning nature, he knew when to display generosity. Finally in possession of the mobile phone, Luo Fan examined it closely. The device bore a striking resemblance to those from the pre-apocalyptic era, with the most notable difference lying in its contents. This phone lacks any chat applications, dialing functions, or even app icons. Upon activation, one is greeted by a platform known as the Sequence Forum. Here, individuals can post messages, respond to discussions, and add private friend for personal exchanges. This is the sole functionality it offers. As for navigation or streaming short videos, those are mere fantasies. Nevertheless, it suffices to provide a means of communication with the outside world. What more could one desire? Although its capabilities are limited, resembling merely a forum, Luo Fan understands that. In this post-apocalyptic era, having such a device is a rare blessing. Indeed, this phone contains my friend's contacts. If we happen to come across any small vegetables or apples in the future, and if our paths cross, we can reach out. Qian Zhonghua remarked while observing Luo Fan fiddling with the phone. All right, I understand, Uncle Qian, Luo Fan replied with a smile and a nod. Upon inspection, Luo Fan found Qian Zhonghua listed among his contacts. With a swift motion, he updated the information, replacing it with his own name. Subsequently, Luo Fan entered a series of digits representing a personal ID. This was Lin Ziqiang's. She had previously left her number for him, and now that he possessed a phone, it was only natural for him to add her as a friend. Chapter 54. The Piercing Arrow, Bloodblade. However, Luo Fan had added a friend, yet the request lingered unaccepted. After a brief wait, he tucked his phone away. As for the beast meat, he still had over 1,000 pounds on hand, which should suffice for some purchases. After searching for a while, he found that most items available were everyday supplies and gasoline, hard currency. What is this? After walking for a moment, Luo Fan stumbled upon dozens of sharp fangs. He approached and inquired. These are the fangs of a tiered beast, exceedingly sharp and possessing formidable armor-piercing capabilities. If the young man is interested, you may take them all for just 30 pounds of beast meat, the seller remarked nonchalantly. Very well. After counting approximately 20, Luo Fan did not haggle and purchased them all. Additionally, from a solitary sequence practitioner, Luo Fan spotted a short knife, crimson as blood. According to this practitioner, it was a trophy obtained from slaying an assassin of the sequence, a cursed artifact. The effect was straightforward. Should one wound an opponent with this cursed tool, it would inflict a state of continuous bleeding, making the wound difficult to heal. The cost? Merely the need to nourish it with one's own blood at intervals. Although its quality was not particularly high, It was certainly superior to his beast tooth short blade. After some contemplation, Luo Fan acquired it for 800 pounds of beast meat. With this, his supply of meat for trading was considerably diminished, prompting Luo Fan to return to the small truck within Shaoran. Upon his return, he retrieved all his arrows. He found that only 18 remained, some of which were crooked, severely affecting their flight stability. Nevertheless, he did not discard them. Taking out a small knife, he carefully removed the arrowheads and, subsequently, affixed the newly purchased beast fangs in their place to serve as arrowheads. Once the new fangs were attached, the arrows appeared rather rudimentary, and it seemed unlikely that even a master archer could hit their mark. However, the characteristic of the twin-eyed bow ensured 100% accuracy. Thus, as long as he loosed an arrow, it would find its target, rendering concerns of flight stability irrelevant. With these new arrows, my projectiles may be considered armor-piercing, enhancing my combat prowess. Additionally, this blood blade inflicts a state of continuous bleeding upon its target. Both of my weapons have seen a minor, yet valuable upgrade. Luo Fan mused contentedly as he stowed his belongings, observing that the exchange event was still ongoing. Luo Fan once again retrieved his phone and browsed through numerous posts on the forum. The first thing that caught his eye was a pinned post detailing the conditions for awakening a sequence. Through meticulous experimentation, someone had successfully unraveled the mysteries of sequence awakening. Firstly, there exists a peculiar form of death that gives rise to an intangible substance, dispersing into the ether. Ordinary humans are incapable of absorbing this essence. Simply put, their physical constitution is insufficient. However, should a human experience a substantial release of adrenaline at such a moment, they would temporarily transform into a fearsome, upright creature. Luo Fan silently acknowledged this. A human infused with adrenaline is akin to a beast of prey. The reason for the timidity of the common person, often terrified even by a frenzied kitten, lies in their inherent vulnerability. Yet, if one were to truly unleash their potential, allowing adrenaline to commandeer their body, they would attain a state of heightened capability, strength and reflexes augmented by 100%, while pain perception diminishes by 90%. This reflection led Luo Fan to ponder his own resolve, particularly regarding the awakening of Rose. When Rose was on the brink of death, it was he who saved her by vanquishing that which was neither human nor ghostly, thereby facilitating her successful awakening. Thus, it could be inferred that one need not personally slay the enigmatic. Rather, as long as there is a significant release of adrenaline in the vicinity of an unusual death, the likelihood of awakening a sequence increases dramatically. Luo Fan glanced at the responses in the forum, noting that many were already devising ways to validate this theory. Yet few had succeeded in creating more sequence bearers. After a brief contemplation, Luo Fan documented this insight and resumed his perusal of the forum posts, intrigued by many of the discussions. Among them, another post captured his attention, a discourse on the conditions for the promotion of specialized sequences. This post asserted that exceeding the requirements for promotion would significantly enhance the strength of one's specialized sequence. In simpler terms, if the condition for advancement was the extermination of an anomaly, then the stronger the anomaly defeated, the mightier the advanced specialized sequence would become. Conversely, if the promotion necessitated the collection of materials, gathering a greater quantity or higher quality would similarly strengthen the resulting specialized sequence. Luo Fan examined the replies below. Some lamented, claiming they had barely met the requirements and hastily advanced, leaving their specialized sequence lacking. Others mentioned that upon reading the post, they resolved to delay their advancement until they could collect materials of superior quality. As he continued to browse, Luo Fan contemplated his own impending promotion. Thus, if he were to hunt anomalies of a higher level than himself, would the strength of the defeated anomaly directly enhance his specialized sequence upon advancement? Today, I am indeed fortunate, for not only have I acquired the necessary scales, but I have also procured a most suitable weapon. As Luo Fan perused the forum, Niu Dagong returned, and Luo Fan immediately noticed the massive axe in his hand. Niu Dagong explained that this axe was crafted by an artisan of specialized sequences, exceedingly heavy yet remarkably resilient. Luo Fan naturally extended his heartfelt congratulations. Well then, this exchange meeting is drawing to a close. Let us take our leave. Zhao Chunfeng has returned, notifying the team to prepare for departure. The exchange meeting at Daping Mountain is also witnessing the gradual exodus of various teams and individual participants. Thus, the small group journeyed for another 4 to 5 hours, finally halting on a grassy expanse around 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Chunfeng announced that they would rest here for the night, allowing for a well-deserved 10 hours of respite. The weary survivors, having traveled for so long, exhaled in relief and began to prepare their meals. Luo Fan and the others gathered in front of Niu Dagong's bus, eager to observe his advancement in the specialized sequence. Brother Niu, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to achieve a commendable rank in the specialized sequence, Luo Fan remarked, presenting the remaining black bear shells he had collected. Simultaneously, he recounted the information he had gathered from the forum regarding the materials necessary for the advancement in the specialized sequence. All right, then I shall not be courteous, Niu Dagong replied, accepting the shells without hesitation. While the other materials were acceptable, the strange crystal, a prized item derived from rule-based anomalies, held the promise of potentially elevating his specialized sequence to formidable heights. Zhao Chunfeng gazed at Niu Dagong with anticipation. Niu Dagong meticulously arranged the fire-corrupted bird feathers, black bear shells, purchased snake scales, and the fur of the deer-like beast according to the 4 cardinal directions. Then, cradling the strange crystal that had emerged from the rule-based anomaly, a humming sound resonated as a brilliant light radiated from the crystal, intertwining with the materials arranged in the 4 directions, instantly forming the semblance of a magical array. Chapter 55. The Rule-Type Divine Skill. The enigmatic crystal radiated a brilliant light, linking the materials from all directions to conjure a profound magical array. At the center of this array stood Niu Dagong, cradling the crystal, his form entirely enveloped by the luminous glow of the formation. This brilliance grew increasingly resplendent, ultimately consuming Niu Dagong's figure entirely. The survivors of the Hope Caravan. At this moment, all turned their gazes toward him. It certainly feels as though the commotion from our caravan is escalating. Indeed, just days ago, Miss and Shaoran unleashed a pure white light into the void, and now, Niu Dagong is creating such a stir. So, does this mean our caravan's sequence has grown stronger? This is splendid news. Moreover, we now have 5 sequence members in our caravan. I, for one, had decided to stay with the Hope Caravan. This is where life truly flourishes. Previously, in the Luo family town caravan, we were treated like cattle, mere beasts. Quite right. Back in the Luo family town caravan, encountering ferocious beasts and eerie phenomena was an everyday affair, yet the Hope Caravan rarely faces such threats. The leader's prophetic sequence is truly formidable. While the survivors were engaged in their discussions, Luo Fan and a few others curiously observed Niu Dagong. Is Niu Ji's ascension causing such a grand commotion? When Shaoran ascended to become a holy light angel, there wasn't nearly as much noise. This was not Luo Fan's first experience with ascension. Yet he couldn't help but voice his astonishment. Before long, the light enveloping Niu Dagong dissipated entirely. As everyone turned their attention to him, the 5 materials had vanished, and Niu Dagong had undergone a transformation. His already imposing stature had grown even more robust, now standing at an estimated height of 2 meters 20 to 23. Luo Fan and the others, positioned before him, barely reached his shoulders, appearing considerably diminutive in comparison. Goodness, with such a physique, it would be a pity not to pursue basketball, Zhao Chunfeng remarked, expressing his admiration for Niu Dagong's transformation. Luo Fan cast him a peculiar glance. His focus appeared somewhat askew. Niu Go, what has transpired? What is your newly ascended sequence, and what abilities do you possess? Luo Fan inquired with keen curiosity. Hee. Luo Fan, you are indeed correct. The peculiar crystal left by the rule-type anomaly. This material used for ascending my sequence feels extraordinarily powerful. A smile of delight spread across Niu Dagong's face as he scratched the back of his head and continued. My specialized sequence is named Shield Warrior. I have now awakened the first skill of this sequence, called Block. Its effect is to negate 1 attack from an opponent, allowing me to avoid 90 of the damage. Hiss! Upon hearing Niu Dagong's words, Luo Fan and the others collectively gasped in astonishment. Goodness, to withstand an opponent's attack while simultaneously avoiding 90 of the damage? It is well known that skills calculated based on percentages are regarded as divine abilities. Is there a limit to this exemption? Luo Fan then inquired of Niu Dagong. There are no limits. This must be some kind of rule-based skill. Niu Dagong shook his head. Goodness, a rule-based skill that can exempt 90 of any attack? Indeed, this is a divine technique. Alas, what a pity! While lamenting the formidable prowess of Niu Dagong's specialized sequence, Zhao Chunfeng turned to Luo Fan, shaking his head in disappointment. Brother Zhao, what do you mean by that? Shaking your head at me and expressing regret. What does it signify? Zhao Chunfeng's reaction caused Luo Fan's lips to twitch slightly as he retorted with some annoyance. Dagong's shield warrior is incredibly powerful, and Xiaoran, as a holy light angel, is formidable as well. By all accounts, our team now boasts 2 specialized sequences. If you were to advance, they could assist you greatly in hunting the anomalies. But sadly, your condition requires you to hunt alone. Isn't that quite unfortunate? Zhao Chunfeng said with a playful grin. Luo Fan. That struck deep. Initially, Luo Fan felt elated that Niu Dagong had awakened the shield warrior sequence, but Zhao Chunfeng's words extinguished that joy in an instant. Brother Zhao, our team members have been steadily advancing to specialized sequences. What about you? As the leader of the Hope team, do you not feel a sense of urgency? Luo Fan understood how to prod at Zhao Chunfeng's heartstrings. Indeed, Luo Fan's words darkened Zhao Chunfeng's expression, prompting him to retort with irritation. If you intend to hunt the anomalies alone, it seems you no longer require divination. Brother Zhao, you are my dear brother. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan immediately donned a flattering smile. Well, what do you think? Do you feel regret now? Zhao Chunfeng inquired as he slightly tilted his head. Yes, regret. Immense regret. It pains me to the core, Luo Fan nodded. Ah, today my shoulders feel a bit sore, Zhao Chunfeng said, nodding in satisfaction as he began to massage his shoulders. Brother Zhao, allow me to help you with that. Luo Fan cheerfully offered to massage Zhao Chunfeng's shoulders. How shameless can one be? Niu Dagong thought to himself, observing Luo Fan's unabashed demeanor with a peculiar expression. Yet, it must be admitted that such a person is most suited for the apocalypse. Rose, too, offered her assessment. Very well, then. When I have the time, I shall properly assist you with divination. Clearly satisfied with Luo Fan's service, Zhao Chunfeng nodded in agreement. The sky had grown quite late, but fortunately, there was a 10-hour respite ahead. After taking a good look at Niu Dagong's ascension to a specialized sequence, Luo Fan and the others gradually returned to their vehicles. Brother Luo, I wish to accompany you, and Xiaoran voiced as they returned to the vehicle. No, my advancement condition requires me to hunt alone, Luo Fan replied, shaking his head firmly. I can follow you without interfering, can I? And Xiaoran suggested. That is not permissible either, Luo Fan reiterated, shaking his head once more. As the conversation unfolded, Luo Fan gently patted in Xiaoran's head, assuring her, do not worry. I shall return swiftly. Just then, a series of notification sounds emanated from Luo Fan's phone. Upon checking, he discovered that a friend of Lian Ziqiang had finally added him. Lian Ziqiang. A mere question mark appeared in the message, exuding an air of aloofness. Luo Fan, Brother Lian, it's Luo Fan. He promptly clarified his identity. Lian Ziqiang. You managed to get a phone so quickly? Impressive. Upon recognizing Luo Fan's identity, Lian Ziqiang's tone became notably warmer. Luo Fan. Yes, I was fortunate enough to attend an exchange meeting and acquire a second-hand phone. For now, it will suffice. Brother Lian, what have you been busy with lately? It's quite late for you to accept my friend request. Lian Ziqiang. Oh, I've been hunting ferocious beasts. Hence my phone was set to silent and kept within my bag. Luo Fan, Brother Lian, there is something I wish to inquire about. If I were to travel alone, what precautions should I take? Chapter 56. Departing from the caravan. The solitary hunt of the aberrant. Walking alone? What is the matter? Wasn't your caravan functioning well? Alas, it is imperative for my professional advancement that I embark on a solitary quest to hunt down an aberration of a higher rank than my own. Your ascension requirement is decidedly more arduous than the customary task of gathering materials. Exercise caution. For those of us who rarely traverse the wilderness alone, the inaugural solitary journey is fraught with peril. Hence, I have come to seek your wisdom. Very well, I shall impart several guidelines for solitary travel. Firstly, never take unnecessary risks in hunting aberrations or ferocious beasts, as one may unwittingly find themselves ensnared in a predatory trap after securing their quarry. Secondly, do not place your trust in other seekers lightly. Thirdly, when it comes to slumber, ensure you do not succumb to a deep sleep. Fourthly, Brother Lien, given the multitude of taboos associated with venturing alone, why not join a reliable team? Have you not always expressed admiration for the camaraderie of our group? No. If I wished to join, I would have done so long ago. Surely, you have a story to share? Pray tell. Hee, Brother Lien. I recall the world before the apocalypse. Hee, is that a veiled insult? Indeed, you are not mistaken. Luo Fan switched off his phone, pursing his lips. Truly, had he not encountered Lien Ziqiang, he would find it hard to believe that a woman was conversing on the other end. Nonetheless, Lien Ziqiang's admonitions were indeed practical and beneficial. Thus, for the ensuing 3 days, I hope the caravan encounters no significant troubles, and any feral beasts met along the way are effortlessly dealt with. After all, the Hope Caravan is now fortified by 2 seasoned professionals. During these days, Luo Fan's daily sign-in reward has consistently amounted to 100 coins. He secretly anticipated what his sign-in earnings might rise to upon his ascension to a professional tier. Luo Fan. On this day, as the Hope Caravan paused for rest, Zhao Chunfeng approached him, holding 3 healing potions, which he presented to Luo Fan, saying, "Here, take these." Luo Fan accepted them without hesitation, his demeanor turning serious. "Brother Zhao, you did not suddenly remember to give me these potions today, did you?" "Indeed, I have already divined your prospects for advancing to a professional tier." Zhao Chunfeng nodded, adding, "The omens suggest that if you journey southeast, your ascension will be relatively smooth. However, heading directly south may lead to complications. The greatest taboo is the east. You must absolutely avoid it." Evidently, Zhao Chunfeng had thoroughly divined Luo Fan's situation over the past 2 days and had meticulously interpreted the signs. Had this been before he acquired a mobile phone, Luo Fan would have followed the southeast path without a second thought. After all, who would willingly seek hardship when a smooth ascension is within reach? However, understanding the ominous nature of hunting the stronger foes and recognizing that his own designated sequence would also grow more formidable, Luo Fan, after a moment of contemplation, inquired curiously of Zhao Chunfeng, "The east? Is it a harbinger of great misfortune? Is there no doubt that one would meet their demise if they ventured there?" Zhao Chunfeng slightly shook his head. "In this world, there are no certainties. As the saying goes, the principle of change is 50, yet only 49 are utilized. There always exists a glimmer of hope in every situation. However, it is true that the East is indeed an omen of great peril, almost akin to a death sentence. Under the guidance of the divination, your chances of survival in that direction would not exceed the odds of winning 5 million in the lottery." As he reached the conclusion of his warning, Zhao Chunfeng's expression grew serious and stern. "All right, I understand. Although I aspire to grow stronger, there is no need to gamble with my own life." Luo Fan nodded in agreement. Given the gravity of Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan naturally took them to heart. Brother Luo Fan and Xiaoran reached out, tugging at Luo Fan's garment, her face a mask of reluctance, clearly desiring to accompany him. "Xiaoran, you should remain with the convoy. Brother Niu, while I am away for the next few days, I trust you will look after Xiaoran," Luo Fan said, affectionately ruffling in Xiaoran's hair before addressing Niu Dagon. "Actually, Brother Luo, I can take care of Xiaoran," Rose interjected eagerly from his side. "Luo Fan, are you implying that you do not trust Brother Zhao?" Zhao Chunfeng remarked, pouting in displeasure, his expression suggesting Luo Fan was burning bridges behind him. "And Xiaoran, a charming little girl of 7 or 8 years, serve as a supportive figure within the designated sequence, and in this hope-filled convoy. She was indeed the beloved darling of the group. As long as Luo Fan was present, all was well. Now that he was preparing to leave the team, Everyone wished to grow closer to Xiaoran. Brother Zhao, be honest with yourself. If you had someone important to you, who would you entrust to care for them in your absence? Luo Fan directed a pointed question at Zhao Chunfeng. After a moment of thought, Zhao Chunfeng replied, I would also ask Dagong to look after them. This was due in part to Niu Dagong's prowess as a shield warrior within the designated sequence, but more so because his temperament inspired the utmost trust. Well, there you have it, Luo Fan shrugged. All right, Zhao Chunfeng found himself at a loss for words. Yet he understood Luo Fan's reasoning in entrusting Niu Dagong. Rest assured, Luo Fan, I will take good care of Xiaoran, Niu Dagong declared, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. Xiaoran, do not worry. I estimate I shall return in a few days. At the latest, it will not exceed 10 days. If you forget, simply drink a box of milk each day. By the time you finish, I shall be back. As he spoke, Luo Fan opened his inventory and purchased 10 boxes of pure milk, handing them to Xiaoran. Transaction, -30 yuan, balance, 455 yuan. All right, fine, Xiaoran nodded, clutching the 10 boxes of milk. Meanwhile, Luo Fan organized his storage space, primarily ensuring he packed clothing and utensils, while considering necessities for his journey. Every day, one can earn 100 yuan, whether it be rice, flour, or purified water. All can be procured from the marketplace, thus rendering personal storage unnecessary. Luo Fan, Zhao Chunfeng remarked, we will endeavor to head westward as much as possible. If you finish early, do make haste to catch up with us. Luo Fan understood that the convoy could not afford to remain idle for him, nor could he be certain of the direction they would take. He could only strive to maintain a consistent trajectory. Indeed, safety must be our foremost priority. If the opportunity arises, do acquire a mobile phone so that you may contact me. Then everything will be manageable. Luo Fan nodded in agreement. He recognized that the longer he was away, the slimmer his chances of reuniting with the Hope convoy became. Thus, he harbored the intention of a swift departure and return. Regrettably, during the recent exchange meeting, he had only obtained one mobile phone. Had he secured two, there would have been little cause for concern. After conveying all necessary instructions, Luo Fan bid farewell to the members of the Hope convoy and promptly set off towards the southeast. Given that the southeast was deemed the safest route, Luo Fan thought it prudent to explore it first. Chapter 57, The Delinquent Youth. In the heart of the jungle, a magnificent rooster strutted about. This rooster was immense, its head nearly reaching the chest of an average person, and its formidable claws appeared exceptionally robust. Moreover, in addition to its two eyes, a third eye sprouted from its forehead, gazing straight ahead. Cluck, 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 the rooster emitted an unconscious call, as if surveying its territory. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the distance. The rooster reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping into the air while its colossal wings flapped vigorously to evade the incoming projectile. Just as it seemed poised to escape, the arrow unexpectedly curved mid-air and struck the rooster with deadly precision. A fatal blow. The rooster collapsed, its eyes glazed with confusion, unable to comprehend how the arrow had maneuvered through the air. Luo Fan approached, effortlessly retrieving the arrow lodged in the rooster's neck, nodding silently in acknowledgement. Truly, the fangs of a formidable beast bore a fearsome, penetrating power. This creature was indeed lethal. As Luo Fan withdrew the arrow, a sudden gust of wind swept toward him, revealing a weasel-like beast darting like lightning, its jaws aimed at Luo Fan's neck. Spirit Void Step. Activating the Spirit Void Step, Luo Fan twisted his body at an astonishing angle, evading the weasel's attack. In that moment, as the beast found itself suspended in the air with no means of support, Luo Fan retaliated with an unerring strike, employing his skill with lightning speed. Crack! With a blood blade in hand, he swiftly struck the beast on its head. The blow rendered the weasel unconscious, sending it crashing to the ground in a parabolic arc. Luo Fan closed in, his blood blade poised to deliver a decisive blow. Squeak! Perhaps the impact had jolted the weasel from its stupor as it became aware of the impending strike. In a moment of panic, it emitted a terrified cry and darted away, its speed rivaling that of Luo Fan's Spirit Void Step. Having been ambushed, there was no escape for it. Observing the fleeing creature, Luo Fan swiftly nocked an arrow, his keen eyes locking onto the target with uncanny precision. Whoosh! The effect of a guaranteed hit activated, pinning the weasel firmly to the ground. Once the creature had drawn its last breath, Luo Fan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no further threats lurked nearby before reclaiming his arrow. 3 days had passed. He had journeyed southeast for 3 days. Lacking Zhao Chuanfeng's divinatory abilities, Luo Fan had encountered numerous ferocious beasts and 2 peculiar entities during this time. However, none of them had reached the level of formidable, thus failing to meet the requirements for his advancement. Indeed, after leaving the Hope Caravan, he felt an immediate increase in the number of beasts and anomalies on the road. With the sky darkening, Luo Fan resolved to seek a safe place to rest. The night is an eerie arena. Even though Zhao Chuanfeng's divination indicates that heading in this direction is the safest course, one must acknowledge that the auguries are not infallible. Why not err on the side of caution? After 2 days of traversing southeast, I trust my chosen path is correct. Luo Fan glanced toward the setting sun. Estimating his bearings, he felt assured of his judgment. The sun descends in the west, a basic piece of knowledge he possesses. With no intention of kindling a fire for cooking, uncertain whether flames might attract the strange entities, Luo Fan simply consumed 2 boxes of pure milk and a couple of eggs, deeming it sufficient for dinner. Subsequently, he retrieved his mobile device to browse the seer forum, injecting adrenaline and the feasibility of slaying the anomalies in proximity to the injector. Are there any teams near Yoxiang Town? Seeking a second-tier anomaly crystal for face-to-face trade. Reports of rule-based anomalies in Lin City have already claimed many seers' lives, including even second-tier ones. All should avoid the area. As Luo Fan perused the forum, he clicked on posts that piqued his interest. Wandering alone in the wilderness, he was grateful for his phone, which allowed him to maintain contact with the outside world. Otherwise, the profound solitude could easily engulf him. After all, humans are inherently social beings. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted in the night, growing increasingly closer. Luo Fan pocketed his phone and glanced toward the source. Indeed, spotting distant flames. Was there a battle unfolding? He pondered, momentarily reflecting before entering a state of ethereal movement, his steps as silent as a snowflake falling, yet swift as a specter gliding through the darkness. In no time, Luo Fan arrived at the scene. Before him stood a humanoid anomaly, entirely white, with legs extending nearly 2 meters in length and arms that almost brushed the ground. With each stride, it covered several meters with alarming speed. In front of this entity, a boy of 15 or 16 was frantically fleeing. Whenever the anomaly drew near, the boy would raise his hand, unleashing a cerulean flame, roughly the size of a basin, to hurl at the pursuing creature. The anomaly would contort its body to evade the oncoming fire, allowing the boy to create a slight distance. However, the creature would soon resume its relentless pursuit. The boy, panting heavily, appeared to be nearing his limits, while the anomaly seemed tireless. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Fan contemplated briefly before drawing his bow from the shadows, the string taut as his eyes swiftly locked onto the aberration. Noting the boy conjuring explosive cerulean fireballs, Luo Fan deduced that he was likely a specialized seer. The relentless anomaly pursuing him was undoubtedly a tiered entity as well. Initially, Luo Fan had no intention of intervening in such a confrontation. However, confronted by the boy's fireball, the eerie entity chose to evade, indicating its unwillingness to withstand the boy's assault. This revelation afforded Luo Fan a sense of qualification to intervene. After all, aiding another must be predicated upon ensuring one's own safety. Otherwise, sacrificing oneself for another's sake would be sheer folly. Whoosh! Having locked onto the entity, Luo Fan released the bowstring the moment it attempted to dodge the blue fireball. The reinforced bow and armor-piercing arrow surged forth with incredible velocity. With a piercing sound, the arrow struck the entity's leg, embedding itself deeply. The attack on its leg caused the entity to falter, momentarily losing its balance. Subsequently, the blue fireball crashed into the entity, resulting in a violent explosion that swiftly engulfed its form in flames. Observing that his attack had found its mark, The boy momentarily stood in shock, only to be overtaken by elation. Ha ha ha, you despicable and grotesque creature, having pursued me for so long. Now, it is my turn to strike back. Concealed in the shadows, Luo Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he listened to the boy's proclamation, his toes instinctively curling in response to the sheer absurdity of the sentiment. Was this not excessively juvenile? Chapter 58, Towards the East? Though internally mocking the youthful exuberance of the boy, Luo Fan did not lag in his movements amidst the bizarre battle, once again drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. According to analyses on forum discussions, the most manageable entities are those of the corporeal kind. If one possesses sufficient strength, they can be vanquished with relative ease. Such entities evoke a sense reminiscent of the zombies, ghouls, and specters found in pre-apocalyptic narratives. Conversely, the more formidable adversaries are those of a special nature, encompassing incorporeal phantoms, entities defying the laws of physics and various inexplicable anomalies. Encounters with such beings often result in swift demise, akin to the paper specter faced previously. The most challenging, of course, are rule-based entities. When confronting these, sheer strength often proves futile. One must discern the entities governing rules and operate within that framework to achieve victory. However, entities possess a more profound understanding of their own rules. It is akin to being thrust into a table tennis match where the stakes are life and death, with one opponent being a seasoned national player while one has barely practiced. Thus, when faced with a rule-based entity, the chances of survival often dwindle to less than 1%, unless one is extraordinarily fortunate or possesses unparalleled wisdom. The entity at hand, however, clearly belongs to the corporeal category, with Luo Fan's arrows ensuring a perfect hit. The injured entity, having multiple arrows lodged in its legs, was rendered incapable of pursuit or even escape. Despite the boy's seemingly juvenile demeanor, he was a dedicated practitioner of the sequence, evidently a formidable spellcaster. Numerous azure fireballs rained down in a series of explosive detonations, engulfing the entity entirely. Once the entity lay utterly defeated, the boy approached, raising his hand to extract a crystal the size of a longan. It is highly probable that such entities, upon reaching a certain threshold, harbor the birth of a strange crystal within them, which serves as the source of their power. Ah, to perish beneath my divine flames is indeed your fortune, he mused, surveying the charred remains of the entity. With a slight tilt of his head, he exuded an air of confidence. Friends in the shadows, come forth. He then turned his gaze towards Luo Fan, who emerged from the darkness, still gripping his bow. Observing the arrows embedded in the entity, he casually withdrew them. Brother, while I could have easily obliterated the entity with a mere snap of my fingers, I appreciate your well-intentioned intervention. The boy greeted Luo Fan. Luo Fan felt a twinge of regret for having intervened. Whoosh! As Luo Fan reclaimed the arrows, the boy tossed the strange crystal towards him. Though this crystal holds little value to me, I shall reward you for your goodwill, he declared. Thank you. Well, although this young man appears somewhat pretentious, he demonstrates a commendable demeanor in his interactions. Luo Fan believes that his recent actions were not misplaced. Ordinarily, should you not inquire about my esteemed name? Observing that Luo Fan merely expressed gratitude after receiving the mysterious crystal and fell silent, the youth took the initiative to inquire. Might you reveal your noble name? In light of the mysterious crystal, Luo Fan decided to indulge him with a question. My name is Ace, the fire god. The young man slightly tilted his head, embodying an air of superiority. Ace, is that a foreign name? Luo Fan could no longer contain himself and remarked. Foolish brother, in our vast nation of China, the surname AI does exist, the young man retorted disdainfully. Aren't you exhausted from putting on such airs? Luo Fan replied with a hint of exasperation. If one cannot indulge in pretense in life, what distinguishes existence from that of salted fish? Ace countered. Well, that's true. Luo Fan realized he could not sway the other and chose to nod in agreement. Indeed, my brother, your discernment is commendable. You recognize my philosophy. Unlike those previous foolish individuals who failed to understand me, those imbeciles are unworthy to walk alongside me. Seeing Luo Fan nodding in agreement with his words, Ace's eyes brightened. He was elated to find someone who shared his ideology. I now understand why he has devoted himself to a solitary path. No team could possibly tolerate his demeanor. Luo Fan silently mused. Well, esteemed fire god, our meeting is fortuitous, but as night has fallen, I must take my leave. Until we meet again. What does he mean by those foolish individuals being unworthy to accompany him? The implication is that he considers himself not foolish, thus deserving of companionship. However, he had not even brought along a team or a strong ally like in Shaoran, making it impossible for him to travel with anyone. Wait, what is your number? Since our encounter is fateful, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek my aid. I shall surely assist you. As Luo Fan turned to leave, Ace, unable to voice a request for companionship, could only ask for a means of contact. All right. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Fan nodded and took out his phone to add Ace as a friend. I am headed west. May I inquire where you intend to go, Brother Luo? After adding each other, upon seeing Luo Fan's name, Ace followed up with a question. Southeast, Luo Fan replied, a hint of cheer in his voice. Then our paths indeed diverge. Until we meet again, Ace said, somewhat disappointed, yet feigning nonchalance as he waved goodbye. Luo Fan also waved and continued on his journey towards the southeast, having stirred up such commotion when he intended to rest. He found himself lacking in sleepiness and decided to press on. Rest could be taken during the daylight hours. After all, the ferocious beasts of the day are generally easier to contend with than the enigmatic ones of the night. After taking a few steps, a gust of wind swept through, causing Luo Fan to tighten his thin garment as a chill crept in. Has the cold air arrived? As he watched Luo Fan's figure fade into the night, Ace cast his gaze towards a distant mountain, attempting to discern his bearings. Indeed, he recalled that the sun sets in this direction, with the season having turned to winter. The sun now descends slightly southwest. Hence, in the direction of the sunset, veering a bit to the right, lies the west. Using the distant mountain as a point of reference, Ace swiftly determined his course of travel. However, having confirmed the west, Ace abruptly turned around. The path Luo Fan had taken was in complete opposition to his own. So what does this mean? He had claimed to head southeast, yet had actually ventured eastward all along. Shaking his head, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Chapter 59. The eerie talking woman, is this a county town? As the pale light of dawn began to illuminate the horizon, Luo Fan approached the gates of the city. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped inside. The sun was on the verge of rising, and soon all the eerie phenomena would retreat into the shadows. With little else to do, he hoped to find 2 warmer garments. A chill swept through the air. After a night spent on the road, Luo Fan felt a shiver run through him. Zhao's divination had advised him to head southeast, suggesting it was the path of least resistance for his professional advancement. However, it was already the 4th day, and he had yet to encounter anything. Could that peculiar entity chasing Ace last night be the very one foretold by the augury? Although corporeal entities are typically easier to confront, if even the experienced Ace was being pursued, could it truly be so simple to handle? As the golden rays of the morning sun bathed Luo Fan, they alleviated some of the cold that clung to him, prompting him to murmur quietly to himself. Shaking his head, he suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and gripped his bow with both hands, remaining vigilant to the corners of the town, wary of any sudden attacks from beasts. Months had passed since the apocalypse, and the roads of this county town were now teeming with plants, their vitality bursting forth from the cracks in the concrete. Vines had begun to creep over the pavement, showcasing nature's relentless reclamation of the technological civilization that once thrived. In a few years, the vegetation would surely expand, slowly engulfing the city in a verdant embrace. Cautiously observing his surroundings, Luo Fan prepared to activate his stealth skill at a moment's notice as he ventured further into the town, taking in the desolation around him. The real estate agency was in ruins. The fruit store? Inside, the fruits had long since rotted, and even from outside, a pungent odor of decay wafted towards him. What of the bun shop? It was better left alone, as the shop offered only frozen buns that needed merely to be steamed before selling, lacking any ingredients for handmade dough. After approximately 10 minutes of wandering, Luo Fan finally spotted a clothing store and made his way inside. Regrettably, the garments on display were all spring attire, with no winter clothing in sight. It was spring before the outbreak, which somewhat explained the inventory. Where then could he find warm clothing? Perhaps a specialty store dedicated to down jackets? Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. Had he really spent nearly half an hour in this town without encountering a single beast? This felt decidedly amiss. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many humans would scavenge for supplies while fleeing, and where would they collect such resources? Naturally, they would seek out towns from before the world fell into chaos. Therefore, it stands to reason that any town would be inhabited by numerous ferocious beasts, awaiting the arrival of unsuspecting survivors. However, the fact that not a single beast has been encountered in this county town raises suspicions. This reminds Luo Fan of the small town he entered at the onset of his awakening sequence. In that town, he similarly did not encounter any ferocious beasts. However, countless eerie dolls lurked in shadows. If an extensive area yielded no encounters with such beasts, there are two possibilities. First, this region might genuinely be devoid of ferocious beasts. Second, there could be an extraordinarily terrifying entity that has rendered this place a forbidden zone, even for those beasts. Yet, that seems implausible. The divination given to me by Brother Zhao indicated that pursuing this direction would lead to the least trouble. Contemplating the second possibility sent a chill through Luo Fan's heart, but he quickly dismissed it, attributing the fear to his own imagination. Suppressing the unease within, he continued onward. Raising his gaze, he noticed a breakfast shop ahead with a sign that read, "Lynching Breakfast Shop." So this county town is called Linsheng. A vague sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Upon scrutinizing other shops, he indeed found that many signs bore the name Linsheng, prompting him to ponder internally. It is merely a small county town, one he has never visited. Why does it feel so familiar? Suddenly, a startling thought struck him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Just the night before, while hiding and browsing on his phone, had he not come across a forum post that mentioned Linsheng? What had that post said? "Hello, come join us for dinner." At that moment, a clear and melodious voice called out from behind him. Stunned, Luo Fan felt as if he had been ensnared by a spell, his body stiffening as cold sweat trickled down his back. In such an atmosphere, the sudden sound of someone speaking was more terrifying than an actual ferocious beast, or even an eerie entity lunging at him. "Hey, aren't you hungry?" The female voice persisted, seemingly unfazed by Luo Fan's silence. Quick to react, Luo Fan instinctively drew back, turning to face the source of the voice, his eyes swiftly locking onto the figure before him. Not far off, the door of a restaurant stood ajar, yet peering inside revealed an abyss of darkness. At the threshold, where light met shadow, a woman with flowing hair was fixated on him. Judging by her appearance, she was quite striking. Clad in a grayish-white dress that was soiled and riddled with holes, her eyes surrounded by an unsettling darkness as she stared intently at Luo Fan. Eerie. Just a glance was enough for Luo Fan to comprehend that this woman was not of this world. More terrifying was the fact that she could speak. Did that mean, "You see me, come forth, you are the last one needed"? As Luo Fan acknowledged her presence, the eerie woman immediately broke into a chilling smile, beckoning him closer. In an instant, Luo Fan felt a blur before his eyes. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a dimly lit, enclosed room, confronted by a dilapidated and chaotic dining table, across which stood a woman, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The hope convoy had, on this day, paused at a village where the team gathered some supplies and subsequently set up camp on the outskirts. Rose, in exchange for a piece of fierce beast meat, received a box of pure milk from a grateful survivor. With this precious box of milk in hand, Rose approached the bus, wherein Shaoran had been staying for the past few days, having been entrusted to Niu Dagong's care by Luo Fan before his departure. "Shaoran, I heard you haven't had milk for 3 days. I have a box for you," Rose said, her face illuminating with a radiant smile as she extended the traded milk towards Shaoran. "Shaoran, didn't Luo Fan give you 10 boxes? Niu Dagong exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Shaoran, Her expression serene, gazed into the distance, offering no reply to their inquiries. Instead, she languidly remarked, "I've finished all my milk. Why hasn't Brother Luo Fan returned yet? Didn't he promise me that he would come back once my milk was gone?" Chapter 60. Luo Fan. Do not stop, continue. A rule-based anomaly? Observing the woman standing before him, Luo Fan's expression darkened considerably, and his heart sank into despair. Encountering a rule-based anomaly was tantamount to certain death. The last time he faced such a predicament was through a stroke of luck, driven by a desperate desire to save himself, which ultimately allowed him to break free from that rule. And now, only a few days later, he found himself confronting yet another rule-based anomaly. It was a rarity that most people might never encounter in their lifetime, yet he had stumbled upon two in quick succession. Simultaneously, Luo Fan couldn't help but berate himself. Just last night, while perusing forum posts, he had come across warnings about rule-based anomalies in Lin City, advising everyone to steer clear. How could he have entered Lin City without realizing the gravity of the situation? Despite his usual meticulousness, he often overlooked certain details, falling into common-sense blunders. Yet, could he truly be blamed? After all, in such a vast world, who could have imagined that a mere post would pertain to a location so close to him? It was akin to receiving news about a wanted murderer before the apocalypse, yet failing to recognize that the perpetrator could be sitting right beside him. Luo Fan was not alone in this predicament. Within this confined space, two other sequencers were also present. To his left stood a robust woman, her muscular physique exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. To his right was a man in his early 30s, sporting a short beard and holding a jewel the size of a ball. No wonder the anomaly had referred to this gathering as a feast. It turned out that he was not the only one ensnared in this chamber. Now that everyone is seated, we may commence, the female anomaly grinned. Her strikingly beautiful face twisted into a disturbingly sinister smile. Luo Fan, on high alert, focused intently on her words. Was she about to elucidate the rules? This gathering was to be potluck style, meaning each participant would take turns presenting food. Shall we begin? The anomaly's words were sparse, and extracting the corresponding rules from such brevity proved a formidable challenge. Food? What is happening? Why can't I open my mustard bag? The woman to Luo Fan's left spoke first, attempting to retrieve food from her mustard bag, only to be met with the shocking realization that it simply would not open. The anomaly fixed her gaze on the woman, a slight smirk playing at her lips. Under the scrutiny of the anomaly, the robust woman broke into a cold sweat. The mustard bag, while modest in size, no larger than an ordinary backpack, was a favored item among many sequencers, particularly solitary ones. It typically housed various essentials for sustenance. Now, with her mustard bag sealed tight, how could she procure any food? Since you cannot, I shall take matters into my own hands, the anomaly intoned coldly, her finger pointing decisively at the woman. The seemingly light and airy action was abruptly accompanied by a woman's piercing scream. Subsequently, her robust arm was severed, grotesquely displayed on the dining table, blood gushing forth. Infuriated, the man to the right of Luo Fan exclaimed, "I am at least a second-tier sequence wielder." He rose suddenly, raising a precious jade in his hand. However, to his dismay, the jade did not respond at all. How could this be? My arcane artifact is rendered useless? Are all abilities suppressed here? He shouted in horror. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan discreetly attempted to deploy his ethereal steps ability, but found it ineffective. With neither his skills nor the man's arcane artifacts functioning, even the woman's pocket dimension was inaccessible. Indeed, was everything truly prohibited here? Yet, how could they retrieve food for the communal meal? Ignoring the man beside him, an eerie gaze turned toward Luo Fan. Now, it is your turn. Present the food you have prepared. With skills, items, and artifacts all rendered ineffective within this bizarre regulatory framework, Luo Fan's heart sank. Wait a moment. If all abilities within the sequence and arcane systems are suppressed, what about my marketplace? Under the scrutinizing gaze, Luo Fan felt a surge of anxiety. But then a spark of clarity illuminated his mind. His marketplace system operated independently of the sequence framework, a unique ability that belonged to an entirely different realm from the bizarre phenomenon, theoretically unaffected. With a flicker of determination, he promptly opened his marketplace page. In recent days, he had accumulated an additional 400 credits, bringing his total to 825. Without hesitation, he purchased a carton of eggs and attempted to retrieve them. Indeed, the marketplace's golden finger had not been sealed. A carton of eggs appeared on the table before him. Stunned, not only the bizarre figure, but even the woman, still shrieking, glanced at the eggs on the table, then back at Luo Fan, utterly bewildered. All abilities and items had been suppressed. From where did he procure these eggs? The sinister smile on the bizarre figure's face faltered as he surveyed the eggs, then turned to Luo Fan. Not enough. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan pondered briefly before purchasing several kilograms of rice, piling it directly on the table. Satisfied with the quantity, the bizarre gaze shifted to the man nearby. A second-tier sequence wielder. Brother, I am a second-tier sequence wielder, level 22. If you assist me, I shall repay you once we are outside. The man's eyes reflected desperation as he looked at Luo Fan. However, Luo Fan paid no heed to the man's pleas. It was not indifference. Rather, he understood that any assistance he rendered must be predicated on ensuring his own safety first. For instance, he had previously intervened on behalf of Ace. Without fully grasping the rules and uncertain of what lay ahead, how could Luo Fan recklessly aid another? Please, I beg you, the man pleaded in anguish. But Luo Fan remained unmoved. How infuriating. If only I could escape, old Zhu would never. Realizing that pleas proved futile, threats soon followed. With a swift gesture, the eerie figure severed the man's arm amidst his cries. Unfazed, the female apparition, with an expression of calm detachment, similarly cut off her own arm and placed it upon the dining table. Well then, let us commence, the specter proclaimed, gesturing for everyone to begin. Luo Fan glanced from the eerie limb to the human arm, unable to bring himself to partake. Instead, he grabbed a handful of rice and stuffed it into his mouth, his mind swirling with thoughts as he pondered the rules set by the supernatural beings. Soon, the table lay bare, and the female apparition surveyed the three individuals present. What about you? Are you satisfied? Once you are full, you may depart. Are you satisfied? The two sequencers eagerly nodded, hope glimmering in their eyes at the prospect of freedom. However, Luo Fan's voice, languid and unhurried, broke the moment. I am not yet satiated. Shall we continue? Chapter 61. Promotion, Luo Fan's professional sequence. Have you lost your mind? This situation is bizarre. How can you not flee when you have the chance? The second-tier sequence man glared at Luo Fan, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice rising in urgency. Indeed, if there's an opportunity to escape, one should seize it. The robust woman beside him nodded, her eyes pleading with Luo Fan. I refuse to believe that this enigma would graciously allow us to depart, she continued. Therefore, if I am not mistaken, she perceives herself to be in danger, which is why she is willing to terminate this gathering. Hence, I propose that we have not yet had our fill and must continue. Luo Fan's final remark, directed at the enigma before him, was delivered with an unwavering emphasis. Undoubtedly, while Luo Fan occasionally overlooked minor details, he never faltered at critical moments. Although the enigma spoke little, Luo Fan had gleaned the essence of her rules. Primarily, her power lay in the capability to forcibly restrict the abilities of all sequence holders, including the use of curious artifacts and items. Furthermore, she resorted to collective self-harm to eliminate the sequence holders. Observing the enigma's appearance, which was intact upon their first encounter, it was evident that this was not her first act of murder. Thus, she would likely recover from her self-inflicted wounds. As for the other sequence holders, they would ultimately find themselves succumbing one step at a time through the act of gathering food as a means to their demise. However, the enigma failed to consider that beyond the powers of the sequence system, Luo Fan possessed the advantage of a marketplace, an independent force unaffected by her suppression. Thus, fear gripped her, prompting her to wish to end this gathering. What has poisoned her is nectar to me. The more the enigma sought to terminate the banquet, the more Luo Fan was resolved to prevent her from doing so. This was indisputable. Moreover, since the enigma inquired whether they were satiated, it indicated that the conclusion of this gathering was not solely at her discretion. It was undoubtedly a pathway for the sequence holders to vanquish her within her own rules. What concern is that to us? We merely wish to survive. The man glared fiercely at Luo Fan, his tone laced with venom. I am afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request. First, even if we were to escape today, who knows how many more lives would be lost at our hands thereafter. Second, the opportunity to slay a rule-based enigma is before us. I cannot forsake such a reward. Lastly, your demise bears no relevance to me. As I said, I am not yet satisfied. The gathering must continue. As the conversation reached its climax, Luo Fan fixed his gaze upon the female enigma, who had also lost an arm. Emphasizing his point, true to Luo Fan's assertion, the female enigma turned her attention to the adjacent woman and severed her remaining arm. Next, it was Luo Fan's turn. He once again purchased a tray of eggs and several pounds of flour, contributing a share. Curse you, you scoundrel! If I escape, I shall hunt you down and ensure you suffer 1,000 tortures. The man seethed, glaring fiercely at Luo Fan, his voice a thunderous curse. In response to the man's vitriol, Luo Fan maintained an air of calm. The situation resembled a bizarre confrontation between oneself and the rules of the uncanny in solitude. As the two sequence holders intruded upon his lethal domain, the opportunity to vanquish the grotesque entity was tantalizingly close. How could Luo Fan possibly forfeit such a chance for the sake of two unrelated strangers? Moreover, if he were to relent now and allow the entity to escape, countless others would inevitably fall victim to her ominous regulations in the future. To slay in order to protect life. With a swift motion, the man's curses transformed into agonized screams. When it was her turn, the female entity similarly severed her own arm. Everyone, feel free to indulge, she declared. Deprived of her limbs, she bent down to gnaw at the ingredients laid upon the table. Luo Fan followed suit, stuffing his mouth with flour. The mere thought of consuming dozens of pounds of rice and flour would be unfathomable for an ordinary person. Yet within this rule-bound realm, Luo Fan felt as though his stomach had become a bottomless abyss. No matter how much he consumed, he could never be satiated. Are you full? Do you wish to continue? The female entity inquired for the third time. I'm full. I want to leave. The two sequence holders exclaimed hastily. I am not full. Let us continue, Luo Fan replied, his gaze fixed upon the female entity. The roles of attack and defense had shifted. With a swift slice, it was now the turn of one of the men's legs. Luo Fan procured some apples and fresh milk to vary the flavor. After a round of indulgence, the fourth round commenced at Luo Fan's insistence. Subsequently, the other leg was severed as well, except for Luo Fan, who remained unscathed. The female entity and the two sequence holders had been reduced to grotesque forms, mere torsos and heads remaining. As the fourth round concluded, both the female entity and the two sequence holders turned their gazes toward Luo Fan. What is the matter? Why do you not inquire? Luo Fan initiated, addressing the female entity before him. Are you full? Do you wish to continue? She asked, her hesitation betraying a flicker of fear. Yet under the compulsion of the rules, she could only continue to question. I am not full. I wish to continue, Luo Fan affirmed with a nod. No, please. I have no limbs left, the woman cried out in terror. With a decisive motion, her head fell away, her cries abruptly silenced. Luo Fan once again accessed his marketplace, purchasing copious amounts of flour and rice for the occasion. Wretched fiend, you despicable creature, even in death, I shall not release you. The man's curses fell short as his own head rolled onto the dining table, his voice cut off. Dare you curse the entity while directing your ire at me? Luo Fan silently shook his head at the man. Now, it is your turn, he declared, shifting his gaze toward the female entity, who stood trembling in palpable terror. The striking beauty of her visage inexplicably evoked a sense of poignant vulnerability. However, the relentless force of the rules remained as impartial and unyielding as ever. Suddenly, her peculiar head rolled down, coming to rest upon the dining table. A square table bore witness to the demise of two sequence holders, including a second-tier sequence holder, along with an enigmatic entity of the rules, all now lifeless. Only Luo Fan emerged unscathed, standing as the final victor. With a long sigh of relief escaping his lips, Luo Fan was overtaken by a wave of trepidation. The power of this rule-bound entity was utterly unfathomable. Fortunately, the existence of his independent marketplace system, detached from the sequence hierarchy, spared him from being sealed away. Otherwise, he too would have faced the same grim fate as the two sequence holders, leaving only the female entity as the ultimate victor. As Luo Fan's anxiety began to dissipate, he felt the oppressive force surrounding him vanish, allowing his skills to be restored. Suddenly, an unseen power erupted from within him, signifying an elevation in his sequence level, LV11. The requirements for his specialized sequence had been met. Almost simultaneously, a corresponding system notification flickered at the corner of his vision. The marketplace had been updated successfully. Chapter 62. The Mall Update. Unlocking New Functions. What are the requirements for the promotion of one's professional sequence? It necessitates the solitary hunting of anomalies that possess a higher level than oneself. According to the forum, the greater the completion rate, the higher the potential for awakening the sequence. Thus, after successfully vanquishing a rule-type anomaly, I must have achieved the highest level of completion, much like the explosive balloon anomaly I encountered earlier. And Shaoran sacrificed herself before the rule-type anomaly and was consequently promoted to the extraordinary sequence of the Holy Light Angel. Additionally, Neodagong ascended using the anomalous crystal from a rule-type entity as material. His professional sequence is Shield Warrior, and the first skill he awakened, Block, can nullify 90 of single-target damage, an extraordinary feat indeed. Therefore, having also slain a rule-type anomaly, my professional sequence must be formidable as well, right? As for the fact that I did not hunt alone, with two other sequence holders by my side, whether in reality or through Luo Fan's idealism, I do not believe they truly aided me. Instead, they incessantly begged and cursed at me, proving to be a hindrance. At the very least, under the rules of our shared dining arrangement, they are not on the same side as I. With the successful promotion of my professional sequence, a surge of clarity arose within Luo Fan, and he instinctively comprehended the information regarding his sequence and the newly awakened skill. Demon Hunter Sequence, Level 11. The newly awakened skill is Triple Shot. The skill allows for a maximum of 3 consecutive shots within a second. Each shot in the barrage possesses a damage doubling effect. This means that if 2 arrows are shot simultaneously, the first arrow has no attack enhancement, but the second arrow's attack power is doubled. In the case of a triple shot, the third arrow's attack power is again doubled. Furthermore, each arrow has a 20 chance to successfully silence the opponent for 2 seconds. Impressive, a triple shot. The synergy between Hunter and Bao is indeed remarkable, at long last. My dual-eyed Bao has acquired skill. After thoroughly experiencing the effects of my triple shot, Luo Fan nodded in satisfaction. Not only does it augment attack power, but it also carries a chance for a silencing effect. In Luo Fan's view, the practicality of this skill surpasses even that of Neodagong's block. While the promotion of my professional sequence brings joy, Luo Fan does not forget that the mall system has also been upgraded. Indeed, upon opening the mall system, my balance revealed a mere 680 yuan remaining. The mall page displayed an array of new products. For instance, in the food section, tofu and cat food had been added. However, upon seeing the cat food priced an exorbitant 50 yuan per pound, Luo Fan's lips twitched. The most expensive item in the food section was merely 18 yuan for a tray of eggs, while grass carp and pork were priced at 10 yuan per pound. How could cat food be 50 yuan? Truly, it appears that humans live worse than pets. Moreover, in the beverage section, a bottle of liquor was newly priced at 100 yuan, alongside orange juice at 3 yuan per bottle. The daily necessities section also saw the addition of items, such as sanitary pads. In the realm of apparel and bedding, aside from the silk quilt priced at 500 yuan, there are now wool sweaters at 50 yuan each, autumn shirts at 30 yuan each, and down jackets at 500 yuan each. Luo Fan still felt a twinge of reluctance. Finding warm clothing was essential, yet purchasing them in the mall felt like a waste. Moreover, in the energy section, in addition to gasoline, there was now liquefied gas available at 120 yuan for a large canister. Additionally, There were monocrystalline silicon solar photovoltaic panels, presumably for further harnessing solar energy, priced at 5,000 yuan per set. The sight made Luo Fan's lips twitch. Next was the pharmaceutical area, which had added a Band-Aid and digestive tablets, albeit of little significance. However, digestive tablets? In this apocalyptic world, would there truly be an opportunity to utilize such medicine? Luo Fan silently scoffed at the thought. Wait, what is this? As Luo Fan examined the mall's updates, a new section caught his attention. The mall had unlocked an entirely new feature called Appraisal of Treasures. For a certain fee, one could obtain information about treasures. This was astounding. The mall not only sold tangible goods, but also offered services. Luo Fan realized that while the newly added items held little significance, this appraisal feature was indeed of great importance, filling him with immense joy. Curious to test it out, Luo Fan first removed his twin-eyed bow and placed it in the appraisal section of the mall. The appraisal fee was 500 yuan, and after a moment's hesitation, he paid it. Although he was already aware of the side effects of the twin-eyed bow, he still wished to see if the mall's appraisal provided more detailed information. After the deduction, his balance dwindled to 180 yuan. Then, the appraisal results for the twin-eyed bow appeared before Luo Fan's eyes. Embedded with the eye of deception, this bow, crafted from the tendons of a first-tier ferocious beast, boasts remarkable attack power and an exceedingly high accuracy rate. There are no usage requirements. However, the cost of use is as follows. Every 10 days, a settlement occurs. During this period, for each arrow shot, the user will suffer 1 minute of blindness. The appraisal score is 36. This 500 yuan was well spent. Looking at the appraisal results, Luo Fan was elated. Although he was aware that the cost of using the twin-eyed bow resulted in temporary blindness, he had not anticipated it to be settled in 10-day cycles. Furthermore, each arrow shot would cause him to be blind for a minute. Reflecting on his first experience of blindness, it lasted approximately half an hour. At that time, he had been unaware of the bow's cost. Hence he had not used it excessively, perhaps around 30 arrows. But what about now? Recently, he had been much more liberal in his usage. Especially during the 4 days he traveled alone, he had attempted to engage ferocious beasts with long-range attacks using the twin-eyed bow. If all went as expected, he must have shot over 100 arrows. Thus, his next bout of blindness would likely last around 2 hours. It was fortunate that this appraisal feature revealed such information. Otherwise, without knowing the duration of blindness, he might have miscalculated the limits of his condition, potentially leading to unimaginable consequences. Moreover, as I calculate the days, only 2 or 3 remain before the 10-day cycle concludes. It is imperative to find a refuge in advance, especially in a state of blindness. In these final days, I must hasten back to the Hope Convoy. After scrolling through the marketplace page a few more times, the phrase updating reappeared before Luo Fan's eyes following the treasure appraisal feature. Very well, I hope to unlock even more wondrous abilities in the future. For the first time, Luo Fan found himself eagerly anticipating the updating message. Having completed the promotion of his dedicated sequence level and perused the marketplace updates, his discoveries were far from over. Approaching the woman's lifeless body, he retrieved a palm-sized pouch that hung from her waist. This mustard seed pouch, irrespective of its contents, was of considerable value. Additionally, he acquired the man's precious jewel and his mustard seed pouch. As a second-tier sequence practitioner, he had previously contemplated utilizing the jewel against the peculiar rules. It must be a remarkable treasure. Finally, there remained the eerie crystal left behind after the bizarre death. No wonder it is said that killing and arson lead to golden rewards. This time, I have struck it rich. Just from the mustard seed pouches alone. I have collected 2. Let me open them and see what treasures lie within. Chapter 63. Looting and Harvest. The mustard bag and the doomsday phone are both recent items that have gained popularity. The mustard bag, though modest in capacity, comparable to that of a backpack, provides considerable convenience for many by offering a means of storage. Luo Fan first opened the robust woman's mustard bag, which primarily contained provisions, water, and daily necessities. Among the more valuable items was a rod approximately 30 centimeters in length, heavy in hand, and possessing a metallic quality. yet resembling a skeletal fragment of some creature. Luo Fan decided to utilize the appraisal feature in the marketplace to evaluate it, only to be informed that the appraisal would cost 30 yuan. Reasonable enough, he thought, significantly cheaper than relying on his own eyes. Without hesitation, he opted for the appraisal. After deducting the fee, the pertinent information swiftly materialized before him. It was identified as a leg bone of a Tier 1 steel beast, known for its toughness and high density. If entrusted to a skilled craftsman, it could prove useful. Is that all? Observing the appraisal results, Luo Fan's lips twitched slightly. To hear a word from you is like hearing a word from the wise. He could discern that this was material from some ferocious beast. It could only be said that one gets what one pays for. Shaking his head, he silently ridiculed the situation. The woman's mustard bag had yielded little of value, prompting him to turn his attention to the man's mustard bag. Being a Tier 2 sequence holder, claiming to be at level 22, he expected the contents to be more promising. Upon opening the mustard bag, he indeed found essential items like food and water, alongside several materials. These included a portion of animal fur, a substantial blackened log, and numerous smooth yet resilient shells that resembled steel plates. These too were presumably materials of worth. Notably, there was also a doomsday phone inside the mustard bag. Well, it was reasonable for a Tier 2 sequence holder to possess a phone, which delighted Luo Fan. With an extra phone, he would have a means of communication once he departed from the Hope Convoy. After stowing the doomsday phone, Luo Fan examined several materials, testing their appraisal costs. The fee for the unknown shell was 50 yuan, the branch was 70 yuan, while the fur commanded a steep 120 yuan. Evidently, the materials from this Tier 2 sequence holder were indeed more precious, with the fur being the most valuable. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Fan spent 120 yuan to appraise the fur. His balance in the marketplace promptly dwindled to a mere 30 yuan. The corresponding appraisal information then appeared before him. Fur of the Gale Wolf. The pelt of a Tier 2 Gale Wolf. If crafted into shoes, it could enhance movement speed. Materials from a Tier 2 ferocious beast, capable of being fashioned into shoes to boost speed? This was particularly useful for someone like him, a hunter of demons. As a specialized sequence advancing in assassination, Luo Fan believed his combat style should indeed embody high sensitivity and explosive potential. After examining the 2 bags of mustard seeds, Luo Fan turned his gaze towards the orb, which was the size of a soccer ball. The second-tier sequence holder wielded this object, and facing an anomaly of the rule type, the man intended to use the orb to launch an attack. It was evident that this orb held the greatest value, was it not? The appraisal fee was set at 2,500. While the appraisal fee for his own double-eyed bow was merely 500, the fee for this precious gem soared to 2,500. Alas, he currently lacked the funds for such an appraisal. Moreover, the exorbitant fee indirectly attested to the high quality of the gem, did it not? Though he was unable to appraise it, Luo Fan decided to attempt infusing his power into the orb to observe any effects. He had been able to use the double-eyed bow immediately upon acquiring it. However, the orb did not respond in the slightest. Very well. He resolved to wait until he gathered 2,500 coins to conduct an appraisal. Luo Fan casually tossed the orb along with all the materials into his storage space. Wait a moment. Has my storage space expanded so significantly? Upon opening the storage space, Luo Fan was taken aback. The items he had originally placed there now appeared sparse and lacking. When he first obtained the sign-in system, his storage space was only the size of an ordinary suitcase. Following his awakening of the sequence, his store underwent an update, enlarging the storage space to approximately the size of a large wooden box. The increase was notable but not immense. Later, when he reached level 6, the store updated again. Yet the storage space remained unchanged. Little did he anticipate that after awakening the specialized sequence, the storage space would update once more. After carefully assessing the capacity of the storage, Luo Fan felt that it had multiplied several times over. A rough estimate suggested that his current storage space was roughly the size of a van's cargo area. This capacity could accommodate a considerable amount of items. After all, prior to the apocalypse, many small vendors used vans as vehicles for transporting goods. Reflecting on his experience with the rule-type anomaly, Luo Fan felt it had been a thrilling yet safe encounter, yielding abundant rewards. First and foremost, he had successfully completed his promotion to a specialized sequence and awakened the skill of triple shot. Secondly, he had acquired an anomalous crystal of rule type. The store's update had unlocked new functionalities, significantly increasing the storage capacity. Additionally, he possessed a gem requiring a 2,500 appraisal fee, several materials, a mobile phone, and 2 bags of mustard seeds. He suddenly felt a sense of newfound wealth. Perhaps due to the rule-type anomaly, Lin City was eerily quiet, devoid of even the fiercest beasts. With the rule-type anomaly now eliminated, he should be able to scavenge materials effectively, especially since his storage space had expanded. However, after a moment's contemplation, Luo Fan decided against scavenging. After all, he had only 2 days left until the side effects of the double-eyed bow would be reconciled. Thus, his immediate priority was to return to the Hope Convoy. Alone in the wilderness and having been blind for over 2 hours, Luo Fan felt a profound sense of insecurity. Luo Fan merely searched in Lin City and stumbled upon a motorcycle, fortuitously discovering that it contained a substantial amount of fuel. Riding the motorcycle, he swiftly navigated back in the direction he had come from. The departure from the Hope Convoy had been peculiar, necessitating a foot search, whereas returning demanded expedience. Thus, the motorcycle proved far more efficient. By the time the last drop of fuel was exhausted, it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. With winter setting in, darkness descended rather swiftly, prompting Luo Fan to seek a desolate outdoor spot to spend the night. Although the motorcycle had run out of fuel, purchasing a barrel of gasoline from the marketplace required 200 coins, and he was left with only 30 coins in his account. Luo Fan decided to wait and see if his midnight sign-in bonus would exceed 170 coins. Logically, having been promoted to a full-time series, his sign-in rewards should have significantly increased. In his moment of idleness, he browsed the Leader S forum, perusing threads that piqued his interest. Coincidentally, he encountered a post regarding the peculiar rules in Lin City. After some contemplation, Luo Fan casually replied to the post, stating that he had resolved the peculiar rules in Lin City and further advised that the area might currently be in a vacuum period, suggesting nearby survivors consider scavenging for resources. What a benevolent soul I am, he mused, giving himself a silent thumbs up for his response. As long as it did not jeopardize his interests, Luo Fan was willing to lend a helping hand to strangers. When the clock struck midnight, a notification flickered at the corner of his eye. The sign-in bonus for the new day had been credited. Successful sign-in, rewards received. Chapter 64. Luo Fan's complaints. Is Ace really directionally challenged? Upon successfully signing in, a notification flashed before Luo Fan's eyes, proclaiming a reward of 500 yuan, bringing his balance to 530 yuan. Initially lounging while perusing a forum on his phone, he sprang to his feet in disbelief. What? Did I just earn 500 yuan for signing in? Surely I must be imagining things. He promptly opened his shopping interface to verify. To his astonishment, his account balance had indeed surged to 530 yuan. Though he had anticipated that advancing to a professional rank would be a significant milestone, he was taken aback by the staggering increase in the sign-in bonus, which had escalated from 100 to 500 yuan. It was worth noting that during his time in the foundational rank, each advancement had only yielded a meager increase of 10 yuan in the sign-in bonus. Is it true, then? Only upon ascending to the professional rank does one truly step onto the path of progression. The foundational rank, indeed, serves merely as a starting point. While the news of a daily sign-in bonus of 500 yuan was undoubtedly exhilarating for Luo Fan, it also stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. The precious gem, which required a hefty identification fee of 500 yuan, had seemed like a distant goal. Now, it appeared that he might attain it sooner than anticipated. The identification fee for the bow was merely 500 yuan, and he was eager to discover the gem's capabilities and the extraordinary powers it might possess. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo Fan proceeded to purchase a barrel of gasoline from his shopping system. With an expenditure of 200 yuan, a 30L barrel of gasoline materialized in his inventory. He filled up his motorcycle with the gasoline and revved the engine. setting off on his return journey. As he rode, he reminded himself that the night was fraught with eerie occurrences. Unless one possessed divination abilities akin to Zhao Chuanfeng's to ascertain the absence of anomalies, it was prudent to remain vigilant at night while reserving daytime for rest. Furthermore, as he traveled southeast while the Hope convoy moved westward, he was uncertain how to catch up with them directly. Thus, he resolved to return to the point where he had parted ways with the Hope convoy, then proceed westward in pursuit. After traveling alone for 4 or 5 days to reach Lin City, he knew that riding a motorcycle would significantly reduce the time required for the journey. Having consumed nearly half a tank of fuel during the day, he had set off in the early hours, riding for 6 or 7 hours until dawn broke, ultimately arriving at the location where he had separated from the Hope convoy. Having journeyed southeast for 4 days, it followed that his return direction was northwest. Therefore, in order to pursue the Hope convoy westward, he needed to adjust his course slightly to the left, aligning himself with the direction he had come from, directly towards the setting sun. Upon reaching the junction where he had parted ways with the Hope convoy, Luo Fan mused quietly to himself. Thunderous echoes reverberated. Just as Luo Fan had determined his direction and was preparing to take a brief respite to enjoy a breakfast before continuing his journey, a sudden cacophony of explosions erupted ahead. What commotion is this? Upon hearing the sounds of detonation, Luo Fan quietly pondered, then cautiously approached the source of the noise. Before him, azure flames erupted with tremendous force. This flame, why does it seem so familiar? As he gazed at the distant azure blaze, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Luo Fan's mouth. Drawing closer, he indeed discerned a familiar figure, Ace. Clutched in his hand was a flame of azure hue, and before him, a wild boar was engaged in a fierce struggle. Although Ace's fiery assaults were formidable, each time the azure flames struck the wild boar, a rich, brownish light surged forth from its body, causing clumps of earth to form a makeshift armor that enveloped it. Despite the explosive nature of the flames inflicting some damage upon the beast, the majority of the harm was mitigated by this earthy armor, resulting in only minimal substantive injury to the wild boar. It is well known that mages are most vulnerable to close-range assaults from warriors, and the enraged boar charged ever closer to Ace. Is this fellow endowed with an innate taunting body? Once again crossing paths with Ace, last time he was pursued by a first-tier anomaly, and now he finds himself hunted by a first-tier beast. Is he perpetually on the run? Though Luo Fan silently criticized, his reflexes remained sharp. He swiftly drew his bow and nocked 3 arrows. Perfectly timed, he encountered this first-tier beast and decided to test his newly awakened skills upon it. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to withdraw 1 arrow. A triple shot does not necessitate the simultaneous release of 3 arrows. 2 would suffice. Since this was merely a trial of his abilities, he opted for a double shot instead. Powerful maneuvers often come with a cost. A double shot would prove less taxing on his body than a triple shot. With bowstring taut, the eerie eye upon the bow took approximately 2 seconds to successfully lock onto the charging beast before he released his grip. The arrow soared forth like thunder, its momentum formidable as it hurtled toward the wild boar. Before the first arrow could strike the boar, Luo Fan swiftly nocked a second arrow, his movements remarkably rapid. Should he fire consecutively, each shot would require time for the eerie eye to re-establish its lock on the target. However, with a rapid-fire technique, only a single lock-on was necessary. Thud! The first arrow struck the wild boar squarely in the hindquarters, triggering its armor-piercing effect as the arrowhead embedded itself deep within the creature's flesh. Almost instantaneously, the second arrow followed suit. The wild boar, taken by surprise, let out a pained cry and reacted swiftly as the brownish dirt armor rapidly spread across its body. Yet, before this covering could fully form, the second arrow arrived. The brown armor suddenly shattered and dissipated entirely. This was the result of the silent effect triggered by the rapid-fire technique. The second arrow pierced the wild boar's body directly, its tip entering through one side of the abdomen and emerging from the other, resembling a skewer for barbecuing, as it traversed the creature's form. The initial cries of pain were swiftly replaced by piercing screams. The double shot, indeed, doubled the impact of his second arrow, proving to be remarkably potent. One could only ponder the might of a triple shot. How formidable would the destructive force be if the third arrow were to double the power once more? Witnessing the efficacy of consecutive shots left Luo Fan utterly astonished. After all, as a hunter of demons who had advanced from the fundamentals of assassination, he inherently belonged to a high explosive tier, and the thought of doubling or even quadrupling that power was staggering. Who could possibly withstand such a triple shot? As the wild boar was grievously wounded, its body pierced, Ace reacted swiftly, launching another azure fireball toward the foe. Under the effect of silence, devoid of protective armor, the explosion of the azure flames unleashed a terrifying destructive force. In mere moments, Luo Fan's arrow and Ace's explosive fire combined to fell the once mighty first-tier beast, reducing it to a charred corpse. "Hey Ace, didn't you say you were heading west? How is it that I encountered you here?" Luo Fan greeted Ace, having dispatched the first-tier monster. "Indeed, I am on a journey westward." Ace, delighted to see Luo Fan emerge, was about to respond when he became slightly bewildered by Luo Fan's words. "Impossible. I am clearly heading northwest." "Ace, you seem to have lost your way." Luo Fan shook his head firmly, both amused and exasperated. Little did he expect that Ace was not only a typical youth with grandiose dreams, but also somewhat directionally challenged. Chapter 65. A Return in Glory, Rejoining the Caravan. Having departed from the caravan, I traversed toward the southeast for an extended period, and naturally, my return path would lead me northwest. There could be no mistake about it. Yet, here I am, able to catch up with Ace. It goes without saying, Ace must be directionally challenged, having taken a wrong turn. Could it be that I, too, have erred in my navigation? Observing the resolute expression on Luo Fan's face, Ace felt a twinge of doubt. Is it possible that I have indeed made a mistake? How can you be so certain that I have miscalculated my bearings? After a moment of silence, Ace inquired of Luo Fan, "Is there even a need for explanation? I have been walking southeast for days, and now I find myself back here." "You must have been heading northwest all along," Luo Fan replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "That cannot be true. When we parted ways the night before, I distinctly observed your departure towards the east, not southeast," Ace countered, shaking his head. "East? That is utterly impossible. Brother Zhao's divination indicated that the southeast was the most suitable route for me. Indeed, despite encountering peculiarities of a rule-based nature, I resolved them with ease, which only corroborates Brother Zhao's augury, does it not? How can you be so sure that you have been heading west all this time?" Luo Fan asked, half amused, half bemused. Let us first correct his directional misjudgment. It's quite simple. I discern the direction based on the setting sun. During summer, the sun descends in the northwest here in our homeland. In winter, however, it sets in the southwest. Isn't this common knowledge taught in middle school geography? Is there any error in that? Ace responded to Luo Fan's inquiry. The winter sun sets in the southwest? No, isn't it directly west? Luo Fan was somewhat bewildered by Ace's words. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. This is common knowledge. Yet, could it truly set in the southwest during winter? Upon reflection, it seemed that he had indeed observed the sun setting in the southwest during winter, especially in summer. It indeed appeared to set in the northwest. Could it be that I have been mistaken all along? Realizing that Ace's method of determining direction using the sun might be more precise than his own, Luo Fan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. If I have truly misjudged and perceived the northwest as west, then what I believe to be southeast has, in fact, always been east. Brother Zhao's divination warned me to avoid heading east at all costs, yet I had been traveling in that very direction. Thus, the death threat in Brother Zhao's augury must pertain to that peculiar rule-based entity. I had effortlessly resolved that entity utilizing the capabilities of the marketplace. Why then did Brother Zhao's divination advise me against heading east? Wait a moment. The entity's sealing effect cannot influence my marketplace system. Therefore, Brother Zhao's divination could not have accounted for the variables presented by my marketplace. If the marketplace system did not exist, would I have indeed met my demise at the hands of that rule-based anomaly? However, why did I previously determine that the rule-like anomaly was indeed the southeast wind, which also aligns perfectly with the divination of Brother Zhao? Is it that a double negative yields a positive? Countless thoughts raced through Luo Fan's mind, and it seemed that regardless of whether Brother Zhao's divination was accurate or not, there existed a plausible explanation. Perhaps I have erred in my assumptions? Luo Fan, what are you pondering? Seeing the contemplative expression on Luo Fan's face, which lingered in silence, Ace could not help but inquire. Coming back to reality, Luo Fan refrained from delving further into the matter at hand and shifted the conversation. Ace, I've noticed that your blue flames possess remarkable explosive power. What sequence do you belong to? Indeed, your discerning eye is commendable. I am of the explosive flame mage sequence, level 12. The fireball I cast not only burns but also explodes. Ace responded, clearly pleased with the attention. Luo Fan, observing Ace's demeanor, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. How on earth had this fellow managed to survive for several months in a post-apocalyptic world? Does such a personality truly suit survival in such dire circumstances? Luo Fan, are you hungry? I have 2 loaves of bread here. I can share one with you. Unaware of Luo Fan's thoughts and having been rescued by him twice from danger, Ace's fondness for him had grown, prompting his offer. Why not roast some meat instead? Luo Fan suggested, pointing to a first-tier ferocious beast, a wild boar, nearby. Consuming beast meat not only enhances one's strength, but is also far more palatable than bread. Isn't it? Roasting meat? That sounds too cumbersome. Besides, as the god of fire, how could I stoop to roasting meat? It would tarnish my dignity. Ace shook his head, feeling that as the god of fire, it was beneath him to engage in such triviality. Luo Fan regarded Ace earnestly, remaining silent, as if awaiting a performance from him. Very well, as the god of fire, I cannot cook, nor can I roast meat, Ace finally confessed, feeling uncomfortable under Luo Fan's gaze. Now that sounds like a reasonable statement, Luo Fan replied, retrieving cooking utensils from his storage space. He then took out some flour, made a few noodles, and added strips of meat, eggs, and vegetables. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of vegetable, meat, and egg noodles were ready. Eat up, Luo Fan said generously to Ace. Your culinary skills seem quite decent. I suppose I shall have a taste. Ace nodded, swallowing slightly. Speak properly. If you can't eat, you need not force yourself, Luo Fan retorted, rolling his eyes at Ace's demeanor. Slurp on a morning like this. What could be more satisfying than a bowl of nutritious soup noodles? Especially for Ace, a solitary wanderer who had forgotten the last time he had a hearty meal. As he enjoyed the noodles, Luo Fan fiddled with his phone, inquiring on the forum about news regarding the setting sun. Indeed, a swift response confirmed Ace's words. The winter sun indeed sets in the southwestern horizon. Thus, it seems that I have genuinely been traversing in the wrong direction these past few days. Moreover, due to my engagement with the peculiar posts regarding the rules of Lin City, numerous seekers of knowledge have inundated the comments with inquiries for further details. Not to mention the plethora of friend requests that I have chosen to disregard. After enjoying a hearty breakfast and resting for several hours, I decided to accompany Ace, as our paths both led westward. Consequently, I did not decline the opportunity to journey together. The 2 of us shared a motorcycle, and after an entire afternoon and night of travel, we found ourselves riding until the late hours. After an arduous 10-hour journey, I finally caught sight of the Hope Convoy-S bus and fuel truck in the distance. Chapter 66. The Squad Shock. Unraveling the peculiar rules before Luo Fan could approach the convoy, he noticed a figure swiftly making its way towards him. Xiaoran? He exclaimed in surprise as he halted his motorcycle, gazing at the approaching silhouette. The 7 or 8-year-old in Xiaoran dashed forward and embraced Luo Fan's right leg. Initially intending to dismount with his right leg, Luo Fan had no choice but to switch to his left. Xiaoran, why are you still awake at this hour? After a brief pause, as Xiaoran's emotions settled, Luo Fan inquired with curiosity. Ever since you left, she has been sleeping poorly. On several occasions, I found her sitting up, lost in thought, gazing towards the direction you departed, remarked Neo Dagong. who had also noticed Xiao Ran's emergence and greeted Luo Fan with a smile. Luo Fan was taken aback. Previously, both of them had been sleeping in the small truck, and he had always observed her sleeping soundly, believing it was normal for a child her age to sleep deeply while growing. Now, it seemed that her deep slumber was only possible when he was near. "You finished all the milk I gave you? Why have you only just returned?" Although Xiao Ran released her grip on his leg, she clutched the hem of Luo Fan's shirt tightly, demanding an explanation. If I recall correctly, I provided you with 10 boxes of milk?" Faced with Xiao Ran's inquiry, Luo Fan found himself somewhat lacking in confidence. Had he misremembered? He had only been away for 6 or 7 days. Logically, if she consumed 1 box a day, there should still be several left. She drank all the milk on the very first day. I assumed she was simply fond of it, but it turns out she believed finishing it meant you would return, Neo Dagong added, reflecting on the situation with a hint of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. She finished all the milk on the first day, thinking it would bring him back. He longed to voice a few sarcastic remarks, yet, seeing Xiao Ran clutching his shirt with unwavering determination, he held back, instead reaching out to gently ruffle her hair with a look of affection. "Don't worry, Xiao Ran. From now on, I will take you with me wherever I go." Xiao Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. Whether from the delight of Luo Fan's affectionate gesture or the joy of his promise, it was hard to tell. "Luo Fan, is this your sister?" Ace interjected suddenly, gazing at Xiao Ran with evident fondness. "Rest assured, I shall protect you in the future." His last comment was directed toward Xiao Ran. In response to Ace's words, Xiao Ran remained silent. Except for Luo Fan, she still exhibited a demeanor akin to that of someone with social anxiety towards others. It's truly uncertain who protects whom between you and Xiao Ran," Luo Fan chuckled, shaking his head at Ace. Ace, taken aback, stared blankly at Luo Fan. Could such a young girl truly be capable of protecting him, the mighty god of fire? Unthinkable, even in the face of death. "I shall not allow a young girl to protect me. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the fire god reside?" "Very well, let us proceed. I have no intention of explaining myself to Ace." Taking in Xiao Ran by the hand, Luo Fan returned to the convoy with a few others. Upon learning of Luo Fan's return, Zhao Chunfeng and Rose naturally gathered around, and the several sequence holders within the convoy congregated together. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Ace, the Fire Mage, sequence LV-12. Luo Fan began the introductions, even revealing Ace's sequence and level. Ace, upon hearing this introduction, appeared somewhat dissatisfied. However, his discontent stemmed not from Luo Fan disclosing his sequence and level, but from the correction he offered. Fire God Ace. Initially, upon hearing Luo Fan's introduction of a professional sequence, Zhao Chunfeng and the others took it seriously. Did Luo Fan really bring back a professional sequence? Yet, upon hearing Ace's rather juvenile remarks, their expressions turned somewhat peculiar. Indeed, as you can see, Ace possesses a rather childish demeanor, yet his character is quite amiable. Luo Fan added an explanation. He then proceeded to introduce Zhao Chunfeng and the others to Ace. "This is our esteemed convoy leader, Zhao Chunfeng, the Seer Sequence, LV-10. This is Neo Dagong, the Shield Warrior Sequence, LV-11. This isn't Xiao Ran, the Holy Light Angel Sequence, LV-11. And this is Rose, the Spell Sequence, by the way. What is your current level?" Luo Fan inquired as he reached Rose. "No matter. The foundational spell sequence holds no significance in my eyes. Levels are inconsequential." Ace waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. This fellow is truly insufferable, though it is a fact that he holds the lowest sequence level in the entire team. Ace's demeanor caused Rose to grit her teeth, leaving her with a rather poor first impression of him. If only she could demonstrate her prowess against him, she would certainly make him aware of his limitations. A fire mage? Clearly, he must have ascended from the spell sequence as well. And you, Luo Fan? Surely you have completed your professional ascension by now? Neo Dagong inquired with concern after Luo Fan introduced everyone's sequences and levels. Indeed, by a stroke of fortune, I vanquished a rule-class abnormality and ascended to the Demon Hunter sequence, LV-11, Luo Fan replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. What? A rule class abnormality? You hunted it alone? As Luo Fan's words echoed in the air, every eye in the room widened in astonishment as they gazed at him. A rule class abnormality. Even the strongest sequence holders would tremble at the mere mention of it. Yet Luo Fan had managed to hunt it solo? Luo Fan, what skills does your demon hunter possess? Are they particularly formidable? Neo Dagong asked curiously, a look of pride for Luo Fan adorning his face. The skill I awakened is called Rapid Shot, allowing me to shoot arrows consecutively, with the second arrow's attack power doubling the first, along with a certain probability of inflicting silence. Luo Fan replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Indeed, quite impressive. Beside him, Ace nodded silently, understanding that Luo Fan's words were indeed truthful. During the day, when he was pursued by that ferocious beast, he had employed the skill of rapid fire. Is that it? Wasn't it said that the higher the completion of the advancement requirements, the stronger the professional sequence would be? Why does it seem that your rapid fire is even slightly inferior to my block? Upon hearing that Luo Fan had awakened the skill of rapid fire, the straightforward Neo Dagong thought that this skill was utterly unworthy of the strength demonstrated in slaying a rule-based anomaly. Indeed, Sharon had also advanced her professional sequence due to a rule-based anomaly. Her holy light descend was undeniably powerful. Dagong's shield warrior advancement relied on a rule-based crystal, and his blocking was nothing short of extraordinary. In comparison, Luo Fan's rapid fire did seem somewhat lacking. This scenario could stem from two possibilities. Either the Demon Hunter professional sequence was inherently formidable, with greater emphasis on future potential rather than the initial skill, or, as Zhao Chuanfeng's words trailed off, he cast a meaningful glance at Luo Fan, but abruptly fell silent. Nevertheless, within Zhao Chuanfeng's heart, he increasingly felt that Luo Fan was becoming more astute. Chapter 67. Zhao Chuanfeng's interpretation of the Demon Hunter sequence. What else? Just as Zhao Chunfeng was halfway through his words, Neo Dagong, with his straightforward nature, pressed on for more. However, Zhao Chunfeng seemed disinclined to address Neo Dagong's inquiry directly. Instead, he shifted the topic with a contemplative remark. I suddenly feel that the term professional sequence is truly apartment. Both in style and promotion requirements, it appears to embody a certain connection. The Demon Hunter indeed seems to be the most suitable for you, Luo Fan. Neo Dagong scratched his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. Old Zhao, I must admit, I find your words utterly incomprehensible. Yet, upon reflection, he continued, wait a moment, Zhao Ji's words do carry some merit. Hearing this, Luo Fan felt a flicker of understanding and explained, for instance, Brother Neo, the criteria for advancing in the professional sequence require the collection of materials such as feathers, scales, shells, fur, and the enigmatic crystal. Except for the crystal, which is the core element, all others pertain to the exterior of fierce beasts. Thus, the awakened shield warrior focuses on defense, right? Moreover, Brother Neo, your character seems quite suited for the shield warrior sequence. Huh? It has seemed to make some sense, Neo Dagong remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. From Luo Fan's perspective, he realized the validity of his explanation. Then, Shaoran's radiant angel sequence requires love and sacrifice. Although Shaoran tends to be quiet, she actively healed survivors during the convoy incident in Luojia town, showcasing her kind and pure nature. Hence, the radiant angel sequence is indeed fitting for her, Rose interjected, glancing at the serene and unassuming in Shaoran beside Luo Fan. Indeed, from this angle, my own sequence, the blazing mage, is also quite suitable for me. Spectacular and explosive, AC chimed in, nodding in agreement. Now, we must discuss your sequence, Luo Fan. The Demon Hunter's promotion criteria involve independently hunting high-level anomalies, which aligns seamlessly with the Hunter sequence. Furthermore, the Hunter sequence resonates well with your character, Zhao Chunfeng continued, directing his gaze toward Luo Fan. Yes, hunting demons indeed signifies my aversion to evil and my resolve to combat darkness, Luo Fan acknowledged, nodding in agreement with Zhao Chunfeng's analysis. However, my perspective is quite the opposite. Demon hunting should describe the strength of the sequence, indicating it is capable of hunting demons. While Hunter characterizes your nature, What impression does the term hunter evoke? It often conjures images of one lurking in the shadows, pursuing prey that is more formidable than oneself, using bows or firearms from concealment, employing ambush tactics, and perhaps even enlisting the aid of hunting dogs. In essence, the hunter embodies a cunning and insidious style, Zhao Chunfeng remarked, offering a completely different interpretation of the demon hunter sequence. As Zhao Chunfeng's words fell, the nearby rose, along with Niu Dagong, nodded in agreement. Clearly, both of them found Zhao Chunfeng's interpretation entirely valid. Brother Zhao, while we are familiar with each other, you cannot slander me so, Luo Fan remarked, his expression darkening as he noted the approving expressions of Zhao Chunfeng, Niu Dagong, and Rose. In the midst of this, Luo Fan turned to Xiaoran and Ace beside him, asking, "What are your thoughts?" "I believe in Brother Luo Fan," and Xiaoran was the first to speak, instantly aligning herself with Luo Fan without a second thought. "Indeed, I also hold a high regard for Luo Fan. I don't think he is as sinister as everyone claims. On both occasions we encountered him, he took the initiative, and against the first-tier fierce beasts, his double shot nearly obliterated them. His combat style is quite honorable." Ace nodded in agreement, clearly siding with Luo Fan. However, upon hearing Ace refer to his skill as a double shot, Luo Fan felt a twinge of awkwardness. "By the way, I encountered some anomalous rules and discovered that other sequence holders perished in their grasp. I managed to collect some valuable items," Luo Fan said, shifting the topic without lingering on the notion of his own cunning nature. He produced 2 mustard bags and a mobile phone. Mustard bags, splendid items, and a mobile phone, indeed, is a remarkable find. Zhao Chunfeng's eyes lit up at the sight of Luo Fan's treasures. The mustard bag holds a value of 1,000 pounds of fierce beast meat, while the mobile phone is worth 3,000 pounds, albeit with a price that is known but rarely met. "If anyone is interested, feel free to make an offer," Luo Fan announced. "I have no use for the mustard bag. I desire that phone. Here, 3 anomalous crystals, each equivalent to 3,000 pounds of fierce beast meat. I have 2 on hand and will owe you 1. Zhao Chunfeng said as he produced 2 anomalous crystals and presented them to Luo Fan. "Brother Zhao, where did you acquire those 2 anomalous crystals?" Luo Fan asked, bewildered by Zhao Chunfeng's apparent wealth. Had he become so affluent? Previously, our convoy lacked dedicated sequences, so we naturally avoided encounters with first-tier fierce beasts and anomalies. However, during the days you were absent, we have since employed 2 dedicated sequences. If we confront first-tier fierce beasts or anomalies, there is no longer a need to shy away," Zhao Chunfeng explained. A sudden realization dawned upon Luo Fan. The prophetic sequence is not merely for divining danger, but can also be utilized to locate fierce beasts and anomalies that their team can confront. Just as Zhao Chunfeng's divination indicated that heading southeast would be the safest route to eliminate a first-tier anomaly. In the past few days, we have already slain 5 fierce beasts and 3 anomalies, Niu Dagong added. It is no small feat. The team has grown to the point where they can actively hunt first-tier fierce beasts and anomalies. Reflecting on their initial encounter with the first fire-corroding bird, which was fraught with difficulty, Luo Fan felt a sense of satisfaction at witnessing the team's overall strength flourish before his very eyes. "Zhao Gu, 2 anomalous crystals will suffice. Please divine the direction of my ascension. I have yet to offer you the divination fee." Luo Fan graciously accepted the 2 anomalous crystals from Zhao Chunfeng, expressing that he need not remain indebted. Niu Dagong then took 1 anomalous crystal in exchange for the mustard seed pouch. Additionally, he returned all the fierce beast meat he owed Luo Fan. Ultimately, the last mustard seed pouch was sold to Rose for the price of 1,000 pounds of fierce beast meat. Thus, all were content. All necessary words have been spoken, and all exchanges completed. Luo Fan was now brimming with rewards. He possessed 4 ordinary anomalous crystals and 1 rule-type crystal. The anomalous crystals, whether retained for absorption or employed in forging peculiar artifacts, held significant value. While fierce beast meat served as a hard currency among sequencers, anomalous crystals represented the high-end commodity. This distinction is akin to the difference between copper coins and silver in ancient times. copper for ordinary transactions, while silver was reserved for more substantial dealings. As for the rule-type anomalous crystals, they are akin to gold in worth. Wait, everyone, do not rush off to rest just yet. As the gathering seemed to be winding down and everyone prepared to disperse, Zhao Chunfeng interjected. Originally, there was a rather formidable anomaly that our convoy intended to circumvent. However, with Luo Fan and Ace now among us, our collective strength has significantly increased. Perhaps we could attempt to hunt it down? Let's deliberate on this matter, suggested Zhao Chunfeng. Chapter 68. Are rule-type anomalies really so valuable? Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan and the others became more serious and inquired about the specifics of the situation. Originally, our convoy intended to rest here for 6 hours, after which we would need to set off, for if we lingered, a formidable anomaly would descend upon us, as the divination indicated a dire omen. Such a portent is exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to the annihilation of our entire force. However, after your return, Luo Fan, I conducted another divination, and the omen transformed, shifting from ominous to a blend of misfortune and fortune. This new omen, provided we exercise caution, remains manageable. Furthermore, should we successfully deal with this anomaly, our convoy could enjoy an additional 70 hours of rest. Zhao Chunfeng explained. An extra 70 hours of respite? This equates to nearly 3 days and nights of rest. A luxury indeed for a convoy that has been perpetually fleeing for its life. It appears that my return has significantly bolstered the overall strength of the convoy. Indeed, it is evident that this convoy cannot function without me. The drastic change in the omen upon my return caused Luo Fan to sweep his bangs aside, a smile gracing his face. Ace remained silent, merely extracting half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He placed one between his lips and, extending a finger, ignited it with a flame of azure hue. After taking a deep drag, he exhaled a smoke ring, stating nonchalantly, "It matters not. I shall take action myself. We have been in a constant state of flight, evading the relentless pursuit of anomalies. This time, however, we shall not retreat, but rather turn the tables and hunt the anomalies." "This is splendid." Niodagong also spoke up, grinning broadly, his spirit high with the thrill of battle. With the three of them, Luo Fan, Niodagong, and Ace, voicing their resolve, that sufficed. After all, there was no need to seek in Xiaoran's opinion. She would undoubtedly follow Luo Fan unwaveringly. As for Rose, despite being a foundational sequence entity, her influence paled in comparison to that of Luo Fan and the others. Very well, let's all rest and gather our strength. The group reached a consensus, and Zhao Chunfeng nodded in agreement. Luo Fan and Xiaoran returned to their small truck to rest, while Zhao Chunfeng and the others returned to their respective vehicles. The newly arrived Ace conferred with Luo Fan and the others, agreeing to rest inside the fuel truck. Although Ace seemed to have acquired a vehicle for nothing, his responsibility for transporting fuel made it acceptable. After all, while vehicles are not particularly precious in this post-apocalyptic world, the true treasure lies in the fuel. Upon returning to the small truck, Luo Fan reclined the seat back and lay down, glancing at Xiaoran, who was already fast asleep. He smiled softly. Xiaoran always seemed to sleep so soundly beside him. Yet Brother Nyo had mentioned that during the past 2 days on the bus, Xiaoran had not been able to rest well. Upon careful observation, it may be an illusion, yet Xiaoran indeed appears to have lost a bit of weight. Lacking any inclination towards sleep, Luo Fan idly scrolled through the forum on his phone. He stumbled upon a post titled "The Feasibility of Awakening the Adrenaline Cultivation Sequence." Intrigued, he clicked to explore its content, which was rich in substance, claiming that the conditions for sequence awakening have been thoroughly researched. Firstly, it suggested that an individual must secrete a substantial amount of adrenaline in a state of extreme fear, thereby breaking the shackles of the body. Secondly, the presence of a peculiar death nearby was essential. During such extraordinary deaths, a unique aura would permeate the air, which could be absorbed by those who had freed themselves from their bodily constraints, thus leading to the awakening of the sequence. The criteria for sequence awakening have indeed been updated. It turns out that one need not personally slay the peculiar entity, but merely be in proximity to its demise. Luo Fan mused quietly to himself. He recalled when he first awakened Zhao's assertion that fear, coupled with the act of killing a peculiar entity, constituted the prerequisites for awakening the sequence. Yet, it is reasonable. The apocalypse has erupted, yet humanity's research into the end times, the peculiar, and the sequences remains ongoing. Speculations arise, validations follow, and updates are incessantly made, entirely rational. Reflecting on Rose's awakening, he remembered that the peculiar entity she encountered was one he had shot down before her. It was not she who had dispatched it, yet she successfully awakened, aligning perfectly with what the post articulated. Continuing to ponder, Luo Fan delved deeper into the post. It stated that, based on the aforementioned criteria, 100 survivors had been utilized as experimental subjects, injected with adrenaline, only to have a peculiar entity dispatched before them. Regrettably, none of the subjects achieved awakening. It was surmised that only adrenaline secreted during personal fear could yield results. The subsequent research direction proposed that survivors be confronted with peculiar entities without revealing the truth to them, allowing the sequence bearers to eliminate the entities at critical moments to ascertain whether the means of mastering sequence awakening could be successfully uncovered. The post concluded here, with subsequent replies echoing sentiments of hope for the poster's success, eagerly anticipating further developments in the research. Luo Fan glanced at the poster's name. Wen Hao, silently committing it to memory. It appeared that even amidst the apocalypse, there existed a dedicated group striving in silence. Their research findings selflessly disseminated for the sake of humanity's greater opportunity. He held a deep admiration for such individuals. As he continued to browse, he encountered another post seeking to acquire rule-type eerie crystals, offering 100 ordinary eerie crystals in exchange for a single rule-type crystal. Luo Fan opened the post, finding the replies beneath to be a medley of peculiar inquiries. Rule-type eerie crystals? Surely, those who encountered rule-type peculiar entities had perished? It was improbable for such crystals to circulate in the market. 100? Are rule-type eerie crystals truly that valuable? Who possesses one? Wouldn't they be extraordinarily wealthy? It is indeed difficult to articulate, for the peculiarities of first-tier anomalies can be navigated with caution. With a few dedicated sequences, cooperating and investing ample time, it is conceivable to succeed. However, when it comes to rule-based anomalies, even a team from a single dedicated sequence is likely to face utter annihilation. Thus, in terms of value, it may well be that a rule-based anomaly crystal is more precious than 100 ordinary anomaly crystals. As for the purpose of these anomaly crystals, they serve to enhance one's power through absorption or are utilized in the forging of anomalous artifacts. But what, I wonder, is the specific function of a rule-based anomaly crystal? To those who might inquire, it would be futile. One is unlikely to ever possess a rule-based anomaly crystal in their lifetime. Acquiring one is akin to winning a lottery worth 5 million. Such a treasure, the rule-based anomaly crystal, could it truly hold such value? Upon reading this thread, Luo Fan pondered, reflecting on the 4 ordinary anomaly crystals he currently possessed, along with one rule-based anomaly crystal. An ordinary anomaly crystal could easily be exchanged for 1,000 pounds of beast flesh. And what of the rule-based anomaly crystal? It could be traded for 100 ordinary ones, but remains a rarity in the market. Luo Fan concluded that he should preserve this precious item while seeking to comprehend the extraordinary capabilities it possesses, which would compel individuals to trade 100 ordinary anomaly crystals for just one. Simultaneously, he came to a realization. No wonder Brother Neo's Shield Warrior sequence boasted such formidable blocking skills. His advancement had necessitated the consumption of a rule-based anomaly crystal. Chapter 69. This is the correct way to execute a triple shot. Ding! As Luo Fan browsed through forum posts, a notification suddenly popped up. A message exclusively from friend. In Luo Fan's phone, the only friends he had were Qian Zhonghua, who sold him the phone, Lian Ziqiong, AIC, and Zhao Chunfeng. Upon opening the message, Luo Fan discovered it was from Lian Ziqiong. Did you hunt down the rule-type anomaly in Lin City? Excellent. Did you see my reply to the post about it? Do you possess a rule-type anomaly crystal? Indeed. Then be sure to keep it safe. The optimal time to absorb a rule-type anomaly crystal is when you are at level 10 or 15, essentially when you're on the verge of awakening a new skill. Rumor has it that absorbing a rule-type anomaly crystal just before awakening a skill can imbue that skill with rule-type effects. While this remains unverified, it is likely not without merit. Moreover, rule-type anomaly crystals are exceedingly rare, making verification a challenging endeavor. As Luo Fan read Lin Ziqiang's message, his brow furrowed in contemplation, and he couldn't help but recall Niu Dagong's blocking ability. Initially, he believed that his ability to block 90 of damage was simply a testament to the strength of the Shield Warrior sequence. However, it now appeared that the rule-type effect of blocking stemmed from the anomaly crystal used during the promotion to that sequence. Now that he was at level 11, would absorbing a rule-type anomaly crystal upon reaching level 15, just before advancing to level 16, allow his skills to also acquire rule-type effects? Rule-type skills were generally considered divine abilities, as rules transcended the disparity in strength. Much like characters in esports, no matter how high your level, even if someone else is merely at level 1, the effects of silence, confinement, and stun remain uniformly potent. They do not diminish simply due to a higher level. The influence of rules supersedes that of these control-type skills. What a pity it was. Had he absorbed the crystal during the promotion to his specialized sequence, his first skill could have also been infused with the power of rules. After a moment of silent reflection, Luo Fan, filled with regret, sent a message to Lin Ziqiang. You've advanced to a specialized sequence? Which sequence is it? What is your first skill? Is it underwhelming? Typically, inquiring about another's skills among sequence holders was considered rather presumptuous, but with Luo Fan's playful banter, Lin Ziqiang naturally followed suit. My awakened sequence is the Demon Hunter, and my first skill is Triple Shot. The subsequent arrows can double the attack power of the first arrow, and each arrow carries a small probability of inducing silence. Luo Fan scoffed lightly before hastily typing a second message. I still envy your shadow assassin. Your ability to become invisible is simply formidable. Indeed, from the very first moment he encountered Lin Ziqiang, Luo Fan had been utterly captivated by her stealth capabilities. After sending this message, the conversation came to an abrupt halt. He waited for a full half-minute, yet there was no response from Lin Ziqiang, leaving Luo Fan somewhat bewildered. What on earth? One moment we were chatting, and suddenly the person vanished. Is this how women converse? A dragon that is seen only at the beginning and never again? Can even the illustrious Lin Ziqiang be an exception? Lian Gu, are you still there? After waiting a full minute without receiving a reply from Lin Ziqiang, Luo Fan sent another message. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but upon sending the message, Luo Fan felt as if he were nothing more than an eager admirer. Shaking his head, he cast aside the chaotic thoughts. I have no desire to engage with you. Your demeanor reeks of arrogance. Your name, Fan, must indeed signify vanity, does it not? Once Luo Fan dispatched his message, Lin Ziqiang promptly responded, albeit with a message brimming with resentment that seemed almost palpable through the screen. Lian Gu, what do you mean by that? In what way am I being arrogant? Luo Fan stared at the reply, utterly bewildered. You eliminated that rule-type anomaly, which surely pertains to your ascension in the professional hierarchy, does it not? Instead of directly addressing Luo Fan's inquiry, Lin Ziqiang posed another question. Indeed, my ascension criteria required the elimination of an anomaly of a higher level than myself. By sheer coincidence, I managed to defeat that rule-type anomaly, thus advancing to the rank of Demon Hunter. Luo Fan provided an affirmative response. I suspected as much. Your rapid-fire skill is nothing short of extraordinary. Only by hunting a rule-type anomaly alone could one achieve such prowess. Lin Ziqiang's reply conveyed a sense of enlightenment. Lian Gu, please elucidate. In what manner is my rapid-fire skill exceptional? Is it not merely the case that the arrows I shoot double in attack power and carry a minuscule chance of inducing silence? Luo Fan was genuinely puzzled, as he had only hinted at a double shot, having yet to mention a triple shot. How could Lin Ziqiang hold such esteem for it? Are you truly unaware? Or is this a display of arrogance? Lin Ziqiang inquired with a hint of disbelief. Of course, I am genuinely unaware. Luo Fan responded instantly. Very well. Let me ask. Your rank is Demon Hunter, not Demon Archer, correct? Indeed, I'm a hunter, not an archer. Then it is settled, is it not? Your skill may be rapid fire, but it does not specify that it is a consecutive shot. This means you can unleash a flurry of arrows. But you could just as easily do so with a slingshot or even firearms and artillery. All could achieve rapid fire. The potency of this skill is contingent upon the strength of the tool employed. In theory, your skill should possess no limits. Imagine if you crafted a device capable of launching a nuclear missile. Consider the implications of rapid-fire nuclear strikes, where the second missile could potentially double in power. While this is merely conjecture, the theory appears sound, does it not? Just because you possess a bow, why do you confine your focus solely to archery? Enough. I am no longer present. For matters of import, burn paper for me. For trivial matters, summon my spirit. For significant matters, excavate my grave. Do not trouble me further. Should you stand before me now, I might just bite you. Caught in a dilemma between concern for a brother's hardship and envy over a brother's luxury. Lien Ziqiang felt as if Luo Fan were squandering a golden opportunity to beg for scraps. The palpable resentment and envy emanated from the screen, prompting Lien Ziqiang to abruptly terminate the conversation. As Luo Fan gazed at the message sent by Lien Ziqiang, he sprang to his feet, almost leaping in astonishment. With a resounding clap, he raised his hand and struck his own face twice. How could this be? This encapsulated Luo Fan's overwhelming feelings. Indeed, Lien Ziqiang was right to chastise him. His class was that of a demon hunter, not a mere demon archer. While the skill was termed triple shot, it was certainly not a triple arrow. Just because he possessed a bow, did he subconsciously confine the notion of triple shot to an archery-exclusive skill? Logically speaking, a slingshot, which is relatively low in power, and even more formidable firearms such as the AWM sniper rifle or the Barrett should all fall within the skill's purview, right? Moreover, it is entirely reasonable for a hunter to wield a shotgun. If only he could acquire a cannon, the application of the triple shot skill would be exhilarating. Merely contemplating it left Luo Fan brimming with excitement. Lien Ziqiang's critique was indeed valid. Was this not common knowledge? How had he failed to realize it? He remembered that Brother Zhao owned a handgun. Perhaps he could borrow it for experimentation? Awakening in a moment of clarity, was the fool truly himself? It seemed that triple shot was the true marvel. Chapter 70. Indeed, a slingshot can unleash a triple shot. The successful check-in brought forth a reward of 500 yuan, leaving a balance of 830. The notification of the check-in bonus fluttered at the corner of Luo Fan's eye, arriving as expected. In the past, each time the check-in bonus was credited, Luo Fan felt a surge of joy. However, this time, his focus was entirely diverted from the monetary reward. In his hands, a Y-shaped branch was meticulously fashioned by Luo Fan. Subsequently, he had retrieved a segment of bowstring, a remnant from when he had optimized his double vision bow using python tendons. He deftly secured the bowstring to the branch, crafting a rudimentary slingshot. Bending down, he collected a few small stones from the ground, and, with the slingshot in hand, set his sights on a nearby tree, roughly the girth of his arm. Triple shot. Whack. The first stone was launched from the slingshot, striking the trunk and peeling away a small patch of bark. Swift as lightning, Luo Fan followed up with a second stone, which landed at the same spot, displaying an evident increase in force. Wood chips flew as fresh timber was exposed. Not finished yet, almost simultaneously, the third stone zipped through the air, creating a sharp gust, and once more struck the same point. The sensation from a small stone felt entirely unlike that of a slingshot. It resembled a bullet discharged from a firearm. With a crack, a cavity the size of an egg was left in the trunk, with the stone firmly embedded within it. It was hard to believe that such power emanated from a mere slingshot. Observing the gaping wound in the tree and the stone lodged as if it were a bullet, Luo Fan silently marveled at the extraordinary might of the triple shot. The force of the first stone was unenhanced, while the second exhibited double the power. By the time the third stone was unleashed, the force had quadrupled. However, Luo Fan's experiment was not solely to gauge the triple shot's potency. It was also to ascertain whether this technique could be employed with other implements. Just as Lin Ziqiang had asserted, it was not limited to bows and arrows. Slingshots could be utilized as well. This led to the conclusion that firearms and even artillery could potentially unleash the triple shot as long as they propelled something. It became evident that Luo Fan needed to seek out a more formidable projectile weapon. Having now grasped the correct application of the triple shot, he mused internally. A superior shooting weapon had become his primary objective. After stowing the slingshot away, Luo Fan returned to the truck to rest. Initially, he had contemplated borrowing Zhao Chuanfeng's handgun for experimentation. However, considering the rarity of Zhao Chuanfeng's ammunition, and given that he was merely testing whether he could activate the triple shot without a bow, he deemed it unnecessary to waste Zhao Chuanfeng's resources. As for the notion of not wanting to reveal more about his triple shot capability, Luo Fan would never admit to such a sentiment. Returning to the vehicle, thoughts of his triple shot swirling chaotically in Luo Fan's mind, he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. In this dream, he found himself wielding a gun of peculiar design, pulling the trigger against an ominous entity as colossal as a mountain, initiating a series of 3 shots. Radiant beams of light erupted from the muzzle of his firearm, visible even from a distance of thousands of meters. The final beam pierced through the monstrous apparition. Suddenly, a series of knocks jolted him awake. It was Niu Dagong, standing before his truck, rapping on the window. "Luo Fan, it's time. Prepare yourself," Niu Dagong informed him. At this, Luo Fan quickly gathered his thoughts, sitting upright and gently shaking and showering awake. The clock read approximately 3 a.m. Not only Luo Fan, but other survivors in the convoy were also beginning to stir, preparing for the journey ahead. During their previous halt, Zhao Chunfeng had mentioned that they could only rest for 6 hours. The survivors, accustomed to a migratory existence, promptly got up to ready themselves for departure. Fortunately, there was no immediate rush to relocate today. With Luo Fan's recent promotion to a specialized rank and the inclusion of a fellow specialist, the strength of their convoy had significantly increased. They were preparing to confront the impending threat, ready to engage in a joint hunt while advising everyone to remain vigilant and avoid danger. As Zhao Chuanfeng's spokesperson, Uncle Li called out to the survivors who were packing up. "Huh? We are to hunt the anomalies? Isn't that too dangerous? If we can avoid them, why engage?" Some questioned. Yes, those with ranks possess the means of self-preservation in the face of anomalies, but we ordinary folk do not, others echoed. "I simply wish to follow the convoy and never encounter any anomalies in my life," one lamented. The enhancement of rank within the sequence necessitates continual growth through combat. Thus, confronting manageable anomalies is quite understandable. "What does that have to do with me? I just want to live safely," another expressed. "If you're dissatisfied, you may leave the convoy," came the retort. "Enough of this talk. Regardless, I have been with our convoy for quite some time. Initially, it was just the leader and Niu Dagong as the 2 specialists. Recently, our numbers have increased, and we now boast several specialists among us. The overall strength of our convoy has improved, which is undoubtedly a positive development." Uncle Li's words stirred a considerable commotion among the survivors. Some felt that since avoidance was an option, there was no need to confront the anomalies. However, others expressed understanding regarding the specialist's intention to hunt the anomalies. Regardless of the myriad opinions among the survivors, Luo Fan, along with Ace and Xiaoran and Niu Dagong, convened to reassess the distribution of rewards from a hunt. Luo Fan, Ace, and Xiaoran and Niu Dagong would each receive 20 of the spoils, while Zhao Chunfeng and Rose would each acquire 10. Regarding such a distribution of benefits, there were no objections, and everyone was invigorated. In truth, it was merely an oddity. My divine fire is more than capable of reducing the foul anomaly to ashes. Ace spoke, his usual air of arrogance evident as he extended his finger, azure flames igniting at its tip. "Here it comes." Sensing a shift, Luo Fan gazed into the distance, where amidst the inky darkness, 2 emerald green lights suddenly flared to life, growing increasingly distinct. Moments later, illuminated by the moonlight, Luo Fan discerned the form of an eerie creature with a silvery white body, resembling a skeletal figure, yet exuding a metallic essence, its entire being enshrouded in thorns. A A crown of thorns adorned its head, each adorned with a skull impaled upon it. The once seen verdant glow was revealed to be the creature's eyes. Noticing Luo Fan and the others, the anomaly bared its toothy maw and charged forth with ferocity. Buzz! Although Shaoran typically remained silent, her movements were remarkably swift, raising her hand to summon a beam of holy light. A milky white radiance cascaded from the void above, enveloping the creature and bestowing upon it the effect of weakness. Chapter 71. The Ascendance of the Aberration. Triple shot activated. The divine light descends. This is the inaugural skill of Shaoran's specialized sequence, which bestows a boon upon allies while inflicting a debilitation upon foes. Amidst the tumultuous melee, Shaoran understands that applying a debuff to the aberration carries the greatest significance. Visibly, the previously menacing aberration, upon being enveloped by the divine light, noticeably diminished in speed, akin to a speeding truck abruptly hitting the brakes. Niu shouted, gripping his massive fire axe, and similarly activated a state of invulnerability, charging towards the aberration. As a shield warrior, he was acutely aware of his role, positioning himself at the forefront. With a thunderous crash, Niu collided with the aberration, reminiscent of two colossal trucks colliding head-on. Missile! Rose raised her hand, launching a missile the size of a fist. Almost simultaneously, Ace followed suit, also employing a missile skill. Yet Ace's missile was as large as a basketball, its sheer size indicating superiority over Rose's. The pyromancer, Ace's azure flames possessed explosive properties. Thus, standing beside the aberration, Ace refrained from utilizing his explosive fireball. Otherwise, it would not merely strike the aberration, but would also engulf Niu in the blast. After all, this is reality, not a game. The flames do not possess the capability to discern friend from foe. Hence, single-target missile attacks proved more suitable than the area effect explosive fireball. Phantom Step. Luo Fan executed the Phantom Step, instantly feeling as light as a feather, darting towards the aberration with the speed of a specter. Simultaneously, with the Bloodblade in hand, he aimed to strike at the aberration's enormous head. The Bloodblade was imbued with a severing and bleeding effect, yet the aberration appeared forged from steel, leaving Luo Fan uncertain whether any blood coursed through its veins. Consequently, he directly unleashed the skill of a blunt strike. Clang! The handle of the blood blade struck the aberration's head, and the previously imposing aberration, which had been forcing Niu back, instantly succumbed to a state of dizziness. Seizing the opportunity, Niu raised his fire axe high and delivered a powerful chop to the aberration's forehead. With a resounding crash, the axe struck the aberration's head, embedding itself firmly within its brow. Letting out a piercing roar, the now reawakened aberration, having endured the heavy blow, wildly swung its thorn-covered arms. Luo Fan reacted swiftly, stepping back to increase the distance. However, Niu was unable to retreat in time, and was struck by one of the sweeping arms, sending him hurtling through the air. Though Niu, as a shield warrior, possessed remarkable defense, the blow left him with several gashes, blood pouring forth. A vibrant green luminescence swiftly danced around Niu, marking the activation of Shaoran's healing effect. Filthy and grotesque aberration faced the divine retribution of the flames. As Niu was hurled away, Ace, now unrestrained, raised his hand, and azure flames rapidly ignited within it, transforming into a fireball the size of a basin, which was hurled towards the anomalous entity. The explosion reverberated like a high-powered grenade upon impact. Luo Fan, drawing his dual-eyed bow, swiftly knocked an arrow and locked onto the creature's head within a mere 2 seconds. The first arrow was released, striking true, its armor-piercing tip embedding itself deep within the entity's skull. Almost simultaneously, the second arrow struck the creature's forehead, penetrating so deeply that half of its shaft was buried within, a testament to Luo Fan's rapid succession of shots. At that moment, the staggered Niu let out a fierce cry and charged towards the creature, seizing the axe lodged in its forehead and swinging it down with tremendous force, toppling the entity to the ground. With the axe freed, he began to hack furiously, shattering the iron thorns that adorned its head, causing the skulls entangled within to tumble to the ground. Meanwhile, Ace and Rose continued to unleash a barrage of missiles, relentlessly bombarding the creature. Luo Fan surged forward once more, employing his ethereal steps, his blood blade darting about as he delivered a flurry of strikes, landing numerous blows upon the entity. Faced with the combined onslaught of these specialized fighters, the creature's struggles diminished significantly until it finally lay still. Had they succeeded? Niu Dagong and Luo Fan withdrew several paces, gazing down at the motionless creature with a quiet sigh of relief. Luo Fan mused to himself that this entity, among its kind, exhibited an astonishingly robust defense. It was no wonder that prior to his arrival, only Niu and Xiao Ran had been present, while Zhao had led the convoy to safety. However, just as everyone believed the creature was vanquished, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The skulls that had fallen to the ground began to pulsate with an unusual rhythm, lifting off the ground with alarming speed. The skulls seemed to laugh, their jaws opening and closing as a vibrant green light ignited within their eye sockets. Miraculously, the creature that had been lying still began to rise once more, its form swelling as if inflated, growing from its original height of over 2 meters to approximately 3 meters. Even Niu Dagong appeared diminutive in comparison. With a cacophony, all the skulls launched themselves towards Luo Fan and his companions. Simultaneously, the creature itself took heavy strides, each step reverberating through the earth as it advanced toward Xiaoran. It was evident that despite being attacked by Niu Dagong and Luo Fan, the creature perceived the weakening effect of the divine light upon itself as its most unbearable affliction. Thus, its primary target became the distant in Xiaoran. This anomaly has advanced. A profound sense of foreboding enveloped Luo Fan as he sensed the extraordinary upheaval. It was evident that this particular anomaly was a formidable contender among its peers, yet he never anticipated that it would evolve at such a critical juncture. Taking a deep breath, Luo Fan once again nocked an arrow, his piercing gaze trained upon the adversary. With a sharp twang, another arrow struck the anomaly's head. However, a resonant clash echoed as the arrowhead, designed to penetrate armor, merely embedded itself shallowly. After its advancement, the anomaly's defenses had become even more formidable. With fervor, Ace waved his hands, summoning azure flames that surged towards the skeletal heads suspended in midair. Niu Gong, intercept it! Luo Fan shouted emphatically. Responding to his call, Niu Gong dashed forward, positioning himself between Xiaoran and the anomaly, crossing his arms to assume a defensive stance. Skill block. With a thunderous impact, the charging anomaly resembled a high-speed train, while Niu Gong stood resolute like an immovable mountain. Absorbing 90 of the attack, the anomaly's relentless onslaught came to an abrupt halt, akin to a ship colliding with a rocky barrier. From a distance, Luo Fan drew back his bowstring, his gaze swiftly honing in on the anomaly's neck. Triple shot, activate. Chapter 72. This old six, could it possibly unleash a 4-shot barrage? The peculiarities after its advancement were not limited to its body becoming more colossal. Its power had increased in every aspect, and even the skulls that were originally pierced through its head could now levitate and launch attacks. At this moment, Ace wielded his hands, unleashing azure explosive flames towards those skulls, attempting to thwart their advance and create a favorable environment for others to deal damage. After all, these skulls flying in the air could only be targeted by his flames and Luo Fan's arrows. However, despite Ace exerting all his efforts, several skulls managed to slip through, with one breaking free from the flames and hurtling towards Xiaoran. As a completely supportive character, Xiaoran had no means of defense against the approaching skull. Niu had just intercepted the bizarre entity with a blocking skill, and as he watched the skull soar past him towards Xiaoran, his expression turned to one of horror, yet he was utterly powerless to intervene. Just as the skull was about to reach Xiaoran, a figure suddenly stepped in front of her. It was Rose. Fire Ring. Rose summoned all her strength to activate the second skill of her spell sequence. A ring of flames appeared, radiating outward from her body, a skill designed to dispel surrounding enemies. However, while the skull was not the bizarre entity itself, it was still a part of the second-tier anomaly, and thus the effect of Rose's initial spell sequence was minimal. The skull was momentarily hindered by the flames emanating from Rose, pausing for just a fleeting instant before continuing its charge. This brief halt resembled the minor jolt felt when a car shifts gears, so subtle that one might not notice unless paying close attention. Yet, Sharon's reaction was swift. Just as the skull breached the fire ring, a gray shield suddenly materialized around Rose. Although merely a skill from the initial support sequence, its power was formidable thanks to Sharon's specialized abilities. The skull collided with the gray shield, yet it shattered like glass, fissures appearing ominously, indicating its impending collapse. Holy light descends. Just as the shield was on the verge of breaking, Shaoran raised her hand, casting a skill that summoned a beam of divine light upon the bizarre entity, once again imposing an all-encompassing debuff upon it. Rose, Luo Fan, armed with his dual-eyed bow, witnessed Rose standing protectively in front of Shaoran, feeling a surge of surprise within him. Nevertheless, this was not the time for contemplation. The anomaly had advanced, and if he held back now, it could spell doom for everyone present. Taking a deep breath, Luo Fan's dual-eyed bow locked onto the entity, aiming directly at its hollow eye sockets. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. If it were merely a matter of aiming at the anomaly without regard for its location, the time taken for the eye of the anomaly's lock-on would naturally be brief. However, if the target is a peculiar and specific area, the smaller the location, the more time it takes to lock on. Each passing second seems interminable, and after an indeterminate duration, success is finally achieved. Luo Fan promptly releases the bowstring. With a resounding twang, the first penetrating arrow darts forth, aimed straight at the enigmatic eye. Being a second-tier anomaly, its reflexes are exceedingly swift. It immediately swipes its palm in an attempt to block the incoming projectile. Yet, the arrow, as if endowed with life, gracefully evades the creature's hand and plunges directly into its eye socket. The second arrow follows almost instantaneously. The first arrow embeds itself within the anomaly's eye, eliciting a shriek of agony, while the second arrow penetrates the eye socket and exits through the back of its head, lodging itself firmly in the creature's skull. The third arrow follows with even greater speed, inflicting quadruple damage at the same point. It pierces through the eye socket, causing the back of the anomaly's head to collapse as though it were made of paper. The third arrow emerges triumphantly from the rear, and a brief, half-hearted scream escapes before it is abruptly silenced, the metallic form of the anomaly crashing to the ground like a grand edifice. Simultaneously, the skeletal heads that have been suspended in midair plummet to the earth. Dead. Has it finally perished? Nyoda, gasping for breath, remains vigilant, wary of any signs of the anomaly rising again. The sheer power of that triple shot is astounding. 3 arrows in a single second, delivering 7-fold damage. Coupled with the weakening effects of Shaoran's sacred light and the vulnerability of the eye socket, it has utterly obliterated the foe. Luo Fan sheathes his dual-eyed bow and shakes his wrist, feeling a slight ache from the rapid succession of shots. Did you just unleash 3 arrows in rapid succession? AIC marvels at Luo Fan. Moreover, the destructive force of the third arrow is astonishingly superior, far exceeding that of my explosive fireball. Indeed, the first arrow penetrates the eye socket, while the second shatters the anomaly's cranium, and the third, well, it creates a gaping hole in the back of its head. It is evident that each successive shot is more powerful than the last. In terms of destructive capacity, my explosive flames pale in comparison. Your explosive flames primarily deal area damage, whereas my triple shot focuses on pinpoint damage, which naturally results in a different impact. Luo Fan explains casually in response to AIC's observation. That makes sense. My flames are meant to incinerate everything in their path, while your precision strikes differ significantly. AIC acknowledges, nodding with a smile. TSK, I knew that the anomalies governed by the rules of execution are not that easily vanquished. It seems your rapid fire is not merely a double shot, but indeed a triple shot. As the battle finally concludes, Zhao Chunfeng approaches, expressing his astonishment at Luo Fan with a gaze reminiscent of a seasoned strategist. Luo Xiaoga, deceiving even your own kind. This truly is unexpected. The Rose, with a hint of amusement, spoke up. Indeed, skills such as Xiaoan's divine light and Nyoji's block have been honestly divulged. As Zhao Gu rightly stated, Luo Gu is indeed quite cunning. He merely deceives us. He does not seek to harm us. Meanwhile, Niu Dagong, indifferent, shook his head dismissively. Listening to Zhao Chunfeng, Luo Fan nodded earnestly. Ah, yes, you are correct. My skill is not a double shot, but rather a triple shot. Indeed, that is precisely it. However, despite Luo Fan's earnest nodding, for some inexplicable reason, the more he candidly acknowledged this, the more Zhao Chunfeng felt something was amiss. Could it be that the triple shot is not the true answer? Surely, there cannot be a quadruple shot. Given Luo Fan's sly nature, it indeed seemed a distinct possibility. Chapter 73. The Master's Friendship Application. The second-tier anomaly was vanquished through the concerted efforts of the team. Although the process was fraught with peril, it remains true that as long as no casualties occur within the squad, the danger cannot be deemed genuine. Following this battle, the members of the sequence had their first experience of formal cooperation. After tending to the bizarre corpse, Luo Fan and his companions gathered together. The second-tier anomaly crystal was naturally considered a joint asset of the team. Additionally, the eerie body, gleaming with a metallic sheen, might prove useful in the future. So was collected as well. As the several members of the sequence sat together, they reflected on the recent skirmish, discussing the combat strategies employed and pondering potential areas for optimization. Overall, the extermination of a second-tier anomaly was a cause for celebration for the Hope Fleet. On one hand, there was the prize of the second-tier anomaly. On the other, it marked the fleet's first instance of not retreating from the relentless pursuit of anomalies, but instead confronting and overcoming them, signifying a significant transformation for the Hope Fleet. According to Zhao Chunfeng's divination, the squad was entitled to a lengthy rest of 70 hours, allowing the entire Hope Fleet to relax. Luo Fan reclined in his truck, resting, and upon awakening the next morning, he opened his eyes to find a veil of darkness obscuring his vision. He understood that this was the onset of the side effect from his ocular bow. However, it seemed that these side effects were only accounted for upon waking. They could not be assessed while he was asleep. This left no room for him to exploit any potential glitches. Thus, the side effect appeared to be a theft of his vision. While asleep, everything was already shrouded in darkness, so how could it be considered? Nevertheless, having mentally prepared himself, Luo Fan remained unperturbed. With his eyes open despite seeing nothing, he grasped an anomaly crystal in his palm. Actively absorbing its energy, he felt a gentle flow of power seep from the crystal, swiftly dispersing throughout his body. Indeed, after approximately 2 hours, the encroaching darkness dissipated rapidly, and his vision returned to normal. Valuing the rare respite, which lasted for 3 days and nights, Luo Fan cherished every moment. Lying in his small truck, he scrolled through forums on his phone to pass the time. Although there were no entertainment options, engaging with the outside world through the forum was far preferable to sitting idly in silence. In the midst of the apocalypse, being able to leisurely browse one's phone was undoubtedly a luxurious affair. As per usual, numerous friend requests flooded in, yet Luo Fan was too indifferent to examine them. Additionally, there were posts regarding regulatory anomalies in Lin City, to which he had replied, garnering a plethora of responses. Among them were 2 gratitude posts stating that Lin City was indeed quite spacious. 2 other fleets had ventured there and enjoyed a bountiful harvest, expressing their thanks to Luo Fan. Seeing this, Luo Fan smiled knowingly. Assisting others is the essence of joy. Although this statement may seem extravagant in a post-apocalyptic world, Luo Fan found genuine joy in being able to assist others so readily. After perusing several posts, one in particular captured Luo Fan's attention. It was authored by one Hao. Luo Fan recalled this name. He was the individual who had been diligently conducting various research studies throughout the apocalypse. Upon clicking the post, Luo Fan discovered it was an experimental report. Previously, attempts to induce adrenaline in survivors by artificially injecting it and then eliminating bizarre entities near them had failed miserably, resulting in several individuals succumbing to toxicity from the adrenaline dosage, with none achieving a successful awakening. This time, however, 30 survivors were prepared and subjected to bizarre encounters without prior notification, and during the ensuing chase by these entities, 2 individuals remarkably succeeded in awakening their sequences. This preliminary evidence suggested that the method might indeed be viable. The post garnered immense attention, prompting Luo Fan to sit up straighter as he scrolled through the comments below. Master Wen Hao, truly a master. Have we genuinely discovered a means to help ordinary individuals awaken their sequences? If this method is fully implemented, the number of awakened individuals could surge dramatically. But with only 2 awakenings from 30 participants, it appears the level of terror was insufficient. If half the group were to perish, or even a third, the fear of death would intensify, likely resulting in at least 7 or 8 awakenings. Hey upstairs, do you have even a shred of humanity left? We're in an apocalypse, my friend, and you wish to discuss humanity? If people abandon their humanity, how do we differ from beasts? The responses quickly devolved into a philosophical debate on human nature. As Luo Fan skimmed through these replies, he shook his head, preparing to close the post, when suddenly a notification appeared prompting the author to revise the content. New information to share? Intrigued, Luo Fan refreshed the post. However, upon closer examination of Master Wen Hao's content, there seemed to be no substantial changes, save for an additional line at the very bottom. Luo Fan, please accept my friend request. Is this about me? Upon reading that final line, Luo Fan sat up with renewed vigor. In this bleak world, there were still those striving for humanity's future through research, openly sharing their findings with such selflessness. Luo Fan felt a deep-seated admiration for this altruistic spirit. Yet, he was astonished to find his name mentioned in the post. It felt akin to an ordinary citizen in the pre-apocalyptic era suddenly establishing contact with a major celebrity. Surely, it couldn't be a case of shared name? Overwhelmed with excitement, Luo Fan promptly opened a list of friend requests, meticulously reviewing each name. After several minutes of searching through thousands of entries, he finally located the name Wen Hao. Without hesitation, Luo Fan accepted the friend request. Luo Fan's list of friends, apart from Xian Zhonghua, Lin Ziqiong, Zhao Chunfeng, and AC, finally welcomed a 5th companion. Upon accepting the friend request, Luo Fan found himself filled with a sense of exhilaration. Master Wen Hao. This title was not self-appointed, but rather a designation conferred by the vast community of sequence users. Luo Fan felt a deep admiration, pondering what prompted Master Wen Hao to add him as a friend. Just then, Zhao Chunfeng hurriedly approached Luo Fan's truck. Brother Zhao, what's the matter? Luo Fan inquired as he rolled down the window. Check the sequence forum. Master Wen Hao has posted a new thread, calling for you to accept his friend request. Take a look. Zhao Chunfeng, having just acquired a phone, was evidently engrossed in the forum and rushed to inform Luo Fan. I have already accepted the master's friend request. Luo Fan replied, raising his phone. Is that so? What did the master say? Zhao Chunfeng eagerly leaned in, opening the truck door. The master hasn't sent any messages yet. He probably doesn't know that I have accepted his request. Luo Fan shook his head. Ding. At that moment, the notification sound of a private message chime. Chapter 74. Zhao Chuanfeng's complaints. Luo Fan's shamelessness. Greetings, comrade Luo Fan. Upon checking my phone, I discovered a message from Master Wen Hao. The term comrade evoked a sense of nostalgia within Luo Fan. To his surprise, he found himself still hearing such a title in this apocalyptic world. Hello, Master, Luo Fan promptly replied. Comrade Luo Fan, may I inquire, have you utilized the rule-type anomalous crystal you possess? Master Wen Hao directly approached the subject without any unnecessary preamble. Not yet. Luo Fan was pleased with the straightforwardness of the conversation and, after a moment's hesitation, candidly responded. Then, would you consider parting with it? I am currently in dire need of a rule-type anomalous crystal for a significant new research endeavor. Upon learning that Luo Fan still held the crystal, Master Wen Hao's messages flowed in swiftly. Absolutely not. Luo Fan decisively declined. Indeed, he held a profound admiration for someone like Master Wen Hao. Were it possible to assist him, he would not hesitate to do so. However, relinquishing the rule-type anomalous crystal was beyond his capabilities. The rule-type anomalous crystal was essential for him to absorb upon reaching level 15, as the skills at level 16 would bestow the power of rules. Surely, skills enhanced by the power of rules could be deemed divine, just like Brother Nyo's blocking ability. Had it not been for the blocking skill, no one could have withstood the second-tier anomalous impact last night. Therefore, concerning his own vital interests in such a significant matter, Luo Fan would never part with a rule-type anomalous crystal merely due to personal admiration. A silence ensued. Evidently, Master Wenhao was taken aback by Luo Fan's blunt refusal. After a considerable pause of half a minute, a new message arrived. Comrade Luo Fan, what is your current level? Level 11. Luo Fan responded without any intention of concealing the truth, genuinely and calmly. Please do not rush to refuse. I fully understand the significance of a rule-type anomalous crystal. I'm not asking for it without reason. Would you care to hear my proposal? Master Wenhao's message followed. Perhaps. Though reluctant to part with the rule-type anomalous crystal, Luo Fan, considering the esteemed master's position, decided to entertain the idea of an offer. In exchange, I can provide you with a necessary rule-type anomalous artifact, along with 10 second-tier anomalous crystals. How's that sound? I am aware that some have claimed on the forum that one rule-type anomalous crystal can be exchanged for 100 ordinary anomalous crystals, and that second-tier anomalous crystals can be traded for 10 ordinary first-tier ones. I am genuinely in urgent need of a rule-type anomalous crystal. Master Wenhao had presented his offer. Indeed, Luo Fan had previously encountered forum posts where individuals were willing to trade 100 ordinary anomalous crystals for a single rule-type anomalous crystal. Offering 10 second-tier anomalous crystals equated to 100 ordinary first-tier crystals, and it also included a rule-type anomalous artifact. Master, if my memory serves me correctly, crafting a rule-based artifact indeed requires a rule-based crystal, does it not? After a moment of silence, Luo Fan was astonished by the grand proposal from the other party and promptly sent an inquiry. Indeed, a rule-based artifact necessitates a rule-based crystal as its core for its creation. To exchange one rule-based artifact along with 10 second-tier crystals merely to obtain a single rule-based crystal seems rather unprofitable, does it not? While crystals can be forged into artifacts, once an artifact is completed, it cannot yield crystals. The message from Master Wenhao was imbued with a sense of helplessness. From the pricing presented, Luo Fan could distinctly perceive the sincerity of the offer. It was akin to possessing a piece of gold or estimated to yield 1 million in value. Yet, Master Wenhao required this and proposed to exchange it for 1 million in cash along with a gold bar of equal worth. Such earnestness is commendable, is it not? Accept it, Luo Fan. You must accept it quickly. A rule-based artifact holds value comparable to a crystal, especially considering the labor involved. Not to mention the 10 second-tier crystals he is adding. Zhao Chunfeng urged anxiously beside him. Brother Zhao, even the mightiest artifacts carry side effects, and the stronger they are, the greater the repercussions. However, a rule-based divine skill is a personal asset that can be utilized for a lifetime without concern for adverse effects, Luo Fan replied, shaking his head, indicating his reluctance to exchange. Luo Fan, have you considered that if rule-based crystals are indeed more suitable, why would anyone choose to use them to forge artifacts instead of reserving them to enhance their skills? Zhao Chunfeng countered. That is indeed a valid point. Luo Fan mused. From the perspective of benefits, using rule-based crystals to enhance skills seems to yield greater returns than crafting artifacts. So why not retain them for skill enhancement instead of using them for forging? I have encountered this question while browsing forums. The effect of using crystals to forge artifacts surpasses the mere enhancement of skills. To illustrate, consider the block ability of the gang, which can mitigate 90 of damage. However, if this crystal is embedded in a shield, the mitigation rate could potentially reach 99. While the difference appears minimal, the actual effect is magnified tenfold. Of course, this is merely a metaphor, yet it conveys the essence. The benefits derived from forging artifacts can outweigh the side effects. Additionally, 10 second-tier crystals can significantly elevate your sequence level. In this apocalyptic era, while the strength of skills is undeniably crucial, the sequence level holds equal importance. After all, a higher sequence level translates to greater overall strength and a broader array of skills. You have indeed encountered a master who presently requires a rule-based crystal. The premium is steep, and once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Well, Luo Fan conceded that Zhao Chuanfeng's words had indeed struck a chord within him. The absorption of a first-tier anomaly crystal was far more effective than merely consuming the flesh of ferocious beasts. The thought of a second-tier anomaly crystal was almost beyond imagination. Brother Zhao was correct. Advancing 1's sequence level was undeniably of paramount importance. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Fan swiftly seized his phone and sent a few messages to the esteemed Master Wenhao. Master, I have always held you in high regard. Your intention to conduct experiments with rule-type anomaly crystals surely pertains to the welfare of all humanity. Initially, I intended to reserve this crystal for enhancing my subsequent skills according to the rules. However, upon careful reflection, for the sake of the Master and the greater good of the world, I am willing to relinquish it. That said, I do have a few requests that I hope the Master can accommodate. As Luo Fan typed, Zhao Chunfeng leaned in to observe. Yet, upon reading the message Luo Fan was sending, he could not help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, how could there exist such brazen and shameless individuals in this world? Chapter 75. Identification of the True Injury Gem. Very well, Comrade Luo Fan. Please state your request, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate it. Master Wenhao on the opposite side appeared quite agreeable. First, I require a weapon of the rule type, one that I can personally utilize. It may be a projectile weapon, whether it be a bow, crossbow, or firearm. Any of these will suffice. Secondly, I need you to announce on the forum that I have provided you with a rule-type crystal. Since you are aware that I possess such a crystal, it is inevitable that many others are also informed. To be candid, I have been inundated with friend requests lately, including from individuals with dubious intentions. A simple action on your part could help me avoid numerous potential threats. Luo Fan articulated his two demands. The second request is no trouble at all, a mere gesture. However, I will require some time to fulfill the first request, Master Wenhao replied. Very well, I shall await your contact once you have found it, Luo Fan concluded, and thus, the two reached a preliminary agreement regarding the terms of their transaction. I will expedite my search and reach out to you shortly. It seemed that Master Wenhao was quite satisfied with the outcome, leading to a cessation of their communication. Luo Fan, you truly dare to ask for such a thing. It is already quite a feat to procure a rule-type item, and yet you request a projectile weapon. Zhao Chunfeng remarked with a hint of admiration as he observed Luo Fan put away his phone. What choice do I have? My primary skill in the specialized sequence is rapid fire. It can only be effectively executed with a projectile weapon. Were it a continuous strike, I would not have such specific demands regarding the weapon type, Luo Fan shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Zhao Chunfeng nodded in understanding. Indeed, while Luo Fan's rapid-fire ability was formidable, it came with its limitations regarding weaponry. Hence, it was entirely reasonable for Luo Fan to seek a rule-type projectile weapon. In the following 2 days, Luo Fan relished his rare moments of respite within the convoy. Each night, he earned a signing bonus of 500 yuan, swelling his balance to over 1,800 yuan. However, despite this downtime, Luo Fan was not idle. During his free moments, he diligently absorbed the energy from the crystal he held in his palm. By the third night, having successfully consumed all the energy from crystal, Luo Fan felt a surge of uncontrollable aura emanate from him, prompting a quiet joy within his heart. His sequence level had risen to LV12. It has not been an easy journey. After ascending to the role of a demon hunter, I first vanquished the aberration pursuing Ace, then eliminated a second-tier aberration, and finally absorbed an entire crystal. Only then did I achieve this advancement. Since becoming a specialist, I have sensed that leveling up has become significantly more challenging. Unlike the foundational sequence, where a simple skirmish followed by feasting on beast flesh could lead to an upgrade. Sign-in successful, earned 1,000 yuan, balance now at 2,820 yuan. Just as Luo Fan reveled in the joy of his promotion, a prompt flashed at the corner of his eye, making him smile. Previously, I would only upgrade after signing in, but fortune smiled upon me this time as I upgraded before signing in. At level 11, the sign-in bonus was 500, and upon reaching level 12, it increased to 1,000. Did it not? Therefore, under a dedicated sequence, each upgrade grants a substantial increase of 500 in the sign-in bonus. After much effort, I finally gathered over 2,800 in my balance. I retrieved a gem, the size of a ball, from my storage space. This treasure, left behind by a deceased second-tier sequence, had an appraisal fee of a staggering 2,500. After waiting for so many days, I finally had enough for the appraisal. Today, I was eager to discover the gem's effects. The 2,500 swiftly vanished from my balance, leaving me with a mere 320. Simultaneously, the relevant information about the fist-sized gem appeared before my eyes through the appraisal function. True damage gem. Forged with a powerful, enigmatic core and extraordinary materials, it releases its effect upon targeting. Upon striking the target, it inflicts true damage that ignores defenses. Requirements. 1. Must belong to a spell casting sequence. 2. Sequence level must be above level 11. Cost of use. When using the gem, the damage taken by the user is doubled. Enigmatic artifact rating, 115. How impressive. Truly befitting of a second-tier sequence artifact. I was astonished by the appraisal results. My bow had a rating of only 36, yet this true damage gem boasted a remarkable rating of 115. No wonder the appraisal fee was a hefty 2,500. It made sense that second-tier sequences wielded the true damage gem as their weapon, even intending to use it against rule-based anomalies. The eyebow, indeed, seemed merely a basic sequence artifact, its rating lagging several times behind that of the true damage gem. However, the usage requirements for this artifact stipulate that it must belong to a spell-casting dedicated sequence. No wonder I received no response when attempting to use the true damage gem. My Demon Hunter sequence does not fall under the spell-casting category, does it? It seems that only Ace and Shaoran meet the criteria within the team. Ace, as a fire mage, already possesses formidable attack power, so the gem would merely enhance his capabilities. Shaoran, on the other hand, is a holy light angel with no offensive means. Giving her this gem would be akin to providing a lifeline, compensating for her lack of offensive strength. After all, although Brother Zhao's prophetic sequence lacks attack power, he still managed to acquire a handgun for self-defense. As for the double damage effect, when using the true damage gem, as a support character, she is naturally the target of protection, ensuring the highest safety within the team. Thus, this true damage gem is indeed quite suitable for Shaoran. Calculating the time, it was nearly time to conclude the 70-hour safe resting period, and I gently shook Shaoran awake. Brother Luo Fan, is it time? The clarity in Shaoran's large, bright eyes was replaced with a look of confusion. Clearly just awakened, her mind a blank slate. It is nearly time, and I possess a wondrous treasure to bestow upon you. If this precious gem were to be given to Ace, it would undoubtedly be considered a transaction. However, if it is presented to Shaoran, it would be a mere gift. After all, everything belonging to Shaoran, including the distribution of resources following combat, is entrusted solely to her command. Even the vehicle beneath us, along with the supplies initially contained within, are the private property of Shaoran. As Shaoran gazed at the genuine gem of injury that Luo Fan cradled in his hands, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she gently accepted it, holding the gem delicately. What do you think? Do you like it? Luo Fan inquired with a warm smile. I cherish all the gifts from Brother Luo Fan, and Shaoran replied, her expression brightening with a sweet smile. Try infusing your power into it, and see if you can wield it, Luo Fan suggested. Upon hearing this, Shaoran endeavored to channel her power into the gem. Chapter 76. The Master's deceptive device is ready. As night fell, the Hope Squad once again set up camp in a desolate area. Suddenly, a robust, turtle-like creature, adorned with a colossal shell, launched a swift assault on the Hope convoy. Despite being afflicted by a weakened state from the radiance of light, its imposing aura remained remarkable. Block. Neo Dagong stood resolutely in front of the creature, activating his blocking skill. Although the turtle-like entity possessed immense strength, Neo Dagong effortlessly absorbed its impact with his skill that granted a 90 damage immunity. Luo Fan executed the ethereal step, appearing before the creature's head with the swiftness of a wraith, while simultaneously delivering a gentle strike with his bloodblade. The skill of the bludgeon activated, surpassing even Luo Fan's own speed. This blow successfully struck the creature's head, rendering it momentarily stunned. Just then, a gem the size of a soccer ball hurtled towards the creature. Radiating a luminous glow, the gem seemed to transition from solid to ethereal, transforming into a spherical phantom. Under Shaoran's command, the true damage gem struck the creature squarely, penetrating its shell, which was as resilient as steel. Upon impact, the true damage gem swiftly returned to Shaoran's hand, resuming its original size. Simultaneously, the creature emitted a chilling scream. Although its exterior shell appeared unscathed, the entity beneath suffered unfathomable damage. Subsequently, the creature collapsed to the ground, its head drooping in defeat. Impressive. The gem was particularly effective against such a high-defense foe. Ace, who had refrained from attacking, could not help but commend Shaoran for the destruction caused by her assault. It was not that Ace was unwilling to engage. Rather, his explosive fireball had been thwarted by the turtle's shell, yielding no substantial damage. Hadn't he noticed that even Luo Fan had deemed a triple shot unnecessary? The turtle-like creature's defenses were indeed formidable. However, the true damage gem's attack completely disregarded defensive capabilities, rendering it a perfect counter to this creature's defenses. How surprising. The strongest offensive force in our squad is not the specialized mage or the assassin, but rather the support class. If I were you, I would be tempted to find a crevice to hide in. As the battle concluded, Zhao Chunfeng approached, shaking his head in mock disapproval at Luo Fan. In response to Zhao's banter, Luo Fan merely rolled his eyes and then returned to the small truck alongside Shaoran to rest. Sign-in successful. Reward, 1,000 yuan. Balance, 8,688 yuan. The corresponding notification flashed at the corner of Luo Fan's vision, but he remained unperturbed. Since being promoted to level 12 9 days ago, I have accumulated a sum of 9,000 yuan, yet I have spent very little, leaving a balance of over 8,600. I feel compelled to continue saving. Unfortunately, Master Wenhao has yet to reach out regarding the search for a rule-based shooting weapon, and it has been over 10 days since. It appears that such weapons are not easily obtained. However, the appraisal price for the true injury gem has reached 500, and if I were to acquire a rule-based shooting weapon, its appraisal value would undoubtedly be significant. Therefore, it is prudent to save as much as possible in preparation for this appraisal. During these days, I hope the journey for the convoy has become significantly shorter. This is primarily due to the recent encounters with first-tier anomalies and ferocious beasts, where the convoy no longer simply evades, but actively engages in hunting. Consequently, there is less need to cover extensive distances in flight. Over this period, I have slain 5 first-tier anomalies and 7 first-tier beasts. Glancing at my marketplace balance, I paid it little heed and closed my eyes to rest, clutching an anomaly crystal and slowly absorbing its essence. I can sense that through the battles with the beasts and anomalies, coupled with the absorption of the crystal, my strength has increased, and I should be nearing level 13. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that both Niu Dagong and Shaoran have also been promoted to level 12 in recent days. Just as I was resting with my eyes closed, my phone suddenly chimed with a message alert from a friend. Upon hearing the sound, I immediately opened my eyes and checked my phone. "Where are you, Comrade Luo Fan?" It was a message from Master Wenhao, inquiring about my location, clearly indicating that he has found a rule-based shooting device and wishes to trade with me. After estimating my position, about 70 kilometers east of Hongsheng, I replied, "All right, if all goes well, someone should come to find you for the trade tomorrow afternoon." The response from Master Wenhao was remarkably swift. "I will await your envoy." A surge of joy welled up in my heart as I quickly replied, "Could it be that the location of the Master is not very far from me?" That night, due to the news from the Master, I could not sleep well at all. What kind of device does the Master possess? What powers does it hold? My curiosity and anticipation kept me awake throughout the night. The following day, I shared the news with Zhao Chunfeng, who was equally excited. "Brother Zhao, I share this news with you hoping you might divine the omens. not merely to stir your anticipation. Rolling my eyes at Zhao Chuanfeng's eager expression, I couldn't help but tease him. Divine, do you not even trust Master Wenhao? My words left Zhao Chunfeng astonished, prompting him to inquire in disbelief. However, Zhao Chuanfeng's movements were swift. He produced several coins, shaking them vigorously before casting them to the ground, interpreting the divinatory messages based on their positions and faces. What do you think? Luo Fan inquired, observing Zhao Chuanfeng's meticulous analysis. It's not a significant issue, Zhao Chunfeng elucidated. Not significant implies that there are still some concerns. Does it not? Despite Zhao Chuanfeng's response, Luo Fan did not entirely relax. Instead, he pondered deeply within. Subsequently, Luo Fan summoned Niu Dagong and AC to join them. This afternoon, we anticipate visitors to our convoy for a transaction. I harbor concerns that they may entertain nefarious intentions, so I urge you all to be prepared. Luo Fan conveyed to Niu Dagong and the others. He also instructed Xiaoran to remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Niu Dagong and the others nodded earnestly. After their midday meal, Luo Fan waited in anticipation. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, Rose suddenly pointed towards the horizon and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Chapter 77. Is the invisibility cloak an addition? The room was in a state of utter disarray, with piles of documents heaped chaotically. A man clad in a white lab coat stood by the window, where occasional wisps of white clouds drifted by. Before him lay a firearm, predominantly black in hue, yet adorned with a pale purple crystalline texture on the stock and magazine. Moreover, the weapon was entwined with numerous tendril-like appendages, seamlessly integrated into its structure. P.S. Illustrations are provided at the end of the chapter. Is this a weapon of the rules type? Or its specific effects? The man inquired. Professor Yuan. The comprehensive information regarding this weapon is here, responded a soldier in uniform, handing over a meticulously transcribed report. Upon examining it, the man's brow furrowed deeply. The rule-based effects of this peculiar artifact are indeed formidable, yet the side effects are. To exchange this for another's rule-based anomaly crystal seems rather exploitative. Does it not? Professor, we have mobilized all our resources and spent 10 days merely to locate this singular rule-based shooting anomaly. If we're to seek more, it is uncertain how much longer it may take. Hearing the soldier's words, Professor Yuan sighed in resignation, acknowledging the validity of the statement. Finding this particular item was no small feat. After all, rule-based anomaly crystals were exceedingly rare, and even fewer were willing to forge them into weapons, particularly those of the shooting variety. Securing this one was indeed a stroke of luck. Very well, let it be so. However, I sense that Luo Fan is not one to be easily appeased. Perhaps we should select another anomaly artifact to offer as compensation, Professor Yuan remarked with a nod. Indeed, since the other party has specifically requested a shooting-type anomaly weapon, there's a 90 probability that it is based on the assassination sequence. I will choose an artifact suitable for them, the soldier responded, contemplating the situation without objection. Although this anomaly weapon was potent, its side effects were rather severe. Had it not been for those drawbacks, its previous owner would likely not have relinquished it so readily. By the way, who are you sending for the transaction? Professor Yuan inquired, as if a thought struck him. I plan to send Sheng Nan. Her strength is on the verge of advancing to the 3rd tier, the soldier replied. That won't do. Based on my recent research into the behavioral patterns of anomaly hunting, dispatching Sheng Nan is not the optimal choice. Send the hawk instead. He is more suited for this task. Professor Yuan shook his head. Understood, Professor, the soldier acknowledged after a moment of consideration, then turned to depart with the anomaly weapon in hand. Look, what is that? Rose suddenly pointed toward the horizon, her expression one of astonishment. Following the direction of Rose's finger, Luo Fan gazed into the distance. A black dot loomed, rapidly enlarging in the sky. Evidently, something was hastily approaching, accompanied by a crimson glow. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Fan and his companions immediately heightened their vigilance, attentively observing their target. Soon, the dark figure descended from the sky, allowing them to discern its true form. It was a man, seemingly in his 30s, radiating an unmistakable metallic sheen. More strikingly, flames erupted from his legs, enabling him to soar through the air like a rocket booster. Was this a groundbreaking technological marvel, or perhaps a complete automaton? Examining the man's feet and then his visage, which bore no resemblance to the flesh and blood of carbon-based life forms, but rather resembled that of a robot. Niu Dagong exclaimed in astonishment. "Greetings. I presume you are the convoy? Is that Comrade Luo Fan?" The man, who appeared to be a robot, inquired as he scanned the group. "Hello, I am Luo Fan," he replied, stepping forward. "Salutations, Comrade Luo Fan. I am sent by Professor Wen Hao to engage in a transaction. The terms have been previously discussed. Shall we commence?" The robotic figure stated, his tone surprisingly natural, devoid of any mechanical inflection. "Certainly. Here's my rule-type anomaly crystal," Luo Fan declared, producing the crystalline object. An eerie energy enveloped it, intertwined with an enigmatic aura of regulatory power. "Indeed, this is a rule-type anomaly crystal," the robotic man confirmed. "Professor Wen instructed me to bring this rule-type artifact." He reached into a pocket and retrieved a firearm. "Here is the pertinent information regarding the rule-type artifact. This transaction entails 10 second-tier anomaly crystals, as previously arranged. Additionally, Professor Wen requested that we present you with an extra artifact. Alongside the rule-type firearm, the robot produced 10 second-tier anomaly crystals and an object resembling a cloak. Observing the unexpected addition to the agreed-upon deal, Luo Fan furrowed his brow instead of expressing delight. Those accustomed to business know that when a deal is settled, an unsolicited addition of valuable items can provoke unease. "What does this signify?" Luo Fan inquired, not hastily accepting the offer, but rather scrutinizing the man before him. "Comrade Luo Fan, I suggest you examine the detailed information regarding the artifact. This additional item serves as a corresponding compensation," the robotic man replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan perused the artifact's information. The 88-style sniper rifle, the core of the weapon, was forged from rule-type anomaly crystals and corresponding materials. While its attack power was noteworthy, the artifact possessed two primary rule-based effects. Under certain conditions, it could ignore 50 of the target's defense, presenting a formidable armor-piercing capability. Additionally, if conditions were met, it could siphon 30 of the opponent's speed, effectively reducing the target's velocity while augmenting the wielder's own. The effect is indeed quite remarkable. The combat style of assassination sequences embodies high explosiveness and agility. These two principles are undeniably met. However, upon considering the side effects, Luo Fan's expression darkened considerably. The side effect is rather straightforward. After each battle, this deceptive artifact will succumb to a cooldown period lasting 15 days. Is it merely usable once every half-month? This cannot be regarded as a conventional weapon, but rather a strategic one, to be employed at pivotal moments, correct? No, I cannot accept the side effects of this rule-based artifact. Although the side effect is not particularly dreadful, a cooldown of 15 days after each use is indeed unacceptable for Luo Fan. Comrade Luo Fan, do not be hasty in your judgment. Perhaps you should examine the information regarding this invisibility cloak, suggested the robotic man, who proceeded to present the records pertaining to the cloak artifact before Luo Fan. Regardless of the artifact, wait, what did you say? This is called an invisibility cloak? Initially, Luo Fan intended to flatly refuse, yet upon hearing the name of the cloak, a flicker of interest stirred within him as he accepted the pertinent information regarding the artifact. Chapter 78. A Fortuitous Discovery. The True Nature of Rule-Based Anomalies? Invisibility? It must be acknowledged that for any member of the assassin lineage, abilities such as invisibility and teleportation are utterly irresistible. Thus, when Luo Fan first encountered Lien Ziqiang, he was utterly enamored by her capacity for invisibility. Even after ascending to the ranks of the Demon Hunter and acquiring high explosive skills with triple fire capabilities, his yearning for the power of invisibility remained unabated. Now, as an addition to the rule-based weaponry, the arrival of an anomaly granting invisibility piqued his interest, slightly wavering his initial resolve to decline. Upon receiving the intel regarding the invisibility cloak, Luo Fan quickly perused the details, which were rather straightforward. Donning this cloak would bestow the wearer with the ability to become invisible, although it merely offered basic optical invisibility, failing to mask one's footsteps, scent, or sounds. It was still a commendable ability. As for the side effects, they were minimal. The wearer's movement speed would decrease by 50 while invisible. It must be said, Luo Fan found the invisibility cloak quite tempting. While the abilities of anomalies and beasts differ greatly, the majority of them rely on visual perception to track their targets. Hence, this cloak would prove exceedingly practical. Exchanging a rule-based anomaly crystal for such a cloak seemed like a loss, especially when it came to trading for a rule-based weapon with significant side effects. However, the prospect of swapping these two items, along with an additional 10-second tier anomaly crystals, began to seem less disadvantageous upon careful consideration. Originally, Master Wenhao's offer brimmed with sincerity, and it appeared he had added the invisibility cloak as compensation due to the substantial side effects of the anomaly he had initially presented. Luo Fan, what say you? Are you willing to make this exchange? After a few minutes of silence, the seemingly robotic man inquired once more. Very well. Strategic weapons are indeed strategic. Both the cloak and the anomaly crystals hold significant value. Moreover, should a perilous situation arise, this rule-based weapon could still be of use. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Fan reluctantly nodded in agreement. Wait, you must first deliver the items. As the man extended his hand, requesting the anomaly crystals, Luo Fan instinctively recoiled. The robotic man hesitated briefly, but raised no objections, promptly presenting all the items in a single motion. Should I engage in treachery? Eliminate him and claim all these possessions for myself? The thought flickered in Luo Fan's mind upon witnessing the man hand over everything. However, this notion was swiftly suppressed, and he tossed the rule-based anomaly crystal toward the man. Engaging in such duplicity felt rather unseemly. More importantly, given that this individual could procure a rule-based anomaly within 10 days, the repercussions of treachery could be dire. There was no need to jeopardize the entire Hope convoy for the sake of momentary greed. The transaction was completed, and a sense of anticipation lingered in the air. As Luo Fan received the enigmatic crystal from the robotic man, the latter turned away with remarkable decisiveness. Wait, Luo Fan called out suddenly as he observed the man's retreat. What is it? The man inquired, glancing back. From your appearance, you seem to be a robot. What is the story behind that? Can you elaborate? Luo Fan could not suppress his curiosity. Steel Machine Warrior Sequence. LV-23, the man replied, and in an instant his foot thrusters erupted with crimson flames, propelling him skyward. A sequence participant? A transformation into a robotic form? How enlightening! Luo Fan felt a stir of astonishment at the revelation. Moreover, LV-23, a second-tier sequence participant? If a confrontation were to ensue, the consequences could be dire indeed. Luo Fan, what are the effects of these two peculiar artifacts? Zhao Chunfeng approached, his curiosity piqued. The others, including Niu Dagong, wore expressions of intrigue as well. Luo Fan, with no intention of withholding information, promptly shared the details regarding the firearm and the cloak with Zhao Chunfeng. He then turned and returned to his truck, with Xiaoran cradling her precious jade, following closely behind. Although the two acquired artifacts came with information, Luo Fan felt it prudent to utilize the appraisal service in the marketplace for a thorough examination. Similar to the dual-eyed Bao, which he initially thought only had the simple drawback of temporary blindness, he discovered after appraisal that it involved a 10-day cycle for the effects to reset, revealing that a single shot would induce a minute of blindness. Regardless of whether it was the firearm or the cloak, both would be useful to him in the future, and thus, complete understanding was essential for peace of mind. However, as he gazed at the two artifacts before him, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Luo Fan's mouth. The primary focus of the trade was the firearm, while the cloaking device was merely an additional item. Yet now, it seemed that the invisibility cloak was what he truly desired, rendering the gun less significant in comparison. With a cooldown period stretching to half a month for just a single use, it felt excessively prolonged. After all, the apocalypse had only unfolded for a mere 6 months, and it had been less than a month since he awakened to his sequence. Luo Fan's attention shifted to the cloak, with an appraisal fee of 1,200. While it did not surpass in Sharon's true damage jade, it seemed reasonable enough. Upon spending the 1,200, the corresponding appraisal information swiftly appeared before Luo Fan's eyes. Invisibility cloak. No usage requirements. Crafted by an exceptional artisan, bestowing optical invisibility when draped over the wearer. The invisibility state is disrupted upon receiving an attack. Side effect: movement speed reduced by 50 while invisible. Rating: 53. The displayed information was quite similar to what was recorded in the documentation. His dual-eyed bow had a rating of 36, while the true damage jade scored 115. Thus, a rating of 53 appeared rather commendable. After all, it was merely an optical invisibility device, incapable of enhancing attack or defense. Curiously, Luo Fan draped the invisibility cloak over Shaoran beside him. The sensation was akin to erasing an intricate drawing from a blackboard, as the presence of Shaoran vanished entirely before his eyes. Despite the proximity, Luo Fan could still hear the faint sound of her breath. Yet, in his perspective, the power of the invisibility cloak was undeniably formidable. Could it not eliminate the sound of footsteps? His ethereal steps already left no trace upon the snow. If he could merely control his breathing, surely even within a meter of someone, he would remain undetected. After a brief trial, Luo Fan found himself quite satisfied with the cloak's performance. Then, his gaze shifted to another firearm, a device of rules and deception, which he intended to examine in the appraisal room. To his astonishment, the appraisal fee reached an exorbitant 5,800. Although it stung his finances, he recognized the necessity of this contraption for future endeavors. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to spend the 5,800, and the details of the firearm soon materialized before him. Upon reading the information, Luo Fan sprang to his feet in alarm. Something was amiss. The side effects of this weapon were entirely different from what was documented on the intel sheet. Had they made an error, or did they genuinely lack knowledge of the weapon's true repercussions? In any case, one thing was clear. He had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. Chapter 79. The Rules and the True Side Effects. The mixed drive Type 88 sniper rifle demands a specialization in physical assault sequences, merging with the arcane artifacts forged from the rules of the enigmatic crystals. This 5.8mm small caliber sniper rifle boasts considerable lethality and precision, capable of utilizing either the physical DVP-88 heavy rounds or the energy-infused bullets derived from the arcane crystals. When utilizing psychic energy bullets to aim at a target, a dual curse effect is triggered. Curse 1. If the target's weight exceeds that of the user, the attack disregards 50 of their defense. Curse 2. If the target's weight is less than that of the user, 30 of their movement speed can be siphoned for a duration of 120 seconds. Side effect. After each battle, the rifle's barrel must be wiped down with underwear to facilitate cooling. Otherwise, it will take 15 days to cool naturally. Note: only second-hand items from beautiful women will activate this effect. Artifact Declaration. After fighting for half a lifetime, am I not entitled to a bit of enjoyment? Artifact Rating 108 C grade. This was the appraisal result that materialized before Luo Fan. Firstly, in terms of the sniper rifle's inherent power, the Type 88 does not rank highly. It could even be considered one of the most inferior in its category. If sniper rifles were classified into 4 tiers from highest to lowest, the top tier would be represented by anti-material rifles, such as the Barrett, which are designed not for carbon-based life forms but for armored vehicles, boasting a muzzle energy of up to 18,000 joules. The next tier comprises large-caliber sniper rifles, followed by medium-caliber rifles, both of which dominate the battlefield. Conversely, small-caliber sniper rifles possess inherently lower power, exemplified by the Type 88 in Luo Fan's possession. Such rifles are primarily utilized for law enforcement or as entry-level military equipment, with muzzle energy not even reaching 2,000 joules, merely a tenth of the Barrett's. Nevertheless, this sniper rifle achieves a commendable effective range of 800 meters. Moreover, despite sacrificing kinetic energy, it possesses remarkable precision. For Luo Fan, this level of capability suffices, as the shooting distance far exceeds that of his own bow. However, what truly captivated Luo Fan was not merely the weapon's basic destructive power, but rather its capabilities as an artifact. The ability to utilize both physical bullets and energy-infused shots. This artifact intriguingly employs a hybrid mode, avant-garde. Furthermore, the rules governing its function are equally intriguing, with judgments based on the weight of the user relative to the target. If the target outweighs the user, the energy bullet ignores half of their defense. Conversely, if the target is lighter, the user can steal 30 of their movement speed. In Luo Fan's perspective, these effects are exceedingly practical. After all, it is easier to aim at larger targets, particularly when one requires enhanced defensive capabilities. Conversely, should the target be lighter, aiming becomes considerably more challenging, and they are likely to possess speed advantages. Thus, siphoning 30 of their movement speed proves to be exceptionally advantageous. The attributes of explosiveness and speed are precisely what the assassination class requires the most. Of course, these stipulations were clearly outlined in the intelligence reports, which Luo Fan was already aware of. What truly concerned him were the side effects. The reports indicated that there would be a 15-day cooldown after each use. But the actual assessment revealed something quite different. It turned out that the real side effect involved using a beautiful woman's essence to clean the gun barrel. Otherwise, if one could not meet its demands, would it really go on strike for 15 days? What a peculiar artifact. Frankly, this side effect is not severe and can be easily satisfied. However, if this information were spread, it would significantly tarnish his reputation. Moreover, Luo Fan was particularly attentive to the artifact's rating, 108 plus AC grade. In contrast, the true damage gem had a rating of 115. Thus, it seems that 108 refers to the weapon's inherent rating, while the C grade likely denotes the level of the rules governing it. Yet, how this evaluation is determined remains a mystery to Luo Fan, as this is his first encounter with a rules-based artifact. He surmised that with more exposure to such artifacts, he would gain comparative insights in the future. The firearm came equipped with a generous supply of physical bullets, especially since it even included a cloaking device. The magazine holds a capacity of 10 rounds. Luo Fan did not rush to load the physical magazine. Instead, he decided to test it by inserting a first-tier crystal. The weapon immediately displayed a number 2. Does this mean the crystal can only fire 2 shots? Staring wide-eyed, Luo Fan felt a twinge of frustration. Was this gun truly firing bullets, or was it a voracious consumer of crystals? He removed the first-tier crystal and replaced it with a second-tier one. The display read 18. A second-tier crystal, which could be exchanged for approximately 10 first-tier crystals, yielded only a 9-fold return here. Could it be that this gun charged a 10 processing fee? Luo Fan silently grumbled to himself. Afterward, he reloaded the magazine and pressed it in place. No man is devoid of fondness for firearms, and since he now possessed this weapon, it was only natural to give a proper trial. Furthermore, lacking the precision of a double-eyed bow, Luo Fan believed he would need to invest considerable time practicing with the sniper rifle. As the exchange was completed, he hoped the convoy would continue its journey. After several hours, dusk began to fall, and they set up camp within a dense forest. In Zhao Chunfeng's words, they could rest for 2 hours, after which a minor danger would arise, one that the squad should be able to handle. All right, Brother Zhao, Xiaoran and I will venture deeper into the forest to practice shooting, and we will return within 2 hours, Luo Fan said to Zhao Chunfeng. As Luo Fan mentioned his intention to practice marksmanship, Zhao Chunfeng displayed an unusual expression. Was it not stated in the intelligence report that this peculiar weapon would enter a cooling phase for half a month after a single use? Yet here he was, preparing to practice shooting. Upon further contemplation, it became clear that the cooling rule only activated when utilizing the mysterious crystal. The hybrid-powered sniper rifle, when devoid of crystal energy, functioned merely as an ordinary sniper rifle. Thus, as long as he refrained from using crystal-infused ammunition, he would not fall into a cooling state. After traversing the dense forest for approximately 20 minutes within Xiaoran, Luo Fan spotted a rabbit. However, this particular rabbit stared back with its vibrant green eyes, its claws glimmering ominously. Luo Fan positioned his sniper rifle, gauging the distance to be roughly 70 to 80 meters. He steadied his breathing, peering through the scope at the rabbit. It was a peculiar sensation. As he aimed at his prey, the rifle in his hands seemed to resonate with a primal connection. Was it true that the demon hunter sequence inherently possessed an extraordinary affinity for such firearms? Once the rabbit was locked onto in the scope, Luo Fan squeezed the trigger. Chapter 80, Second Order, Special Class Anomaly. Gunshots resonated through the dense forest, and soon after, a bullet struck the abdomen of a rabbit-like beast. The sheer force of the projectile lethally pierced through the creature. Lowering the sniper rifle he held, Luo Fan gazed down with a perplexed expression. He had distinctly aimed for the creature's head. Yet, how had his shot ended up hitting its abdomen? Indeed, it seems my marksmanship requires considerable refinement. Nevertheless, hitting a target on my very first shot speaks to my innate talent, does it not? With merely a month or so of practice, the prospect of becoming a sharpshooter should not be far off. Silently encouraging himself, Luo Fan proceeded deeper into the forest alongside Xiaoran. Each time they encountered a living creature, he would take a shot. Remarkably, despite having fired only a dozen times, Luo Fan felt his proficiency with the firearm improving. As a demon hunter, the image of stealthily hunting in the woods with a shotgun was undeniably fitting. Another shot rang out, shattering a sparrow into fragments. Nodding to himself, Luo Fan could distinctly sense his own growth. Previously, he struggled to hit a rabbit at a distance of 70 to 80 meters. Yet now he could strike a small bird over 100 meters away, a clear indication of his enhanced accuracy. As for whether it was overkill to use a sniper rifle on birds, well, his sole intention was merely to practice his shooting skills. After dispatching the bird, Luo Fan raised the rifle's scope to survey the forest once more, finding no other signs of life. Having been out for about an hour and a half, he called to Xiaoran, and they turned back toward the direction of their convoy. In Zhao Ji's words, the convoy would face an ambush in 2 hours. Under normal circumstances, they would continue their migration. However, in Luo Fan's eyes, this was an opportunity presenting itself on a silver platter. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, Luo Fan suddenly grasped Xiaoran's hand and shook his head at her. The role of a demon hunter encompassed more than mere enhancement of strength and speed. Luo Fan's perceptual awareness within the forest had seen a terrifying augmentation. Even from 100 meters away, under the cover of night, he could sense movements ahead. And Xiaoran, naturally reserved, remained silent and obediently halted her steps upon being signaled by Luo Fan. Employing his ethereal steps, Luo Fan advanced cautiously, traversing about 30 meters before raising his sniper rifle to scrutinize the commotion through the scope. It turned out to be the location where he had recently slain the rabbit-like beast, its carcass abandoned in the underbrush. Now, however, there was activity. Through the scope, Luo Fan discerned a figure resembling a wild dog, crouched low and gnawing on the remains of the rabbit. Though the silhouette retained human-like features, its hair had nearly vanished, and its skin exhibited a sickly pallor, hunched and reminiscent of a beast. If one were to describe it, the figure bears a striking resemblance to Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. Is it peculiar? The humanoid form could hardly be a ferocious beast. Luo instinctively questioned whether it was an aberration. If it were, he would need to equip himself with an aberrant crystal. However, after scrutinizing the figure for a moment longer, Luo shook his head. No, it was not an aberration, for it lacked that unsettling aura. It was human, or more accurately, a warped version of humanity. The flesh of a beast that has ascended to a higher tier is consumable, not only capable of swiftly augmenting the strength of a sequence bearer, but also beneficial to ordinary individuals, aiding in the recovery from minor ailments and hidden injuries. Conversely, the flesh of a beast that has not ascended is utterly ineatable, for consuming it leads to aberration. The consequences of such a transformation are akin to the grotesque mutations resulting from a horrifying nuclear fallout. The shadowy figure devouring the rabbit-like beast was evidently a person who had succumbed to aberration after consuming the flesh of a non-ascended beast. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to have completely devolved into a savage state, devoid of any semblance of civilized demeanor. Alas, realizing that this was merely an aberrated individual, Lovin silently sighed and subsequently stowed away his sniper rifle. In this damned apocalyptic world, if given a choice, no one would willingly consume the flesh of a non-ascended beast. Would they? Let us go. Having retracted his sniper rifle, Lovin beckoned and Shaoran to continue forward, showing no intention of taking a detour. Hearing the sounds of Lovin and Shaoran approaching, the aberrated individual turned its head, its lips smeared with blood and remnants of flesh, gazing at Lovin. Upon catching sight of Lovin's sniper rifle, it appeared alarmed and swiftly turned to flee on all fours, disappearing deep into the thicket. According to Lovin's aim during this practice session, all living beings along the way were destined to feel the sting of his shot. However, he paid no heed to the retreating, aberrated figure. Though it seemed no longer human, the fact that it recognized the weapon and fled suggested a lingering awareness of firearms. Perhaps it retained a sliver of memory from its pre-aberration life. After a brief while, Lovin and Shaoran returned to the encampment of the Hope Convoy. Upon their return, Lovin perched atop the roof of his small truck, simultaneously removing the magazine from his firearm and inserting an aberrant crystal. The incorporation of the aberrant crystal into the magazine marked the weapon with a symbol of 2. Each crystal allowed for 2 shots. Come on, let us see which unfortunate soul dares to emerge and seek their demise. Lovin cradled his sniper rifle, secretly anticipating the encounter. Armed with a deadly weapon, the desire to kill surged within him. Suddenly, not long after, the faint sound of a little girl weeping began to resonate. What is happening? I believe I hear a young girl crying. Did you all hear that? Nyodagong inquired. Lovin raised his sniper rifle, peering through the scope to meticulously survey the surroundings. His expression growing notably grave. Ignoring the levels of ascension, the varieties of aberrations can be terrifyingly categorized into 3 tiers based on their horror. The T0 level entities are indeed bizarre manifestations of rules, terrifying in their disregard for sequential hierarchy. Following closely are those with extraordinary abilities, such that they even defy the laws of physics. The most manageable among them are the corporeal entities. From a gaming perspective, one might liken the rule-based anomalies to formidable bosses, while the extraordinary entities could be considered elite monsters. Before the anomaly even materializes, the sound of a little girl weeping fills the air. This likely indicates the presence of a special class anomaly. It's here. As a demon hunter of the highest rank, Luo Fan possesses the keenest perception within the team. With a commanding shout, he raises his sniper rifle towards the distance. Nudagang and the others follow Luo Fan's aim. Indeed, an enormous anomaly is approaching. What is it? A second-tier anomaly? Or perhaps a second-tier extraordinary entity? Observing the advancing entity, Nudagang's expression darkens. Chapter 81, Pursuit. Bewildering triple shot. Old Zhao, did you not assert that this assault would pose no challenges, that we could manage it? This is a special grade second-tier anomaly. Nyodagong voiced his concerns to Zhao Chunfeng, who stood nearby. Indeed, the silver-white skeletal entity from a few days past had unexpectedly ascended to a second-tier anomaly at the last moment, nearly causing the entire Hope Convoy to falter. At that time, we exerted tremendous effort, and it was only through Luo Fan's execution of a triple shot that we vanquished it. But what of this occasion? A second-tier special-grade anomaly? Surely, this is more formidable than the last. Yet old Zhao claims there is nothing to fear? My divination cannot be incorrect. After all, it has never failed me. Zhao Chunfeng appeared somewhat perplexed, yet remained steadfast in his belief in his augury. Fear not, with my presence. Even the most trivial anomaly shall be reduced to ashes beneath divine flames. As always, Ace put on a brave front, raising his hand as cerulean flames ignited within his grasp, swiftly morphing into a colossal explosive fireball that hurtled toward the anomaly. The second-tier anomaly resembled an enormous spider, its form comparable to that of a small automobile. However, atop its grotesque body rested a human visage, which emitted a cacophony of weeping sounds. As Ace's explosive fireball approached, the human face atop the spider's head transitioned from mournful sobs to piercing screams. The shrill cries compelled everyone to instinctively cover their ears, sending shivers down their spines. The sound was akin to steel needles scraping against metal. The fireball, upon nearing the anomaly, was utterly shattered mid-air. Despite the obliteration of the explosive attack, the creature's wailing persisted, echoing relentlessly. Visible waves of sound emanated from the anomaly, swiftly expanding outward. The shriek weighed heavily upon everyone, as if an immense stone were pressing down upon them. Witnessing how the spider-like anomaly had completely subdued everyone with its screams, it swiftly advanced, propelling itself towards Luo Fan and his companions on its 8 spindly legs. This anomaly possesses sonic capabilities and exhibits a crowd control effect. Luo Fan, clutching his ears, dared not release his grip, for his instincts warned him that doing so might lead to total deafness. Buzz! Just as the spider anomaly appeared to have completely ensnared everyone in its sonic grasp, the fabric of the void tore open, and a radiant beam of white light descended, enveloping the spider anomaly completely. What is this? The holy light of Shaoran? Though surprised by Shaoran's immunity to the control, Luo Fan reacted swiftly. After having entered a weakened state, the anomaly's sonic influence evidently diminished. Luo Fan raised his firearm, quickly locking onto the creature. With merely several dozen meters separating them, and given the size of the anomaly comparable to a vehicle, it was not difficult for Luo Fan, possessing the skill to hit a sparrow from 100 meters, to secure his aim. Bang! A brilliant flash emanated from the muzzle, vanishing in an instant. The weight of this peculiar spider was evidently beyond that of Luo Fan, and the firearm's effect was to directly disregard 50 of the opponent's defenses. As the trigger was pulled, the number 2 on the enigmatic gun leapt to 1. The crystalline bullet struck this strange being, instantly piercing a hole as thick as a thumb. Simultaneously, the sound waves emanating from its mouth came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had grasped its vocal cords. Luo Fan understood that the silence effect had been triggered. A 20 chance? Could he truly be so fortunate? This shot not only ignored 50 of the defenses, but also inflicted substantial damage upon the strange creature. Luo Fan distinctly felt the creature glance in his direction before it swiftly turned and attempted to flee. Fleeing? This was the first time Luo Fan encountered a creature that would escape. Yet his reaction was immediate. Raising his sniper rifle, he locked onto the direction of the creature's flight with the scope, adjusting his breath. Bang! The second shot was fired, the number on the gun changing from 1 to 0. At the same time, the once glimmering pale purple light of the crystalline bullet dimmed. This shot barely grazed the creature, instead striking a nearby tree, puncturing its trunk. This caused Luo Fan's expression to darken. After all, it had moved too far and was a high-speed target, resulting in a miss. Subsequently, the creature dashed into the woods. Having sustained severe injuries, if it managed to escape, he would gain nothing and potentially lose a crystal. Luo Fan activated his ethereal steps, pursuing the direction of the fleeing creature. After all, it was a Tier 2 anomaly. Even if it wasn't speed-oriented, its fleeing velocity was remarkably swift, leaving others helplessly watching as it escaped. Among the entire Hope convoy, only he could keep pace. Employing his ethereal steps to the fullest, Luo Fan felt as though he was floating. His feet barely touched the ground, resembling the sensation of walking upon water, while the surrounding scenery rapidly receded. With his current Demon Hunter level at 12, the execution of ethereal steps now was vastly superior to the basic assassination sequence from before. The 8 spider legs moved with frenzied rhythm, the speed of the spider anomaly exceeding that of vehicles on a highway. In its wake, Luo Fan utilized his ethereal steps to close the distance. Observing the wounded and frantic creature, he refrained from recklessly approaching. Instead, he maintained a safe distance. After approximately 20 minutes of pursuit, the spider anomaly finally began to slow its escape, seeking refuge beneath the roots of a tree. From afar, Luo Fan noticed this and slowed his pace, draping his invisibility cloak over himself as he cautiously approached. When he was about 200 meters away, the creature seemed restless, scanning its surroundings. Luo Fan realized that, being a Tier 2 anomaly, its senses were exceedingly sharp. Getting within 200 meters was likely his limit. At a distance of approximately 100 meters, I could effortlessly strike a sparrow. Thus, hitting this peculiar entity from 200 meters should pose no challenge. My extraordinary firearm boasts an effective range of 800 meters. After surveying the surroundings for a while, I discerned no anomalies, allowing the entity to rest peacefully. Meanwhile, Luo Fan discreetly prepared his own remarkable weapon, inserting a second-tier crystal round into the magazine, which promptly displayed the number 18. Through the scope, he locked onto the crystal target 200 meters away. With caution to avoid alarming the target, he executed a rapid 3-shot sequence. The crack of the gun echoed, but the energy projectiles launched from the muzzle exceeded the speed of sound. Bang! Following the first energy round, Luo Fan continued to pull the trigger, achieving a rate of 3 shots per second. Chapter 82. We shall frequently encounter second-order anomalies in the future, ignoring 50 of the defense. The first shot struck the spider-like anomaly, and the crystalline energy bullet pierced through its form with ease. The physique of a second-order anomaly is indeed formidable. However, the ability to bypass half of its defenses was sufficient to inflict severe damage. Otherwise, it would not have turned and fled in terror after sustaining a shot from Luo Fan. Upon being shot, the anomaly reacted swiftly, seeking to escape. But the rapid succession of 3 shots, fired in the span of a single second, was too swift. The spider-like creature barely had time to recover when the second bullet arrived. The double-damage crystalline bullet penetrated its form entirely. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. The third shot followed immediately after. A dazzling light flashed, swift as a bolt of lightning, and struck the anomaly with the force of thunder. It felt as though a searing iron rod was hurtling toward a snowman from afar. Under the quadrupled attack of the crystalline bullet, compounded by the effect that ignored 50 of its defenses, the spider anomaly was pierced through, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. From its aperture, one could clearly see through the anomaly's body to the other side. Before it could even emit a scream, the grievously wounded anomaly collapsed to the ground, motionless. How formidable, even with a 3-shot burst. This extraordinary firearm's destructive power vastly surpassed that of the dual-eye bow. This was Luo Fan's first occasion employing a 3-shot burst with the extraordinary weapon. And in contrast to the previous use of the dual-eye bow, he could distinctly perceive the astonishing magnitude of its destructive capability. Remarkably, even a second-order anomaly could not withstand the might of his 3-shot burst. After vanquishing the anomaly with a 3-shot burst, Luo Fan approached its fallen form and discreetly stowed away his cloak of invisibility. While the stealthy state was advantageous, it came at the cost of significantly reduced mobility. Thus, barring necessity, Luo Fan preferred not to remain cloaked. Drawing forth his bloodblade, he severed the human-like face from the anomaly's head. Additionally, he extracted a second-order anomaly crystal from within its body. Once he had stored these items in his repository, he felt there were no further treasures to be had and turned to return. Indeed, it must be said that after ascending to the rank of demon hunter, Luo Fan's pursuit of the anomaly evoked a genuine sense of the hunt. Lurking at a distance, waiting for his prey to exhaust itself, and stealthily delivering long-range shots. Was this not the very essence of poaching? Luo Fan found himself quite fond of this style of combat. After all, who would wish to charge headlong into close combat with an anomaly when they could strike from the shadows? Having collected his spoils, Luo Fan turned back towards the Hope Convoy. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and he did not lose his way, returning without incident. Luo Fan, are you all right? Upon his return, Niu Dagong scrutinized Luo Fan closely. After all, it was quite audacious of him to pursue a second-order anomaly alone. Indeed, a man worthy of recognition by the esteemed one, having pursued the second-tier anomaly and returned unscathed. Luo Fan, I acknowledge your prowess, Ace remarked, nodding towards him. How is Shaoran faring? Without directly addressing Niu Dagong's inquiry, Luo Fan hastened towards the small truck, urgently asking, while everyone else was ensnared by the spider anomaly's sonic waves. Shaoran managed to retaliate, casting a divine light upon the creature. Despite her mere level 12 status, it was improbable that she emerged entirely unscathed, was it not? Rest assured, Luo Fan. Shaoran's eardrum was pierced by the sonic waves, but fortunately, her own healing spells brought her back to health, Neo Dagong explained, perceiving Luo Fan's concern for Xiaoran's condition. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. At the same time, he experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, Xiaoran remained calm in the face of death, seemingly indifferent to pain. Thus, even when her eardrum was perforated, she could maintain her composure to cast her spells. Thankfully, she could later heal her injuries with her restorative magic. Upon returning to the small truck, Luo Fan inquired thoroughly about Xiaoran's condition, and once assured of her well-being, he felt at ease. Subsequently, several of the sequencers gathered together. "Here, this is the loot," Luo Fan announced, extracting the second-tier anomaly crystal and the grotesque human facial fragment. "There is nothing particularly appealing about it. This bounty belongs solely to you. I trust there are no objections from anyone, as you did employ your own anomaly gun to vanquish this creature. For the next half-month, you will be unable to use your anomaly gun, which is no small sacrifice." Seeing Luo Fan had indeed pursued and slain the second-tier anomaly, the grotesque facial piece serving as evidence, Zhao Chunfeng and others were taken aback. However, Zhao Chunfeng quickly shook his head, indicating that the loot need not be divided. "Indeed, were it not for your pursuit, we would have been unable to prevent the anomaly from escaping." Neo Dagong nodded in agreement. "I did not contribute significantly. Thus, I shall not shamelessly claim this bounty," Ace stated, expressing his stance. Well, since everyone agrees, Rose could only nod in acquiescence. Consequently, Luo Fan accepted the second-tier anomaly crystal and the facial material without hesitation. "In that case, I shall be forthright. Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow, I shall bring you all a few pounds of apples." Although Luo Fan felt justified in claiming the loot, he still suggested gifting a few pounds of apples to everyone. Upon hearing of the apples, Neo Dagong and the others were naturally pleased. However, having previously shown them the information regarding the invisibility cloak and the anomaly device, Zhao Chunfeng and the others believed that their anomaly devices must undergo a cooling period of half a month before they could be used again. Luo Fan made no effort to clarify, allowing the misunderstanding to persist. Impressive, while a 15-day cooldown is required. The fact that you can pursue second-tier special anomalies is undeniably remarkable. Initially, I had presumed that old Zhao's divination had gone awry. The peculiar second-tier anomaly he predicted seemed manageable after all. However, upon reflection, it is evident that old Zhao's forecasts remain as consistently reliable as ever. Neo Dagong expressed a sense of contemplation, acknowledging that tonight's second-tier anomaly indeed startled everyone. Well, for the next fortnight, we should not expect any encounters with Luo Fan's peculiar weapon. It is unlikely we will willingly confront any second-tier anomalies. Zhao Chunfeng nodded in agreement. Listening to the harmonious exchange between Neo Dagong and Zhao Chunfeng, Luo Fan's lips twitched slightly. Ahem, I must say, I believe we may not be so fortunate in the future. Encounters with second-tier anomalies are perhaps not as rare as we hope. Luo Fan coughed lightly, deeming it prudent to offer a word of caution. Chapter 83. The thief in stealth who steals underwear. The Hope convoy pressed onward, and Luo Fan expended a small amount of resources to hire a cheerful elderly woman to assist with driving. He perched atop the cargo compartment of a small truck, gripping his peculiar firearm, fully loaded with tangible bullets. As the vehicle advanced, he spotted a ferocious beast several hundred meters away and promptly aimed at it, pulling the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as the bullet struck a nearby rock, shattering it into fragments. The startled beast, alarmed, fled in terror. Alas, the swaying of the truck made accurate shooting a challenge. Practice was still required. With a miss, Luo Fan sought to justify his failure. As twilight descended, the Hope convoy arrived at an outskirts park. The sign read Bayside Wetland Park, and the faces of all surviving members of the convoy brightened with joy. A wetland park? Surely, there must be a water source within. Perhaps even a luxurious opportunity for a bath. Zhao Chunfeng's off-road vehicle led the way into the wetland park. And emulating Luo Fan's earlier actions, Ace climbed atop the oil tanker. The two, equipped with long-range weaponry, swiftly eliminated the beast drawn to the park. After approximately 10 minutes, The convoy halted before a serene lake within the park. After a thorough inspection and dispatching several hidden beasts lurking in the water, Zhao Chunfeng produced a water quality testing pen, declaring the water suitable for consumption. Naturally, the survivors rushed to fill their containers with the precious resource. Luo Fan, aren't you going to collect water? Niu Dagong inquired as he approached. No need. Though the lake water is drinkable, I prefer the cleanliness of purified water. Luo Fan replied. With the ability to sign in for 1,000 yuan daily and purified water available for just 1 yuan a bottle in the marketplace, he could easily indulge himself. Your shooting skills have markedly improved these past few days. On our journey, even a stray dog would be struck by your bullets. Niu Dagong remarked. There's no choice. Daily practice is essential. Despite my innate talent for using firearms as a demon hunter, achieving the level of a sharpshooter requires relentless dedication. Luo Fan responded. Once everyone filled their containers, the members of the convoy cheered and rushed towards the lake. Luo Fan, come on, let's take a bath. Niu Dagong, a towering figure over 2 meters tall and clad only in his underpants, called out to him. You all go ahead. I'm not in the mood for a wash just yet. Luo Fan shook his head. After enduring a prolonged escape, the chance to bathe in a lake brought immense joy to the group, and they eagerly immersed themselves in the refreshing waters. The men shed their shirts, while the women wore snug dresses appropriate for the occasion. The lake is vast, not to mention 20 people. Even 200 would hardly feel crowded. Shaoran, would you like to go? You should join, Luo Fan remarked, glancing at Shaoran. No, brother Luo Fan isn't going, so I won't tea either, and Shaoran replied, shaking her head. Be good, you go first, and I will follow later, Luo Fan coaxed her gently. I'll go with you, and Shaoran insisted. Yet she still shook her head. At that moment, Luo Fan noticed that Rose had donned her swimsuit and was heading toward the lake, his eyelids slightly lifting. Be good, you go first, and later tonight, I'll bring you a box of milk. Today, you can have 2 boxes, Luo Fan said with a more serious expression. Well, all right then. After a moment of hesitation, and Shaoran finally nodded in agreement, then got out of the car and followed toward the lake. Shaoran, I'll accompany you. Rose chimed in cheerfully as she approached Shaoran. It seems Rose is genuinely nice to Shaoran. Luo Fan mused to himself as he observed Rose taking the initiative to be close to Shaoran. On that day, when the skeletons had bizarrely advanced to the 2nd tier and attacked Shaoran, Rose had surprisingly stood in front of her, using her foundational strength to shield her, something Luo Fan had never anticipated. Moreover, he had heard from Brother Niu that when he left the team a few days ago, Shaoran had finished her milk on the very first day. Yet Rose had been finding ways to bring milk to Shaoran every day. Initially, Luo Fan thought Rose merely wanted to foster a good relationship with Shaoran in the hopes of receiving some care during battles. However, after seeing her proactively protect Shaoran, he realized it was likely for a different reason. Perhaps Rose genuinely liked Shaoran? Upon reflection, it made sense. Shaoran was not only adorable and gentle, but also an auxiliary sequence. Everyone relied on her for healing, shields, and the amplification of holy light, making her the undeniable darling of the group. Shaking his head, Luo Fan watched as Shaoran and Rose entered the water, before pulling out his cloaking cloak and enveloping himself in it, instantly slipping into a state of optical invisibility. He then quietly opened his car door and stepped out, heading towards Rose's van. Fortunately, most of the 20 or so members of the team had already entered the lake, allowing Luo Fan to evade everyone's attention while remaining invisible. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he tugged at the van's door. Thankfully, Rose hadn't locked it. After all, the atmosphere within the team was quite amiable, and no survivor would dare to steal from a sequence member. Thus, neither Rose nor Luo Fan had the habit of locking their doors. Silently, he pushed the van's door ajar and slipped inside, closing it behind him. This was Luo Fan's first experience sneaking into the van. However, just as he settled in, a sudden sharp scream echoed from inside the van. It was Rose's Money Mouse. Though he was in a state of optical invisibility, the sound of the door opening and closing had evidently alerted the mouse to his presence. With a guilty conscience, Luo Fan immediately seized his blood blade and struck the head of the Money Mouse with the hilt, triggering the skill of a bludgeon. Given Luo Fan's current professional rank, the Money Mouse possessed virtually no offensive capability, and the state of dizziness was evidently bound to last for a considerable duration. Luo Fan swiftly cast a glance into the interior of the rose-colored van, where he indeed discovered a plethora of items, including clothing and supplies. Before long, Luo Fan stumbled upon a small box within the van, filled entirely with Rose's underwear. Should he take them all? It seemed there were 7 or 8 pairs. If he did, his deceptive firearm could be utilized 7 or 8 times. However, after a mere half-second of contemplation, Luo Fan abandoned this notion. If he were to take them all, Rose would undoubtedly notice, so he casually appropriated 2 pairs instead. Surely, with just 2 pairs missing, Rose would not be the wiser? Yet, just as Luo Fan prepared to leave with the 2 pairs of underwear in hand, he caught sight of Rose returning through the van's glass. What the devil? Had she finished her shower in less than a minute? This was bad. If she opened the door, she would surely notice. What to do? Panic. Chapter 84. A fortuitous encounter with another team. Rose took in Sharon's hand and stepped into the lake, where the water enveloped them. The sensation of being submerged in water was remarkably pleasant. Although winter had arrived and the lake water was quite frigid, it posed little concern for the sequence beings. After all, if they didn't bathe now, who knew when the next opportunity would arise? The survivors contemplated this as well, recalling their previous exchanges with the sequence beings for beast bones. The broth made from the bones of first-tier fierce beasts was exceptionally nourishing, at worst. They could enjoy a steaming bowl of soup once they returned to shore. Shaoran, your skin is simply radiant, almost as if it glows. Where's Brother Luo? Why didn't he come along? By the way, Shaoran, do you like small animals? In the lake, Rose held soap and began washing in Shaoran's hair, initiating conversation. And Shaoran, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, allowed Rose to fuss over her in silence. However, upon the mention of small animals, a noticeable change flickered across Shaoran's face. Shaoran, you like small animals? Rose, having noticed the shift in Shaoran's expression, quickly inquired. Though silent still, and Shaoran nodded in affirmation. Rose, delighted by the response, exclaimed, Wait here, I will fetch the little mouse for you. It's time for its bath too. After rinsing the suds from Shaoran's hair, Rose promptly headed back toward her van. What to do? This is bad. Inside the van, Luo Fan observed Rose approaching. If she discovered him secretly hiding in her vehicle, he would find it impossible to explain himself. He wondered why Rose had returned so soon. Having only been gone for a minute or two, had she forgotten something, or was there another reason? In a hurry, Luo Fan donned his invisibility cloak and shrank into the corner. He could not be discovered. Even in an invisible state, he would inevitably reveal himself. After all, he was the only one in the entire convoy with the ability to become invisible. As the van door swung open, Rose gazed at her money mouse, which lay still, her brow furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Is it asleep? She wondered, perplexed. It had been lively just moments before she went to bathe. Had it succumbed to the dizziness from a stun, or had her movements awakened the groggy little creature? Squeak, squeak, squeak. In Rose's hands, the money mouse began to squeal eagerly. Luo Fan held his breath, watching Rose, his heart racing uncontrollably. The van's interior was quite confined, cluttered with supplies. And despite pressing himself against the items, he felt unnervingly close to Rose, a proximity he had never experienced before. Gazing at the golden mouse in Rose's hand, Luo Fan silently vowed to eliminate it when the opportunity arose. Let us proceed. I shall take you for a bath, lest Shaoran be kept waiting. Although he sensed something amiss with the golden mouse's demeanor, his thoughts turned to Shaoran, who awaited him by the water, prompting Rose to dismiss her concerns. Clutching the golden mouse, she casually closed the door of the van and made her way toward the lake. Despite having ventured quite far, Luo Fan remained rigidly adhered to the supplies, feeling as though his body had become entirely stiff. After a considerable time, he finally stirred, overwhelmed by trepidation. Glancing outside the van's window, he noted the absence of attention directed his way. Slowly, he pushed the van door open and slipped out, carefully shutting it behind him. Returning to his train's cockpit, Luo Fan removed the invisibility cloak and retrieved his peculiar firearm. What a bizarre side effect this is. I would prefer any other consequence over this one. After living a life of integrity, is my reputation truly destined to be tarnished by this cursed object? Recalling the near miss during his first attempt to pilfer Rose's undergarments, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, accompanied by a torrent of criticism directed at the firearm. Despite his silent grievances, Luo Fan's actions remained earnest. He inserted the peculiar crystal into the magazine, which had previously shimmered like amethyst, yet now appeared dull. He took out the recently acquired undergarment and meticulously cleaned the barrel of the gun. Why does this action feel so sordid? He mused inwardly while polishing. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic thoughts. As he continued to wipe the barrel with the undergarment, the once dull magazine began to gleam with renewed brightness. After approximately 5 minutes of diligent effort, a number emerged on the gun's surface, 15. The second-tier crystal could fire 18 times. But after executing a triple shot to eliminate that peculiar spider, the count had diminished to 15. The appearance of this number also indicated that the firearm's cooldown had finally concluded. In the future, should I encounter merely first-tier anomalies or relatively manageable second-tier ones, I shall resort to using the dual-eyed bow. I would rather endure temporary blindness. The peculiar firearm should be reserved for more formidable second-tier adversaries. This side effect is truly troublesome. Upon completing the cleaning, Luo Fan stowed the peculiar firearm away in his storage space, firmly resolving to minimize its usage in the future. To use it even once necessitates the theft of another pair of undergarments. Standing by the river, one is bound to get their feet wet. If I were to be exposed, it would spell social death for me. Humans are indeed peculiar creatures. Initially, when faced with the firearm's side effect of a 2-week cooldown, Luo Fan found it intolerable. Yet now, with a method to circumvent the lengthy cooldown, he paradoxically resolved to use it sparingly. Without delving into the inner musings of Luo Fan, let us consider the scenario where most of the individuals in the Hope Convoy are bathing in the lake. Suddenly, another convoy entered the wetland park of Bihue Bay, consisting of a bus and 2 trucks. Leading the way was the bus, driven by a man seemingly well acquainted with the park, who steered directly towards the lakeshore. Moments after the convoy had entered the park, a figure emerged from the bus, a cold-faced man wielding a long sword, who shouted a command. Upon hearing his voice, the bus came to a halt, followed suit by the rest of the convoy. The stern man disembarked and approached the nearby thicket, where he retrieved a lifeless beast, its demise evidently caused by gunfire. The blood was still fresh, indicating that it had perished not long ago. This suggested the presence of another convoy within the park, armed with formidable weaponry. Observing the slain creature, the expressions of those aboard the bus turned grave. "Let us proceed and investigate," the sword-bearing man stated, exuding confidence in his team. Subsequently, the convoy resumed its journey, swiftly arriving at the lakeside, where they could discern the Hope Convoy in the distance. To their astonishment, they spotted a fuel truck accompanying them. The individuals aboard the bus were utterly captivated by the sight of the fuel truck, their eyes glinting with avarice.